Chen Dong acquired an intelligent light brain from 400 years in the future, which transported him to a space-time remarkably akin to Earth's culture, politics, and nations. From that moment on, he became the sole master of online literature, his creation Chronicle of Longevity shattering record after record, elevating him to divine status as an author. He penned Harry Potter, and the events of the Ming Dynasty were also his works. In his leisure, he dabbled in music, earning the title of a pop music maestro. Occasionally, he ventured into filmmaking, emerging as a globally renowned director. He stood as the sole internet tycoon, transferring games from his original time to this era, surpassing Blizzard and Valve with his company, Sky Blue. He busied himself with constructing professional barriers, applying for an array of patents to render others devoid of any usable patents. Additionally, he nurtured a passion for collecting antiques, resembling a Pixiu, amassing treasures from around the world upon his antique shelf. As night deepened, the sky sparkled with countless stars. Amidst the rhythmic tapping of keys, Chen Dong tirelessly coded lines of programming at his computer, a steaming cup of coffee beside him. When fatigue struck, he would sip the coffee to rejuvenate himself. This routine of coding late into the night had persisted for an entire year. He was developing a game program for a well-known domestic software company, which had been pressuring him for swift completion, necessitating his late-night efforts. Almost there, just a few more days to finish this program, and I can pocket 2,000 yuan, he yawned, stretching his limbs, savoring a sip of coffee with a gentle smile. As an employee of a game development company, he occasionally took on freelance projects to earn extra income. Due to prolonged hours staring at the screen, his eyes grew weary, prompting him to gaze out the window, where the night sky sparkled with stars. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the sky, flashing before Chen Dong's eyes, growing increasingly bright, expanding in his vision. Moments later, he heard a sharp, piercing screech caused by the object slicing through the air at high speed. He discerned the mysterious object's shoppy butterfly-like craft, enveloped in a cerulean protective shield, trailing a long, misty blue tail, safeguarding a flat, square box within. After several seconds, he watched as the cerulean shield descended onto a hill in the back mountains, landing silently. Most were blissfully unaware, lost in slumber, oblivious to the extraterrestrial object that had arrived. Initially, a sense of mysterious dread regarding the future gripped Chen Dong. The cerulean shield, with its misty tail and the enigmatic box, defied scientific explanation, evoking thoughts of aliens and UFOs in his mind. Unable to contain his curiosity, he extinguished his desk lamp and ventured out with a flashlight. Half an hour later, he reached the hill where the butterfly-shaped object had landed. He searched meticulously and eventually discovered a silver, rectangular metallic object in a patch of grass, protected by a layer of cerulean mist. Approaching, he bent down to touch the watery blue protective layer. Suddenly, a flash of blue light dazzled his vision, and he lost consciousness. In Dinghai City, near Dinghai University, Chen Dong stared blankly out at the night sky. Mere minutes ago, he was an employee at a game development company, and now, inexplicably, he found himself inhabiting the body of a third-year student. Through the memories of this body, he learned that the previous owner was also named Chen Dong, who had parents and was the sole university student in his village, with high hopes resting upon him. Tragically, he had perished from a sudden heart attack due to countless late nights and poor health, leaving his body occupied by a soul from a parallel dimension. Indeed, a parallel dimension. The memories he absorbed revealed a world vastly different from his own. The history preceding Emperor Guangxu remained unchanged. Yet afterward, a time traveler named Zhao Guanghua arrived in the Guangxu era, establishing factories, forming a modern army, overthrowing the decaying Ming Dynasty, and founding a constitutional monarchy in the Chinese Empire. In this timeline, the Chinese nation fared far better, free from foreign invasion and colonial subjugation, avoiding the warlord chaos of early Republican China and the ravages of the Japanese invasion. As a result, the essence of the Chinese people remained intact. Zhao Guanghua seized the opportunity presented by World War II to develop industry and commerce, exporting capital abroad while expanding domestic demand. By the war's conclusion, China had emerged as one of the most formidable nations. Yet, the year remained 2014. The cause of Chen Dong's traversal to this parallel dimension lay before him on the tableen, unassuming silver box, light as a feather, with a thin profile. A blue planetary emblem was engraved on its metallic surface, depicting Earth, with the word Sky Blue inscribed beneath it in a delicate font. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the two layers of the box were sealed together, resembling an ultralight, ultra-thin laptop. However, the current level of human technology could not produce such a remarkably light laptop, as even creating the casing from such a lightweight metal was beyond the capabilities of any known Earth materials. Gently, he opened the laptop, and the screen displayed a loading progress bar. In less than a second, the loading was complete. The booting speed is impressively fast, Chen Dong remarked to himself. Yet, he soon realized with dismay that he had no idea how to operate it. There was no keyboard, no mouse, and the desktop lacked any familiar icons such as my computer, network neighborhood, or browser. Only a serene blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds graced the background, with a cartoonish little girl peacefully resting on a cloud. Could you please tell me how to use this? Chen Dong said, exasperated. I had such a lovely sleep. I am the intelligent light brain system spirit. You can tell me how you wish to operate. The cartoon girl awoke, stretching and yawning, her drowsy eyes meeting Chen Dong's gaze. You can talk, he stammered. The adorable, sprite-like girl on the screen gave a slight bow. I am your assistant, Xiaolon. I will help you familiarize yourself with the latest generation of intelligent light brain systems produced by Sky Blue. Chen Dong felt a surge of shock. What are you? An intelligent light brain system spirit? You possess human-like intelligence? It was said that the intelligent robots manufactured in Japan had the intellect of a small child. Yet the girl before him displayed intelligence indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. With a delicate gesture, Xiaolon transformed the serene blue sky into a vibrant, flashing bar scene. Dressed in a charming princess gown, she gracefully perched at the bar, lifting a glass to her lips. According to the classifications of artificial intelligence in this era, my intellect equates to that of an adult. Apart from lacking the ability to reproduce, I possess the emotions, thoughts, and behaviors characteristic of adulthood. You were created by that Intelligent Robot Research Institute. Given the current technological level, it is impossible to produce an intelligent robot with adult-level intellect, Chen Dong queried. Xiaolon shook her head. No, I was not created by your era, but was developed over 400 years in the future, in the 25th century. At this revelation, Chen Dong felt as though his head might explode. He could scarcely believe his ears. How is it possible that you were transmitted from 400 years in the future to this era? Chapter 2. The F-12A Intelligent Light Brain. Xiaolon nodded and said, Indeed. In fact, centuries from now, humanity will achieve significant breakthroughs in both temporal and spatial research. The temporal transfer device is a product of that era's advancements in the temporal dimension. It was developed by the Tianlong Space Research Institute, a subsidiary of Tianlong Corporation, at the cost of hundreds of billions of credit coins. This device can transport any object not exceeding 50 centimeters in size and 1 kilogram in weight back to any point in the past. The Tianlong Intelligent System Computer was the first item to be sent back, yet it is likely to remain the only one. Why would it be the only one? Chen Dong felt as though he were deciphering an ancient text, grappling with unfamiliar terms like temporal transfer and temporal dimensions, reminiscent of a science fiction novel. Sitting on the swivel chair, Xiaolon playfully dangled her slender legs and explained, The Earth Federation absolutely prohibits such actions. The more items transported to the past, especially those of greater mass and volume, the more they jeopardize the stability of both the original and past timelines. Should the threshold of 2 timelines be exceeded, the consequences would be catastrophic for both. This Tianlong Intelligent System Computer managed to be sent back due to the reckless exploitation of legal loopholes by those mad scientists at the Tianlong Space Research Institute. I suspect it will soon be discovered by the Earth Federation, leading to the establishment of a temporal management bureau that will impose strict regulations on the use of temporal devices. Feeling fatigued, Chen Dong reclined on his bed, placing his notebook on his abdomen. He inquired of Xiaolon, if these so-called mad scientists could exploit the Earth Federation's legal loopholes to such lengths to send this computer back to the past. It must be anything but an ordinary computer, correct? You are correct. It is far from ordinary. This computer is based on the latest generation of portable intelligent computers produced by Tianlong Corporation in 2550. It has since been enhanced by those mad scientists at the Tianlong Space Research Institute to serve as a super-intelligent computer for training past temporal users. With a flick of her finger, Xiaolon summoned a transparent pop-up on the screen, which listed an array of features of the Tianlong Intelligent System Computer, boasting a total of 12,181 primary functions. An hour later, following Xiaolon's explanation, Chen Dong garnered a preliminary understanding of this intelligent light brain from 4 centuries in the future. The full name of the intelligent light brain is the Tianlong Intelligent System Computer. Its chassis is crafted from an exceptionally unique memory metal, characterized by its lightweight, memory retention, and malleability, with an overall weight of less than 1 kg, making it highly portable. It can transform into wristwatches, rings, necklaces, glasses, and other easily carried items, and it possesses an exterior memory function that allows it to restore itself to pristine condition, even after sustaining scratches from a knife. Furthermore, prior to being placed into the temporal transport device, the Tianlong Intelligent System computer underwent enhancements by the mad scientists at the Tianlong Space Research Institute, storing all conceivable data and technology from the future within its memory chip. Additionally, it is equipped with a spatial chip, which houses a space approximately the size of a 100 square meter room, containing supplies and medicines from the future. Coupled with the computer's system functionalities, this device is truly a super-intelligent computer designed to train and assist users from the past. The upgraded Tianlong Super-Intelligent Computer boasts 12,181 system functions, which include 7 primary system functions and 12,175 subfunctions. The first primary system function is the task system, wherein users earn reward points for completing tasks, which can be exchanged for skills and future resources, medicines, films, novels, music, patents, and technological advancements. The second primary function is the skill system, allowing users to utilize points to learn any skill from the skill tree, such as culinary arts, medicine, Western combat techniques, Eastern martial arts, driving, and computer security. Users can redeem points for training opportunities, enabling them to reach the pinnacle of various fields with the aid of the super-intelligent system computer. The third system function is the entertainment system, which features materials related to novels, films, games, and music that emerged since 2016. Users can exchange points for complete text of popular online novels from the future. Accessible from the entertainment systems directory. The fourth system function is the resource exchange system, wherein scientists from the Tianlong Research Institute embedded a spatial chip within the super-intelligent system computer, containing a variety of supplies from the future, including medicines and body-enhancing agents produced 400 years hence. The fifth function is the future technology system, which catalogs the majority of scientific and technological materials collected by humanity prior to 2550, including particle cannon technology, beam cannon technology, spacecraft, and treatments for diseases such as AIDS. Naturally, the more advanced the technology, the greater the number of points required for exchange, often necessitating astronomical sums. The seventh function is the permission upgrade system for the super-intelligent system computer. In addition to earning points for completing tasks, users also accrue experience. Amassing sufficient experience allows for permission upgrades, unlocking additional system functionalities. Certain resources, data, skill exchanges, and access to specific forum sections require the super-intelligent computer to unlock permissions. For instance, to redeem beam cannon technology, the computer's permission level must reach level 28. This is nothing short of miraculous. Xiao Lan elegantly closed the pop-up window with a tap of her finger. Sitting gracefully on her small chair, her slender legs swinging lightly, she addressed Chen Dong. As the first user of this computer, I recommend that you initiate the binding process with F12A before use. F12A, is that the name of this computer? What is the binding process, and what purpose does it serve? Chen Dong queried. Xiao Lan nodded and replied, F12A is indeed its name, stands for the 6th generation of intelligent computers. While 12 denotes the production number from Tianlong Corporation, this signifies that this computer is an enhanced version of the F12 model. The binding process involves establishing a connection between the user and F12A. Once bound, only you will be able to use it. Any other individual who possesses it will find it merely an inert hunk of metal. Then let us proceed with the binding. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. Chapter 3. System Task Release. As soon as Chen Dong finished speaking, a radiant blue beam emitted from the F12A light brain, scanning him from head to toe. Moments later, the blue light dissipated. Xiao Lan informed Chen Dong, all done. Body scan complete. Fingerprint sample collected successfully. Retina sample collected successfully. Blood DNA sample collected successfully. You have successfully bound with the F12A Tianlong Super-Intelligent System Computer. From this moment onward, you are its sole user, able to activate F12A using your fingerprint, retina, blood DNA, or voice commands. System prompt, point system activated. You currently have 0 points. System prompt, skill system activated. Your current skills are as follows: culinary arts, beginner, 12.1100, computer technology, beginner, 28.8100. System prompt, entertainment system activated, entertainment directory, none, system prompt, task system activated, task list 1, life planning, main task. Please choose your life path carefully. Task reward, 20 points, 100 experience. Task list 2, incomplete software code task, side task. Please complete the coding task for SA company within 3 days. The previous body had not finished this task due to exhaustion and passed away. This information was collected by the intelligent light brain, forming a side task. Task requirement. Customer evaluation must be good or above. Basic task reward. 1 point, 5 points toward F12A light brain permission upgrade experience. Additional task reward. 2 points, 10 points toward F12A light brain permission upgrade experience. Task requirement. Customer evaluation. Good. System prompt. Future technology system activated. Skill directory. None. System prompt. F12A light brain permission upgrade system activated. F12A Tianlon superintelligent system computer. Permission level. Level 0. Permission upgrade experience. 0200. The F12A light brain displayed its 12,181 systems on the screen, some highlighted in blue to indicate they are activated and available for use, while the majority of system functionalities were marked in red, indicating insufficient permission levels to activate those specific systems. At this moment, the little assistant, Xiaolon, spoke to Chen Dong, saying, "Master, your current points stand at 0. Leaving you unable to accomplish anything that I suggest that you first complete the 2 unfinished tasks on the system's task list to earn points." All right, Chen Dong nodded in agreement, and no sooner had he spoken than 2 dialog boxes swiftly appeared on the screen, detailing the tasks, their requirements, and the points and experience rewards upon completion. Chen Dong briefly scanned the information and, astonished, inquired of Xiaolon, "Why is there such a vast disparity in the points and experience rewards between the 2 tasks? One task, which can be completed in mere seconds, offers a reward of 20 points, while the task requiring 3 days to finish only grants 1 point by in response." Xiaolon smiled and explained, "This is quite normal. One is a main storyline task, while the other is a side task. If we were to liken your life to a grand tree, the main storyline task would be the trunk, significantly influencing your future, whereas the side task would be the branches, which have a far lesser impact. Thus, the task that can be accomplished in mere seconds offers substantial rewards, while the side task, taking several days to complete, yields minimal points and experience." After hearing Xiaolan's words, Chen Dong nodded in understanding, recognizing that the primary factor determining the rewards was indeed the extent of their impact on his future life, followed closely by their difficulty. "Shall we commence the tasks now?" Xiaolon inquired. "Yes, let's begin," Chen Dong affirmed with a nod. Xiaolon pointed to the screen, maximizing the first dialog box, which displayed the first main task. She then addressed Chen Dong, saying, "Life planning, as the name suggests, pertains to what you aspire to become in the future: an engineer, a teacher, a scientist, an artist, a writer, an entrepreneur, and so forth. This is immensely important for your life and will also affect the F12A computer's training progress for you. Please consider it carefully." After pondering for a moment, Chen Dong replied, "I wish to become an IT entrepreneur." The body occupied by Chen Dong had studied computer languages, and in his original timeline, he was an employee of a game development company, all closely tied to the internet. Had he not acquired the intelligent computer, he might have remained an IT worker, leading a conventional 9-to-5 life. However, with the F12A superintelligent system at his disposal, his life had taken a transformative turn. Nevertheless, Chen Dong chose the IT industry, not only because it is a burgeoning field with vast prospects, but also because it had been his ambition since childhood. From the moment he first encountered a computer, he was enchanted by its magical allure. While he initially aspired merely to be an IT worker, the advent of the F12A computer inspired him to aim higher, to become a titan of the internet. Upon making his decision, the system displayed a notification: "Main task, life planning completed. Reward, 20 points and 100 experience." The points in the system updated from 0 to 20, while the experience level jumped from 0 to 100. With the upgrade progress bar already halfway filled, the internet is an emerging industry, increasingly indispensable in modern society, a truth validated by the passage of time. Humanity employs computers to replace complex calculations, develops intelligent robots to undertake manual tasks, and creates virtual communities that allow individuals separated by vast distances to coexist. People can obtain anything they desire online without stepping outside. Xiaolon painted a vivid picture of a future where humanity relies on computers for daily life. She continued, "As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Every globally recognized enterprise started from small workshops, studios, or companies. You now need to establish an internet company, and to do so, you must secure your initial capital. Strive for it." The system then prompted, "You have received a main task, first bucket of gold, main task with your chosen life path. Pursue it to attain your first bucket of gold and establish a company, ultimately becoming a titan of the IT industry. Task requirements: earn the initial capital of 100,000 RMB. Task rewards: 50 points, 400 experience, and 1 opportunity for basic advanced training." "Xiaolon, do you have any good suggestions?" Chen Dong asked, noticing the daunting figure of 100,000 renminbi displayed on the screen. "Master, Have you forgotten that you possess a supercomputer from the future? Xiaolan responded. Utilizing the F12A computer can save you a considerable amount of time in acquiring your initial capital. Upon hearing Xiaolan's words, Chen Dong remembered that he held a superintelligent system computer, brimming with information, resources, and technology accumulated over hundreds of years. With such advanced knowledge at his disposal, how could he fail to earn his first bucket of gold? With this thought, Chen Dong focused on how to monetize the capabilities of the supercomputer. With Xiaolan's assistance, he learned how to operate the supercomputer effectively. Having just completed the first main task and earned 20 points, Chen Dong pondered how best to leverage these points to secure his initial capital. First, he dismissed the idea of learning skills to earn money through the supercomputer, as this would not be conducive to securing 100,000 renminbi in a short time frame. Next, he considered exchanging points for advanced technological skills within the tech system directory to sell to other companies for patent fees. But this too was impractical, as the simplest technology required thousands of points to redeem. Additionally, he ruled out the option of exchanging futuristic items from the spatial chip, as presenting these to sell would lead to either being deemed insane or mistaken for a fraud. Ultimately, Chen Dong turned his attention to the entertainment system directory. He excluded movies, music, and games from consideration, as he lacked knowledge of musical notation and script writing. Even if he were to create a script or music, he could not guarantee its commercial viability. The entertainment industry receives a deluge of submissions daily, with only a handful of quality works amidst a sea of mediocrity. Game development, while his forte, was not feasible for a solo endeavor. It requires collaboration among artists, programmers, planners, and others die in the end. Chen Dong opted to write a novel. He recalled a dormitory mate, Li, who spent his free time writing online, earning several thousand RMB monthly from his efforts. Li often boasted about being a minor author, while others he referred to as mid-level or major authors earned annual incomes in the millions. Motivated by this, Chen Dong decided to write a novel online. He learned from Li that the most visited website in the country for such endeavors was Qidian, which had produced numerous successful authors and sustained countless aspiring writers. Without hesitation, he delved into the novel category list, ultimately selecting a work titled Chronicles of Eternal Life. Published 4 years later, Chronicles of Eternal Life would see its author, Su Wu, achieve legendary status, shattering records and consistently ranking among the top 10 in monthly votes. At its peak, the novel garnered hundreds of thousands of collections and tens of thousands of subscriptions, with its author earning a substantial fortune from various sources. Esteemed as a sequel to Mortal, Chronicles of Eternal Life was hailed as a masterpiece. Determined to begin writing Chronicles of Eternal Life, Chen Dong noted that it required 10 points to redeem. He proceeded to exchange the points. And moments later, the system deducted the points, automatically downloading the novel to the designated folder on his desktop. Opening the text document, an outline for the novel was instantly generated, followed by a chapter list structured around approximately 3,000 words each. Chen Dong observed that many advanced elements had been automatically refined, with irrelevant content eliminated, allowing him to simply copy, paste, and upload without further modification. For instance, the original author's acknowledgments and promotional messages had been removed by the supercomputer. Ready to upload the chapters, Chen Dong inquired of his assistant, Xiaolan, "Can this computer connect to the internet?" Xiaolan nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed, the supercomputer can automatically capture all global radio signals. Then please help me access Qidian." Chen Dong instructed his assistant. As soon as the words left his mouth, a website promptly appeared on the screen. It was Qidian. Chen Dong first registered an account, adopting the pen name Void. He then navigated to the author section, selected the option to upload a new book, classified it under the genre of classical fantasy, tagged it with descriptors such as upgrade and refreshing narrative. With everything set, he commenced the chapter upload process, copying 4 chapters from the Chongqing G text file, totaling over 12,000 words. After a thorough review, he pasted the text and clicked to upload the chapters, followed by a period of awaiting approval. Once the upload was complete, Chen Dong glanced at the time. He had unwittingly spent an entire night on this task. Turning to his assistant, Xiaolan, he issued a command, and in an instant, the computer transformed into an exquisite blue wristwatch. Clasped around Chen Dong's wrist, the marvels of future technology were astonishing. It could convert a notebook-sized device into a compact watch without damaging the electronic components within. Xiaolan, the blue is too conspicuous. Change it to silver, Chen Dong instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, the watch shifted from blue to a sleek silver hue, appearing far less obtrusive on his wrist. After washing up, he left his rental room and stopped by a street-side breakfast shop for a bowl of noodles. Also picking up 3 portions for his roommates. Upon entering the dormitory, he found his roommates already awake, brushing their teeth and washing their faces. The previous owner of this body had been a diligent student, often burning the midnight oil until 1 or 2 in the morning, sometimes even taking on freelance work that required overnight efforts. To avoid disturbing his roommates, he had rented a separate room, occasionally staying in the dormitory, and sometimes at the rental. I brought breakfast for you all, Chen Dong announced as he placed the 3 meals on the table. Thanks, man, the trio replied in unison. You woke up really early. Went for a morning run? Zhao Yang asked, emerging from the bathroom, taking a bite of a bun. Indeed, Chen Dong replied, noting that during his stays at the school dormitory, he sometimes rose early for exercise. You really need to work on your fitness. You're looking frail, and your complexion is rather pale. Cut back on the late nights and get some rest, or your health will inevitably suffer, Zhao Yang advised with concern. Today, we have a new teacher in our class, and rumor has it she's quite the beauty. Did you hear? Guizhen said, placing his cup down and holding a bun in one hand and a cup of soy milk in the other. Really? How come nobody mentioned anything? I haven't heard about any teacher retiring early, Zhao Yang exclaimed in surprise. Guizhen took a bite of his bun and quipped, what would I gain from lying? I heard that Professor Sun had a stroke and is still in the hospital. The new beauty teacher is named Tang Mingxiang, and she's not much older than us. She's already earned her doctorate. Quite impressive, isn't it? The trio continued their breakfast, discussing who was the prettiest in their class, who had just started dating, and who had become someone else's secret lover. For men, conversations often revolved around women. A few minutes later, as Chen Dong emerged from the bathroom, he noticed their chatter had not waned. I'm off to class. If I don't leave now, I'll be late. You wouldn't want to leave a bad first impression on the new teacher, right? Standing at nearly 1.8 meters tall, Chen Dong, though slender, possessed a handsome appearance with an air of scholarly charm. The girls in class occasionally stole glances in his direction. He settled into a seat towards the back of the classroom, idly flipping through his textbook, curious about the new beauty teacher. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from outside the window, drawing the attention of most students, who were aware of the new teacher's arrival. As the elegant figure entered the classroom, she possessed a shapely silhouette, clad in a black miniskirt that danced with playful polka dots, exuding vitality. Her upper attire featured a delicate lace top, exquisite in design, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. With lightly applied makeup enhancing her exquisite features and her long hair cascading over her shoulders, she appeared as if she had stepped out of a painting. Hello, everyone. I am your new teacher, Miss Tang Mingxiang, she announced as she gracefully ascended the podium, picking up chalk to inscribe her name on the blackboard. I look forward to spending time with you all. First, I'd like to get to know each of you. Here is a student roster. Please raise your hand and respond when I call your name. Zhao Kai? Present, replied a tall, thin student wearing glasses, bashfully raising his hand. Sun Wenhua? Present. Li Na, a charming figure in a short skirt with a curvaceous figure and bold makeup, stood up to respond. Chen Dong? Present. Chen Dong stood up, raising his hand to signal his presence. Recognizing Chen Dong's somewhat familiar face, Tang Mingxiang addressed him. You must be Chen Dong. Yes, Teacher Tang. Do you remember me? Chen Dong replied. In response, she remarked, I've seen you once at my uncle's software company. He praised your skills, saying your game programming code is both swift and of high quality. He has personally invited you to join his company several times, but I hear you have declined. Feeling flattered, Chen Dong humbly replied, Thank you, Miss Tang, but I must apologize. Until I complete my studies, I cannot consider joining any company. Tang Mingxiang observed the weariness etched on his face and remarked, Your choice is wise. Students should prioritize their education. However, do remember to take care of your health, as it is of utmost importance. Thank you for your concern, teacher, Chen Dong expressed gratefully. The classmates regarded Chen Dong with mixed expressions, a blend of admiration and envy. To receive personal invitations from the owner of a large software company before graduation was a source of envy for those soon to enter the workforce. After finishing dinner, Chen Dong returned to his dormitory. Xiao Lan, transform into the appearance of a MacBook and activate the computer. He instructed his wristwatch. Yes, master, Xiao Lan responded. In an instant, the watch detached itself, morphing into the latest model of a MacBook, which then booted up automatically. This way, anyone entering the room would merely perceive Chen Dong as the owner of a new MacBook, unaware that it was, in fact, a super-intelligent system computer disguised beneath the guise of an ordinary laptop. Xiao Lan, please open Qidian, Chen Dong commanded. Instantly, the laptop screen displayed a website, where Chen Dong deftly logged into his account. He clicked on the author section, and an email promptly appeared, informing him that the chapters he uploaded that morning had passed the review and could now be officially published. Once approved, readers would be able to search for his book on the site, albeit currently hidden away in some obscure corner. Entering Chongqing Ji into the search bar, he opened the books page and observed the statistics, a total of 2 clicks. With 0 recommendations. The 2 clicks may have been mere accidental visits, for in today's fast-paced online world, completed novels typically exceeded 1,000,000 words, and most readers expected a minimum of 200,000 words from a new work. No reader would be inclined to engage with a novice's offering of just over 10,000 words without any established reputation. That moment, a soft ding resonated from the computer, signaling a notification from the system, accompanied by a task prompt. Chen Dong opened the notification to review its content. System notification: you have received a side quest. 1. Signing a contract. Signing a contract signifies an editor's recognition, representing your first step on the path of writing. Task requirement: sign a contract. Reward: 1 point, 20 experience points. You have received a side quest. 2. Rising newcomers. A good beginning for a novel is the foundation of success. Task requirement 1. Your novel must enter the top 12 of the newcomer new works list. Basic reward: 1 point, 20 experience points. Additional reward: 2 points, 40 experience points, for entering the top position on the newcomer new works list. Achieving a spot in the top 12 of the newcomer new works list is relatively easy, requiring only a modest effort. However, securing the top position is considerably more challenging, as without promotional support, it is difficult for readers to notice. To reach the pinnacle, not only must the quality of the work be commendable, but it must also captivate readers at first glance, allowing them to immerse themselves in the protagonist's journey, sharing in their joys and sorrows, feeling exhilarated by their triumphs and oppressed by their struggles. Readers cast their votes with their feet. If they find enjoyment, they will support you wholeheartedly. If not, they won't spare even a single vote. Moreover, organic promotion from readers is essential. There exists a dubious method of vote stuffing, but such tactics veer into unethical territory and are met with severe repercussions from cheating, proving detrimental to the work itself. It is akin to constructing a castle in the air, built on the premise of disregarding the rules rather than on genuine reader support. Chen Dong firmly believed that the distance a book could traverse hinges entirely upon the backing of its readers. With a casual click, I closed the page, navigated to the author's section, and selected the option to upload chapters. Today, I completed another 5 chapters, 3,000 words each, totaling an impressive 15,000 words. This pace is considered quite swift within the realm of web literature. Xiaolon launched the programming software. Chen Dong instructed his assistant. From the memories of his former self, he recalled an unfinished task: writing game program code for SA Company. With a tight deadline looming, Master, the optical brain system has conducted a health assessment, revealing that your condition is suboptimal. It is advisable for you to rest or exchange for an eye-level body enhancement repair liquid to restore your health. Xiaolon suggested, complying with Chen Dong's command. How many points are required for 1 bottle? Chen Dong inquired. 0.4 points. Very well, proceed with the exchange for 1 bottle, Chen Dong replied. A system notification appeared, exchanging 1 bottle of eye-level body enhancement repair liquid, deducting 4 points. Moments later, an unmarked bottle appeared in Chen Dong's hand, its blue liquid visible through the transparent container. Without hesitation, he twisted off the cap and consumed every drop, finding it akin to drinking slightly sweet water. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He hurried to the restroom, and after a brief but intense bout, he noticed that his pores began exuding dark impurities, accompanied by an unpleasant odor in the air. This must be akin to the protagonist in a martial arts novel experiencing a fortuitous encounter. Purging toxins from his body after consuming miraculous fruits, Chen Dong mused, relieved that his 3 roommates were absent. Otherwise, they might think he had fallen into a cesspit. Suppressing his discomfort, he stripped off his soiled clothing and placed them in a bucket. After taking a shower, he felt invigorated, as if the minor ailments he had accumulated from late-night study sessions had vanished. Returning to his computer desk, he faced the glowing blue screen and began typing with the grace of a butterfly. Lines of code unfurling before him, times smiling and at others furrowing his brow. He found his mind sharper and his thoughts more agile, as if his brain had transformed into a high-speed computer. Each character floating in his consciousness and translating into lines of code on the screen. Engrossed in coding, he lost track of time. When he finally emerged from his creative fervor, he was astonished to find it had passed midnight. Checking his progress, he noted that he had completed more than half of the work. With another 2 hours of effort tomorrow, he could finalize it. Recognizing the late hour, he saved his work and closed the programming interface. The next day was Saturday, and with no classes to attend, Chen Dong awakened early. After a quick wash, he ventured out for breakfast before returning to his computer desk. Adapting to the contemporary vernacular, His previous incarnation could be deemed a quintessential homebody, disinterested in venturing out or socializing, confining his daily activities to the dormitory, rental room, classroom, and cafeteria. Xiaolon, transform into a laptop, boot up, and access the Qidian website. Chen Dong commanded, issuing 3 consecutive instructions to his wristwatch. Almost instantaneously, the watch morphed, powered on, and displayed the desired site. Chen Dong expertly entered his username and password, entering the author's section. He first checked his collection count, an encouraging increase of 8, one of which was his own. Given that his new work had only been uploaded for 2 days, this was quite commendable. Next, he opened the page for Chronicles of Eternal Life to review the statistics. The total clicks stood at 88, with 64 from members, indicating that dozens of readers had taken notice of his book. He had received 21 recommendation votes, the highest from a reader named Hu Qingyou, who had cast 7 votes in one go. Chen Dong smiled appreciatively, grateful to this reader for being the first supporter of his work. In the comments section, there were 7 or 8 new remarks. Aside from a few promotional messages, the remaining comments were largely repetitive, echoing one another. Chen Dong chuckled, too indifferent to delete them. Other websites could not compete with Qidian in terms of readership or author benefits. Most authors on lesser platforms merely scraped by with their full attendance, and Chen Dong mused that any job would be more fulfilling than sitting at a computer desk, monotonously typing away. Beneath a few promotional comments, there were enthusiastic remarks from readers. A great book? I support it. Support, the writing is excellent. I became captivated upon reading this book. Keep it up. A wonderful read. It reminds me of when I first encountered Mortal's Journey. I have high hopes for this masterpiece. Chen Dong felt immensely grateful for these brief yet heartfelt messages of encouragement. He replied to each with gratitude and marked the post as a highlight before closing the Chronicles of Eternal Life page. He switched back to the author's section and proceeded to upload another 5 chapters, totaling 15,000 words. The support from readers was acknowledged not just in his heart, but through his daily contributions of 15,000 words. Having uploaded for 3 days now, the total word count reached 45,000. According to Qidian's customary practice, works exceeding 30,000 words would enter the editing backend, where editors would evaluate the book's potential for signing or further tracking. At the Qidian editorial office, work surpassing 30,000 words automatically appeared in the editor's backend. Editor Orange arrived early, greeted his colleagues, and settled in front of his computer to commence his day's work. Chronicles of Eternal Life was instantly recognizable as a fantasy novel, a genre that, while not a major hit, maintained its popularity on the site. Qidian had successfully operated for nearly a decade, cultivating a substantial readership of fantasy enthusiasts. If the work were exceptional, it could rival major urban or fantasy titles, much like Mortal's Journey and The Journey of the Immortal, which had long occupied the upper echelons of popularity. In less than half an hour, he completed reading the 40,000 words, deliberately slowing his pace to assess the book's value accurately. After finishing, he sensed that this work had the potential to become a sensation. The prose was exquisite, character depictions vivid, capturing the essence of the protagonist Chen Tianming's cleverness, Zhao Xiyuan's charming arrogance, and Tiechi's ruthless nature with remarkable depth. The opening effectively engaged readers. Incorporating elements popular in contemporary novels. In just over 40,000 words, he found himself captivated. As the saying goes in the web literature community, it was incredibly immersive. He admired Chen Tianming's balance of wisdom and folly, and Zhao's charming yet not obnoxious demeanor endeared her to him. The villain Tiechi's cruelty incited a desire for vengeance within him. With exceptional writing, dynamic character development, and a gripping plot, Chen Dong maintained a daily update of 5 chapters totaling 15,000 words. Such a novel was destined for success. As an editor, it was his duty to curate quality content for the site. And this work undoubtedly possessed remarkable potential. In his spare time, Chen Dong finalized the game code, meticulously reviewing it until he confirmed its accuracy before packaging it and sending it via email to the SA company's programming team. Minutes later, he received a reply. Your game code is concise and highly stable. We are very satisfied. A payment of 2,000 yuan has been processed to your bank account. We look forward to future collaborations. As the screen chimed, a notification appeared. Side quest 1. Unfinished code completed. Client evaluation. Excellent. Reward 2 points. Experience 20 points. Another notification followed. Main quest. First bucket of gold. Progress 2,100. 000. Keep going, young man. Chen Dong smiled faintly. Checking his points balanced, he noted his points earned. 20 points from the main quest Life's Journey, 2 points from the unfinished code task, and deductions for the novel Chronicles of Eternal Life and the eye-level body enhancement repair liquid. With 8 points remaining, he realized he could achieve much with them. Exchanging for a top-tier song required just 1 point. While a decent quality novel cost 4 points in the afternoon, the second class was taught by Tang Mingxiang. And the classroom was filled to capacity, with even male students from other departments attending. It was evident how captivating Tang Mingxiang was, often hailed as the campus goddess on the school forum. As the rhythmic sound of high heels echoed against the ground from outside the window, the graceful figure of Tang Mingxiang soon appeared at the classroom door, resembling a goddess with her charming demeanor. Her exquisitely flawless face was adorned with light makeup, complemented by a delightful smile. She wore a delicate white collar shirt made of thin chiffon, paired with a floral short skirt that accentuated her perfect figure. Standing at the threshold, Tang Mingxiang did not enter but pointed at 4 boys seated near the door, saying, "You 4, please come out and assist me in moving some equipment to my office." Among those called was Chen Dong, who had taken a seat at the edge of the classroom due to his original spot being occupied by students from other departments. Little did he expect to be singled out by Tang Mingxiang. Following her, Chen Dong could not help but admire her enchanting figure. She was indeed a rare beauty. Suddenly, Tang Mingxiang's phone rang, breaking the moment. She answered, "What? You want to see me for the last time? At the city hospital? All right, I will be there shortly." After hanging up, Tang Mingxiang pressed her lips together, gripping her phone tightly, leaving an imprint from her nails on her palm. She turned to Chen Dong and asked, "Can you drive?" "Yes," he nodded. "That's good. My emotions are unstable right now, and I shouldn't be driving." "Please take my car to the city hospital," she requested. "Of course," he replied. "You 3, thank you, but you may return to the classroom now," Tang Mingxiang instructed before she and Chen Dong set off. They hurried to the school parking lot, walking towards a red Audi A7. Upon seeing the luxurious vehicle, Chen Dong was taken aback. The A7 model was priced around $1 million, indicating that Tang Mingxiang's background was either affluent or noble. Chen Dong took the driver's seat while Tang Mingxiang settled beside him. The first hospital of Defies City is renowned across the nation, and Chen Dong knew its location well. It was not far from the school and would take about half an hour to reach by car. "Excuse my impertinence, but may I ask about your grandfather?" Chen Dong inquired while driving. "I am going to the hospital to see my grandfather for the last time," she replied, covering her face to stifle her tears. "Please accept my condolences," Chen Dong said solemnly. The car fell silent for a while until they arrived at the hospital, where Chen Dong noticed a heavy police presence and black-clad bodyguards surrounding the parking lot filled with luxury cars, including several Hongqi vehicles with intimidating license plates belonging to high-ranking officials from the capital. Following Tang Mingxiang into the hospital, they reached the room where her grandfather was staying. "Mingxiang, you finally made it. Hurry, your grandfather is inside. Go see him before it's too late," a plump, middle-aged woman with an air of affluence anxiously urged. This woman, Miao Yulan, worked in a relatively relaxed department of the government, but was not to be underestimated due to her powerful connections. Her father-in-law was a retired mayor of Defies City, and her husband held a significant position as the current deputy mayor. The room was filled with concern for the elderly man lying on the hospital bed, who appeared frail and suffering. With a pale face and twitching body, "What has happened to my grandfather?" Tang Mingxiang cried. "We don't know. He came back from a scientific expedition in Shenangjia in good health, but soon after, he changed dramatically. Even the doctors are baffled," Miao Yulan explained. Observing her grandfather's condition filled Tang Mingxiang with despair, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Don't be sad, Mingxiang. Everyone has their time," Tang Tianhai comforted her. "I know what kind of poison has affected him." Chen Dong suddenly spoke up. "Really? What do you mean?" Tang Tianhai asked urgently. "I once encountered a similar case as a child. After being bitten by a snake, the blood turned blue. An old Chinese doctor from my hometown treated him. He later explained that it was a rare snake called the horn snake that caused the symptoms," Chen Dong elaborated. The horn snake, as he had learned from his assistant, Xiao Lan, would not be discovered by zoologists for several decades. Its venom was highly toxic, with no known antidote, though some traditional Chinese medicines could alleviate the effects. "Dio, you have a remedy?" Tang Tianhai asked, his eyes filled with hope. "Yes, I can treat him. We need to gather a few medicinal herbs and brew a decoction for him," Chen Dong instructed, detailing the required herbs and their quantities. Tang Tianhai's nephew, Tang Jiali, quickly noted down the prescription and left to procure the ingredients. The room fell silent as they awaited the outcome. Minutes later, the herbal concoction was ready and brought into the room. The pungent aroma filled the air, but everyone focused intently on administering it to Tang Laozu. They stood vigil by the bed, watching for any sign of improvement. After half an hour, Tang Laozu slowly opened his eyes and whispered, "Mingxiang." "Grandfather." Tang Mingxiang rushed forward, grasping his hand with emotion. "Father, you're awake? How do you feel?" Tang Tianhai asked with concern. He then instructed Tang Jili to fetch Dr. Zhao. A doctor soon arrived, conducting a thorough examination. After some time, Dr. Zhao turned to the family and expressed disbelief at the improvement in Tang Laozu's condition, questioning the antidote used as it did not match any known toxins. Chen Dong explained the situation, and Dr. Zhao marveled at the extraordinary knowledge of common people. Outside the room, the family expressed their gratitude towards Chen Dong. "I won't say much, just know that our family owes you a great debt," Tang Tianhai said solemnly. The old man was a pillar of the Tang family, and with his influence in the central government, there was hope for Tang Tianzong to advance further before retirement. "I must now entertain the old man's friends. Please ensure that Chen Dong is well taken care of," Tang Tianhai directed. The venerable elder's acquaintances and former colleagues are prominent figures in the government. It is most fitting for Tang Tianhai, a person of authority, to host them. Meanwhile, Tang Tianzong, a businessman, finds himself out of his depth among the elder's circle of distinguished friends. Therefore, he graciously offers to represent the Tang family in extending their gratitude to Chen Dong. Sincerely and wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, Tang Tianzong nodded in agreement, aware that he did not belong to the same social sphere as the elder's friends. Thus he accepted the proposal. After Tang Tianhai departed, he turned to Chen Dong and Tang Mingxiang, suggesting, "You must be hungry. Let us go. I know a nearby restaurant renowned for its truffles, which are authentic wild varieties from Tiannan. Although their flavor cannot rival that of the French black truffle or the Italian white truffle, they are still a culinary delight." Chen Dong nodded in response, having long heard of truffles being one of the world's 3 most exquisite delicacies. Previously, he had been unable to savor them due to their exorbitant price. Now, with Tang Tianzong treating, he eagerly anticipated experiencing the taste of this celebrated gourmet treasure. As the restaurant was not far from the hospital, the trio decided to walk. During their stroll, Tang Tianzong made a phone call. Minutes later, they entered a luxurious restaurant where the head manager warmly greeted them, ushering them into a private room. Once seated, the manager presented a menu to Tang Tianzong, smiling as he inquired, "Mr. Tang, long time no see. What would you like to order?" Tang Tianzong handed the menu to Chen Dong, saying, "Feel free to order whatever you desire." Chen Dong waved his hand, responding, "Mr. Tang, I am not familiar with these dishes. Please choose for me. I am from Guangdong and prefer lighter flavors." "Ah, another from Guangdong. How fortuitous. I too hail from there. My family has resided in Dinghai for decades since my father began working there," Tang Tianzong remarked with a friendly smile, fostering a closer bond with Chen Dong. "Manager Huang, please order your restaurant's signature dishes, but ensure they are light. And do you have wild truffles? I insist on genuine wild truffles, not the cultivated kind." The manager, smiling, assured him, "Rest easy, Mr. Tang. The taste of wild truffles is unmistakable compared to that of the cultivated variety." Before the dishes were served, Tang Tianzong introduced Chen Dong to the wonders of truffles, explaining that they are a rare natural fungus that grows beneath oak trees, resembling oval-shaped ginger. Their sizes vary from that of a glass bead to a fist, and they require specific soil conditions to thrive, making them exceedingly rare and expensive. Currently, there are about 30 varieties of truffles, primarily found in Spain, China, Italy, and southern France's Provence region. The finest varieties include the Italian white truffle and the French black truffle. In Tiannan, they are also known locally as tu fu ling, wunyangua, or pig's truffle, a rare and delicious delicacy. As Tang Tianzong elaborated on the subject, the dishes began to arrive. Once the signature dishes were presented, the last to arrive was the black-boned chicken truffle soup, which indeed lived up to its reputation as one of the world's 3 delicacies, its aroma tantalizingly stimulating the appetite. Tang Tianzong poured drinks for Chen Dong and Tang Mingxiang. Raising his glass, "Cheers and thank you, Xiao Dong." Tang Mingxiang followed suit, raising her glass in gratitude. Chen Dong clinked glasses with both, acknowledging their thanks. Suddenly, his phone rang. Tang Tianzong answered, and after a brief conversation, he provided an address. "Lawyer Song, I am at the Meihua Hall in the Shilai restaurant. You may come over now." After hanging up, he turned to Chen Dong, stating, "Xiao Dong, I own a villa near the university town, valued at around 40 million. To express my gratitude for saving my elder's life, I wish to gift this property to you. We can complete the transfer today, and I ask that you do not refuse this offer, as I have already summoned the lawyer. Additionally, our Tang family owes you a personal favor. A villa worth 40 million is merely a trifling gesture. The real debt is the goodwill of the Tang family, which is priceless." Acknowledging this, Chen Dong nodded in agreement, realizing that further refusal would seem disingenuous. Seeing Chen Dong acquiesce, Tang Tianzong smiled. For someone of his stature, with a fortune exceeding several billion, gifting a 40 million villa is a minor affair. as he owns numerous properties acquired as investments. With Chen Dong's nod, he felt that half of the debt had been settled, with the remainder to be addressed in due time. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit knocked and entered. The newcomer greeted the group. He was Tang Tianzong's private lawyer, who ran a prominent law firm in Dinghai. Lawyer Song, welcome. Please have a seat. Tang Tianzong gestured for him to sit. After doing so, Lawyer Song glanced at the young couple beside Tang Tianzong. He recognized the girl as the boss's niece, but did not recognize the boy, who was evidently close to Tang Tianzong. Could it be? He surmised, glancing at Tang Mingxiang, realizing why Tang Tianzong would so generously offer a villa to this young man. Marrying into the Tang family was akin to acquiring a gold mine. With a tinge of envy in his eyes, Lawyer Song could not fathom how someone of such ordinary appearance had caught the attention of the talented and beautiful Tang Mingxiang. However, he soon discerned that Chen Dong carried an air of confidence, unlike an average person who might feel intimidated in such a luxurious setting. Hearing Tang Tianzong's inquiry, Lawyer Song retrieved a document from his briefcase. Addressing him, Mr. Tang, the transfer paperwork is ready. Excellent. Please hand it to me, Tang Tianzong replied, nodding. Lawyer Song presented the villa transfer contract to him, and after a careful review, Tang Tianzong signed his name with a pen and then handed the document and the pen to Chen Dong, saying, Xiao Dong, please review it closely, and if all is in order, sign it. All right, Chen Dong nodded, taking the property transfer document and examining it thoroughly. Finding no discrepancies, he took the pen and signed his name. As an ordinary person, he never anticipated owning a villa valued at 40 million. This fortune had come about due to the serendipitous acquisition of a future intelligence device. Lawyer Song, I appreciate your assistance. If you are not busy, would you care to join us for a meal? Tang Tianzong politely offered. Lawyer Song declined, saying, No need, Mr. Tang. My law firm has matters to attend to. I must take my leave. After Lawyer Song departed, the three enjoyed their meal, engaging in lively conversation. Once they finished dining, they each went their separate ways. Tang Tianzong and Tang Mingxiang returned to the hospital to attend to the elder, while Chen Dong took a taxi back to school. The following day, Chen Dong arrived at the Greenview Garden in the eastern part of the city. Real estate prices in Dinghai had long surpassed 30,000 per square meter. Soaring toward 40,000, the Greenview Garden Villas, located in the city's most bustling area, boasted scenic views of the nearby Nanshan Park and a newly excavated artificial lake, creating a picturesque environment. Residents of Greenview Garden were typically affluent, and an ordinary person would find it impossible to afford even the down payment after a lifetime of work. Hello, may I assist you? Upon entering Greenview Park, Chen Dong was halted by a security guard. I am a resident here, Chen Dong replied. May I ask which villa you reside in? The guard's tone became notably more respectful upon learning Chen Dong's status as a resident. Villa 18, Chen Dong stated. The guard immediately responded, Please hold on a moment, before communicating via his intercom. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, greeting Chen Dong with courtesy. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I am Zhou Yi, the property manager of Greenview Garden. You are Chen Dong, correct? Yes, Chen Dong affirmed with a nod. Zhou Yi continued, Lawyer Song informed me yesterday that the ownership of Villa 18 has been transferred from Mr. Tang to you. Allow me to escort you to your new residence. Thank you, Manager Zhou, Chen Dong replied. It is no trouble at all. Follow me, and I will arrange for you to receive a community access pass. So your future visits will be much easier, Zhou Yi smiled. His curiosity piqued. It was uncommon for someone of Chen Dong's modest appearance to inhabit such an affluent community. Were it not for Lawyer Song's personal assurance, he would have doubted that this young man was indeed the new owner of Villa 18. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi soon noticed that Chen Dong exuded an unusual confidence, far removed from the self-consciousness typical of ordinary individuals in high-end neighborhoods. A few minutes later, Zhou Yi brought Chen Dong to the front of a villa, halted, turned to Chen Dong and said, Here we are at villa number 18. I want to be going in. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. By the way, Mr. Tang has prepaid a year of property fees before moving out. Thank you, Manager Zhou. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance. Chen Dong expressed his gratitude. All right, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave, Zhou Yi replied. Once Zhou Yi turned to leave, Chen Dong pushed open the iron gate of the villa and stepped inside. It was incredibly luxurious, truly a life of the affluent. Walking along the shaded path, he passed by lawns, gardens, and a swimming pool, arriving at the main structure of the villa. As he pushed open the grand door, he was greeted by an expansive and opulent living room, furnished with several pieces of Wangwali wood furniture, each valued at tens of thousands. Above hung an extravagant crystal chandelier, the marble floor gleamed, and a massive LCD television dominated the space. Everything exuded luxury and elegance. Many people toil their entire lives with the aspiration of owning a modest apartment in this city, yet here he was, a university student yet to graduate, standing in a villa spanning several hundred square meters, valued at over 40 million. He had never even dared to dream of such a reality, all thanks to the extraordinary brain from the future that had transformed his life. Chen Dong glanced at his wristwatch with a complex expression inside. After some time spent exploring the bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, study, and collection room, he found everything he needed for living already provided, which saved him a considerable amount on furnishings. With this in mind, Chen Dong called Tang Tianzong to express his gratitude. Mr. Tang, I've arrived at the villa. It's wonderful, thank you. On the other end of the line, Tang Tianzong responded with a smile. I am glad you're satisfied. If you need any furniture or living essentials, just let manager Zhou know, and I'll cover the expenses. No need, Mr. Tang. Everything is quite complete, Chen Dong replied. By the way, the old man has regained consciousness and wishes to meet you, his savior, to express his gratitude in person, Tang Tianzong informed him. Sure, when is he free? I'd like to visit, Chen Dong said. Tang Tianzong chuckled. He retired a few years ago and spends his days tending to flowers and collecting antiques. He is quite free at any time. Chen Dong suggested, how about this Sunday? I'll go see the old man. Is that convenient? Absolutely, I'll have Ming Xiang come to pick you up at 8 in the morning on Sunday, Tang Tianzong replied. Okay, Chen Dong confirmed. After ending the call, he suddenly felt a slight vibration from his wrist. Xiaolan, what is it? Chen Dong inquired, glancing at his watch. Congratulations, master. The side quest, contract signing, has been completed. Xiaolan's voice emanated from the watch. Xiaolan, transform into a laptop and power on. Chen Dong instructed. Understood, master, came the prompt response. In an instant, the watch morphed into an Apple laptop, booting up and executing the commands within seconds. Chen Dong noticed a speaker icon flashing incessantly in the lower right corner of the laptop screen. When did the brain start using a penguin-themed notification system? He mused, clicking on the speaker. The system prompted, side quest, contract signing, completed. Points earned, 1, experience, 20. Chen Dong felt a surge of joy. The completion of the task indicated that Chongqing Ji had been successfully signed on the Qidian website. With this thought, he commanded Xiaolan, open Qidian and log into the author backend.as. Soon as he spoke, a web page appeared on the laptop screen, displaying the author management interface of Qidian. Upon accessing the author management backend, a system message popped up. Although the completion of the side quest confirmed the signing of Chongqing Ji, Chen Dong still approached the message board with a sense of trepidation. There were 2 messages in the inbox, one confirming the approval of his work, and the other read, Hello. I am Qidian's signing editor. Juzi. Please contact me at QQ 1011 for further discussion. Xiaolan, log into QQ. He instructed. Please enter your account and password, the laptop prompted. After entering his credentials, Chen Dong clicked confirm. He copied the QQ number from the message board and pasted it into the QQ search dialog, leaving a message saying, Hello, I am Su Wu, the writer of Chongqing Ji, and sent the friend request. Soon, a notification appeared on the bottom right of his screen. It was Juzi accepting his friend request. Hello, I'm Juzi, the signing editor. Our editorial team believes Chongqing Ji has potential on Qidian, so I'm inquiring whether the electronic rights to your book are still with you, meaning, have you signed with any other websites or publishers? And if so, would you be interested in signing with Qidian? Without hesitation, Chen Dong replied, I would be honored to sign with Qidian. Juzi then sent him a contract document and detailed the necessary steps for signing and sending the contract. The conversation concluded with a supportive message, Good luck. Chen Dong meticulously reviewed the 2 contracts and saved the documents on his QQ cloud drive. He then printed 3 copies of each contract using the printer in the villa, filled in the required information, and contacted a courier service to send them to the address provided by Jazai. By the time everything was settled, it was already evening. He left the villa to find a nearby restaurant to satisfy his hunger, and later returned to his dormitory to pack his daily necessities before moving into the villa. The next morning, Chen Dong rose early and opened his laptop, this time using a standard notebook in his bedroom. He skillfully logged into his account, accessed the author management backend, and uploaded 5 chapters. Checking the collection, he found he already had 88, which was quite impressive given he had only uploaded a few days prior without any recommendations or promotions. Upon reviewing the book page, he noted that the clicks were in the thousands, with several hundred recommendations in the comments section. Aside from promotional messages from other sites, there were a dozen supportive posts from enthusiastic readers. Support. This has the makings of a masterpiece. The writing is top-notch, and the characters are vividly portrayed in just a few tens of thousands of words. The author masterfully captures the clear distinctions in love and hate for the protagonist Chen Tianming, the willfulness of Zhao Siyuan, and the ruthless nature of Tiechi. Keep up the good work. Very well done. This is a great book. Keep it up. Nothing more to say. It's a good book that I recommend it and will collect it. The author's writing is remarkably mature. The plot is thrilling and engaging. 0.5 chapters of 15,000 words a day is too little. It should be at least 10 chapters. Huh? Are you trying to exhaust the author? It's rare to find someone who can maintain such high productivity while ensuring quality. Keep it up, Bingling. Reading through these heartfelt messages from readers, Chen Dong was deeply moved. A new book relies heavily on the support of enthusiastic readers. He marked these comments as highlights before closing the page. He then went to the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast of century egg and lean meat congee, picking up the ginseng he had prepared the day before as he headed out. The ginseng was a gift for Tang Lao, known for its restorative properties, beneficial for recovery, and overall vitality, a token of Chen Dong's appreciation. Though the Tang family might not value this modest gift, it represented Chen Dong's sincere intentions. As he exited the community gate, he encountered Tang Mingxiang, who had just parked her red Audi A7 and was stepping out of the car. Chen Dong quickly approached and greeted her. Teacher Tang. Tang Mingxiang waved him over and said, "Get in today." She wore a chic black fur coat that accentuated her elegant figure, paired with a printed dress, black tights, and stylish ankle boots, exuding an air of sophistication. Her delicate face was lightly made up, and her shoulder-length hair framed her features beautifully. Chen Dong smiled, nodded, opened the car door, and took the passenger seat. After a brief drive, Tang Mingxiang parked the Audi in front of a large compound. We arrived. Following Tang Mingxiang through the heavily guarded premises, they entered a modest courtyard. Had it not been situated in the heart of the Tang family's estate, Chen Dong might have mistaken it for a rural homestead. A simple grape trellis overhead bore ripe purple grapes, tempting him to pluck one in a corner of the courtyard. Various flowers and plants thrived, tended by an elderly man with a small pair of scissors. Upon noticing their arrival, he paused his work and smiled warmly at Tang Mingxiang and Chen Dong, saying, "Xiao Dong, you're here. Please, take a seat." Tang Mingxiang hurried forward, supporting the old man's arm, and said with concern, "Grandpa, you still haven't fully recovered. The doctor advised you to rest more, and no worries, I have grown accustomed to it. Even if I were to lie in bed all day, I would still find it quite comfortable." Lord Tang set aside the scissors in his hand and, with the support of Tang Mingxiang, settled into the rocking chair beneath the grape trellis. "I nearly lost my life to a venomous snake. But thanks to you, I survived. Please, have a seat, Mingxiang, and pour a cup of tea for me." Tang Mingxiang responded and released Lord Tang's arm, heading indoors to prepare the tea. Chen Dong approached with a smile. Placing a gift on the table before sitting down, he inquired about Lord Tang's health, asking if he felt any better. "This is a gift for you, a wild ginseng root, which is beneficial for nourishing and invigorating your health," he explained. Lord Tang, resting his hand on the rocking chair, replied, "You are thoughtful. My health has improved significantly. When I was young, a fortune teller predicted that I would face 3 tribulations. Having survived 2, I could live to 90. The 3rd tribulation is one you shall help me overcome. You are my benefactor." At that moment, Tang Mingxiang returned with a tea set, having prepared the tea and poured a cup for Chen Dong. He accepted it with gratitude, savoring the fragrant brew. After finishing the tea, he noticed the cup in his hand. It was crafted from an entire piece of Qingbai jade, exuding a delicate transparency that allowed the color of the tea to shimmer through. It was light and graceful, adorned with exquisite carvings of wild vines, reeds, and lotus flowers, all embodying the distinctive characteristics of the western regions. Noticing Chen Dong's admiration for the jade cup, Lord Tang asked with a smile, "Young Dong, do you have an interest in antiques?" Chen Dong nodded, responding, "Indeed, Lord Tang, I believe antiques and paintings serve as vessels of culture and witnesses to history. Each piece reveals information about the past, drawing one into a captivating world." His fascination with antiques began serendipitously, leading him to explore the ancient streets of Yunzhou whenever he had the chance, absorbing the historical and cultural essence embedded in each artifact. Lord Tang regarded Chen Dong with appreciation, stating, "It is rare to find young people who can immerse themselves in the history and culture that antiques reveal. Most are too superficial nowadays." He then turned to Tang Mingxiang, instructing her, "Mingxiang, please bring me the painting by Qi Baishe from the display." She complied and returned moments later, carefully placing a scroll on the stone table. "This is a painting of a shell insect by Qi Baishe." "Take a look," Lord Tang said. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong requested a pair of white gloves from Tang Mingxiang. Donning the gloves, he gently unfurled the painting. Lord Tang nodded subtly, most would overlook such details. But the sweat from one's hands can damage artwork, which is why experts typically wear gloves during evaluations to prevent any moisture from seeping into the paper. Chen Dong leaned closer to inspect the painting, first examining the seal before scrutinizing the piece as a whole. Soon, he deduced that it was indeed a forgery. He recalled Lord Tang mentioning that his grandfather was a top expert in the field of calligraphy and painting appraisal. It was inconceivable that Lord Tang, with his discerning eye, did not recognize this painting as a replica. Why, then, would he present it for Chen Dong's appraisal? Lord Tang, Chen Dong began, allow me to speak candidly. Chapter 14. The forgery. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Lord Tang's eyes. He was well aware that this painting was a high-quality imitation, often fooling novices. He decided to test Chen Dong's appraisal skills. Chen Dong continued, this painting is a forgery. The depiction of the insect is overly rigid. Qi Baishi's insect paintings are known for their vibrant dynamism. For instance, the antennae of this grasshopper lack the delicate variation one would expect. Moreover, Qi Baishi never used this kind of ink. He either mixed his own or received special supplies from Rongbiozai. After listening to Chen Dong's analysis, Lord Tang smiled and praised, excellent. Your foundational knowledge of appraisal is quite solid. If you are willing, I would be delighted to have you over sometime to exchange insights on antiques. This offer was clearly a pretext. A seasoned luminary in the antiques world was unlikely to benefit from exchanging knowledge with a novice. However, for Chen Dong, having Lord Tang's guidance would help him navigate the intricate pathways of the antique realm with greater ease. I would be pleased, Chen Dong replied enthusiastically. As a newcomer to the antique world. Chen Dong understood the depths of this field, which relies heavily on tradition and mentorship. Having a good teacher to guide him was invaluable, allowing him to avoid many pitfalls and progress further. The wisdom imparted by a mentor encapsulates lessons learned from countless experiences, knowledge that cannot be gleaned from books alone. Lord Tang rose from the rocking chair and retrieved a bound volume from a shelf, handing it to Chen Dong. This book contains foundational knowledge on antiques and paintings. Take it home and study it when you have the time. Chen Dong accepted the book, nodding appreciatively. I shall, as soon as he spoke. His wristwatch vibrated gently, revealing a dialog box visible only to him. The system prompted. Task accepted. Lord Tang's test. You have gained Lord Tang's appreciation and his willingness to impart knowledge on the appraisal of paintings. He has provided you with a book on this subject and will test your knowledge during your next visit. Task requirement. Pass Lord Tang's test during your next visit. Task reward, 2 points. 30 experience points. Chen Dong examined the book in his hands. Its cover was slightly yellowed, and the corners were worn, indicating its age. Upon opening it, he found that Lord Tang had annotated many passages with red ink, highlighting key points of knowledge. The system had generously offered a side quest with a reward of 2 points and 30 experience points, a substantial benefit. Lord Tang proceeded to share insights about the antique world, knowledge Chen Dong had never encountered before. The conversation flowed effortlessly, with Lord Tang speaking vividly and Chen Dong listening intently. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Observing Lord Tang's growing fatigue, Chen Dong tactfully found an excuse to conclude their discussion, bidding farewell to the elder as he departed the Tang family residence. Realizing it was nearly noon, he found a nearby restaurant for lunch before hailing a taxi back to his villa. He reclined in the rocking chair in the courtyard, poured himself a cup of tea, and opened the book Lord Tang had gifted him. Titled Fundamentals of Chinese Calligraphy and Painting Appraisal, it served as an introductory textbook for beginners. Many passages bore Lord Tang's annotations, documenting his expertise in the field of appraisal, insights crucial for any novice. As he skimmed through the pages, he was reminded of Lord Tang's authority in the realm of appraisal. The annotations provided invaluable guidance on identifying the authenticity of Qi Baishi's works, including insights into his evolving styles and materials. 2 days slipped by unnoticed as Chen Dong continued to log into the author's backend of the Qidian website to upload chapters and respond to readers' comments. In the meantime, he immersed himself in the study of antiques, significantly enhancing his appraisal skills through dedicated learning, complemented by the experiences he had gathered from exploring Yunzhou's antique streets. Setting the book aside with a smile, he looked at his wristwatch and said, Xiao Lan, activate the light brain and open the skills menu. Yes, master, came the prompt reply. As he spoke, the watch transformed into a notebook, displaying the skill system. A small icon appeared under the skills list. Antique appraisal, calligraphy and painting. Beginner. A green progress bar read 11.2 Chen Dong recalled that this icon had appeared unexpectedly one day. Initially, there had been no such feature when he first acquired the light brain. He noticed that as he absorbed knowledge about antique appraisal, The progress bar increased from 8.5100 to its current 11.2100. Chen Dong surmised that for a skill to be displayed in the skills menu, it needed to be activated. Once activated, continuous learning would enhance the experience points until the skill leveled up. Beneath the antique appraisal skill, there was a diamond-shaped button. With a smile, Chen Dong clicked the diamond button. A dialog box appeared on the screen. This video offers a beginner's training course in antique appreciation with a fee of 0.5 credits for 1 hour. Are you sure you want to proceed to the video lesson? This was Chen Dong's first time using the system's training feature, and he felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. In the 15th segment, a prompt for reader rewards appeared. Yes, after Chen Dong clicked confirm, a video popped up. It was an elderly man with white hair. Dressed in traditional Tang attire, exuding vitality, he addressed Chen Dong. Hello, I am your instructor for antique appreciation. You may call me Master Zhao. Based on your training level, I will impart to you the fundamental knowledge of appreciating various calligraphy and paintings from ancient times to the present, and from the east to the west. The elderly man appearing in the video was a virtual figure conjured by the quantum brain, yet he possessed an extensive repository of knowledge about art appraisal accumulated over centuries. His level of training was unparalleled, far surpassing that of ordinary appraisal experts. Antiques, also known as cultural relics, are regarded as reflections of human civilization and history, serving as vessels of culture and witnesses of history. Through each antique, one can glean insights into past cultures and historical narratives. As Master Zhao elucidated, rows of text appeared on the screen. Chen Dong attentively listened to Master Zhao's fluent Mandarin, determined not to squander this rare opportunity. Whenever he encountered uncertainties, he would pose questions to Master Zhao, who provided precise answers. Antiques are generally categorized into 4 major classes: calligraphy and painting, jade, ceramics, and miscellaneous items. Subsequently, Zhao elaborated on the classification of antiques, identification methods, precautions, and the jargon of the antique community, all in an accessible manner. Chen Dong was struck by a sense of enlightenment, as the explanations clarified many of his previous confusions. His experiences from visiting Yunzhou Antique Street, although insightful, had lacked systematic training in the fundamentals of antique appraisal. Now, through this training, he was filling in the gaps in his knowledge, learning from the foremost instructor. With Master Zhao's comprehensive guidance, Chen Dong's understanding of calligraphy and painting appreciation deepened significantly. Harmonizing with the experiences he had gathered from Yunzhou Antique Street, ding. The system prompted, training time has concluded. Would you like to continue? No, Chen Dong selected. After an hour of lessons and absorbing a wealth of foundational knowledge on antique appraisal, he felt it prudent to take time to digest what he had learned to maximize the utility of his credits. The training opportunity was immensely beneficial. He checked his progress in calligraphy and painting appreciation. His score leapt from 11.2100 to 16.3100 in just 1 hour, indicating rapid advancement through the training. If he participated in a few more sessions, he might swiftly elevate his skills to the intermediate level. Unfortunately, he was currently unable to afford the credits, as a masterpiece only cost 10 points and a top-tier music piece merely 1 point. Training for an hour required half a point, which felt excessive. He resolved to wait until he had more credits before undertaking further training, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Suddenly, a message box appeared, shattering his discontent. The system notified him. The task for newcomers has been completed. Chronicles of Longevity has surged to the top of the newcomer rankings. Reward, 2 points. Quantum Brain System Permission Level Experience 40. Please continue your efforts. Chronicles of Longevity had been uploaded for nearly a week. With over 100,000 words, the initial goal of breaking into the top 12 of the newcomer rankings had been achieved a few days prior. After reaching this milestone, the work made its first appearance. Albeit in a corner, yet the number of readers interested in the book was steadily increasing, with daily clicks multiplying. The number of collections and recommendations grew by dozens, and with Chen Dong's promise of additional chapters for each rank gained on the newcomer rankings, he was updating with 7 or 8 chapters a day, totaling over 20,000 words, an impressive output that few could rival on the platform. With such strong support from readers, it was no surprise that the book had now ascended to the top of the newcomer rankings. A good beginning is half the battle. In gratitude for the reader's support, Chen Dong uploaded 10 chapters today. At this juncture, Chronicles of Longevity reached a significant climax, with increasingly thrilling developments as the protagonist. Chen Tianming gained celestial fortune, embarking on the path of cultivation and becoming a registered disciple of a small sect. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiyuan, possessing a rare spirit root, was taken by the supreme elder of the heavenly demon sect. Embarking on a divergent path of cultivation, closing the author back end, as usual, Chen Dong opened the book page to manage the reviews. as he was the sole manager without a deputy moderator. Upon opening the page, he was taken aback by the situation. With wealth, one cannot buy the golden embellishments of jade. Rewards are reserved for the talented. One reader, 7 Knights, rewarded 1,000 virtual coins, declaring the book magnificent. Hope for even more excitement in the future. Another reader, Horned Demon King, rewarded 500 virtual coins, expressing support and urging continued strong updates. The book's comment section buzzed with activity, discussing plot developments and character traits, with fans emerging for various characters. Some readers adored Chan Tianming's clever naivety, while others favored Zhao Siyuan's spirited demeanor, and still others cherished Yun Shaoer's innocent charm. Chronicles of Longevity was performing exceptionally well, and at that moment, Chen Dong received a message from his editor, announcing a genre promotion for the following week. This was excellent news for him. Li Tao, the owner of a chain restaurant group and a billionaire, had few particular hobbies. Perhaps his only passion was reading online. If he found a book enjoyable, he would generously reward it. On his bookshelf, several titles had received significant support. This day, Li Tao rose early, choosing not to go to the office as his managers handled the affairs of the company. He typically enjoyed a leisurely schedule. Habitually, he opened his computer and navigated to the platform, checking for updates on the novels he had saved to his shelf. Half an hour later, having read the latest chapters of several novels, he was left wanting more, and he had rewarded them with tens of thousands of virtual coins. Alas, I'm out of good books again. Let me see if there are any new ones worth my attention. Damn! Minutes later, Li Tao exclaimed in frustration. He had stumbled upon a poorly written narrative. As a budding military enthusiast with some understanding of military matters, he was perplexed to see the protagonist occupying territories in the northeast while engaging in conflict with the Northern Bear, simultaneously half-selling advanced weaponry to various warlords. Adi left him speechless. The protagonist and the supporting characters seemed utterly foolish, with the excuse for not expanding territory always revolving around a lack of talent, or wanting to avoid drawing attention from great powers, or some other equally nonsensical reasoning. You occupy several provinces, yet you still insist on being low-key. You want to farm in peace and avoid attracting attention from great powers. Can you be any more foolish? Li Tao felt compelled to vent his frustration towards such an author. He knew that attempting to comment on the inaccuracies would be futile, as the author would counter with a litany of excuses rooted in a superficial understanding of military and political matters gleaned from television dramas. He decided against further commentary, feeling powerless against such a trend in historical fiction that had proliferated since one author initiated it. Li Tao resolutely clicked away and turned his attention to fantasy novels. Let us see if there are any good titles in the realm of Xinxia, he murmured. Aside from historical fiction, Li Tao enjoyed Xinxia novels, having followed titles from Zhuxian to A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, which were his favorites. He particularly relished tales of protagonists gradually ascending from humble beginnings to become top-tier cultivators in the spiritual realm. Unlike the typical invincible or oppressed characters, the protagonist Han Li felt authentic. He was not an all-powerful figure. Instead, he often floated along with the tides, striving to survive in the harsh cultivation world, running when he couldn't win a fight, earning him the affectionate nickname Han the Runner among readers. Chronicles of Longevity has reached 130,000 words. It's time to dive in, Li Tao noted as he spotted the book ranking third on the weekly category member click list. The book seemed to be gaining momentum. Just 2 days prior, it had not even been on the list. The title alone piqued his interest. Chronicles of Longevity, after all, encapsulated the aspiration of all cultivators seeking immortality and longevity, a theme woven throughout the narrative that resonated deeply with the protagonist's ambitions. Upon clicking on the book page, he noted the impressive click and recommendation counts, with over 3,000 recommendations, an outstanding achievement for a newcomer author. This level of success was comparable to that of seasoned writers who typically built up their popularity over multiple works before reaching such heights shortly after upload. Li Tao possesses a particular habit when reading. He first examines the reader reviews. If the reviews reflect a lack of intelligence, he promptly dismisses the work. The quality of writing is of lesser concern, as long as the content is expressed clearly and fluently. However, due to insufficient life experience, he finds it intolerable to encounter absurd scenarios. Noting the 3 reviews, masterpiece, excellent book, and impressive updates, Li Tao felt compelled to delve deeper. He scrolled down to peruse the reader comments, which were overwhelmingly positive. Some discussed the potential developments of the plot, while others analyzed the personalities of the characters. The review section buzzed with excitement, suggesting that the book, Chronicles of Longevity, was destined for success. Li Tao murmured to himself, recognizing that the discussions surrounding the plot's progression and character dynamics indicated the book's profound engagement with its readers. They expressed exhilaration over the protagonist Chen Tianming acquiring a magical artifact, lamented his separation from Zhao Siyuan, and sympathized with his struggles against antagonists. This evoked a strong sense of immersion. Eagerly, Li Tao clicked to begin reading and soon found himself utterly absorbed, completing over 130,000 words in one sitting. When he finally lifted his gaze, he remained entranced by the narrative. The prose was exquisite, flowing effortlessly, deserving of commendation. The immersive quality was striking. As he read, vivid scenes unfolded in his mind, allowing him to share in the protagonist's joys and sorrows. The author skillfully crafted the plot's peaks and valleys, leading to numerous small climaxes that ultimately culminated in a grand crescendo, captivating the reader's attention. Li Tao noted the impressive update frequency, at least 5 updates daily, occasionally 10, ensuring both quality and speed. Such a work could not possibly fail to gain popularity. Immediately, he left a comment in the review section. I am eagerly anticipating the next chapter to discover what artifact Chen Tianming has acquired. Please update promptly. After submitting his thoughts, he soon noticed a response. I, too, am curious about this artifact. It seems to be a significant boon, akin to Han Li's vial or Wang Lin's heaven-reversing pearl. I wonder if my guess is correct. The mention of a boon piqued Li Tao's interest further, prompting him to join the discussion about the newly acquired artifact. Some speculated it was a powerful defensive artifact, arguing that since Chen Tianming had just acquired one, he should at least possess both an offensive and a defensive treasure. Others conjectured it might be a spatial artifact, likening it to the Jiangshan Shejidu of Nuwa, suggesting it contained a miniature world within, enabling the protagonist to ensnare his foes within the painting, significantly weakening their strength. After commenting, Li Tao returned to the reading page, added the book to his library, and voted for it, casting all his votes in favor of the author. Feeling that this was insufficient, he decided to show his appreciation by bestowing a generous tip of 10,000 points of starting currency. A trivial amount for him as a successful restaurant chain owner with a net worth exceeding 10 digits. He typically rewarded works that brought him joy with substantial tips. At Dinghai University, in a shaded walkway lined with dense phoenix trees, the serene environment was complemented by many stone tables and benches, making it a popular rendezvous spot for couples, affectionately dubbed the Lover's Path by students. Chen Dong strolled leisurely along this path, holding an invitation from Tang Mingxiang, which extended an invitation to celebrate the 69th birthday of Old Tang. According to Tang Mingxiang, it was customary to celebrate a 69th birthday as a 70th, especially since Old Tang had narrowly escaped a recent calamity, making this occasion worthy of a grand celebration to both commemorate his survival and usher in good fortune. With the invitation in hand, Chen Dong resolved to bring a gift, ideally an antique, as it was both elegant and meaningful, aligning with Old Tang's taste. He hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to the Yunzhou antique market. During the ride, he contemplated his gift choice, deciding that a painting would be ideal, as Old Tang was a renowned painter. He aimed to keep the cost around several thousand yuan, as he had just under 10,000 yuan available and could not afford the extravagant masterpieces worth tens of thousands. An hour later, he arrived at the Yunzhou antique market, which had a rich history of 30 years, having evolved from a famous antique market in the collecting community. With 9 floors covering 20,000 square meters, the market offered a variety of antiques, art, and collectibles. Given that it was a weekend, outdoor flea markets were bustling with activity. Chen Dong planned to explore the outdoor market first, indulging in the thrill of the hunt, even if most would leave empty-handed. The allure of discovering a rare treasure amidst the sea of replicas and poorly crafted antiques kept many enthusiasts returning. As he wandered, an elderly man suddenly called to him from around the corner, offering to show him a blue and white plate. Chen Dong paused, intrigued. The old man, dressed in tattered clothes reminiscent of farmers from the 60s and 70s, held a bag from which he revealed a plate. Chen Dong, cautious of the antique world's nuances, declined to take the plate directly, insisting it be placed on a stable surface first, aware that valuable items, especially fragile porcelain, should never be handed over directly. The old man's story seemed suspicious. He claimed to have unearthed the plate while farming, yet its quality suggested a connection to a much older legacy. Chen Dong examined the plate closely, recognizing its craftsmanship and the distinctive characteristics of a Ming Dynasty piece. When the old man inquired if the plate was indeed a valuable item, Chen Dong skillfully refrained from making a definitive judgment, saying, "I cannot be certain." This phrase served as a diplomatic response within the antique community, allowing him to maintain a level of discretion while assessing the item's authenticity. The old man's narrative had inconsistencies that raised Chen Dong's suspicions. The plate's markings indicated it belonged to the Ming era, which had no relation to the old man's purported discovery in his field. Such tales were common, often masking ulterior motives in the antique trade. Secondly, the most critical mistake lies in the inscription, which reads made during the Jingtai period of the Ming Dynasty. Those who have dabbled in porcelain are generally aware that the marking for Jingtai blue and white is typically found on the base, rather than the center of the piece. Besides the character for blessing, there are also inscriptions like made during the year of peace and made during the Great Ming. No official kiln of Jingtai blue and white has been seen with any year inscriptions. It was at this moment that the old man realized he had encountered an expert. Initially, he had perceived the other party as a mere university student, presuming their knowledge of authentication was limited and their life experience insufficient. Making them easy to deceive, however, upon seeing the other person swiftly identify the authenticity of an item with just a glance, he understood he was indeed dealing with a knowledgeable individual, since the expert had spared him any embarrassment. Continuing the conversation would only lead to his own discomfort. He picked up the blue and white plate, turned without a word, and walked away. Chen Dong also felt disheartened. He had come to explore but ended up facing such an incident without having seen anything worthwhile. Sometimes, one must look beyond appearances. This seemingly simple rural man had a knack for deception that could ensnare the unwary. However, Chen Dong did not leave empty-handed. He discovered that his neural device could authenticate antiques. When he had lifted the blue and white plate, his wristwatch vibrated gently, indicating whether he wished to authenticate the plate, at the cost of a few points. Chen Dong declined, as the authenticity of the plate was evident at first glance, and it was not worth wasting even a single point. Afterward, Chen Dong spent the morning meandering without any significant findings. As noon approached and his stomach began to grumble, he exited the antique street and casually sought out a restaurant to satiate his hunger. He ordered braised carp accompanied by a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. The braised carp was surprisingly delectable, explaining the bustling crowd at the restaurant during lunchtime. After his meal, he noticed a gathering of people in a corner of the restaurant, which piqued his curiosity. Upon approaching, he found his gaze immediately drawn to a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years old, with a pale complexion, seated at a table. Before him rested a porcelain stove. But what truly captivated Chen Dong was the porcelain itself. Chapter 18. Gu Kiln. Porcelain. Gu Kiln, renowned as one of the 5 famous kilns of the Song dynasty, is well known among porcelain enthusiasts. Many porcelain pieces, during their firing process, are typically not allowed to exhibit excessive glaze cracks in pursuit of craftsmanship. However, Gu Kiln maximized the beauty of these cracks, resulting in the characteristic golden thread or iron line that defines its uniqueness. There exists a legend regarding the golden thread and iron line. It is said that during the Song dynasty in Longquan County, there was a celebrated porcelain artisan named Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Cuingen. He was the father of the legendary brothers, Zhang Xingyi and Zhang Shenger. Zhang Cuingen was renowned for his mastery of celadone, and the brothers learned from their father from a young age. The elder, Zhang Shengyi, was diligent and earnest, inheriting his father's true craft, while the younger, Zhang Shenger, also possessed remarkable skills. After their father's passing, the brothers parted ways to establish their own kilns. Zhang Xingyi's kiln became known as Gu Kiln, while Zhang Shenger's was called D Kiln. Both brothers produced celadone and achieved their own successes. However, the elder brother excelled, creating celadone with a purple rim and iron foot, gaining immense fame that reached the emperor, who commissioned Zhang Shengyi to produce celadone for him. The younger brother, harboring jealousy, sabotaged his elder by secretly adding clay to his glaze vat. When the elder applied the tainted glaze to his wares and opened the kiln, he was astounded to find that every piece was covered in cracks of varying sizes and shapes, some resembling fish roe, others like willow leaves or crab claws. In despair, he sought solace in tea, applying it to the porcelain, which turned the cracks into tea-colored lines. When he added ink, the cracks transformed into black lines, inadvertently creating the golden thread and iron line. This imperfection was romanticized by scholars as a pursuit of beauty termed beauty in imperfection, representing the highest level of aesthetic appreciation, often referred to as sickly beauty. Thus, Gu Kiln was birthed from this exalted notion of imperfection. Such misfortune, remarked a middle-aged man standing beside Chen Dong. Chen Dong promptly inquired, "Sir, what is the situation here?" The middle-aged man appeared quite familiar with the young man selling the Gu Kiln porcelain, explaining, "That's the Wang family lad. Ever since his parents passed, he has been unrestrained and has developed a gambling addiction. Gambling is notoriously risky. He ultimately sold his house." Chen Dong asked, "Is he selling here? Will he find buyers? Why not invest in authentication? If it's fake, so be it. If authentic, the proceeds would suffice for a lifetime." The middle-aged man chuckled, the authentication fees are steep. He has no funds, and even if he did, it would all go toward gambling. Besides, I doubt he believes it's genuine either. Think about it. Among the 5 renowned kills, Ding, Ru, Gu, Guan, and Jun, there are scarcely any pieces left in circulation today. Most reside in museums. It's unlikely that the Wang lad would happen upon an authentic piece. Chen Dong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the finest examples of the 5 famous kills are mainly preserved in major museums worldwide, particularly in Beijing and Taipei, making any circulating pieces rare and fiercely contested by top collectors. Chen Dong further questioned the middle-aged man, why not set up a stall in the antique street? The man replied, renting a stall costs money. Chen Dong then understood that financial constraints were indeed the issue. The glaze looked suspiciously shiny. I suspect this porcelain is counterfeit, declared a young man in the crowd. His opinion garnered nods of agreement from several onlookers. Chen Dong nearly laughed out loud. It was clear that this individual was spouting half-baked terminology he had likely picked up from somewhere. The term suspicious shine refers to an overly glaring sheen on the surface of porcelain, contrasting with patina, which describes a soft, warm glow that develops over time. Genuine antiques possess this patina, while new items cannot, to make their fakes appear more authentic. Forgers often employ various crude and sophisticated methods, yet the result is a lack of patina and an excess of that glaring shine, rendering it uncomfortable to behold. I agree. It must be fake. If it were real, it would be worth over $1 million. Another uninformed bystander chimed in. Chen Dong understood that the crowd consisted entirely of outsiders, merely spectating while pretending to be knowledgeable, oblivious to the seller's distressed expression. He chuckled and approached the young man named Wang, asking, "May I handle it?" Wang, distressed by his gambling debts, had just sold his only house and uncovered this stove while cleaning furniture. It had been dusty, filled with ash, and adorned with burnt incense sticks. To make it presentable, he had washed it, hoping it might fetch some money. With the crowd dismissing the stove as a fake, he found his confidence waning. When Chen Dong inquired, he eagerly replied, Yes. Where did this piece come from?" Chen Dong asked. "It's a family heirloom," Wang responded, though he himself was uncertain about its origins. With a smile, Chen Dong refrained from probing further and carefully lifted the stove for a closer examination. The patina was rich, and the glaze radiated a buttery sheen, presenting a pleasing hue of pale green. The assertion that the glaze was suspect was clearly misguided. The body of the piece was a deep blackish purple, with the edges of the rim revealing the clay beneath due to thin glazing, resulting in a yellowish-brown color, while the unglazed base exhibited an iron-black hue, characteristic synonymous with Gu kiln porcelain. Upon inspecting the glaze, he noted intricate crackling, referred to colloquially in the antique community as 100 cracks or tortoiseshell pattern, featuring interwoven lines and a thick glaze that was equal in thickness to the body. The glaze contained bubbles, reminiscent of jewel-like droplets, from the distinct features of purple rim and iron foot, jewel-like droplets, and golden thread and iron line. Chen Dong concluded that the piece was indeed genuine Gu kiln porcelain, albeit he did not rule out the possibility of it being a modern imitation. Nevertheless, the ancient charm that had developed over a millennium would be exceedingly difficult to replicate with contemporary techniques. Chapter 19. Gu kiln Celadon Fischier Stove. To be prudent, Chen Dong decided to spend 1 point to utilize his neural device for a scan of the porcelain stove. After isotopic analysis, he confirmed that the stove dated back to the 5 Dynasties period, approximately 1,000 years ago. Chen Dong was now assured that this porcelain stove was a rare authentic piece from Gu kiln. The next step was to negotiate a price within the range of 10,000 yuan. If another knowledgeable collector intervened first, he would surely regret it. Chen Dong placed the stove back on the table and inquired of the young man, "How much do you intend to sell this stove for?" Upon hearing this, Wang's face brightened, and he gestured with his thumb down and 4 fingers raised. 400. Chen Dong ventured. No. I mean 40,000, not a penny less. Wang exclaimed urgently. He was uncertain of the true value of the item in his possession. Initially, he intended to set a price of 400,000, viewing the buyer as a wealthy fool. This price was influenced by a previous remark suggesting that if the porcelain furnace were indeed a genuine Gu kiln, it could fetch $1 million. Upon hearing the buyer offer 400, he realized the disparity between their valuations was considerable. Fearing that a price of 400,000 might scare the buyer away, he quickly revised his offer down to 40,000, which would suffice to settle his debts, leaving him with a few thousand to spare. It was alarming to think that such a rare treasure as Gu kiln porcelain could be treated like common cabbage. If he had 40,000 in his pocket, he would have purchased it without hesitation. However, with only 10,000 available, he needed to negotiate further. Thus, Chen Dong addressed the young man with the surname Wang, inquiring if he knew the significance of the item. Wang replied, "It is a gu-kiln porcelain furnace." Chen Dong smiled and affirmed, "Correct. The glaze exhibits a soft azure hue, and the two handles resemble fish. This porcelain furnace is known as the gu-kiln green-glazed fish ear furnace. If it were indeed a genuine gu-kiln piece, it would be considered a priceless heirloom. Authentic gu-kiln porcelain is exceedingly rare, with only a handful remaining in circulation today, most of which reside in museums or collections of elite collectors. Those that remain in the hands of the public can be counted on one hand. Due to the allure of its imperfect beauty, gu-kiln porcelain has been highly esteemed by scholars throughout the ages. Regarded as the pinnacle of aesthetic appreciation, leading to countless imitations over the centuries. Chen Dong did not explicitly declare that this particular piece was a replica. He merely stated the fact that genuine gu-kiln porcelain is exceedingly scarce, while imitations abound. How the young man interpreted this information was left to his own contemplation. Even if it were merely a replica, it still held considerable value. After listening to Chen Dong's words, Wang eagerly responded. It was evident that Wang had not considered the possibility of it being genuine, which was understandable, given the rarity of authentic pieces and the overwhelming number of reproductions, which could be in the tens of thousands, if not more, spanning from the Song Dynasty to the modern day. Chen Dong remarked, "As the saying goes, rarity breeds value. When items are abundant, their worth diminishes. This principle applies to antiques as well. For instance, ancient coins, such as the Daoguang Tongbao and Guangxu Tongbao, are worth only a few dimes each." Upon hearing this, Wang felt uncertain about how much he could offer. Chen Dong then inquired, "I have heard you owe a gambling debt. How much do you owe?" Wang exaggeratedly replied, 7,500, adding an extra 2,000 to his debt. This type of person often displays cleverness in trifles but is oblivious to larger matters. Chen Dong offered, "I will pay you 8,000 for this porcelain furnace. If we can reach an agreement, excellent. If not, so be it." Fortunately, his offer did not exceed 10,000. In reality, 7,500 would have sufficed to acquire the gu-kiln porcelain, but he ultimately added 500. Upon hearing this, Wang nodded without hesitation, sealing the deal. Chen Dong then sought a nearby printing shop to create 2 copies of an antique transaction contract, signing his name and handing one to Wang. Wang received the 75 100 yuan notes from Chen Dong and signed his name, thus completing the transaction. Both parties felt satisfied. Chen Dong had acquired a priceless treasure for a modest sum, while Wang believed he had also profited. Having sold a porcelain furnace that originally contained incense for 8,000, allowing him to repay 5,500 of his gambling debt and retain 2,500 as capital, Wang left the restaurant with 8,000 yuan. While the onlookers dispersed, having lost interest in the spectacle, some commented that Chen Dong had made a foolish investment, spending 8,000 on a mere incense holder, unaware he had been deceived. Others argued that Chen Dong had struck a lucrative deal, as the item could easily sell for tens of thousands. The girl dining by the window on the second floor observed the scene and captured an image of Chen Dong cradling the porcelain in his arms, sending it to her grandfather for appraisal, eager to ascertain the value of the piece. Soon, a call came through. An elderly voice urgently asked, "Xiaoxi, where are you? Is the owner of that porcelain still there?" Hearing her grandfather's anxious tone, which contrasted sharply with his usual calm demeanor, Su Xiaoxi felt a wave of confusion but provided her location. "I am at Yangji restaurant next to Yunzhou Antique Market. The person who bought the porcelain has left a few minutes ago." Upon hearing this, Su Doming's face fell with disappointment. There's still a chance to see him." Su Xiaoxi craned her neck out the window, searching for Chen Dong's figure, but reported back, "Grandpa, he has gone too far. I can't see him. Such a pity." Su Dongming lamented. "A rare treasure has slipped away right before our eyes." Su Xiaoxi gasped in astonishment. "Grandpa, are you saying that porcelain is genuine gu-kiln porcelain?" Although she had little interest in antiques, having grown up alongside her grandfather who collected them, she had learned about the rarity of the 5 famous kilns of the Song Dynasty. In the antique world, there is a saying, "No amount of wealth compares to a piece of June porcelain, and gu-kiln porcelain holds equal merit." Su Dongming explained. The characteristics of gu-kiln porcelain include a purple mouth and iron foot, with a bead-like texture. More importantly, the ancient charm that comes from years of history cannot be faked. I have an 80% certainty that this piece is authentic gu-kiln porcelain. The ancient charm that comes with time is referred to in the antique community as patina, formed over years from dust, sweat, the touch of the owner's hands, or from being buried in soil or submerged in water, gradually creating a surface layer. "Grandpa, don't worry," Su Xiaoxi reassured him, "don't you remember? Yangji Restaurant is very close to Yunzhou Antique Market, and the owner of the Gu Kiln porcelain is well-versed in antiques. He might have gone to the market. She added, that person is quite cunning. Buying a priceless piece for a mere 8,000 yuan. Su Dongming, perplexed, asked, what do you mean? Su Xiaoxi recounted the scene in detail to her grandfather. After listening to her narrative, Su Dongming chuckled and said, based on what you've described, there seem to be no honest individuals in the antique world. This cannot be labeled as deceit. In the realm of antiques, whether one buys genuine or fake, whether one makes a mistake or suffers a loss, it all depends on one's discernment. If one lacks the necessary insight, they cannot blame others. Even I, when I first entered the antique world, made my fair share of mistakes. As Chen Dong requested a box from the restaurant owner, perfectly sized to contain the green-glazed Pixiu furnace, he lined it with foam and carefully placed the Gu Kiln piece inside. After expressing his gratitude to the owner, he cradled the box as he made his way to the antique market. Despite having been disappointed earlier in the day by the lack of suitable artwork, he had fortuitously stumbled upon a priceless Gu Kiln porcelain piece outside a small restaurant. Earlier that day, while browsing the outdoor stalls surrounding the antique market, Chen Dong had grown increasingly disheartened. With the rising prices of antiques, the prevalence of forgeries had surged, employing various deceptive methods, such as chemical erosion, burning, boiling, and subterranean soaking techniques. Even seasoned experts occasionally fell victim to these scams. In the realm of ancient jade, for example, con artists had developed a notorious trick. They would buy corpse mud from grave diggers, a thin layer of decayed matter found in tombs from the spring and autumn and warring states periods, which was the result of long-term decomposition of the deceased and accompanying burial items. Ancient people often used vermilion in funerary practices, leading to many excavated ancient jades being coated with this mud. The forgers would capitalize on this knowledge, purchasing corpse mud and applying it to newly crafted fake ancient jades, then waxing them to deceive those with a modicum of appraisal knowledge. In the afternoon, Chen Dong planned to explore the antique market, where genuine antiques were more likely to be found in the shops run by antique dealers, albeit at a higher price. The market boasted 9 floors, each dedicated to different categories of antiques, with the 4th floor specializing in paintings and calligraphy. If Chen Dong wished to acquire a piece of art, he would need to ascend to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor of an antique shop named Boguzai, Chen Dong was captivated by a piece of calligraphy and painting, successfully negotiating a price of 200 yuan. The artist, Hu Qingyun, lacked prominence in the art world, yet his craftsmanship was exceptional. The colors were vibrant and not monotonous, depicting a scene of spring's quiet arrival after winter, with lotus leaves just emerging and a dragonfly perched above. As Chen Dong cradled the box in one arm and held the scroll in the other, he was halted at the entrance by a grandparent and grandchild duo. Grandpa, that's him, a girl exclaimed, pointing at Chen Dong. Hearing this, Su Dongming turned to Chen Dong and said, young man, please wait a moment. Surprised, Chen Dong looked back at the elderly pair and inquired, is there something I can assist you with? Su Dongming glanced at the box in Chen Dong's arms and said, I apologize for the intrusion, but could you kindly show me the Gu Kiln porcelain? How did you know? Chen Dong asked. Su Dongming's expression turned apologetic as he explained, my granddaughter, Xiaoxi, happened to be dining at Yang's restaurant and saw you purchase that piece of Gu Kiln porcelain from a young man with the surname Wang. Sure, Chen Dong nodded. He then stole a glance at the girl beside Su Dongming. She appeared to be around 14 or 15, with large, expressive eyes and a delicate face adorned with light makeup. Dressed in a simple t-shirt and hot pants, she revealed her smooth, slender legs. When she noticed Chen Dong looking at her, she flashed a sweet smile. However, this isn't a convenient place for viewing, Chen Dong remarked. Glancing at the bustling pedestrians, worried about damaging the porcelain, Su Dongming suggested, all right, let me take you to the 8th floor. There's a designated lounge there. Chen Dong nodded in agreement and followed Su Dongming to the 8th floor. Through their conversation, he learned that Su Dongming was from Yinjing and possessed profound knowledge of ceramics. He owned a sizable antique shop at the Yinjing Liuli factory and was in Dinghai City with his granddaughter to attend an old friend's birthday celebration. Old Su, what brings you here? You should have notified me. I could have picked you up from the airport, Manager Han of Yunzhou Antique City exclaimed upon seeing Su Dongming, who was a revered expert in ceramic appraisal, often consulted for evaluating valuable porcelain. With a smile, Su Dongming replied to Han, Xiao Han, I appreciate your help in finding a quiet room. Certainly, Han responded, promptly heading off to make arrangements. Given Su Dongming's esteemed status in the field of ceramic appraisal, no one needed to think twice about preparing a resting room for him. A few minutes later, the lounge was ready, complete with 3 pots of fragrant Longjing tea set on the table. Chen Dong approached the table, carefully unboxing the Gu Kiln Celadon fish-ear furnace and gently placing it down, indicating, Su Lao, please take a look. Su Dongming, filled with anticipation, nodded and stepped forward to examine the furnace closely. Purple mouth, iron foot, gathering foam and pearls. This is truly a fine piece, he murmured. Those in the antique community knew of Su Dongming's extraordinary obsession with the 5 great Chinese porcelains, particularly Gu Kiln porcelain, which he revered for its beauty and imperfection. The more one appreciated it, the more one sensed the breathtaking and unique charm emanating from Gu Kiln porcelain, akin to a radiant luminous pearl whose dazzling aura could only be admired from afar, leaving one unable to witness its true beauty. After a long while, Su Dongming reluctantly placed the Gu Kiln Celadon fish-ear furnace back on the table, retrieved a checkbook from his pocket, tore off a check, filled in a figure, and handed it to Chen Dong with a plea, 40 million. I implore you to consider selling it to me. 40 million. This meant that, should Chen Dong consent, he could instantly become a millionaire. Just then, the door opened gently, and 2 elderly individuals entered. 1. A sprightly old man with white hair smiled at Su Dongming and said, Old Su, you come from Yinjing without so much as a heads up? If Manager Han hadn't informed me, I would still be unaware of your visit. Su Dongming quickly apologized. The Gu Kiln Celadon fish-ear furnace. Did you pay a considerable price for it, Old Su? The white-haired elder asked, noticing the piece on the table with envy. Anyone who appreciates porcelain would desire to own pieces from the 5 great kilns, he added. Su Dongming sighed. This item was just acquired by this young brother here. But alas, he is unwilling to part with it. The 2 elders looked at Su Dongming with sympathy. Everyone in the antique community knew of his deep obsession with the 5 great Chinese porcelains. Now, with a stunning Gu Kiln porcelain before him, it was a lamentable fate that he could only admire it, but not possess it. Did you say you just acquired it at Yunzhou Antique City? The white-haired elder, Zhao Guoqiang, who was well-versed in calligraphy and painting and served as the chief appraisal expert at Yunzhou Antique City, exclaimed in astonishment. Su Dongming introduced Chen Dong to Zhao Laoshi. Greetings, Zhao Guoqiang. Chen Dong nodded. Let us have young Chen recount the story, Su Dongming suggested. Chen Dong nodded and recounted the details of how he had purchased the Gu Kiln porcelain from the young man with the surname Wang. Wait, are you saying the seller priced it at 40,000 yuan? Interrupted an elderly gentleman in traditional attire. Chen Dong affirmed with a nod. The elderly man shook his head in disbelief. What a waste. Treating a rare treasure like mere gravel. His name was Qi Yunshan, an expert in jade, currently working at the Yinjing Museum. Su Dongming introduced Chen Dong to Qi Laoshi. Greetings, Qi Yunshan, Chen Dong replied, receiving a nod of approval. I dare say any expert could authenticate this porcelain as genuine Gu Kiln porcelain. It's a tragedy to sell such a rare treasure at a bargain price due to gambling debts. Zhao Guoqiang lamented. Once Chen Dong finished narrating his acquisition of the Gu Kiln Celadon fish-ear furnace, the elders expressed their envy for his fortune. If he were to auction it, the price could multiply thousands of times, especially if he encountered a buyer like Su Dongming, who was both passionate about the 5 great kilns and financially capable. The 3 elderly men then gathered around the Gu Kiln Celadon fish-ear furnace. Admiring it closely, Su Dongming was practically leaning over the table, entranced by the furnace, showering it with praises. May I take a look at that painting? Zhao Guoqiang asked, noticing Chen Dong still held a scroll in his hand. Chen Dong nodded and handed the painting to Zhao Guoqiang, saying, of course, Zhao Laoshi, please enjoy. Zhao Guoqiang carefully unfolded the painting on the table and examined it closely. He then looked up at Chen Dong and inquired, Where did you acquire this piece? On the 4th floor, at Boguzai, Chen Dong replied. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. It's quite a good painting. The artist may not be well known, but the technique is superb. With just a few strokes, they vividly captured the scene of winter giving way to spring, with the lotus leaves emerging and the dragonfly perched above. How much did you pay for it? Chen Dong responded, Not much, just 200 yuan. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. You've stumbled upon a small gem. Given the artist's obscurity and the quality of the work, along with its dimensions, 200 yuan is a fair price. However, if sold to someone with an eye for art, it could fetch many times that amount. At this moment, Qi Yunshan interjected, Hu Qingyun, while not widely known in the calligraphy and painting realm, has a limited output. However, he has a student, Tang Tianming, who is quite renowned, having achieved a high-ranking position in the political sphere and is a towering figure in the art world. Tomorrow, at Tang Tianming's birthday celebration, this painting would make an impeccable gift, given the Tang family's influence. If you played your cards right, you could sell it for 1,000 times the price. Old Li at Boguzai surely never anticipated this connection and sold it as an ordinary piece. Chen Dong replied, "Thank you, Qi Lao, but this painting is a gift for Tang Lao. You are a junior of Tang Tianming. It is no wonder your appraisal skills are so refined," Zhao Guoqiang remarked, his tone noticeably more courteous. Unbeknownst to them, evening had fallen. As they prepared to leave, Su Dongming handed Chen Dong a personal business card, inviting him to call if he decided to sell the Gu Kiln Celadon fish ear furnace, assuring him that the price was negotiable. Chen Dong smiled, accepted the card, and gathered the Gu Kiln Celadon fish ear furnace and painting before bidding farewell to Su Lao, Zhao Lao, and Su Xiaoxi. The four departed from Yunzhou Antique City and returned to their villa, placing the Gu Kiln Celadon fish ear furnace into the collection room. The collection room is absolutely secure. The green landscape garden community, being the most upscale neighborhood in Dinghai City, is surrounded by vigilant security personnel. The collection room itself is a specially designed vault, impervious to even high-powered explosives. It can only be accessed with Chen Dong's fingerprint along with the correct password. In traditional Chinese culture, one celebrates significant birthdays, particularly those that end in a zero, such as the 50th, 60th, or 70th. However, the notion of great birthdays often includes the ages that end in 9, such as 49, 59, or 69, because 9 holds the highest value among the digits. This superstition has led to the custom of celebrating 9 rather than 10. This year, Tang Tianming is celebrating his 69th birthday, which aligns with the tradition of honoring the 70th birthday as a celebration of 9. Tang Tianming's two sons hold prominent positions, one in the political arena and the other managing a company with assets worth billions. As a retired high-ranking official and a distinguished figure in the art world, it is certain that many will come to pay their respects on such a momentous occasion. The following day, Chen Dong rose early, completed his morning routine, and donned a formal suit. Just as he was about to step out, his phone rang. It was Tang Mingxiang. "Chen Dong, are you up?" she inquired. "Yes, I'm up and just about to head out," he replied. "Please wait for me at the community entrance. I'll be there shortly," Tang Mingxiang instructed. Chen Dong took the artwork he had prepared and proceeded to the entrance. Upon arrival, he spotted Tang Mingxiang's red Audi A7 parked there. He approached the vehicle, opened the door, and settled into the car as they drove towards the Tang family estate. At the entrance of the estate, Tang Mingxiang's father, Tang Tianhai, stood waiting to greet the guests. Chen Dong stepped out and greeted him. "Hello, Uncle Xiao Dong. Welcome to my home." "Please, don't stand on ceremony," Tang Tianhai replied with a smile. He was busy attending to other arriving guests, so their conversation was brief. Chen Dong followed Tang Mingxiang into the grand hall of the Tang estate, where a festive atmosphere prevailed in honor of the birthday celebration. In the center of the hall stood a chair adorned with a large character for longevity, where the birthday celebrant would sit to receive the respects of his children and grandchildren. The guests, comprising family and close friends of the Tang family, filled the hall, and Chen Dong found himself conversing with Tang Mingxiang, gradually becoming immersed in the gathering. When the birthday celebrant made his entrance, all eyes turned to him, accompanied by two elderly companions. Unbeknownst to Chen Dong, Sima Nan had approached him, casting a disdainful glance at the artwork in his possession. "I wonder what gift you've prepared today. I hope it's not something as embarrassing as a cheap painting from a street vendor," he sneered. In Chen Dong's view, Sima Nan's behavior was juvenile and thoughtless. Instead of flaunting his superiority over an imaginary rival, he should focus on impressing Tang Mingxiang. His incessant need to assert dominance over a non-existent competitor was both futile and distasteful. Chen Dong felt a surge of irritation and replied curtly, "This is neither your concern nor mine. Whether I embarrass myself is my own business." Sima Nan shot him a scornful look but refrained from further comment. As the birthday celebration commenced, Tang Tianming took his seat to receive the well wishes and gifts from his descendants. Tang Tianzong, displaying his wealth and generosity, presented a jade Buddha statue valued at over 40 million yuan, a lavish and auspicious gift. Tang Tianhai, while not as financially endowed, offered a painting of pines and cranes, symbolizing longevity, a fitting tribute. Next, it was the turn of the grandchildren to present their gifts. Tang Mingxiang gifted 3 exquisite Shoshan stone figurines representing the 3 deities of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, though not expensive. They were chosen with great care. As the celebration progressed, it was finally Sima Nan's turn to present his gift. He approached Tang Tianming with a box, revealing a porcelain gourd that exuded elegance and simplicity. "This is a Qing Dynasty gourd vase from the Imperial Kills, symbolizing fortune and prosperity. I wish you abundant blessings and longevity," he declared. Sima Nan's thoughtfulness was evident in the choice of his gift, a splendid piece from the Qing Dynasty, perfectly suited for the occasion. However, as he displayed the vase, some guests noticed that the identifying mark on its base had been deliberately removed. Is this gourd vase genuinely a relic from the imperial palace? Someone inquired, prompting Sima Nan to explain the historical context of the piece, linking it to the turmoil of the late Qing dynasty when many artifacts were lost to the public. As the celebration continued, Tang Tianming examined the gourd vase closely, passing it to an elderly gentleman nearby for further appraisal. Chen Dong observed a fleeting look of displeasure in Tang Tianming's eyes, hinting at his awareness of the vase's questionable authenticity. Sima Nan, sensing an opportunity to embarrass Chen Dong, approached him with the vase, inviting him to offer his opinion on its authenticity. Chen Dong, intrigued, accepted the challenge, knowing the truth about the piece. As the gathering progressed, it became evident that Sima Nan's attempt to belittle Chen Dong was backfiring, and the truth about the gourd vase could no longer remain concealed. Su Dongming observed that Chen Dong was still holding a gift. Those who could present gifts were undoubtedly individuals closely associated with Old Tang. Tang Tianming remarked, "He can be regarded as my disciple." Lao Ma interjected, "Old Tang has indeed taken on a fine disciple." Chen Dong gently lifted the gourd vase, scrutinizing it meticulously. Earlier, he had noticed a flicker of discontent in Old Tang's gaze and a subtle shake of Su Dongming's head, which led him to suspect that the gourd vase might be flawed. After examining it further, he became convinced that it was an exceptionally high-quality imitation. With this realization, he turned to Sima Nan and said, "Mr. Sima, your recounting of the Neo Guanyao story was quite captivating. However, you may not be aware that following the Neo Guanyao incident, many unscrupulous antique dealers deliberately removed the marks from forgeries to pass them off as official kiln pieces." Old Tang, Su Lao, and Lao Ma nodded in agreement. "Are you suggesting that this Qing dynasty Qianlong official kiln gourd vase is a counterfeit?" Sima Nan, rather pleased, responded, "Well, it seems you've fallen for my trick. Soon, I shall produce an expert's authentication certificate to publicly embarrass you." Chen Dong nodded and replied, "Indeed, first of all, the glaze is exceedingly soft and lacks the solidity one would expect from the Qianlong period. If it were truly from that time, the glaze would be tight and possess a certain hardness. This gourd vase is likely a modern imitation, with its marks ground off to masquerade as Qianlong official kiln porcelain." Sima Nan, with a hint of arrogance, retorted, "You speak nonsense. I have an expert's authentication certificate that verifies this gourd vase is indeed a Qianlong official kiln piece." A glimmer of pride flashed in his eyes. Chen Dong chuckled and countered, "What can an expert's authentication certificate really prove? Some so-called appraisers will issue certificates based solely on monetary compensation, which is hardly surprising. Within the antique community, few place their trust in mere certificates. Many are aware that some experts have been known to take bribes. Typically, they rely on their own discerning eyes and elemental isotope dating, as the past cannot be fabricated. Only outsiders like Sima Nan would regard such a certificate as invaluable." Sima Nan's expression shifted from green to pale as he pondered this perspective. He had never considered the issue in such a light. In his view, an expert's authentication certificate had credibility, and it was precisely because of this certificate that he purchased the gourd vase. However, learning from another that sometimes experts can be unreliable left him uncertain about the vase in his possession. He recalled that Chen Dong was merely a poor student, lacking the means to engage with antiquities and without a distinguished mentor to guide him. Thus, he assumed Chen Dong's appraisal might be flawed, possibly mistaking genuine official kiln porcelain for an imitation. Surely, there was a top-tier expert in ceramic appraisal present. Consequently, Sima Nan approached Su Dongming, saying, "Su Lao, could you please evaluate this gourd vase?" Su Dongming shook his head and replied, "There's no need to look further. I already examined it when you took it out of the box. Chen has spoken the truth on my behalf. The glaze of this porcelain is indeed very soft and lacks solidity. If it were from the Qianlong period, the glaze would be tight and possess a certain hardness. This gourd vase is certainly a Republic-era imitation of official kiln porcelain, with unscrupulous antique dealers deliberately removing its marks to pass it off as an official piece." While Sima Nan might dismiss Chen Dong's words, he could not ignore Su Dongming's authority. If Su Dongming, a leading porcelain appraisal expert in the country, declared the gourd vase a Republic-era imitation, it must indeed be so. Upon hearing this conclusion, Sima Nan's complexion shifted dramatically, and he became exceedingly angry at Chen Dong, blaming him for the embarrassment he faced in front of everyone. Presenting a counterfeit porcelain piece to Old Tang for his birthday had resulted in a significant loss of face. He failed to reflect on his own role in this situation. If he had not sought Chen Dong's appraisal, he would not be experiencing such humiliation. "Since you have caused me such a significant loss, I am curious to see what gift you have prepared for Old Tang's birthday. A poor student would only be able to afford something worth a few hundred at most." Sima Nan inquired of Chen Dong, whose counterfeit vase, while lacking authenticity, still held symbolic value. Chen Dong believed that old Tang would not be too harsh on him, given that it was not done with ill intent. Smiling, Chen Dong stepped forward and placed a painting on the table. Due to poor preservation, the paper of the painting had developed some mold. Its appearance starkly contrasted with the earlier gourd vase. As he unfurled the artwork, Sima Nan's expression shifted to one of amusement. Is this your gift? A rather mediocre piece, isn't it? The craftsmanship is subpar, the paper ordinary, and the framing unremarkable. Moreover, the poor preservation has left the paper moldy. Surely, you did not purchase this from a street vendor for a mere few dozen? Chen Dong shook his head, remaining silent as he found Sima Nan's remarks increasingly tiresome. Despite his insistence that the painting was of low quality, the artistry was clearly of a superior standard, capturing the essence of spring with just a few strokes. Vividly depicting dragonflies perched upon budding lotus flowers. Chen Dong continued to unveil the painting until it was fully visible, revealing the signature Hu Qingyun. He congratulated old Tang. This painting wishes you blessings as abundant as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountains. Upon seeing the signature, old Tang sprang to his feet, spilling tea from his cup. Utterly speechless, he hurried to the table, gently caressing the paper. I never expected to see my teacher's painting in my lifetime. Xiaodong, you are truly thoughtful. Your enjoyment is all that matters to me. This is the finest gift I have received today. Thank you, old Tang said softly, admiring the artwork. After a moment, he added, I apologize. Everyone. This painting evokes memories of my youth. As old Tang raised his gaze, tears welled in his eyes. I was present when my teacher created this piece. I watched him bring the spring scenery of the lotus pond to life with every stroke. The lotus buds and dragonflies depicted were from my teacher's former residence. Decades have passed, my teacher has long since departed, and I never imagined I would have the fortune to receive this painting in memory of him. Old Tang's parents had long passed, and Hu Qingyun had played a pivotal role in old Tang's life, acting as both a teacher, imparting knowledge, and a father figure, nurturing him to adulthood. Sima Nan, upon realizing that this painting was the work of old Tang's mentor, felt a wave of unease wash over him, especially after having disparaged it in front of old Tang. Fortunately, old Tang chose not to hold a grudge against a younger individual. Otherwise, Sima Nan would have been in grave trouble for his thoughtless remarks. After appreciating the painting, old Tang composed himself and asked Chen Dong, Xiaodong, how did you come by this painting? Chen Dong replied, I discovered it yesterday at the Yunzu Antique City in the Boguzai. I found the painting exquisite and the artist's skills were remarkable. With just a few strokes, he vividly captured the transition from winter to spring. Therefore, I purchased it as a gift for your birthday. Initially, I had no idea that Hu Qingyun was your teacher. I only learned this from old Zhao later. Sima Nan's eyes flashed with jealousy, envious that Chen Dong had fortuitously acquired a painting by old Tang's mentor, while he himself had spent over 400,000 and invested considerable effort to procure a gourd vase that turned out to be a counterfeit, which was quite humiliating. Xu Dongming stroked his beard and chuckled. It seems you have inadvertently struck gold. This painting has certainly struck a chord with old Tang. It surpasses any jade or antique in value 1,000-fold. Lao Ma nodded in agreement with a smile. Tang Tianming turned to Chen Dong and suddenly asked, Xiaodong, would you like to become my disciple? Tang Tianming felt quite pleased at the prospect of taking Chen Dong as a disciple. Not only had Chen Dong saved his life, but he had also serendipitously found the painting by his mentor, fulfilling a long-held wish. More importantly, Chen Dong was exceptionally talented, with solid appraisal skills. With Tang Tianming's guidance, it was easy to envision that he would become a leading master in the antique world in the not-so-distant future. The attendees cast complex glances toward Chen Dong, tinged with envy, as the antique community greatly values tradition. The relationship between a master and disciple is akin to that of a father and son, often more intimate than that of biological kin. Upon hearing old Tang's inquiry, Chen Dong was elated and answered without hesitation. I would be honored. At this moment, Tang Mingxiang presented a cup of tea to Chen Dong. He accepted the cup, stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and extended the teacup towards Master Tang, saying, Master, please enjoy this tea. Master Tang nodded, took the cup, sipped the tea, and remarked to Chen Dong, I have nothing substantial to offer you, but I bestow upon you a single word, integrity. To be a person of integrity, to act with integrity, do you understand? Chen Dong replied earnestly, Disciple understands, Su Dongming, with a hint of envy in his eyes, smiled and said to Tang Tianming, Congratulations. Old Tang has indeed taken on a fine disciple. Over a span of 10 days since Master Tang's birthday celebration, Chen Dong dedicated his time to studying in class and delving into the antique literature provided by Master Tang. Occasionally, he would visit Yunzhua Antique City, only to find himself disheartened. It seemed that his luck had been exhausted after acquiring a rare Gu Kiln Celadon fish ear furnace. He encountered an abundance of poorly crafted fakes. Some of these imitations, at first glance, appeared antique, but upon closer inspection, they bore a distinct sour scent, clearly a result of harsh acids used in their creation. Such tricks might fool novices, but they would not deceive Chen Dong. On rare occasions when he spotted a genuine item, its price was absurdly inflated. Even if he purchased it, he doubted it would appreciate in value over the next decade. This perplexing situation left Chen Dong at a loss for words. Overall, as the number of affluent individuals in China burgeoned, many billionaires emerging over the past decade, the antique market faced significant upheaval. Inundated with counterfeit items, despite their fakeness, the naivety and gullibility of buyers, often wealthy and easily swayed, fueled the flourishing counterfeit industry. With a mindset of observing more and speaking less, Chen Dong wandered through the antique market. He witnessed a middle-aged man, resembling a nouveau riche, spending tens of thousands of dollars to buy what was purported to be an ancestral dragon robe worn by Emperor Qianlong, likely hoping to indulge in a fantasy of kingship. Come on, uncle, do you possess any artistic sensibility? Don't be swayed by mere stories. You've been deceived by a single tale. Is this a dragon? A dragon should embody majesty, symbolizing imperial dignity. This dragon on the robe resembles a worm. Its claws weak, its eyes devoid of spirit, its head drooping. There is nothing regal about it. If this were crafted in the imperial workshop, the emperor would be furious, seeing himself depicted as frail and close to death. The consequence of such an affront would be the execution of all involved in its creation. Shaking his head, Chen Dong refrained from commenting further. One was willing to sell, and the other willing to buy. He would not act foolishly, confronting the man about his purchase. Within his villa at Lijiang Community, Chen Dong sat cross-legged on his bed, facing a smart holographic computer, opening the pages of Chronicles of Longevity. With over 15,000 words updated daily, the novel's word count swiftly surpassed 300,000. Following a category recommendation, it received a strong push, and shortly thereafter, it was set to be published. After receiving a category recommendation and a strong push, it consistently topped the newcomer charts, achieving remarkable success that astonished all. It dominated the weekly click rankings and monthly click rankings, appearing in the top 10 on the homepage and among the recommended reads. This week, Chronicles of Longevity was omnipresent, soaring under the weight of robust promotion and favorable reviews, overshadowing many established authors' new works, a true dark horse of the year 2014, destined for greatness. Currently, Chronicles of Longevity boasted 80,000 recommendations and over 50,000 collections. The editors notified him that it would be published the following day, and he needed to write a pre-release statement. In this statement, Chen Dong refrained from overly sentimental remarks, opting instead for sincerity, expressing gratitude to his readers for their support and to the editors for their assistance. He promised readers that he had ample stockpiled content, pledging to increase updates based on monthly ticket counts, initial subscriptions, and the support of alliance leaders, ensuring that if fully realized, he would update 40 chapters daily. As usual, Li Tao returned from work, opened the Qidian website, and immediately clicked on Chronicles of Longevity. Ever since he discovered it, he had become enamored, immersing himself in the narrative. He adored the character Chen Tianming, wise yet unpretentious, respectful of his mentors, and steadfast in his integrity. In stark contrast, the antagonist Sima Yang embodied selfishness and cruelty, willing to slaughter innocents for power. This dichotomy between good and evil was vividly portrayed. Watching Chronicles of Longevity became an integral part of his daily life. If the author failed to update, he would feel restless. Fortunately, the author was diligent, providing at least 5 chapters daily, leaving him eager for more. Upon reaching the 110th chapter, where Chen Tianming acquired the supreme talisman, he eagerly anticipated the thrilling events that would ensue. He could hardly believe it when the next page revealed nothing. Staring blankly at the screen, he lamented, "Author, you cannot toy with us like this. Just one more chapter would suffice." Li Tao felt an itch of anticipation, a yearning for more. In the 26th chapter, Chronicles of Longevity was officially published. Not realizing how much this book had become part of his life over the past half-month, he reflected with a sigh. Finally, it was to be published. He encouraged the author to persevere. Li Tao clicked on the author's message, noting the heartfelt gratitude expressed towards readers and editors. The author's sincerity shone through the words, and the outline plans for further updates demonstrated genuine commitment. Calculating the implications of such a schedule, he recognized that if adhered to, it would result in an astounding 40 chapters daily for a week. a remarkable feat. In the realm of online literature, few authors could sustain such a pace, and this level of dedication was rare. Ignoring the prose, plot, and content, merely the update volume could propel a book to success. Acknowledging the author's diligence, Li Tao submitted a comment congratulating the book's publication, reserving his place as an alliance leader and expressing his hopes for the author's future success. Shortly after posting his comment, he received a reply from another reader, who expressed their modest support, emphasizing their determination to contribute to the author's success. This comment quickly garnered attention, with many readers vowing to support the author with tangible actions. By evening, 4 alliance leader positions were reserved, while numerous others pledged their support, indicating that Chronicles of Longevity had already garnered considerable enthusiasm even prior to its official release on the following day. Chronicles of Longevity was published as scheduled, with Chen Dong uploading 10 chapters in succession, followed by a separate chapter soliciting support. With 10 chapters as a foundation, he urged readers to contribute, promising additional chapters based on monthly ticket counts and the presence of alliance leaders. As he prepared for the launch, many eager readers logged in at the designated time, eagerly anticipating the release of Chronicles of Longevity. After uploading the 10 chapters, the enthusiastic readers responded swiftly, with Li Tao, known as Ice Ridge, expressing his appreciation and support by making a substantial donation. Within minutes of the publication, the first alliance leader emerged, and Chen Dong honored his promise by uploading 3 additional chapters. Expressing gratitude for Ice Ridge's support, the author's dedication was evident, and as Ice Ridge initiated the wave of support, others soon followed suit, eager to contribute to the success of Chronicles of Longevity. In the book review section, the uncornered Demon King initiated a thread. Soon after, the first response came from Qingkai Hulao, who expressed, "Well, with limited financial resources, I can't compare to the true tycoons, I shall offer a reward to support the esteemed Xihua." Hoping for continued powerful updates, a guessing game ensued among readers regarding the number of chapters Xihua might have in reserve. Was it 100 or 200? They urged the true tycoons to unveil his underwear, with a stockpile of 100 or 200 chapters. Given the current fervor, it would only take a couple of days for his underwear to be exposed. Since Xihua had such confidence, it suggested he had more than just a few chapters. Nonetheless, readers hoped to witness Xuhua's embarrassment of having no chapters left to update. The updates were exceedingly impressive. Xihua was likened to a golden keyboardist at a certain platform. Applause erupted, with the sentiment echoed, "Such rewards are insufficient to express my appreciation." The uncornered Demon King generously rewarded Xihua with 100,000 starting coins, declaring that Chronicle of Eternal Life was about to become thrilling. What are you all waiting for? Let us rally our monthly votes and rewards. The second alliance leader for Chronicle of Eternal Life appeared shortly after, and it was none other than the uncornered Demon King. Chen Dong uploaded 3 new chapters, each adorned with congratulatory notes, marking the uncornered Demon King's emergence as the second alliance leader and offering 3 additional chapters in gratitude for his support. With the uncornered Demon King leading the way, other readers began to contribute generously, with those of greater means rewarding as alliance leaders, while those with lesser finances opted for deacons or apprentices, contributing within their means. Chen Dong, adhering to his promises, added an extra chapter for the alliance leader, and for every 5 elders, hall masters, or guardians, he would add another chapter, with an additional chapter for every 10 apprentices or deacons. Alongside congratulatory remarks, within 3 hours, 25 chapters had been updated, a remarkable feat. Unlike the uncornered Demon King, who was indeed a true tycoon, I offered a modest contribution of 1,000 yuan, rewarding an alliance leader while also presenting a monthly vote. Fellow readers of Chronicle of Eternal Life, where are your monthly votes? 2 additional chapters for 100 votes, and 5 chapters for reaching the top 10 in the new book monthly vote rankings, with 10 chapters for first place. What are you waiting for? Our motto is to exhaust Xuhua's stockpile, leaving him with nothing to update. Let's deplete Xuhua's reserves, ensuring he has no chapters left to offer. As a student, I shall reward a deacon. Everyone is encouraged to summon friends to assist in achieving the top spot in the new book monthly vote rankings. Do not forget to make your initial subscriptions. It is crucial to support Xihua. The review section for Chronicle of Eternal Life was bustling with enthusiasm, with numerous reward and support posts rising to the top, occasionally punctuated by red reward notifications. The first alliance leader, Ice Ridge, in a bid to support the author, established a QQ group, inviting readers of Chronicle of Eternal Life to join. Upon learning of this, Chen Dong promptly joined the group. Ice Ridge welcomed Xihua, asking if he wished to convey a message to the readers. Thank you all for your tremendous support. Thanks to your enthusiasm, Chronicle of Eternal Life has successfully signed and is now officially launched. Apologies for the late update now, with Chronicle of Eternal Life's performance looking quite promising. This is all thanks to the unwavering support of the readers. I will continue to craft compelling narratives to repay your kindness. I would also like to mention that rewards should be within one's means. If you have recommendation votes, please cast them. If you have monthly votes, do the same. And if you can afford to subscribe, please consider an initial subscription. As the saying goes, many hands make light work, and let us elevate Chronicle of Eternal Life to new heights, ensuring the success of this esteemed author. Shuhua, could you share how many initial subscriptions you received? I believe everyone is curious. Over 1,100 subscriptions in just over 3 hours, Chen Dong remarked, pleased. The concentrated readership during the launch period led to this high number, though subsequent hours would see slower growth. Achieving 4,000 initial subscriptions would be quite commendable, although it pales in comparison to the tens of thousands that established authors might garner. By midnight, it was possible to exceed 5,000 initial subscriptions, potentially solidifying Shuhua's reputation with Chronicle of Eternal Life. This achievement would not have been possible without the ardent support of the readers. If time permits, I look forward to gathering with all of you and making new friends. Really? That sounds wonderful. Where are you from? I am from Xizang, Anji, currently studying at Dinghai University. Is that Dinghai University? I am also from there. We should meet up sometime. Certainly, Shuhua. I adore Chronicle of Eternal Life. I particularly love the character Zhao Xiyuan. She is charming, clever, and reminds me of Huang Rong from Jin Yang's works. Why is it that despite Chen Tianming and Zhao Xiyuan's mutual love, their relationship faces numerous obstacles over hundreds of thousands of words? Could you perhaps provide a hint about their future together? A reader named Ice Ling Yuer in the group inquired. They will eventually be together, Chen Dong assured, having gleaned insights into the narrative arc. However, their love story is fraught with trials and tribulations, marked by separation and emotional turmoil. There is also a rival in love, the demon sect's young master, until their story in the mortal realm reaches its conclusion, where they finally establish their relationship, culminating in an offspring. Yet soon after, Chen Tianming ascends to the spiritual realm, leaving Zhao Xiyuan and their child in the mortal world. That sounds amazing, Chen Dong chuckled, acknowledging the reader's emotional investment in the characters, feeling joy when they do and sorrow when they suffer. Readers yearn for their beloved characters to find happiness, dreading tragic conclusions. If an author were to kill off a cherished character, readers might feel betrayed and abandon the story, often expressing their frustration in the review section. Chen Dong believed such authors deserve criticism, as readers had deeply connected with the characters. For instance, when Jin Yong was overseas while his work was serialized, he had to enlist An Kwang to write a segment. Initially hesitant, An Kwang was reassured by Jin Yong to write freely, as long as he didn't alter certain characters. Unfortunately, An Kwang, possibly disliking the character of Aziz, wrote her blind, provoking outrage among readers. Ultimately, Jin Yong removed An Kwang's contributions and rewrote that section while retaining the detail of Aziz's blindness. Shuhua, I am truly enamored by this book. Will it eventually extend to the celestial realm? Of course. The title Chronicle of Eternal Life itself suggests the protagonist's journey toward immortality. The Tianlan world featured is merely a small realm, with the spiritual and celestial realms above it. I plan to structure Chronicle of Eternal Life into 3 segments: the mortal realm, the spiritual realm, and the celestial realm. Chen Dong patiently addressed reader inquiries in the author group. Shuhua, I am a devoted fan of this book. May I become your deputy moderator? Inquired a reader named Confused Lamb. Certainly, apply, and I will appoint you as deputy moderator. We still need 2 more. Chen Dong agreed to Confused Lamb's request. Count me in, Ice Ridge chimed in the group. Subsequently, a reader named Cunning Fox was also selected as a deputy moderator. After appointing Ice Ridge, Confused Lamb, and Cunning Fox as deputy moderators, they were tasked with managing the reviews. The new book reached 100 votes. Celebrations ensued. At that moment, a reader sent a message in the group. Chen Dong checked the new book monthly vote rankings and noted the count had reached 100, placing it at the 14th position, still needing a few more votes to break into the top 10. Chen Dong honored his promise by uploading 2 chapters from his stockpile, adding congratulatory remarks at the beginning. Thanks to all enthusiastic readers for your support. Our new book has reached 100 votes. And to celebrate, I am adding 2 extra chapters. With 14th place secured, how far can we reach? What a thrill! After finishing 2 chapters, I can't wait to see how Chen Tianming dominates the competition against his senior brother. The sight of his arrogant demeanor made me feel repulsed. A splendid tale, deeply moving. Such talent deserves this reward. Ice Ling Yuer rewarded Shuhua with 100,000 starting coins, exclaiming, "This book is fantastic. Let us honor it and hope for even more excitement ahead." The third alliance leader emerged, Ice Ling Yuer, showcasing her prowess. In the QQ group, a reader posted a message. Chen Dong switched back to Chronicle of Eternal Life, refreshing the page to find the third alliance leader had appeared. He promptly uploaded 3 chapters from his stockpile. In honor of alliance leader Icelinguer, I am adding 3 additional chapters as a token of gratitude for her support. With the emergence of the third alliance leader, the 10th alliance could not be far off. Our aspiration is to achieve 10 alliances, to secure the top position on the new book monthly ticket leaderboard, and to attain an initial subscription of over 5,000. Our motto is to exhaust all of Suni's stored manuscripts, rendering him unable to update further. Whether we can realize this goal relies on the support of all you brothers. As the frog in the well joins the alliance. A message was sent in the QQ group. The words were eloquent and moving, deserving of commendation. The frog in the well generously rewarded Su and I with 100,000 starting coins. Our objective remains 10 alliances, the pinnacle of the new book monthly ticket leaderboard, and an initial subscription exceeding 5,000. We rally together to deplete Suni's manuscripts, compelling him into a position where he cannot update. Brothers, let's strive together. In the 28th chapter, the fervor of Chronicles of Longevity unfolds. The 4th leader has emerged, the leader being the frog in the well, merely 5 hours post-launch. Chen Dong fulfilled his promise, uploading 3 chapters and expressing gratitude to the leader for his support in the QQ group. 3 chapters have been released. Please enjoy, and feel free to explode the manuscripts. The words were eloquent and moving, deserving of commendation. Faniao rewarded Su and I with 100,000 starting coins, urging him to continue. The thunderous applause echoed as Lei Ming also contributed 100,000 starting coins, despite arriving late due to company matters, encouraging him to produce a classic that transcends the ordinary. The momentum was undeniable, with 2 leaders emerging in quick succession. Su and I, it is time to present the 6th chapter. Haha, over 10 hours since the book's release, 6 leaders have already emerged, leaving rookie authors struggling to comprehend this phenomenon. Chen Dong, of course, would not go back on his word, uploading the 6 chapters he had prepared. After over 40 chapters were updated, one wonders if this pace would shatter certain records. With 120,000 words, the quality of the novel amidst such rapid updates is indeed commendable. Luo Tong, an ordinary urban white-collar worker, typically avoids bars and entertainment venues after work, preferring to return home to read novels online. Today, as usual, he skillfully logged onto the site, finished the latest chapters of the dozen books on his shelf in just an hour, and realized it was only 6 p.m., leaving him with ample time before bed. He usually sleeps after 10 p.m. and finds no interest in going out. He decided to browse for new books. As he was running low on options, naturally, he turned to the new book monthly ticket leaderboard, where popular titles reside. Upon checking, he discovered several new books among the top 10 that he had never seen before. They must have just risen to prominence, for he had not noticed this title among the top 100 the previous night. Could it be a case of vote manipulation? It is rare for a new author to surge into the top 10 within a single day. Most titles in the top 10 are works by established authors or newcomers with a solid fanbase. Thus, it seems implausible for a debut novel to achieve such a feat without any prior recognition. Luo Tong clicked on Chronicles of Longevity and, as per his reading habit, first checked the impressions from fellow readers. The ratings were impressive: a masterpiece, 112, a good book, 88, and a classic, 51. After reviewing the reader impressions, he moved to the comments section. To his astonishment, a cascade of rewards had elevated certain comments to the top, a rarity for books that are not already popular. There were at least a dozen entries, each requiring a minimum of 50,000 starting coins, equivalent to 500 yuan. Altogether, these rewards amounted to over 10,000 yuan, leaving him envious. Next, he checked the fan leaderboard, which featured 6 leaders and numerous other prominent supporters. Among them were familiar names he had seen atop various renowned authors' fan lists, dispelling the likelihood of vote manipulation. The reader impressions, comment section, and fan leaderboard were all overwhelmingly positive, igniting Luo Tong's desire to read further. From a newcomer to a celebrated author, the journey is undoubtedly paved with dedication and effort, a sentiment that many established authors can resonate with. Numerous renowned authors began with humble beginnings, some lacking even the qualification to sign their first contract. Through perseverance, honing their writing skills, crafting narratives, and continually learning, they amassed a following, ultimately achieving success with several notable works. Curiosity piqued, Luo Tong clicked to read, quickly becoming engrossed in the narrative. When he finally reached the end of the last chapter, he felt an insatiable craving for more, captivated by the storyline. This book was a treasure, worthy of his support. The prose was exquisite, flowing effortlessly. The plot was rich with twists and turns, drawing readers in and leaving them yearning for more. The character development was particularly commendable, showcasing Chen Tianming's wisdom masked in simplicity, Zhao Siyuan's charming yet fierce demeanor, and Sima Yang's sinister and selfish tendencies, qualities that many seasoned authors struggle to portray effectively. This book certainly deserves support. Luo Tong decided to reward the work with 1,000 starting coins, a manageable contribution, and subsequently cast his votes for recommendations and monthly tickets. It was undeniable. This book would surely soar in popularity. And Su and I would achieve recognition as a celebrated author. Chen Dong spent an entire day at his laptop, tirelessly engaging with readers in the QQ group and comments section about the subsequent developments and character portrayals in Chronicles of Longevity. Naturally, he refrained from revealing too many plot details to preserve the enjoyment of reading. Upon the emergence of a leader, he promptly uploaded 3 chapters, adding some celebratory messages. With 100 monthly votes, he would upload 2 additional chapters. Fulfilling his promises with remarkable diligence. By the end, Chen Dong had lost count of how many chapters he had uploaded, estimating it to be over 50. Thanks to the unwavering support of readers. Chronicles of Longevity reached the top 10 of the new book monthly ticket leaderboard by midnight, securing the 6th position, with initial subscriptions surpassing 5,000 and over 10 leaders, totaling 12. The ranks of disciples, protectors, and elders swelled, and Chen Dong's contributions felt almost trivial in comparison. Copy, paste, upload, and effortlessly complete over 50 chapters and hundreds of thousands of words. In the days that followed, Chen Dong remained glued to his laptop, repeating the actions of the first day. Under the influence of his promises for additional chapters and the positive reception, Chronicles of Longevity achieved remarkable results, climbing into the top 3 of the new book monthly ticket leaderboard by the 3rd day, even surpassing several renowned authors' new releases on the 4th day. The number of leaders exceeded 20, propelling it into the top 5 of the fantasy genre monthly ticket leaderboard, showcasing the astonishing potential of Chronicles of Longevity. In the 29th chapter, the strongest dark horse emerges. On the 5th day, Chronicles of Longevity ascended to the top 3 of the fantasy genre monthly ticket leaderboard and the top 20 of the overall monthly ticket leaderboard. By now, the title has appeared on various sections of the website, including the homepage click ranking, homepage recommendation list, overall monthly ticket leaderboard, and category monthly ticket leaderboard, capturing the attention of many readers who have suddenly noticed this book rising like a dark horse. On the 6th day, it climbed to 2nd place in the fantasy genre monthly ticket leaderboard, with the top position occupied by a legendary author backed by numerous loyal fans. It would be challenging for Chronicles of Longevity to surpass such a formidable title. By the 7th day, it had secured a place in the top 10 of the overall monthly ticket leaderboard, solidifying its status as a masterpiece, and its author Su and I achieved recognition as a celebrated writer. Chen Dong honored his commitments, surpassing 200 updated chapters over the 7 days, averaging 30 to 40 chapters daily, earning him the playful nickname of Relentless 7. With the robust support of readers, Chronicles of Longevity essentially achieved its predetermined goals. The 10 alliances have now reached 25 leaders, exceeding expectations. The 1st position on the new book monthly ticket leaderboard has been achieved. The initial subscription of over 5,000 surpassed expectations, with the average subscriptions reaching 7,000 by the 7th day. While the 1st position on the fantasy genre monthly ticket leaderboard remains elusive due to its formidable competition, the overall monthly ticket leaderboard ranks 8th, achieving success. The homepage recommendation list ranks within the top 10, as does the homepage member click list. Chronicles of Longevity, like a shining black horse, has shattered numerous records and ascended various rankings, leaving a trail of astonished onlookers and envious, aspiring authors. Regrettably for readers, the goal of exhausting Sunni's manuscripts remains a distant dream, as they long for the moment when the author finds himself without material to update. Chen Dong, however, chuckles to himself, unperturbed by the prospect of another month. For he holds the secret to success: copy, paste, and upload, easily accomplished with a single click. After a week of fervent updates, on the 8th day, Chen Dong returned to a stable schedule, delivering 5 updates a day, totaling 15,000 words. The Chronicle of Longevity has now achieved a steady position on various rankings, with subscriptions continuing to grow, making the dream of surpassing 10,000 subscribers seem attainable. Through the Chronicle of Longevity, a portion of readers have become his loyal supporters. Chen Dong firmly believes that the most valuable asset for an author is not a monthly ticket or a recommendation, but rather the unwavering support of dedicated readers. These steadfast readers offer selfless encouragement, showering the author with monthly tickets, recommendations, and rewards without demanding anything in return. They do not pressure the author for excessive updates, but simply wish for consistent releases. If the author faces interruptions, they understand. If there are flaws in the work, they will point them out and assist in making corrections. It is this support from loyal readers that enables an author to ascend to greatness. Now, Chen Dong has nearly transformed into a recluse, having not left his villa for 7 days. His meals consist of a simple bowl of fried rice or noodles to fill his stomach. And he has skipped classes, taking a week off. Tomorrow, he must return to school. After a week of hard work, Chen Dong feels utterly exhausted and longs to collapse onto his bed for a restful sleep. The following day, upon arriving at school, he was approached by Li, who had just exited the cafeteria. Chen Dong, I heard you took a week off for illness. Are you all right? Chen Dong smiled and replied, I'm fine. What have you been busy with, eating so late? Li sighed, don't get me started. I'm exhausted. Next week, the school will hold a celebration gala, and our class has prepared a performance. We've been working hard on it these past few days. The celebration is an annual event, and had Li not reminded him, Chen Dong, who had been holed up for a week, would have been unaware. Chen Dong inquired, what kind of performance is our class doing? Li explained, due to time constraints, each class can only present one performance at the gala. With 7 or 8 people signed up from our class, it's tough to decide who gets cut. So, we thought we'd have all 7 or 8 of us sing a song. I'm struggling to choose the right one. Every popular song is already being sung everywhere. Writing an original song is beyond my capability. At that moment, Chen Dong suddenly recalled a song and said to Li, I have a song I wrote during a bout of boredom. Would you like to hear it? Surprised, Li urged. I didn't know you could write songs. Show me. Chen Dong waved his hand, saying, I don't have the lyrics or sheet music with me right now. How about I sing a bit for you? Sure, Li replied eagerly. Chen Dong began. The song is titled I Believe. I Believe is an inspirational piece performed by Yang Peian in 2006 for a promotional campaign for Taiwan Beer. In 2008, it became the anthem for Olympic athletes at the Bird's Nest and Water Cube, deeply embedding the Olympic spirit in people's memories. Some claim this song is tailored for university students, as it encapsulates passion, vitality, youth, aspiration, and the pursuit of dreams, resonating profoundly with all college students. It is also a fitting anthem for energetic young people. In 2009, a version of I Believe by Harbin Institute of Technology sparked a nationwide trend among university students, becoming headline news across major websites, newspapers, and television programs. That rendition remained at the top of the MV charts for 3 consecutive weeks. Thus, this song, rich in themes of youth, inspiration, and the pursuit of dreams, is perfectly suited for our gala performance. With no accompaniment, Chen Dong's unique blend of tenderness and wildness, coupled with his soaring, exuberant voice, vividly expressed the fervor, youthfulness, and vitality of the song. Upon finishing, a crowd of students had gathered around him, applauding and shouting praises. Clearly, the song resonated deeply with them, embodying the essence of youth, energy, and the pursuit of dreams prevalent in university life. That was incredible. It moved me. Let us use this song for the gala. Li exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 30. Rehearsing I Believe My name is Zhao Boli. I heard you plan to turn this song into a choral piece for the gala next Monday night. May I join you? A shy student, wearing glasses, stepped forward to address Chen Dong. Chen Dong glanced at Li, allowing him to make the decision as the organizer. Li asked Zhao Boli, can you sing? Zhao Boli replied excitedly, yes, I won 2nd place in last year's campus singing competition. Li nodded, great, you're in. Turning to Chen Dong, he asked, with you and Zhao Boli, do we have enough people? Chen Dong replied, almost. If anyone else wants to join, they can. Ideally, we should keep it under 10, or it will be too crowded on stage, making it difficult to maintain order during the performance. The original version of I Believe by Harbin Institute of Technology featured 15 singers, each performing a segment, which was then edited into a 4-minute video. Considering that everyone would be on stage together, having more than 10 participants would create a cramped setting. All right, I'll find 3 more people. The gala is next Monday night, and with the rest day included, we only have 4 days left to rehearse. We still need to finalize the rehearsal location and sound equipment. When can you have the lyrics and sheet music ready? Li inquired. Chen Dong responded, I can bring the lyrics and sheet music tonight. I'll also handle the rehearsal location and sound equipment. The lyrics, sheet music, and accompaniment can be easily obtained from the smart brain with a few points. But they need to be transcribed onto paper in segments, which will take some time. Luckily, his villa has a luxurious practice room equipped with top-of-the-line sound equipment, spacious enough for 10 people to rehearse. Li nodded, thank you. The school's auditorium sound equipment has already been booked by another department, and I was worried about it. Chen Dong smiled. It's no trouble at all. Let us meet at the school gate at 5:30 this evening. All right, Li replied. At 5:30 p.m., everyone gathered punctually at the school gate. totaling 10 participants. Besides the 7 from their class, Zhao Boli, and 2 girls named Lu Yi and Hu Yifei, who had been moved by Chen Dong's rendition of I Believe, had signed up to join. At 6 p.m., Chen Dong brought everyone to his villa. Upon entering, they were awestruck by the luxurious furnishings. Smooth birchwood floors, an enormous crystal chandelier, and a lavish set of mahogany furniture at the center of the grand hall. Lili joked, "So this is where our school's true tycoon resides." Chen Dong retrieved some drinks and snacks from the refrigerator, saying, "These were left to me by an elder. Aside from this villa, I'm just an ordinary person. Make yourselves comfortable and enjoy the refreshments while we rest before heading to the practice room." His words immediately bridged the gap between them, and the atmosphere relaxed as they chatted and laughed over drinks and snacks. After sufficient rest, they moved to the practice room. The accompaniment was ready, downloaded from the smart brain and saved on the computer. Chen Dong distributed cards to each person, each containing a segment of lyrics and sheet music, instructing everyone to memorize their parts and familiarize themselves with the melody. For those unfamiliar with the sheet music, he hummed a few lines to guide them, occasionally correcting mispronunciations. After 2 hours of practice, they had each become familiar with their assigned lyrics and melody, able to hum along fluently. Chen Dong announced, "All right, let us do a trial run. The sound equipment is all set. Play the accompaniment. I want to soar to the heavens. Shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The world awaits my change. Stop. Li Guanghua, sing out loud. Don't be shy. Your voice should be high and passionate. If you hold back, you'll miss the essence of youth and fervor." Being the first to sing made Li Guanghua feel bashful, and his voice was low and weak, failing to convey the vibrant energy of youth. Seeing Li Guanghua blush and nod, Chen Dong encouraged, "Let us continue. Play the accompaniment. I want to soar to the heavens, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The world awaits my change." This is precisely correct. It resonates well. Although it may not reach the original artist's standard completely, it achieves a commendable score of 5 or 6 points. With a few more days of practice, I firmly believe they can attain an impressive 8 or 9 points. The dreams one wishes to pursue should never fear the gaze of others. Here, I can realize them all. This segment features a girl named Yang Qingqing. Despite some slight imperfections in her pronunciation, she successfully conveys the emotional essence of the piece. With just a little refinement, it would be perfect. Chen Dong did not interrupt Yang Qingqing as she continued to sing. The joyous laughter binds us shoulder to shoulder, and where can one not find boundless joy? This part is sung by Zhao Boli, and Chen Dong silently nodded in approval, eye in his eyes. Zhao Boli is a remarkably gifted singer, effortlessly expressing the emotional elements of the song in his first rendition. Casting aside worries, bravely stepping forward. I stand at the center of the stage. This segment features a student from the music department named Lu Yi. Her professionalism is evident. Not only is she beautiful, but her voice is also delightful. With her unique and powerful timbre, she beautifully conveys the emotions of a youth who casts aside all troubles to courageously pursue their dreams. I believe in myself. I believe in tomorrow. I believe that youth knows no horizon. This segment is sung by Chen Dong, whose soaring and vigorous voice encapsulates the fervor, vitality, and youthfulness that the song seeks to express, resonating with everyone present. All 10 individuals are young, their youth not yet faded. They are forever filled with passion and vigor, harboring dreams they will bravely pursue. Eli then takes the next segment. By the seaside at sunset, amidst the bustling streets, lies the most beautiful paradise in my heart. Everyone in the practice room diligently rehearses the song repeatedly, with Chen Dong by their side pointing out their mistakes. The song does not demand great technical skill. It simply requires heartfelt emotion to be sung perfectly. The 15 students performing the HUSD version of I Believe are all university students without formal vocal training. Yet, their heartfelt rendition has resonated widely across the nation, for they have poured their emotions into it. As they practiced, everyone began to reflect on their own lives. Their youth has not yet faded. They are not frail old men, disheartened by life. Young people should always remain filled with passion and vitality, continuing to dream and pursue those dreams, inadvertently infusing their emotions into the performance. With genuine emotion, they can convey their feelings through the song to the audience, evoking a shared resonance that allows listeners to become entranced. In the 31st chapter, the performance on stage unfolds. Chen Dong applauds enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Excellent!" Everyone sang wonderfully. Zhao Boli smiles and adds, "It's your lyrics and composition that are brilliant, Chen Dong. Singing this song reminds me of my youth and dreams. I've been singing since elementary school for over a decade, yet never has a song allowed me to invest so deeply in my emotions. Indeed, it stirs my blood to hear it." Chen Dong chuckles and says nothing further. In the following days, the 10 individuals practiced tirelessly at Chen Dong's villa, striving to achieve perfection for the upcoming school anniversary gala on Monday. After several days of rehearsal, Chen Dong believes they have reached the standard of the original HUSD version of I Believe. Among them, Zhao Boli and Lu Yi stand out, their professionally trained voices each possessing distinctive qualities, one powerful and passionate, the other sweet and melodious, effectively conveying the song's vibrant themes of passion, vitality, and the pursuit of dreams. Surpassing the original, Chen Dong recorded the best segments of their performance and edited them into a 4-minute video. The annual school anniversary gala is held in the auditorium, attended by all faculty and students. The audience is already packed, creating a lively atmosphere. The stage is adorned with colorful lights, flowers, and balloons, and various sound equipment is ready. After the principal delivers a brief yet engaging speech, the hosts take the stage, one male and one female. The male host, Fan Yi, a senior from the Performing Arts Department, is dressed in a suit with a stylish bow tie and perfectly styled hair, exuding charm. Having hosted 3 consecutive anniversary galas, his humorous and witty style endears him to the students. Today's female host, Zhao Xiaoling, captivates the audience the moment she steps onto the stage, dressed in a pink dress and light purple high heels, her exquisite face adorned with subtle makeup and her hair neatly tied back, projecting an air of competence and freshness. Good evening, esteemed teachers and fellow students, the hosts bow in greeting. Today marks our school's annual anniversary celebration, and we are thrilled to once again stand on this stage to host this gala. Fanny says with a smile. Zhao Xiaoling continues, as the saying goes, great masters often emerge from humble backgrounds. Regardless of their craft, these masters possess extraordinary skills that may seem unfathomable to ordinary people. Today, we are fortunate to have such a master among us. Please welcome Han Lei from the College of Chemistry and Molecular Engineering to perform a ventriloquism ACT.AS. Zhao Xiaoling finishes her introduction. A slender boy wearing glasses walks onto the stage, taking the microphone. Hello, teachers and students, my name is Han Lei, and today I will perform ventriloquism. As he speaks, the microphone emits the lively chirping of sparrows. The crowd gasps in surprise. Suddenly, a barking sound interrupts, blending with the birdsong. Ha ha, that's a dog barking at the sparrows on the branch. This guy is incredible. His imitation is spot on. Han Lei continues to mimic the sounds of frogs, cows, horses, and chickens, each performance astonishingly realistic, blurring the line between reality and illusion. After Han Lei concludes his act and steps off the stage, Fanny and Zhao Xiaoling return. After witnessing Han Lei's marvelous ventriloquism, don't you find it astonishing, fellow teachers and students? We must commend him. He is truly remarkable. However, today's remarkable talent doesn't end with Han Lei. We also have an extraordinary individual skilled in lyrics, composition, and singing. Please welcome Chen Dong from the Computer Science and Technology Department along with his companions Li Li, Yang Qingqing, Lu Yi, and Zhao Boli to perform I Believe. I Believe. Is that a song? A student in the audience asks in confusion. Come on, haven't you heard the host introduce Chen Dong as a master in lyrics, composition, and singing? Li Guanghua, are you nervous? Chen Dong asks with a smile, addressing Li Guanghua beside him. A little. It's my first time on stage. Li Guanghua admits, taking a deep breath and feeling somewhat shy. Don't worry, just relax. This song is easy to sing. It doesn't require much technical skill, Chen Dong reassures him. Everyone, get ready. It's almost your turn to go on stage. A student enters the backstage area to remind them. Moments later, the 10 individuals file onto the stage. Hello, everyone, they say, bowing to the audience of teachers and students. The name of this song is I Believe. Please enjoy. I want to soar into the sky, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The world awaits my transformation. Li Guanghua begins to sing. Chen Dong notices that Li Guanghua is still somewhat nervous. His voice slightly trembling, however, his powerful tone effectively masks this, achieving a score of 8 or 9 points, akin to the original. The audience falls silent, leaning in attentively. The dreams I wish to pursue are never hindered by the gaze of others. Here, I can realize them all. This segment is sung by Yang Qingqing. Through relentless practice, she has made significant progress, delivering this part with great precision, reaching the standard of the original HUSD version. Joyful laughter binds us shoulder to shoulder. Where can one not find boundless joy? Cast aside worries, bravely step forward. I stand at the center of the stage. This part is sung by Lu Yi, whose sweet voice and skilled technique, honed through professional training, are simply impeccable, leaving no room for critique. This moment marks the song's climax, effectively conveying the elements of youth, vitality, passion, and the pursuit of dreams to the audience below, reflecting the prevailing themes within the university campus. Consequently, it resonates deeply with everyone present, who unknowingly become entranced by the music. In the audience, silence prevails. A teacher, mid-sip from a water bottle, suddenly freezes, eyes wide as they fixate on the stage, ears straining to listen. The bottle still poised at their lips, a student gazes intently at the performance, at times gritting their teeth, at others, feeling the surge of excitement. Observing the expressions of the crowd, it is evident they have been swept away by the music. Unable to extricate themselves from its spell, I believe in myself. I believe in tomorrow. I believe that youth knows no horizon. This segment is sung by Chen Dong, whose elevated and powerful voice encapsulates the passion, vitality, and youthfulness that the song seeks to convey, resonating with the core values of young people. Chapter 30. A song that moved everyone. A round of applause erupted from the audience, expressing their admiration. The lyrics and composition of this song were attributed to Chen Dong, seemingly a talent from your computer science and technology department. It seems a pity that someone with such musical gifts remains in a technical field rather than pursuing music. An elderly gentleman in the front row, his hair silvered with age, shook his head wistfully and remarked to Professor Zhou Jifu, the dean of the computer science department. Zhou Jifu chuckled and replied, "You may not know, Mr. Li, but this young man is excelling in computer studies as well. He has received several job offers from various tech companies even before graduation, including one from SA, a game development firm in Dinghai." Mr. expressed his surprise. "Oh, the SA company that develops games in Dinghai. That's impressive. He is indeed a versatile talent," Zhou acknowledged. "Perhaps he simply lacks interest in music." Mr. shook his head regretfully, saying, "What a shame. If he had an affinity for music, I would personally mentor him. With his talent, he could become a future music master." He continued, "To be honest, from a professional perspective, the song I believe is well crafted, though it has its imperfections. Some notes are slightly off, and certain lyrics are not clearly articulated. However, the heartfelt performance by these amateur singers, combined with the themes of youth, passion, and the pursuit of dreams, resonates deeply with today's youth. Overall, it is a remarkably successful piece, conveying a healthy and uplifting value system, unlike the forgettable pop songs that flood the internet." Zhou Jifu smiled, saying, "Having Mr.'s personal guidance is something many would envy." Mr. Li, known as Li Wanfeng, is a revered elder in the music industry, recognized for nurturing talent. Many of today's top music producers and pop artists emerged from his tutelage, marking him as a luminary in the field. Li Wanfeng shook his head, stating, "I am aging and my energy is limited. Now, I only take on students with exceptional musical talent, unwilling to let go of those rare finds." He paused, then pointed at Lu Yi and Zhao Boli on stage, asking Zhou Jifu, "Aside from Chen Dong, are these two also from the music department?" Zhou Jifu looked in the direction Li pointed, then turned to him, saying, "The young lady is Lu Yi from the music department, while the gentleman is Zhao Boli from the performing arts department." Li Wanfeng shook his head in confusion, saying, "With such musical talent, why opt for the performing arts? What will they do after graduation? Play minor roles?" He lamented the recent trend in the film industry where many chase the elusive dream of stardom, often without talent. This influx has led to an oversaturation of aspiring actors, with limited opportunities in the domestic market, compounded by the invasion of American films and Korean dramas. Every year, only a handful of films and dramas are produced, often featuring the same established actors, leaving countless newcomers without a chance. It's a waste of 4 years of education for many, he concluded. Those who know Li Wanfeng respect him for his ability to recognize and cultivate talent, and even top producers show him reverence. Zhou Jifu nodded in agreement. Li Wanfeng asked, "What year is that young man in?" Zhou replied, "He's a freshman." Li Wanfeng responded, "There's still time. Ask him if he would like to switch to music. I will have my daughter Xiao Rong take him under her wing. Such a promising talent must not be wasted." Xiao Rong, his daughter, is a music professor at Dinghai University, having trained many successful musicians. "I believe in freedom and hope. I believe I can touch the sky with you by my side, making life ever so fresh, every moment filled with excitement." As the final notes of the song faded, silence enveloped the audience for a few seconds before an enthusiastic round of applause erupted. Everyone rose to their feet, clapping fervently for several minutes, expressing gratitude to Chen Dong and his team for delivering such a remarkable performance. The song was truly exceptional, igniting a fiery passion within me. I feel that everyone here has been touched by this song. It speaks directly to the youth, capturing the essence of passion and the pursuit of dreams, which are the prevailing values of our generation, someone remarked. "This is precisely the song I wanted to hear, echoing the healthy and aspirational values we all cherish. I want to hear it again." 10. 100 times wouldn't be enough. Did anyone record it? Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Encore!" Quickly, many voices joined in, calling for a repeat performance on stage. As the clamor for one more time grew louder, Li Guanghua, somewhat shy by nature, felt an exhilarating rush. Standing before the audience for the first time, basking in their applause and cheers, was an extraordinary experience. He realized he enjoyed this feeling immensely. To his astonishment, the song had become such a hit, and he felt like a star, relishing the adoration of the crowd. Li shared the same thrill. He often craved this attention, and now he was entranced by the moment. At that moment, both Chen Dong and his team were filled with excitement. Reveling in the admiration of thousands in the auditorium, two hosts made their way onto the stage. Fanny expressed, "I just heard an incredibly beautiful song that still has my blood boiling. I noticed that the audience is clamoring for an encore, but due to time constraints and the exhaustion of our performers, we must regretfully decline. However, we will ensure they return for another performance in the future." Chapter 33, I believe, goes viral online upon hearing Fanny's announcement that there would be no encore. The audience felt a sense of disappointment. However, most understood the situation, recognizing that the program was tightly scheduled and that performing again would disrupt the lineup. Fanny turned to the group, smiling. "I heard that your team was formed just 4 days ago, and it comprises passionate singers. Besides Lu Yi and Zhao Boli, the rest of you have no formal vocal training. It is quite an achievement to have practiced for only 4 days and delivered a performance that resonated with everyone here. How did you manage that?" At Fanny's inquiry, all eyes turned to Chen Dong. "Hello, everyone." Chen Dong greeted the audience, then continued, "We are thrilled to see that our song, I Believe, has garnered such appreciation from all the esteemed teachers and fellow students present. In response to the question about why this song resonated so deeply, I believe there are 3 key reasons. First, my teammates, Zhao Boli, Li Li, Lu Yi, Yang Qingqing, Wu Bin, Li Yu, Hu Tao, Sun Yunjin, and Deng Xiaoyu, practiced diligently, often rehearsing until past 11 at night, sacrificing their weekends without a break, to the point of straining their voices. Secondly, everyone was wholly invested in the performance. They poured their emotions into the singing. As we all know, to move others, one must first be moved oneself. For example, during practice, Zhao Boli confided in me, "Every time I sing this song, I think of my youth and the dreams I am pursuing." That connection truly impacted him. Finally, I believe the song's themes of youth, passion, and the pursuit of dreams resonate with our audience, who are predominantly young individuals. This song aligns perfectly with the mainstream values of our generation, which is why it received such fervent applause. Had the audience been composed of elderly individuals or young children, perhaps it would not have been met with the same enthusiasm. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, the students in the audience nodded in agreement. Deeply moved by the song, it was the essence of youth, filled with passion and the pursuit of dreams, that resonated with them. Zhao Shaoling inquired of Chen Dong, "I know you are from the Department of Computer Science and Technology, but what inspired you to compose such a touching song that captivated everyone present?" Chen Dong smiled and replied, "As a young person myself, I understand the youth. They should embody vitality, passion, and the relentless pursuit of dreams. Therefore, I wrote this song to express the essence of youth, its vigor, fervor, and aspirations." He added, "Anyone who possesses the spirit of youth, filled with passion and courage in chasing their dreams, will surely appreciate this song." Well said. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, celebrating the sentiments of youth, passion, and ideals. Zhao Shaoling clapped and remarked, "Hearing you speak, I believe young people will indeed love this song." Chen Dong nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, this is a song dedicated to youth, brimming with passion and the pursuit of dreams." Zhao Shaoling's prediction came true. After the school anniversary gala, Chen Dong uploaded a meticulously edited 4-minute video to YouTube, igniting a sensation across the internet. It quickly ascended to the platform's top trending recommendations, garnering over 5 million views in just a week and receiving an impressive rating of 99 out of 100. Netizens eagerly shared the video across Weibo, WeChat, QQ Space, and among friends, drawing increasing attention to the 10 protagonists featured in the video, thus significantly elevating the profile of Dinghai University. This song resonated deeply with me. Although I am in my 30s and have entered middle age, with youth behind me and dreams extinguished, I long for my youthful days and wish to rekindle the aspirations of my past. I yearn to return to that vibrant era of passion, honoring youth, fervor, and dreams. After listening to this song, I was moved to tears. Now at 40, I reminisce about my youth, my ideals, and the fervent years that have passed. I wish for time to rewind back to those glorious days filled with youth, dreams, and passion. The song is beautiful. It feels as if it was composed for me. Never has a song touched me so profoundly, compelling me to listen repeatedly, 10 times, 100 times. Each listening brings forth emotions, reminding me of the beauty of youth, passion, and the pursuit of dreams. Elements we must cherish. It is an incredibly inspiring piece. As the lyrics convey, dreams that I wish to pursue, unafraid of being seen, can all be realized here. I believe in myself, I believe in tomorrow, and I believe that youth knows no horizon. It is invigorating. Stirring the blood. I am grateful to Chen Dong, Zhao Boli, Li Li, Lu Yi, Yang Qingqing, Wu Bin, Li Yu, Hu Tao, Sun Yunjin, and Deng Xiaoyu for their remarkable performance, which profoundly express the elements of youth, passion, and the pursuit of dreams. With over 20,000 comments on Youku, it is evident how impactful I believe has been. Viewers have shared their emotional responses, with many expressing feelings of being moved, inspired, and invigorated. The term cry frequently appears in the comments. I believe has resonated with this generation of young people and has stirred nostalgia among middle-aged individuals for their lost youth, dreams, and passion. The tears shed symbolize a deeper reflection on their bygone youth, extinguished dreams, and fading enthusiasm. The viral success of I Believe led to a phenomenon. Within a week of the video's upload, various universities such as Yinjing University and South China University of Technology released their own renditions, igniting a wave of I Believe covers across the internet. This trend even spilled into reality, with young people seen humming the tune in public spaces, making I Believe a cultural sensation. In the realm of media, major newspapers eagerly reported on I Believe, recognizing its positive energy and its embodiment of youth, passion, and the pursuit of dreams. The China Youth Daily highlighted the song's resonance with young audiences during Dinghai University's anniversary gala. The Southern Metropolis Daily noted the song's widespread acclaim and its inspirational message, interviewing students across various universities. The Yinjing Entertainment Report noted the viral phenomenon surrounding I Believe, with the 4-minute video amassing millions of views across multiple platforms, and rumors circulating that a prominent director intended to use the song in an upcoming inspirational film. The Dinghai Entertainment Report revealed that I Believe surged to the top of music charts, with Chen Dong and his collaborators becoming internet sensations, achieving millions of clicks across video platforms. With the passage of time, their popularity is likely to reach astronomical heights. The video has been shared far and wide, captivating audiences and transforming the 10 featured individuals into internet celebrities, especially Chen Dong, who, with his charming demeanor and radiant smile, has captured the hearts of many. After gaining fame, Chen Dong enjoyed a period of tranquility, focusing on his studies, learning about antiques, and engaging with readers of his novel. His work, Changxing Ji, maintained a stable readership, with subscription numbers steadily increasing. As his fan community continued to grow, the enthusiasm for his writing flourished. The book review section is managed by Bing Ling, the Confused Lamb, and the Cunning Fox, ensuring that essential content is highlighted and pinned appropriately. The leader's position has expanded to include 6 new members, with numerous masters, elders, and hall leaders added, over 10 in total, while under them, the number of branch leaders and apprentices has multiplied exponentially. Chen Dong was reading on the balcony of his villa when suddenly, his wristwatch vibrated gently. "Master, you have 2 unread messages. Would you like to view them?" The crisp and melodious voice of Xiao Lan rang in Chen Dong's ear. "View," he instructed, placing the book aside. As soon as he spoke, a transparent information box appeared before him. Main quest, first bucket of gold, earn 100,000 yuan in startup capital, progress, 108,011 yuan 100,000 yuan. Reward, 50 points, 400 experience points for upgrading the intelligent brain system permissions, and 1 opportunity for basic skill advancement training. Please check your rewards. Congratulations on successfully taking your first step. Keep it up, young man. The permissions level of the intelligent brain system has been upgraded to level 1, with 370,400 points, unlocking new functionalities to explore in the system. Unbeknownst to him, it was already the 5th of the month. When the payment for articles was due, last month's earnings had already been deposited into his bank account. Chen Dong accessed the author backend on a certain platform and discovered that his earnings amounted to 106,011 yuan, including reader donations, subscriptions, and various ranking rewards. The majority of this came from reader donations, with over 30 leaders each contributing at least 1,000, totaling over 30,000. The author received half of that, which equates to 15,000. Besides the leaders' donations, there were countless other donations from masters, elders, and hall leaders, adding up to an additional 20,000 to 30,000. The reason for the 2,000 yuan surplus in the progress of 108,011 yuan was due to a payment of 2,000 yuan for writing code for a company. which also counted towards the completion of his first bucket of gold. Desperately seeking recommendations and subscriptions. Chapter 35. Commencing the writing of Matters of the Ming Dynasty System Prompt. You have received the main quest. First company. Task description. You have secured the startup capital. Do not hesitate any longer. Establish your first internet company. Task reward, 30 points, 200 experience points for system permissions upgrade. Go forth and realize your dreams. Young man, Chen Dong first clicked on the intelligent brain system to explore its functionalities and discovered a new category for bestsellers in the entertainment section, along with various technological patents for smartphones in the technology tree. Some patents required fractions of points, while others demanded over 10 points. Tio redeemed the entire list of smartphone patents. Chen Dong calculated that he would need several hundred points in total. These patented technologies could collectively enable the creation of a smartphone. After closing the system functions, he checked his points, which stood at 56. Contemplating how to make the most of these 56 points, he realized that starting an internet company required at least 100,000 yuan in registered capital, but this amount was far from sufficient for development, which would need to be in the millions. To gather the necessary funds, Chen Dong turned his attention to the newly added bestsellers section in the entertainment system. In the original timeline, some of the most well-known bestsellers included Matters of the Ming Dynasty, Yi Zhongtian's Three Kingdoms, Harry Potter, Tomb Raider, and Ghost Blows Out the Light. Notably, the Harry Potter series, comprising 7 volumes, had been translated into 67 languages, with total sales exceeding 500 million copies as of 2008, ranking among the world's best-selling novels. The series was adapted into 8 films by Warner Brothers, grossing a total of $7.6 billion globally, heralded as the most successful film series in history, creating an unimaginable wealth chain centered around Harry Potter, with a potential value reaching into the hundreds of billions. Statistics showed that every word in the Harry Potter series generated approximately £380, equivalent to around 4,588 yuan. Chen Dong had checked online and found that in this timeline, neither J.K. Rowling, the single mother from England, nor the subsequent Harry Potter series existed. He was tempted to begin writing it, believing that if he secured the rights to Harry Potter, he could become a billionaire within a decade. However, he dismissed this idea for 3 reasons. Firstly, the Harry Potter book required a staggering 180 points for redemption, which was beyond his means. Secondly, the cultural backdrop of the story, set in medieval Europe, would likely resonate strongly in the West, but not in China, reflecting the contrast between Eastern and Western cultures. For instance, while martial arts novels are celebrated in China, they may seem bewildering to Western audiences. Thirdly, Chen Dong lacked recognition in the publishing industry, and no publisher would be willing to publish a children's book with a European medieval backdrop. In the original timeline, J.K. Rowling faced numerous rejections while seeking publication for Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, with some publishers dismissing it on grounds of long sentences. Ultimately, it was only thanks to one publisher willing to take a risk that the book saw the light of day. Initially printed in a mere 500 copies. Thus, Chen Dong decided to forego writing Harry Potter. However, this did not mean he would never write it. If no publisher would accept it, he could always acquire a publishing house himself. Knowing it represented a multi-billion-dollar industry, having abandoned Harry Potter, Chen Dong then set his sights on Matters of the Ming Dynasty. History is often perceived as heavy and dull, yet in the original timeline, Mingyu employed a unique writing style to craft an engaging narrative of the Ming Dynasty. Grounded in historical materials, the story intertwined specific figures and timelines while embracing novelistic techniques and humorous language. It provided a panoramic view of the fates of the 17 emperors of the Ming Dynasty, as well as other nobles and commoners, with particular emphasis on political affairs, warfare, and the machinations of emperors, all while incorporating discussions of the political and economic systems of the time. The narrative unfolded in a conversational style, recounting over 300 years of history in a relatable manner, breathing life into historically obscure figures. Matters of the Ming Dynasty offers readers a fresh interpretation of history, transforming it into a vibrant tapestry of life stories. This innovative approach inspired many authors, leading to the emergence of similar works like Matters of the Tang Dynasty, Matters of the Song Dynasty, and so forth. Unfortunately, few have succeeded, while many have faced criticism from readers in this timeline. Neither Mingyu nor Matters of the Ming Dynasty existed, and no one had previously written about history with such a playful style. Thus, it fell to Chen Dong to take on this endeavor. He spent 20 points from his intelligent brain to redeem Matters of the Ming Dynasty, subsequently printing it out. The first chapter narrates the story of Zhu Yuanzhang, who rose from abject poverty without any background or connections, overcoming immense hardships to establish the Ming Dynasty, and eventually passing the throne to his grandson, Zhu Yunwan, who faced a power struggle with Zhu Di during the Jingnan campaign. Chapter 1. Childhood. We begin with a profile of Zhu Yuanzhang. Name: Zhu Yuanzhang, alias, nickname Zhu Chongba, Zhu Guorui. Gender: male. Ethnicity: Han. Blood type: education: no diplomas, not even a scholar or a successful candidate. However, he later pursued self-study. Occupation: emperor. Family background: at least 3 generations. Peasant. Birth and death: 1328 to 1398. Favorite color: yellow, though this seems to be an arbitrary choice. Social relationships: father: Zhu Wusher. A farmer. Mother: Chen, a farmer. Apologies, her name seems to be absent from historical records. Motto: what is yours is mine. I still claim what is mine. Major experiences: 1328 to 1344, herding cattle. 1344 to 1347, monastic life. Primarily begging for alms. 1347 to 1352, monastic life, mainly ringing the bell. 1352 to 1368. Rebellion, a bold move. 1368 to 1398. Primarily serving as emperor. Everything began on that fateful night in 1328 when Zhu Wusher's wife, Chen, gave birth to a baby boy. This boy would later become Zhu Yuanzhang. Typically, the birth of an emperor is accompanied by strange omens recorded in history, such as windstorms, torrential rains, fragrant aromas, twinkling stars, and radiant lights, all signaling that this child was destined for greatness. Zhu Yuanzhang was no exception. Upon his birth, radiant lights filled the room, causing neighbors to believe a fire had broken out and rushed to assist, as chronicled in the Ming Shirlu. The introduction, resembling a character profile, humorously outlines Zhu Yuanzhang's background, and as readers encounter descriptions of storms, rain, and bright lights, they cannot help but chuckle at the delightful absurdity of it all. Chapter 36. Seeking a publisher. Holding the manuscript of the first chapter of Matters of the Ming Dynasty, the next step was to seek a publisher for its publication. The number of publishers in the empire is as abundant as the stars in the sky. For instance, many universities have affiliated publishing houses. For example, Dinghai University has its own. However, the 2 publishers with the broadest national influence are the Great Wall Press and the Yellow River Press. Chen Dong discovered the addresses of these 2 publishers online and submitted the manuscript of his first book, The Affairs of the Ming Dynasty, to them, after which he could only wait. The Yellow River Press's Dinghai branch, the chief editor, Zhang Liangyu, an elderly man with spectacles and graying hair, slammed the manuscript onto the table, exclaiming in frustration, "What is this? Is this how history is written? Nonsense." In his view, the author had injected personal opinions and biases into the text, making it subjective and inconsistent with historical facts. Some of the less rigorous viewpoints in the book would lead readers to form ambiguous judgments about history, making it unsuitable for the general public, especially young readers. Therefore, the Yellow River Press could not publish this book. The Great Wall Press's Dinghai branch, editor Du Wenhai arrived punctually as usual, greeting passing colleagues with a smile. He settled into his office, brewed a cup of tea, and placed it on his desk. His job was to review manuscripts, utilizing his professional insight to select books that could yield profit for the publisher. Upon encountering the bewildering title cool, and awesome, Du Wenhai furrowed his brow, instinctively categorizing it as rubbish. However, as an editor, he knew he should not jump to conclusions without examining the content. If the content proved engaging, he could suggest a title change during publication. 10 minutes later, Du Wenhai concluded that the manuscript held no value. The sentences were incoherent, lacking a central narrative, and excessively laden with ornate yet meaningless language. He had seen many such manuscripts, receiving piles of them daily, and if he found them difficult to comprehend, how could they be suitable for readers? He cast the manuscript aside, classifying it as worthless, and moved on to the next submission. Is it truly so difficult to find a good book? He mused. His criteria for a good book did not demand exceptional writing skills, though that would be ideal, but rather that it be coherent. Devoid of convoluted and pretentious language, it should possess a clear central theme, avoiding erratic shifts that leave readers bewildered. Lastly, it must be engaging, with content that is neither hollow nor tedious. If an author could achieve these 4 points, their work would be deemed a good book. However, cool, and awesome had failed on all fronts, relegating it to the category of worthless manuscripts, prompting him to review the next one, The Affairs of the Ming Dynasty. Intriguingly, there was much to explore regarding the Ming Dynasty: powerful eunuchs, competitive scholars, the fascinating imperial examination, Zhang He's voyages, and the Carpenter Emperor's intriguing tales. The narrative began with a dossier. Name: Zhu Yuanzhang, alias Zhu Chongba. Zhu Guorui. Gender: male. Ethnicity: Han. For instance, whether it was windy, raining heavily, or fragrant aromas wafting through the air, with twinkling stars above and radiant lights everywhere, the intention was clear. This individual was extraordinary. Mr. Zhu Yuanzhang was no exception. Upon his birth, a red glow illuminated the ground, and unusual lights appeared in his home at night, causing neighbors to believe there was a fire and rush to help, as recorded in the Ming Shirlu. How fascinating it was that history could be narrated in such a manner. Du Wenhai could not help but applaud upon reading this. As he continued, he learned that a month after young Zhu Wusher's birth, his parents named him Zhu Chengba, a name that could also be rendered as Zhu Bababa. The Zhu family had a penchant for distinctive names. Zhu Chengba's great-grandfather was named Zhu Bailu. His great-grandfather was Zhu Sijio. His grandfather was Zhu Chuyi, and his father was Zhu Wusher. Such naming conventions were not a reflection of the Zhu family's mathematical inclinations, but stemmed from the practice during the Yuan dynasty, where commoners without formal education or official titles were named based on the sum of their parentage or the date of their birth. The registrars would surely be bewildered. Upon reaching this point, Du Wenhai burst into laughter. It was both amusing and historically accurate, allowing readers to learn about that era. Upon encountering this passage, readers would realize that during the Yuan dynasty, commoners without education or official positions were left unnamed, forced to rely on their parentage or their birth dates for identification. Understanding this context elucidated why there were figures with numerical names among the rebel forces during the late Yuan, such as Zhang Zhoushi, Zhang Shiqing, and Zhu Chengba, Zhu Yuanzhang. Du Wenhai read through the affairs of the Ming Dynasty in one breath, his expression still lingering with delight. It was evident that the manuscript was merely a fragment of a larger narrative. Since the book covered events from the founding of the Ming Dynasty in 1368 to its downfall in 1644, it would undoubtedly include tales of the 16 emperors during that time. The manuscript had only covered Zhu Yuanzhang's establishment of the nation, Zhu Yunwen's feudal reductions, and Zhu Di's usurpation. How captivating it was to learn that history could be narrated in this fashion. He sensed that this book would undoubtedly be a hit. Now, the key was to secure the rights. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. He glanced at the address on the envelope. Dinghai City? Dinghai University. The following day, Du Wenhai met Chen Dong at a tea restaurant near Dinghai University. The table was adorned with a pot of fragrant Longjing tea and 2 steaming baskets of soup dumplings. After introducing themselves, Du Wenhai poured a cup of tea for Chen Dong. Please, he gestured. Pouring himself a cup, Du Wenhai looked at Chen Dong and said, I am curious. What kind of person would write history in such an engaging manner? Chen Dong chuckled, took a sip of tea, and replied, I am just an ordinary university student with a passion for history. I enjoy reading historical books, and I often ponder why history is portrayed so heavily and drearily. Most ordinary people find it unappealing. Why not adopt a different writing style, using a humorous and engaging approach to present over 300 years of Ming history? I believe readers would appreciate it and gain insights into the Ming Dynasty. Du Wenhai placed a soup dumpling in his mouth, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it's quite interesting. It is only today that I realized history could be written this way. I am curious to know how many volumes this book comprises and whether it is completed. Chen Dong replied, there are a total of 7 volumes in the affairs of the Ming Dynasty, and the manuscript I provided is the first volume. Wenhai wiped his mouth with a napkin and looked at Chen Dong. I would like to secure the rights for all 7 volumes. Du Wenhai's intention was to acquire the publishing rights for the 7 novels at the lowest possible cost. If this book became popular, even a slight increase in the profit share could cost the publisher hundreds of thousands or even millions in royalties. The ideal outcome would be a lump sum buyout. Chen Dong responded, that is acceptable. Du Wenhai, weighing his options carefully, said, this type of book has never been written before, and I am unsure of its potential appeal to readers. If I sign this book, I will bear a significant financial risk. Therefore, my proposal is to buy out the copyright for this book. What do you think? With years of experience in the publishing industry, he had a premonition that the affairs of the Ming Dynasty would be a success. From a business perspective, he needed to obtain the greatest benefit at the lowest cost, and purchasing the publishing rights outright would undoubtedly lead to greater profits. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong shook his head. A buyout is not possible. I will only accept a profit share. A one-time buyout would yield only a few thousand yuan at most, capping out at around 100,000. He was well aware of how popular the affairs of the Ming Dynasty had been in the original timeline. Published in 2006, it had sold over 10 million copies over 5 years, becoming a classic in mainland historical literature. Selling the rights for a mere few thousand yuan was inconceivable. All right, how about a standard author's share of 7? Du Wenhai proposed. Seeing that a buyout was off the table. In the publishing industry, it is generally accepted that authors' royalties range from 7 to 14, with 7 being for ordinary authors, 8 for professional authors, 12 for notable figures like Han Han, and 14 for bestsellers like Yi Zhongtian. Chen Dong understood that as a newcomer without any reputation in the publishing world, securing a 7 share was quite favorable. Chen Dong then suggested a mutually beneficial proposal. That's acceptable, but let us sign for the first volume first, and we can discuss the remaining 6 based on its performance. This way, it benefits both parties. Agreed. Du Wenhai contemplated for a moment and concurred. The two parties immediately signed a contract, limited to the first volume of the Affairs of the Ming Dynasty, with Chen Dong receiving a 7 profit share. The remaining 6 volumes would be negotiated later, with the Great Wall Press holding the right of first refusal for the copyright under the same conditions. Du Wenhai returned to the company, initiating arrangements for the publication of the first volume of the Affairs of the Ming Dynasty. The journey from acquiring copyright to sales involves typesetting, 3 rounds of review and editing, proofing, printing, binding, and then marketing. For a book to sell well, it needs not only quality content that attracts readers, but also robust promotion. If it were a private company, one would also need to purchase the ISBN from a publisher that holds it. Under the urging of Du Wenhai, the process was completed in just half a month, with an initial printing of 10,000 copies sold in Dinghai City and surrounding areas. Sales performance would determine whether to distribute nationwide. On June 15, the Affairs of the Ming Dynasty began selling in major libraries across Dinghai City and nearby cities. It was a Sunday, and Li Wenhua was strolling along the bustling Ximen pedestrian street with Huang Xiaowan. After a long day of walking, their feet were sore. "Xiaowan, let's take a break at the library and see if there are any good books," Li Wenhua suggested to Huang Xiaowan. She nodded in agreement, and they entered Bowen Library. The two separated to browse for books. As a young man, Li Wenhua preferred reading martial arts, war, and historical novels that stirred excitement, while Huang Xiaowan gravitated towards romantic novels filled with love and tragedy. Recently captivated by palace intrigue stories, Li Wenhua began his search at the martial arts section. After searching for over 10 minutes, he was disappointed to find that most of the titles were ones he had already read, and the few new arrivals failed to pique his interest. The repetitive themes of pursuit, cliff falls, serendipitous encounters, consuming miraculous fruits, and seeking vengeance had grown tiresome. It was no wonder that since Jin Gu and Liang ceased writing or passed away, martial arts novels had waned. The lack of relatable characters and the decline of talented authors contributed to this trend. After Jin Gu, no master of martial arts literature had emerged, leading to a monotonous cycle of imitation that left readers bored. Shaking his head in disappointment, Li Wenhua left the martial arts section and moved on to historical novels. He typically favored online speculative and time-traveling historical narratives, finding traditional histories too heavy and uninteresting. Perhaps the bookstore owner recognized that few young people bought conventional historical texts, so they were scarce, while popular online historical stories flourished. Titles like Drunken Dreams Over Rivers and Mountains by Yu Guan, Returning to the Ming Dynasty as a Prince, Officially Living in Style by Sanjie Shi, and The Flourishing Zhu Family by Fu Tian could all be found on the shelf. Suddenly, a book caught his eye, prominently displayed by the owner, The Affairs of the Ming Dynasty. The title intrigued him, standing out from typical historical works that often bore names like Records or Chronicles. This title suggested a humorous and colloquial approach to recounting events of the Ming Dynasty. Although he usually shied away from straightforward historical texts, curiosity compelled him to open its pages. The first chapter, titled Childhood, began with a dossier, name, Zhu Yuanzhang, alias, Zhu Chongba, Zhu Guorui. The narrative was rich with whimsical imagery, winds blowing, torrential rains, fragrant aromas, twinkling stars, and brilliant lights, asserting that Zhu Yuanzhang was unlike anyone else. The description of his birth, surrounded by radiant light and mysterious phenomena that led neighbors to believe there was a fire, made him chuckle. How delightful, he thought. History could indeed be presented in such an engaging manner. The character sketch of Zhu Yuanzhang's heritage and background, paired with vivid imagery of storms and fragrant scents, hinted at a remarkable future. It was amusing, captivating, and ignited his desire to read further. One could say the book had already succeeded halfway. As Li Wenhua became engrossed in the content, he lost track of time until a tap on his shoulder startled him. He turned to find Huang Xiaowan looking quite displeased. "I've called you several times. And you didn't," he respond. With a smile still lingering on his face, Li Wenhua sheepishly replied, "I'm sorry, Xiaowan. I got carried away. This book is too entertaining." He had flipped through half of it. Curious, Huang Xiaowan asked, "What book is so fascinating?" "The Affairs of the Ming Dynasty," Li Wenhua replied. Its humorous writing style offers a playful take on Ming history. He showed her the book cover. However, upon seeing the title, Huang Xiaowan lost interest and told him, "Let us go eat. I'm starving." Li Wenhua glanced at the darkening sky. Realizing it was getting late, he folded the corner of the page and told Huang Xiaowan, Wait for me at the entrance. I'll buy the book. Huang Xiaowan questioned, You're really going to buy it? It's over 30 yuan. Not cheap at all, Li Wenhua nodded, eager to read the rest. I can't wait to see how it unfolds. This author has turned a dull historical text into something so witty and humorous. It's truly impressive. Seeing her boyfriend was determined to buy it, Huang Xiaowan said no more and walked outside. With the affairs of the Ming Dynasty in hand, Li Wenhua approached the checkout counter. You're buying this book too? A young man in a plaid shirt, also holding a copy, paused and smiled at Li Wenhua. Yes, it's incredibly entertaining, Li Wenhua replied with a grin. The young man added, just for the author's ability to transform a mundane historical book into something so engaging. I feel compelled to support him. Li Wenhua smiled and said nothing more. After completing his purchase, he exited the bookstore to find his girlfriend waiting eagerly by the roadside. The Changjiang Publishing House. Dinghai branch, in the chief editor's office, assistant Xiao Ma hurriedly approached Du Wenhai with a sales report for the affairs of the Ming Dynasty. Editor Du, it's a hit. The bookstores are sold out, and our phone lines are nearly overwhelmed with calls for more copies. Du Wenhai, excited, rose from his seat to take the report. After a quick glance, he instructed Xiao Ma, notify the printing factory to increase the print run immediately. How many copies should I request? Xiao Ma asked. After a moment's contemplation, Du Wenhai replied, let us go with 100,000 copies. Understood. I'll inform them right away, Xiao Ma responded, swiftly leaving the office. Alone, Du Wenhai chuckled triumphantly. In just 3 days, the initial print run of 10,000 copies had sold out, indicating the book's potential to become a blockbuster bestseller. He believed that, over time, word of mouth from readers would draw even more people to bookstores. He resolved to focus on promoting this book nationwide, leveraging its popularity to drive sales. However, it was crucial to secure the publishing rights for the other 6 titles in the series before another publisher snatched them away. Reflecting on the first negotiation, he realized he had underestimated the book's appeal. Had he offered a more attractive royalty split initially, he might have secured the rights to all 7 titles. Now, he found himself at a disadvantage, with the upper hand resting with the other party. If they increased their royalty offer to 11 or 12, he would have no choice but to accept, given the book's immense success. With this in mind, Du Wenhai picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Chen Dong? I'd like to invite you to dinner to celebrate the success of the affairs of the Ming Dynasty. Are you free? Sure, let us meet at the Daxiangnan restaurant at 4 p.m. Having set the meeting for 4 p.m. at the Daxiangnan restaurant near Dinghai University, Du Wenhai was determined to secure the rights to the remaining 6 titles at any cost. He planned to focus solely on promoting this book, ensuring his publishing division would reap significant profits. The Daxiangnan restaurant, in the Plum Blossom Hall, only 2 individuals were present, Chen Dong and Du Wenhai. The table was lavishly set with dishes like spicy fish head, Westlake vinegar fish, braised lion's head meatballs, and seaweed egg soup. Du Wenhai raised his glass in a toast to Chen Dong, saying, the novel is selling exceptionally well, 10,000 copies in just 3 days. I'd like to discuss securing the publishing rights for the other 6 titles. Chen Dong nodded. That sounds good. After some consideration, Du Wenhai proposed, how about we add 3 to the royalty for the first book? This would bring the royalty share to 10, an impressive offer for a newcomer without any prior fame, equating to what established best-selling authors typically received. However, Chen Dong was well aware that the events of the Ming Dynasty had sold over 10 million copies in 5 years, averaging more than 2 million copies annually. He shook his head and remarked, Editor Du, I cannot agree to this royalty split. I calculated that in just 3 days, we sold 10,000 copies, and that was without any promotional efforts. Over a month, that amounts to 100,000 copies, and in a year, we could easily sell over 1 million. According to domestic sales statistics, a book that accumulates around 50,000 copies a year is considered a general bestseller, while those exceeding 200,000 are deemed quite successful. Achieving sales of 500,000 or even 1 million copies categorizes it as a super bestseller. Given the sales performance of the events of the Ming Dynasty, it certainly qualifies as a super bestseller. And I expect a royalty split of 15%. In the original timeline, the 12% royalty was for authors like Han Han, while 15% was typical for authors like Yi Zhongtian. Notably, Yi Zhongtian's most famous work, 3 Kingdoms by Yi Zhongtian, has not reached the sales figures of the events of the Ming Dynasty, thus my request for 15% is not excessive. After all, the bulk of profits will always go to the publisher. Upon hearing this, Du Wenhai wore a wry smile, knowing he could not refuse such terms. The fact that the events of the Ming Dynasty had sold 10,000 copies in just 3 days without any promotion suggested that, with the company's robust marketing and positive word of mouth, it could easily surpass 1 million copies in a year. Although the author would receive 15% of the royalties, the publisher would still profit significantly. Du Wenhai pretended to ponder for a moment and said, 15% is indeed quite high. It is rare for authors to receive such a substantial share. While I can agree to the 15% royalty, to ensure our company maximizes its profits, we must negotiate a lower percentage. Remember, for a book that sells 1 million copies a year, granting the author an additional percentage in royalties could mean a loss of over 1 million in profits for the company. Chen Dong chuckled and replied, "It is indeed uncommon for an author's work to sell 10,000 copies in 3 days without any promotional efforts. For my first book, I only received a 7% royalty, which allowed your publishing house to profit significantly. I cannot accept anything less than 15%. Otherwise, I would prefer to self-publish." Understood, Du Wenhai nodded. The 7% royalty from the first book had generated an additional 8% profit for the publisher. If they were to be excessively greedy, they risked losing out on a super bestseller that could sell over 1 million copies annually. He realized that even if they allocated 15% in royalties to the author, the publisher would still retain the majority of the profits. Let us proceed with a pleasant collaboration. With that, both parties signed a contract, entrusting the publication of the events of the Ming Dynasty from the 2nd to the 7th volumes to the Changjiang Publishing House's Dinghai branch, with Chen Dong receiving 15% of the sales profits. After finalizing the contract, Du Wenhai mentioned to Chen Dong that he should contact him for any future works, promising that the royalty split would be favorable. Chen Dong agreed with a nod. The contract was signed without the prior bargaining and calculations. One aimed to secure a higher percentage of royalties while the other sought to minimize costs. They enjoyed a pleasant meal together, and after bidding farewell to Du Wenhai, Chen Dong returned to his villa. He opened his computer, logged into the author's backend area, and upon obtaining the editor's consent, published a chapter. Dear readers, greetings. My novel The Events of the Ming Dynasty will officially debut nationwide on June 25. This work is based on historical materials, focusing on specific eras and characters while incorporating novelistic techniques. The language is humorous and engaging, providing a panoramic view of the fates of the 17 emperors of the Ming Dynasty, as well as various nobles and commoners. It delves deeply into political affairs, warfare, and the machinations of emperors, while also exploring the political and economic systems and moral values of the time. Through a contemporary narrative style, I aim to present over 3 centuries of history, breathing life into historically obscure figures, offering a fresh interpretation of the past, transforming history into a vivid narrative. Unlike dry historical texts, The Events of the Ming Dynasty employs a humorous and engaging tone, making the narrative enjoyable and worthy of your time. With my recommendation, over 100,000 readers of the Eternal Life Chronicles have come across this chapter at various times, sparking lively discussions in the review section and on social media platforms. Support the author. I want to buy a copy now, and I want to see if the book is truly worth reading. If it is, as the esteemed author Su Wu claims, I will definitely purchase it. Personally, I find historical texts uninspiring and dull. I am not inclined to buy it. So, The Events of the Ming Dynasty was written by Su Wu. His pen name, Kidui, is indeed an extension of his persona. I assure you, this book is absolutely worth reading. It is incredibly entertaining, transforming mundane historical narratives into something delightful. Didn't he say the book would be released on June 25? How do you already know the content? The first volume of The Events of the Ming Dynasty has been available in bookstores in Dinghai City and surrounding areas since June 15, but it has already sold out due to its immense popularity. It is said that the Changjiang Publishing House printed 10,000 copies as a trial, and unexpectedly, they sold out in 3 days. Readers in Dinghai and nearby cities must wait until tomorrow to purchase the book. For readers in other regions, it will be available in bookstores on June 25. Indeed, a classmate of mine bought a copy and told me it was incredibly entertaining. They read it during class and struggled to suppress laughter, turning red in the face. Now I want to buy a copy too, but it's sold out. I need to get there early tomorrow. Lost Frog, please share a bit of it so we can see how entertaining it is. Alright, I hope Su Wu won't hold me accountable for copyright infringement. Haha, Su Wu, please issue a disclaimer. Okay, I can only share 3 chapters, otherwise, it might be troublesome with the publisher. Chen Dong chimed in. I understand. Lost Frog, please go ahead and share 3 chapters. Just a moment, I'm a slow typist. Let me post a bit first. Chapter 1. Childhood. We begin with a document. Name, Zhu Yuanzhang, alias, Zhu Chongba, Zhu Guorui. Everything began on that fateful night in 1328 when the peasant Zhu Wuxi's wife, Chun, gave birth to a baby boy who would later be known as Zhu Yuanzhang. Whenever an emperor is born, historical texts often record strange phenomena such as strong winds, heavy rain, fragrant aromas, twinkling stars, and radiant lights, all meant to signal that this individual is extraordinary. Zhu Yuanzhang's birth was no exception. There was a glow surrounding him, and unusual lights appeared in the house at night, causing neighbors to believe there was a fire and rushing to help, as recorded in the Ming Shirlu. Haha, how amusing. I couldn't help but laugh. Who knew history could be written in such a captivating way? The author employs modern language to turn historical texts into something entertaining. It's hilarious. Fragrant aromas, heavy rain, twinkling stars, radiant lights, all meant to convey that this person is unique. Upon reading this, I nearly burst out laughing. The author truly possesses a gift for humor. The grandiose language from the Ming Shirlu is rendered into something amusing under his pen. Haha, I can't resist wanting to buy a copy now. Who in Dinghai can help me get one delivered? I'll send you the money. Count me in. In total, over 400 people expressed their willingness to purchase the book, priced at 30 yuan each, plus shipping costs, totaling over 15,000 yuan. Ultimately, they decided to pool their funds to have a resident of Dinghai, known as Lord Baiyun, purchase the books and arrange for shipping across the country. There's a saying online. Whenever an event sparks intense interest among netizens, it quickly spreads to every corner of the internet. This is what we call hype. Its cost is minimal, but its impact can be staggering. After reading the first 3 amusing chapters, everyone eagerly anticipated the subsequent content. However, the novel's nationwide release was still a few days away, yet that did not dampen the reader's enthusiasm. Chapter 40. The explosive promotion in less than 2 months since its release. The year's most unexpected dark horse has garnered over 30 leaders, ranking among the top 6 in monthly votes and second in category monthly votes. This remarkable dark horse recently launched a new book. Set to be released in bookstores nationwide on June 25, it is a must-read. Selling 10,000 copies in 3 days without any promotion. An entertaining historical book, written in a humorous and engaging style. A book that brings laughter. These selling points were inadvertently shared among readers during casual conversations, spreading across various QQ groups, Weibo, and forums, where the events of the Ming Dynasty became a hot topic. Characterized as an amusing historical book on the first day, only the over 100,000 readers who had bookmarked Chongqingji were aware that Ming Dynasty affairs would be available on June 25th. The following day, news of this reached numerous readers in various QQ groups, thanks to the casual conversations among the friends of Chongqingji. For instance, in one QQ discussion, a newcomer exclaimed that another author had released a new book. Really? Is Xihua releasing a new book? He must be exhausted, updating 15,000 words daily and still daring to start a new title. What is it called? Let me look it up. It's called Ming Dynasty Affairs. You can't find it online, but it's sold in bookstores. It's quite an interesting historical work. What makes it interesting? I'll show you. Keep it safe. A file was sent, containing the first 3 chapters shared among the readers of Chongqingji. Given the strict copyright laws of this era, unauthorized reproduction and distribution were prohibited, so only the first 3 chapters of the initial volume circulated online. Minutes later, laughter erupted as one reader remarked, "How amusing! History can be written this way. When will it be available nationwide? I'll buy it." On June 25th, as these two conversed in the reader group, many lurking members observed their exchange, intrigued. "Hey, could you send that to me?" One silent reader finally piped up, "Sure, I'll share it in the group for anyone interested." Within minutes, half of the active members of the QQ group opted to receive the file and began reading. Most of them, having finished the first 3 chapters, developed a desire to purchase the book, while a few remained indifferent. Through such inadvertent promotions on QQ, Weibo, forums, and various websites, Ming Dynasty affairs spread across the internet at an astonishing pace. Countless individuals, prompted by online buzz, felt compelled to buy it. When the first volume hit bookstores nationwide days later, they flocked to purchase it for 30 yuan. Concurrently, in reality, Yangtze Publishing House had prioritized Ming Dynasty affairs for their annual promotion, launching extensive advertising across major newspapers, television, and radio. They marketed the book as an entertaining historical account, utilizing a humorous and engaging narrative style to depict the Ming Dynasty, which undoubtedly proved to be a highly effective strategy. Attracting numerous readers, Yangtze Publishing contacted printing houses to expedite the first print run of 500,000 copies, swiftly distributing them to major bookstores nationwide. Everything was set, awaiting the sales to commence on June 25th. On that day, under a clear sky and gentle breeze, at Hanwen Bookstore in Chengdu, a group of young people eagerly awaited the store's opening. As soon as the doors swung open, they rushed in. The store owner, Gua Jingxiang, was startled by the sudden surge. "What are you all doing?" One bespectacled youth responded, "We're here to buy Ming Dynasty affairs. Has it arrived?" "Ah, you're here for Ming Dynasty affairs." "Yes, it just came in yesterday." This book has been generating quite a buzz online, in newspapers, and on television. Gua opened the security gate, allowing them entry. By the time he turned around, 1/3 of the newly shelved copies of Ming Dynasty affairs had been snatched up. With each person carrying at least 3 or 4 copies, one young man even cradled a large stack, estimating at least a dozen books. Gua, intrigued, asked, "Are you all buying this many?" The bespectacled youth replied, "We re-picking up for our classmates. Time to check out, boss." "All right." Gua settled at the cash register, quickly calculating the total. Its 32 yuan per book. 4 books total. That LLB 128 yuan. One young man in a plaid shirt pulled out his wallet and said, "Boss, could you give us a discount? We're buying over 50 books." Gua, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I'm sorry, but new releases generally don't have discounts. However, I can offer each of you a small gift. Thank you." Though a bit disappointed, the young man graciously thanked the owner and handed over 200 yuan bills. Gua accepted the money, returned 72 yuan in change, then retrieved a plastic box filled with delightful trinkets, keychains of cartoon characters, decorative game emojis, and miniature anime robots. The young patrons were thrilled by the charming decorations. The youth in the plaid shirt happily selected a game emoji decoration. Once this group completed their purchases, Gua calculated that he had sold 52 books in no time. Curious about why a historical book had captivated such an audience, Gua, having run the bookstore for several years without experiencing such sales, decided to pick up a copy of Ming Dynasty affairs himself. Half an hour later, he chuckled. How hilarious! History can indeed be written in such a manner. Unlike traditional history books that are often dull and heavy, the author had infused humor and wit into the narrative of the Ming Dynasty's 300 years, transforming history into a lively tale. Perhaps this was what drew readers to Ming Dynasty affairs. "Excuse me, do you have Ming Dynasty affairs?" An elderly gentleman with white hair entered the bookstore and asked Gua. "Yes," Gua replied, still savoring the book's charm as he stood to greet the customer, guiding him to the shelf where Ming Dynasty affairs was displayed. He handed a copy to the elder, inquiring, "May I ask your surname?" The elder replied, "I'm Hu, a retired middle school history teacher. Is Ming Dynasty affairs really as entertaining and humorous as they say on television?" "Absolutely. This book is fantastic. Unlike other history books that are tedious and heavy, the author brings to life the Ming Dynasty's 300 years as if it were a vivid story. If you're skeptical, please take a seat and read a bit. If you find it amusing, then you may purchase it. If not, there's no obligation. Thank you." Minutes later, we heard the elder's hearty laughter interspersed with exclamations of "This is so entertaining. History can be written this way." Looking up, Gua smiled, knowing the elderly gentleman would undoubtedly buy the book. Indeed, moments later, the elder approached the cash register to pay. After completing his purchase, the elder remarked, "To write an otherwise dull and heavy history book so engagingly, the author is indeed talented." At the Yangtze Publishing House headquarters, Chief Editor Du Wenhai inquired, "Xiao Ma, have the sales figures for Ming Dynasty affairs been compiled yet?" Secretary Xiao Ma responded, "Chief Editor, I'm currently compiling the data. I'll deliver it to you as soon as it's ready." Du Wenhai, preoccupied with various thoughts, chain-smoked as the office filled with haze, awaiting the sales report. "Xiao Ma, please hurry them along." "Understood." As Xiao Ma turned to leave, he collided with a hurried staff member. Thankfully, both were unharmed. Du Wenhai then asked, "Xiao Su, has the sales report for Ming Dynasty affairs been finalized?" The staff member named Xiao Su handed over the report, stating, "It's ready. Everyone knew you were eager to know the sales figures from the first day, so they rushed to get it to you." Du Wenhai took the report, quickly scanning through it until his eyes settled on the final sales number. 31,752 copies. "Are you sure the distribution department didn't make a mistake?" Xiao Su nodded. "No, we double-checked the figures, and everything is accurate." "Excellent," Du Wenhai exclaimed joyfully. In his mind, he calculated that the reason for the initial surge of over 30,000 copies sold was due to the explosive marketing campaign across the internet, newspapers, television, and radio leading up to the book's release. He anticipated a gradual decline in sales, from over 30,000 copies on the first day to a few thousand, then hundreds, until sales dwindled to nothing. At that point, they could consider publishing the second volume of Ming Dynasty affairs, aiming to replicate the initial success. A set of 7 books could potentially sell for several years. Given the current fervor, it is anticipated that sales may exceed 10 million copies, presenting a veritable goldmine for the publishing house for years to come. Recently, everyone has been working diligently. Du Wenhai turned to Xiao Ma and Xiao Su, announcing, "Let everyone know that after work tonight, we shall gather at a restaurant to celebrate." His face wore a broad smile, one that even a blind person could perceive as a sign of his elation. "Editor-in-chief, will there be red envelopes?" they inquired. "Indeed, everyone shall receive one," Du Wenhai replied with a grin. Securing the publishing rights for the Matters of the Ming Dynasty across 7 volumes is bound to yield significant profits for the publishing house. Thus, red envelopes for all are certainly in order. The publication matters for the Matters of the Ming Dynasty were entrusted to the Yangtze River Publishing House, and Chen Dong planned to promote the book within the reader community for Chronicles of Longevity. After that, he resolved to take a step back, content to collect royalties and share profits each month. Chen Dong aspired to establish a company, but the registration process is notoriously tedious, often taking no less than half a month. Even under the best circumstances, alternatively, he could opt for a more expedient route by hiring an agency to handle the registration. For a mere 1,200 yuan, he could secure a business license in 3 to 4 days. Naturally, Chen Dong chose the quickest method, locating a reputable agency in Dinghai City, submitting the necessary documentation, and making the payment. 3 days later, Tianlan Network Technology Company Limited was founded, with Chen Dong as its legal representative. The system prompted, main quest, establish your first internet company. Completion yields 30 points and 200 experience points for system permission upgrades. The Intelligent Light Brain System S level increased to 2, with 170 out of 600 points. Unlocking new features to explore. Another prompt appeared, new main quest, develop your first game. Quest description. Your internet company is established, yet it lacks a game. Everything stands at 0. Hints, please expedite the development of your first game. Whether it be a single-player game, a web game, a 2D or 3D game, or a virtual game. Complete this task promptly. With encouragement echoing, come on, boss, Chen Dong understood the challenge ahead. Developing a game could be both simple and complex. Single-player games were easier to create, requiring minimal investment, akin to games like Match Pairs, Gold Miner, Chinese Chess, and Tetris. While simple in design, such games often failed to captivate players, merely serving as pastimes that quickly faded from memory. Moreover, producing straightforward web games was fraught with pitfalls. Chen Dong believed that the inception of web games was primarily a money-grabbing endeavor, laden with various membership fees and upgrades. Typically, these games had short lifespans, often lasting no more than a year or two, as developers shifted their focus to continuously creating new titles to capitalize on the market. Thus, Chen Dong dismissed the idea of producing web games. While they might yield quick profits, they lacked the potential for quality. He contemplated large-scale single-player games, noting that piracy had hindered their development in his previous world. The cost of producing a game disc was minimal, yet pirated versions sold at exorbitant profits, rendering it nearly impossible for developers to recoup their investments. However, in this new realm, copyright protections were stringent and piracy was virtually non-existent, with a burgeoning appreciation for original content. The realms of music, film, and games flourished. Chen Dong decided to focus on creating a large-scale single-player game, inspired by the classic titles that had once captivated audiences in his former world. He explored the entertainment list on his light brain, selecting the gaming category and ultimately choosing Plants vs. Zombies. This game was not only straightforward in its mechanics, but also required minimal production costs, making it an ideal candidate for casual entertainment. Plants vs. Zombies, originally developed by PopCap Games and released on May 5, 2009, allowed players to strategically deploy various plants to fend off an onslaught of zombies. The game featured diverse enemies and gameplay modes, enhanced by environmental challenges like nighttime and fog, which added layers of complexity and engagement. Upon its release, the game became a sensation, leading to a cultural phenomenon that spawned countless strategies, merchandise, and even adaptations in various media. Now, Chen Dong was determined to recreate this globally beloved game. He accessed the game files, discovering 5 compressed packages: the game design document, graphics, music and sound effects, engine files, and programming files, each accompanied by a point requirement for redemption. After assessing his 66 points, he realized he could not redeem all packages and would need to make strategic choices. The game design document, requiring 18 points, was essential. It represented the very soul of the game, guiding every aspect of its creation. The game image file package requires 21 points, which is a must-select. The original Plants vs. Zombies owes a significant part of its success to its artistic design. The plants are transformed from mere stationary entities into spirited guardians of the garden, embodying qualities such as cuteness, bravery, resilience, self-sacrifice, and teamwork. These admirable traits are manifested in the diverse plant characters. On the other hand, the zombies are no longer depicted as ominous and terrifying creatures. Instead, they are rendered in a more light-hearted manner, with elements of horror deliberately softened. Dancing zombies with guitars, bouncing zombies on pogo sticks, balloon-carrying zombies, and the explosive box-carrying zombie are all humorous portrayals that elicit laughter rather than fear. The visuals are exquisite, with a vibrant color palette, prompting many players to create beautiful wallpapers from the game graphics. The game music and sound effects package requires 15 points, which is also essential. The original soundtrack is distinctive and adds an extra layer of enjoyment to the gameplay. The game engine file package requires 11 points and is optional, as numerous 2D engines are available online, both free and paid. However, to achieve optimal game performance and compatibility, it is advisable to redeem the game engine file package. The total points for the 4 game file packages amount to 65. Chen Dong clicked to redeem them. He chose not to redeem the game program file package for 2 reasons. Firstly, it requires 32 points, and selecting it would mean sacrificing the other 2 packages. Secondly, while the game planning and creative concepts can be developed by Chen Dong, aspects such as music and sound design can be outsourced to professional studios, and art design, user interface design, and background design can also be handled by specialized studios. The 2D engine can be purchased or downloaded for free from the internet. However, the program package, being the core of the game, cannot be entirely outsourced. Chen Dong plans to assign the programming aspect of Plants vs. Zombies to the newly established Tianlong Company's game studio. Although he currently lacks personnel, he can hire staff, including programmers, salespeople, cleaners, and accountants, to establish the company's framework. After redeeming the 4 game file packages, Chen Dong extracted them on his computer, resulting in 4 folders containing the planning concepts, images, music, and sound effects of Plants vs. Zombies, as well as the community-oriented software framework. Sexy App Framework. In the following days, Chen Dong became embroiled in a flurry of activities: renting office space, recruiting staff, formulating company regulations, and purchasing office supplies. Ultimately, he rented an office near the school, and with the purchase of various office supplies, his initial capital of 100,000 yuan quickly diminished. Fortunately, the book stories of the Ming Dynasty sold exceptionally well, providing him with a substantial advance in royalties, bolstering his confidence. Many people may envy the current internet tycoons, unaware of the struggles faced during the early development of China's internet. TO capture market share. They burned through funds without seeing a profit direction, often succumbing to the overwhelming tide of the internet. As Jack Ma famously said, "Today is brutal. Tomorrow is more brutal. The day after tomorrow is beautiful. But most people will die tomorrow night. Only true heroes can see the sun of the day after tomorrow." The current internet magnates are indeed the heroes who endured. After securing an office and acquiring the necessary supplies, Chen Dong established a game studio under Tianlong Company. He personally took on the role of team leader, with Gao Ming as the deputy leader, whom Chen Dong recruited from a large foreign game development company. If Gao Ming hadn't wished to return to his homeland, Chen Dong's relatively inconspicuous studio might not have attracted such talent. The studio also includes 4 programmers, all with 5 to 6 years of game development experience, sourced through a headhunting agency, along with an accountant and a cleaner. Tianlong Company now has 9 employees, including Chen Dong as the owner, a modest beginning, but operational nonetheless. Chen Dong entrusted the responsibilities to Gao Ming, who would oversee all matters of the game studio. Returning to school after nearly a week of absence, Chen Dong found that his classmates had become accustomed to his frequent disappearances. "Chen Dong, you finally appeared. What have you been up to?" Lily inquired, curious about Chen Dong's activities. With class not yet in session, Chen Dong took a seat and replied, "I've been busy starting a company, recruiting staff, renting an office, purchasing supplies, and establishing company regulations. It's been chaotic." "That's impressive," exclaimed Lily, astonished. Chen Dong modestly replied, "It's just a small team of 9, including myself. The early stages involve a lot of expenditure. It may take months before we see any profits. Are you interested in interning at my company? The salary won't be substantial, but if you wish to stay after graduation, you can become a permanent employee. No pressure if you choose not to." "Sure, thank you," Lily said gratefully. Chen Dong smiled and provided the address, instructing him to report there the next day. By the way, has anything happened at school while I was away?" While students at prestigious universities are not typically worried about job prospects, having over a year of work experience is far more appealing to multinational corporations than being a fresh graduate with no experience. "Not much has happened," Lily replied. Recently, Mingzhu TV launched a popular singing competition called I Am a Singer, Just Sing, and many students from our school have signed up. Mingzhu TV ranks among the top 3 in domestic viewership, and its programs are not trivial competitions. Every singer has the chance to perform on stage before millions of national viewers, a tantalizing prospect for aspiring stars. Chen Dong asked, "What is I Am a Singer?" "Just Sing all about." Lily slowly explained the details of the singing competition. After listening, Chen Dong learned that I Am a Singer, Just Sing is a grand music talent show created by Mingzhu TV. Anyone over 18 who loves singing can register for free in designated cities, regardless of singing style, appearance, or region. The competition consists of preliminary rounds, reselection, and ultimately, advancement rounds, with no restrictions on appearance or singing style. Participation offers a chance at stardom, a captivating proposition for those who have dreamt of being stars since childhood. Thus, over 10,000 participants signed up from just one city. Are you going to register? With your musical talent, advancing to the next round would be effortless. Plus, you have the advantage of being an original artist, which tends to favor judges. Record labels also prefer to sign versatile singers who can write, compose, and perform. Perhaps I could have a superstar friend in the future, Lily suggested. No, I don't want to sign with any record labels and be bound by various constraints. Becoming a star is not my ideal, Chen Dong replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, his expression changed, and with a hint of resignation, he added, all right, I suppose I will participate. Although he prefers to remain low-key and enjoys silently excelling at tasks, the allure of success and the cheers of the crowd are hard to resist. Despite having no financial need, his 2 novels have already earned him millions. He finds himself drawn to the spotlight, partly due to a series of tasks released by the system related to the singing competition. Side Quest 1. I am a singer, just sing, dream launch. Quest description. Everyone has dreams, even though yours may not lie here. I hope you can excel. Of course, you may also choose to forego this, but you will miss out on significant points related to the singing competition. Quest requirements. Register for the preliminary round of I am a singer, just sing. Quest rewards, 2 points and 20 experience points towards system permission upgrades. The sudden notification from the system prompted Chen Dong to reconsider. 2 reasons influenced his decision. Firstly, he needed points urgently, as he had only 1 point left after redeeming the 4 game packages. The subsequent tasks related to the singing competition could yield substantial points. Secondly, everyone harbors a desire to revel in success, to bask in the joy of recognition. Though Chen Dong is modest and low-key, he, too, yearns for acknowledgement and the exhilarating feeling of triumph. In truth, I do not harbor any aversion towards becoming a celebrity. Rather, I find discontent in the unseemly practices that often lurk behind the glamorous facade of the entertainment industry. Once one achieves fame, it becomes exceedingly rare to find a moment of tranquility, as one is inundated with an endless stream of engagements. For someone like Chen Dong, who cherishes solitude, this is utterly contrary to his nature. After deciding to participate in the competition I am a singer, he seemed to vanish from the sight of his classmates the very next day, having acquired all the knowledge he needed during his 3 years in school. What remained was merely the application of that knowledge, which he deemed unnecessary. In his original timeline, he was an exemplary programmer, having started taking on programming freelance projects since his sophomore year, crafting a myriad of codes. At the Haijing Holiday Hotel in Dinghai City, the competition I am a singer was being held. Upon arriving at the registration point and completing his application, Chen Dong was guided by the staff to the backstage of the stage, where he awaited his turn to perform. While sitting backstage, he seized the opportunity to review a newly assigned side mission. Upon successful registration, he was rewarded by the Light Brain system with 2 points and 20 experience points. And predictably, he received the next side mission, the first step to stardom. Mission description. Stand out among the multitude of contestants in the preliminary round, signifying that you have taken the first step on the path to stardom. Mission requirements. Advance from the preliminary round to the semifinals. Mission rewards, 5 points and 100 experience points. Best of luck, future star. Prior to taking the stage, Chen Dong had resolved to remain true to his originality. His voice, while distinctive and possessing a wide range, was undeniably pleasant to the ear, imbued with a certain purity and freshness, though lacking professional vocal training. To stand out amidst trained vocalists, he understood the necessity of having a unique quality. Originality became his greatest asset. Anyone could sing, and with professional training, many could perform exceptionally well, but few possessed the ability to compose and write lyrics while also singing. Thus, outstanding original works garnered more points from the judges, and record companies preferred to sign exceptional original artists. In addition to originality, a singer's appearance could also influence the judges' scores. Those with striking looks had a greater chance of standing out, compared to other contestants. Chen Dong had remarkable original works at his disposal, and with a mere expenditure of points, he could exchange for a plethora of excellent musical pieces from his original timeline. Furthermore, his appearance was commendable. Clad in a checkered shirt, blue jeans, and white sneakers, with a neatly cropped hairstyle, he stood tall and handsome, radiating a scholarly charm that was endearing and appealing to the adoring fans. Contestant number 36. Chen Dong, it's your turn to take the stage, a staff member announced loudly as he entered the backstage area. That's me, Chen Dong replied, raising his hand. With just one glance, the staff member was favorably impressed. as Chen Dong's warm smile evoked a sense of familiarity and goodwill. "Good luck. Don't be nervous," the staff member offered encouragingly, a gesture not commonly extended to previous contestants. "Thank you," Chen Dong replied with a gentle smile. Expressing his gratitude, to be frank, he felt no trace of anxiety. On the contrary, standing on stage and gazing at the judges and audience below, he experienced an overwhelming sense of unity with the performance. Judging by his appearance and the unique aura he exuded, he seemed an ideal candidate for stardom, possessing an approachable charm that endeared him to fans, and his stage presence was remarkably steady. Devoid of any signs of nervousness, as he took to the stage, he bowed respectfully to the judges and audience, greeting them. "Hello everyone, I am Chen Dong, a university student. Today, I will be performing an original song titled The Story of Time. Many lament the passage of time. But do they truly understand the importance of cherishing the beautiful moments we have now? I hope this song inspires everyone to appreciate every fleeting moment, rather than merely lamenting the swift passage of time. Thank you." Upon learning that he would perform an original piece, many in the audience shook their heads in disappointment. Crafting a song is no simple feat. Those capable of songwriting are inherently gifted with musical talent, and a well-composed song garners applause, while a poorly done one invites jeers. Previous original artists had left a lackluster impression, with their uninspired songs bearing a striking resemblance to famous works, resulting in a bewildering melody. And some had employed an array of ornate words in their lyrics, leaving audiences and judges alike perplexed as to the song's meaning. Consequently, confidence in original songs had waned among the audience and judges. As he sang, "The flowers of spring bloom, the winds of autumn blow, and the setting sun of winter fades. My melancholic youth once held such naive thoughts," Chen Dong stood on stage, microphone in hand, his voice flowing like a whisper in the night, fresh, pure, and devoid of impurities. His enunciation was clear, and his slightly raspy, deep timbre transported the audience back to the innocent days of their youth. The flowers of spring, the winds of autumn, the setting sun of winter. Those beautiful moments, the elegant melody and pristine lyrics resonated deeply, drawing each listener into the most profound memories of their youth. Each individual harbors within them the echoes of cherished memories from their formative years. The tales of hardship and joy intertwined with the era of the 50s and 60s resonate profoundly in the hearts of those who lived through it, while the nostalgic motifs of Baqing Tian, comics, red scarves, and popsicles linger in the memories of the 80s generation. This poignant song evoked nostalgia in everyone present, creating a hushed silence as they listened intently, moved by the performance. As the song reached its conclusion, the hauntingly raspy tones lingered in the minds of all present. Just as flowing water carries away time, it transforms everyone, from naive youth to the seasoned elderly, reminding them that the precious moments of the past are forever lost to time, and that it is imperative to cherish the present. After singing for 4 minutes, his raspy yet deep voice transported all present back to their innocent youth, prompting some to shed tears unknowingly. As they reminisced about their childhood adventures, fishing, climbing trees, and playing hide and seek with friends in dilapidated houses, these long-buried memories were awakened by the story of time. Upon finishing, Chen Dong bowed once more, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for enjoying the story of time. We all have a profound and innocent youth, and I hope this song can transport you back to those cherished days. Thank you." After a long moment, a thunderous applause erupted, lasting a full 3 minutes. The audience expressed their appreciation for the story of time through resounding applause, as the song touched their hearts and transported them to the beautiful fragments of their long-forgotten memories. The host took to the stage, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit with polished shoes, a stylish bow tie adorning his neck, and his hair styled meticulously, exuding an air of maturity, poise, and a hint of humor. He was Yi Minghua, a renowned music host from Mingzhu Television, celebrated for his wit, intelligence, and occasional humorous exaggerations that endeared him to viewers. As he stepped onto the stage, he softly hummed the opening lines of The Story of Time, echoing the lyrics Chen Dong had just performed. After finishing, he continued, "This song, with its melodious notes, transported me back to the beautiful, innocent days of my youth. I believe many in the audience can relate. Remembering moments like tending to cattle, bathing in rivers, flying kites during tomb sweeping day, and the seemingly forgotten fragments of our childhood memories, I noticed many moved to tears, including our esteemed judge, Zhao Dongming. Now, let us invite him to score our performer." 10 points, Zhao Dongming raised his scoring card, traces of tears still visible on his face. As a judge, sitting here to evaluate the musical prowess of the contestants, Zhao Dongming possesses not only profound expertise in music but also stands as a venerable figure in the musical realm. Contemporary musicians, upon encountering him, respectfully address him as Teacher Zhao. Wiping away his tears, Zhao remarked that while the lyrics and composition are undoubtedly professional, there were certain areas in the singing where the enunciation faltered slightly, revealing minor imperfections. However, in my view, the excellence of a song is measured by its ability to resonate with the audience. This particular song has indeed touched many listeners, myself included, evoking memories of my distant youth nearly 60 years ago, reminding me of the sesame paste my mother used to make and the scene of my father teaching me to read by the window. As he spoke, a note of nostalgia tinged his voice. Zhao's sentiments resonated with many present, prompting a round of applause from the audience. The merit of a song lies in its capacity to move listeners. Teacher Zhao's critique was insightful. I believe everyone harbors fragments of ignorant youth in their memories, and the beautiful melody of the story of time transports us back to that carefree era. And what about you, Teacher Un? What score do you award? Yi Minghua inquired. 9.5. Teacher Un Sihua raised his scoring board, stating, "This song is remarkable. It has been a long time since I have encountered an original piece so moving. From the perspectives of composition and lyrics, it is exceedingly professional, and I can find no fault. This song is entirely worthy of being the finale for an album. From a vocal standpoint, I feel the singer lacks experience in professional vocal training, resulting in some inaccuracies in enunciation, yet the singer's voice is refreshing, pure, and pleasant to listen to, hence my score of 9.5. Keep it up." And Sihua is among the top musicians in the country, favoring a professional approach to critique. Yi Minghua then turned to the judge furthest to the right, asking, "Teacher Li, what is your score?" 9.6. Li Guangyuan raised his scoring board and said, "What I wanted to express has already been articulated by the previous judges. The composition and lyrics are highly professional, with minor flaws in the performance. However, these imperfections do not diminish the song's brilliance. It is indeed a heartfelt piece. With your handsome appearance, remarkable original talent, and a clean, unblemished vocal range, your voice possesses a simple, fresh quality that is delightful to hear. I must add that with the guidance of a skilled music teacher to address your pronunciation issues, I believe you could achieve great fame. Keep it up." All three judges bestowed high praise upon Chen Dong on stage. Yi Chunhua smiled, expressing gratitude for the insightful critiques from the three judges, who awarded scores of 9.5, 9.6, and 10. Thank you. Chen Dong took the microphone to show his appreciation to the judges. Yi Chunhua continued, "Contestant number 36, Chen Dong, possesses astonishing musical talent. His song The Story of Time has undoubtedly moved every listener present, myself included, prompting us to reminisce about our innocent youth. Prior to this, a song written, composed, and performed by Chen Dong has touched the hearts of many young people. Can anyone guess the title of this song? Here are two hints. First, it is a song brimming with passion, youth, and the pursuit of ideals. Second, it is associated with Dinghai University." From the audience, someone exclaimed, "I can't guess. Lei Peng, do you have any idea?" With those hints, full of passion, expressing youth, pursuing dreams, and Dinghai University, I think I know which song it is. After saying this, Lei Peng pulled out his phone, entered the URL of a video platform, and quickly located the clip. Upon comparing a man in the video to Chen Dong on stage, he swiftly identified the song. "What is it?" The clip of Dinghai University's anniversary celebration on that video platform features I Believe, which you even said is your ringtone. It turned out that I Believe was indeed written and composed by Chen Dong. Showcasing his immense talent, the audience erupted with shouts of I Believe. Many attendees correctly guessed the answer, as the Dinghai University version of I Believe had become incredibly popular recently. When Yi Chunhua mentioned Dinghai University, it immediately conjured images of I Believe, and combined with the elements of passion, youth, and the pursuit of ideals, it was confirmed to be I Believe. Many, like Lei Peng, pulled out their phones to find the video, comparing the male vocalist with Chen Dong on stage, leading to the inevitable conclusion. This summer, the fervent and inspiring song I Believe has swept across China, resonating in eateries and supermarkets alike, and perhaps even serving as a ringtone for some. In schools and workplaces, it is often heard, and online, entertainment headlines feature reports about I Believe. On various video platforms, it is prominently recommended, and on social media, one might find their idol endorsing it. Recently, a whirlwind of I Believe has captivated both the online and real worlds, and most listeners present are familiar with the song, resonating with its themes of youth, passion, and the pursuit of dreams. Yi Chunhua smiled. Yes, everyone guessed correctly. It is indeed I Believe. If we were to discuss who has been most prominent this summer, I believe everyone would mention the headline-grabbing Xia Xingqing, But when it comes to the most widely sung song, it can be none other than I Believe, which has echoed throughout the land. I believe everyone here has heard it. The lyricist, composer, and performer of I Believe is contestant number 36, Chen Dong, an exceptionally talented musician. However, I must ask you, Chen Dong, we all know you are from the computer science and technology department, which seems unrelated to music. How is it that you can write such moving songs? Chen Dong pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. Although I study computer science, I have always been deeply interested in music and have learned a bit about it over the years. As for why I can touch people's hearts, I believe there are two reasons. Firstly, during my music studies, I once heard that a song's ability to move others hinges on whether the singer invests their feelings into it. Whether it is I Believe or the story of time, I sing with my heart, pouring my emotions into the performance. Secondly, the themes expressed in both songs resonate with the listeners. For instance, I Believe conveys elements of passion, youth, and the pursuit of dreams that strongly connect with young people, especially university students. The themes in I Believe align perfectly with the prevailing sentiments in university life. Upon hearing Chen Dong's response, the judges and audience erupted into applause. Yi Chunhua nodded in agreement, and once Chen Dong finished speaking, he posed another question. As expected, you have advanced through the preliminary rounds. Do you have confidence in representing our Dinghai district in the national finals? To this, Chen Dong smiled and replied, that depends on whether my upcoming original songs can earn the judges' recognition and if everyone will support me. The judges mentioned that I lack professional vocal training, and my pronunciation has certain flaws. While the preliminary and semi-final rounds may be manageable, the competition will become increasingly fierce in the finals, and the pressure will mount. Yi Chunhua nodded, smiling. If your forthcoming songs are as moving as I Believe in the story of time, I believe you will gain the judges' approval and the support of the audience. Pausing for a moment, he continued, from what you imply, you intend to continue singing original songs, correct? Chen Dong nodded affirmatively, yes. Could you give us a hint about what original song you plan to perform in the next round? Where 40 contestants will be narrowed down to 20. It will be a song commemorating youth. Eagerly anticipate your performance in the next round. Yi Chunhua concluded, due to time constraints, we must end our conversation here. But we shall meet again in the next round. All right, goodbye. After Chen Dong left the stage, he was surrounded by enthusiastic audience members eager for photos and autographs, which he graciously fulfilled a few days later. Because of Chen Dong's poignant performance of the story of time and the high praise from the three top music producers, these segments became a compelling promotional highlight for the show I Am a Singer. Edited into a brief advertisement airing on major television networks and online video platforms, making Chen Dong a familiar name among hundreds of millions of viewers nationwide. Section 47. The controversy triggered by the Ming Dynasty song titled The Story of Time has touched the hearts of many, while another, I Believe, has swept across China. Chen Dong's musical talent no longer requires validation. His charming appearance, reminiscent of the boy next door, combined with his somewhat deep and husky voice, creates a unique auditory experience that is truly delightful. Consequently, the first fan club for Chen Dong was established, followed by the creation of his first fan forum and fan group. Chen Dong's admirers sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Many became enamored with him, captivated by his astonishing talent and the pure, neighborly charm that he exudes. The melody of the story of time transports listeners back to their childhood, evoking memories of carefree days spent herding cattle, bathing in streams and catching cicadas, fragments of nostalgia buried deep within their memories. Meanwhile, I Believe, filled with passion, youth, and the pursuit of dreams, resonates deeply with countless young individuals. This widespread adoration allowed Chen Dong to amass a substantial following in no time. Encouraged by the fervent enthusiasm of his fans, Chen Dong joined their fan group, which became the official gathering place for his supporters. I greatly admire Chen Dong. I stand by you, expressed a fan named Xin Yue. Thank you. Let us create a star profile for Chen Dong. You must answer the fans' questions truthfully, suggested another fan. Go ahead, but please don't ask anything too personal. I might not handle it well, Chen Dong replied. The first inquiry was about his birth date. I was born on October 21, 1990 as a Libra. I discovered that this zodiac sign is said to possess charm and a penchant for understanding women's emotions. The second question followed. Do you have a girlfriend? No laughter erupted among the female fans who felt that they still had a chance. The third question was posed. What qualities do you hope for in your life partner? Gentleness, kindness, a loving heart, and respect for their parents. Beauty is secondary. Female fans who fit the criteria Chen Dong described eagerly responded. The chat box was quickly flooded with affirmations. Many female fans were utterly captivated by Chen Dong's talent and handsome looks, his boy-next-door purity proving irresistibly attractive. Chen Dong found himself both amused and bemused by the attention. The fourth question was simpler. What are your hobbies? Music, travel, and movies. Enthusiastic fans posed a multitude of well-measured questions without prying too deeply into his privacy. And Chen Dong answered each one. The final inquiry was, "What would you like to say to your fans? First, I am deeply grateful for your support, thank you. Second, I want to clarify that I am not a superstar. I am merely an ordinary college student. Please do not hold me in too high regard. I hope to be friends with all of you, engaging in casual conversations about our daily lives." After reading Chen Dong's message, his fans quickly expressed their support. In the following days, Chen Dong enjoyed a leisurely pace, engaging in discussions within the Chongqing Ji Book Club and his fan group. Feeling fulfilled, just as he was enjoying these interactions, a phone call came in from Du Wenhai, the chief editor of Changjiang Publishing House. "Hello, editor Du, what can I do for you? How many copies of those things about the Ming Dynasty have sold? It's selling like wildfire, over 400,000 copies in a month. It's projected to top the 2014 sales charts. It's incredibly popular. How did it sell so many?" Previously, Du had estimated that selling over 200,000 copies in the first month would be impressive. So hearing that the sales had surpassed 400,000 was astonishing. "Haven't you seen the news?" "No, I've been exceedingly busy and haven't had time to check." "You should take a look." "All right, I'll call you back." After hanging up, Chen Dong opened his computer and searched for those things about the Ming Dynasty. A list of articles appeared, with the top headline reporting that the book sold 420,000 copies in a month. According to reports, this humorous and engaging narrative of the Ming Dynasty had become the year's best-selling book, prompting a surge of similar titles about the Tang, Qing, and Song dynasties, albeit with varying degrees of success. The report cautioned aspiring authors to tread carefully when following trends, as many had received criticism for their lack of originality. The article suggested two reasons for the book's popularity: its humor, which elicits laughter, and its novelty, which breathes life into historical figures, transforming the past into vibrant narratives. Flipping to the second trending topic, Chen Dong discovered a prominent domestic forum filled with heated debate. Initially, an expert named Guo Liangyu published a critique of those things about the Ming Dynasty, igniting a fierce response from readers. They divided into two factions. One group praised the book, largely composed of young people and some open-minded scholars, while the other criticized it for lacking rigorous historical accuracy, arguing that it presented the author's subjective views and preferences. Proponents of the book claimed that reading history can provide insight and clarity. They argued that those things about the Ming Dynasty is a grassroots work capable of igniting interest in China's rich historical culture, allowing readers to reflect on the wisdom of past sages and its positive influence on the growth of the youth. Section 48. Autograph book sales. Gratitude to Ling Xiaochen for the generous donation of 588 virtual coins, and to Tianya Chunxing for a donation of 100 virtual coins. Thank you immensely. The debate over those things about the Ming Dynasty unfolded on newspapers and online platforms. In print media, many experts criticized the book for its lack of historical rigor, emphasizing the subjective handling of details and the potential for readers to develop misconceptions about history. Given the conservative nature of traditional newspapers, critics held a significant advantage. Conversely, in the online realm, the critics faced overwhelming opposition, as the internet is predominantly inhabited by younger audiences who often harbor a natural aversion towards so-called experts. While most experts possess genuine knowledge, a small fraction, driven by ulterior motives, misrepresent facts, which, fueled by media sensationalism, tarnishes societal perceptions and fosters distrust among the youth. On the internet, a majority of young people expressed approval of those things about the Ming Dynasty. Chen Dong perused comments on the Tianya forum. Some experts are overly pedantic. Those things about the Ming Dynasty is not a history book. The author simply employs a humorous and engaging narrative style to recount over 3 centuries of Ming history. The characters in the author's rendition come alive, transforming history into a vivid story. If this is subject to criticism, should we then chastise authors of time travel novels online? Is it truly worthwhile to attack them with vitriol? A netizen named Ant Kubone commented that while matters of the Ming Dynasty undeniably reflects the author's personal viewpoints and preferences, and certain details are handled subjectively, the book fundamentally aligns with the historical narrative. Based on historical materials, it vividly brings historical figures to life with humor and wit, making it engaging and amusing for readers. They not only enjoy the reading experience but also acquire substantial historical knowledge and anecdotes, such as the systems of the Ming Dynasty and the naming conventions of the Yuan Dynasty. Another commenter, known as Love Tiger Oil, stated that studying history can serve as a mirror for self-reflection and a guide for aspirations. Matters of the Ming Dynasty is a purely grassroots work that ignites a widespread interest in the 5,000-year history and culture of the Chinese nation. Through the reading process, one can admire the virtues of sages and grasp their wisdom, which holds significant positive implications for the youth. Unlike traditional history books that are heavy and tedious, readers of Matters of the Ming Dynasty find it amusing and engaging, transforming over 300 years of the Ming Dynasty into a vivid narrative. These qualities are precisely what attract readers, allowing them to gain knowledge and wisdom while reading. A heated debate has erupted in newspapers and online platforms regarding the book in Chen Dong's view. Discourse serves to clarify understanding. Being an expert does not inherently grant authority to one's statements. As long as this vigorous debate does not provoke intervention from the Ministry of Culture, it is a positive development. Effectively promoting Matters of the Ming Dynasty. As the debate escalates, more individuals become aware of the book, driven by curiosity about its humorous and entertaining writing style. Many flock to bookstores, eager to purchase Matters of the Ming Dynasty. Chen Dong notes that in the original timeline, the book was recommended as part of the Reading Action Guide for middle school students, issued by the Chinese Society of Education's Committee on Secondary Language Teaching. Yinjing University's Language Education Research Institute, Yinjing University of Language, the China Education Daily, and the Commercial Press. This indicates a favorable stance from the state towards Matters of the Ming Dynasty. Chen Dong turned off the webpage and called Du Wenhai. Editor Du, I just searched on Baidu and saw that Zhang Liangyu's critique of Matters of the Ming Dynasty has sparked this debate in newspapers and online. This is a good thing, essentially promoting the book. Isn't this something your publishing house is pushing? On the other end, Du Wenhai chuckled, not at all. I don't know where Zhang Liangyu came from. But we must thank him, as his actions have contributed significantly to the sales exceeding 400,000 copies. Chen Dong disregarded the details, knowing that publicity is the responsibility of the Changjiang Publishing House, which will undoubtedly promote vigorously for profit. The heated debate initiated by Zhang Liangyu is far more effective than mere advertisements. Especially since it is free, Du Wenhai must be thrilled about this. Chen asked Du Wenhai if there was anything specific regarding the call. Du Wenhai replied, sales of Matters of the Ming Dynasty are booming. We plan to host a book signing event and would like your cooperation in participating, along with a press conference. Sure, when and where? Chen Dong agreed. The 15 royalty was not given without reason. It was stipulated in the contract that Chen Dong had an obligation to cooperate with the publisher's promotions. He was also eager to participate in the signing event, as it would enhance his reputation in the publishing industry. Previously, he had little recognition, and even though Du Wenhai held high hopes for the book, his share would only amount to 7. Subsequently, the first volume of Matters of the Ming Dynasty sold 10,000 copies within 3 days without any promotion, leading to a revised agreement where the royalties for volumes 2 to 7 increased to 15. The more the book sold, the more he earned. With a price of 30 yuan, his share for the first volume was only 2.1 yuan. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the Baowen bookstore. All right, I will be there on time. After a brief chat with Du Wenhai, Chen Dong hung up. The next morning, he woke early and took a taxi to Baowen bookstore. Checking the time, it was 7:20 a.m., and many readers were already waiting outside with copies of the book. A large banner at the entrance read, celebrating Matters of the Ming Dynasty surpassing 420,000 copies sold in 1 month. The author, Qi Dui, is invited to sign books for readers. At the entrance, colorful balloons floated in the air, and flower baskets from various circles piled up. Standing outside, Chen Dong called Du Wenhai. Hello, Editor Du, I have arrived at the Baowen bookstore. Great, wait there. I'll be right over. A few minutes later, Du Wenhai rushed over, out of breath, and warmly welcomed Chen Dong into the bookstore. After a brief rest, a makeup artist prepared Chen Dong, whose handsome appearance and excellent demeanor required little enhancement to present himself perfectly to the readers. Surrounded by the publisher's staff, Chen Dong stepped outside, greeted by applause from the waiting readers, who waved their books excitedly. He waved back, thanking everyone for their support. Next was the press Q&A session. A reporter asked, Chen Dong, newspapers have stated that Matters of the Ming Dynasty is not a rigorous historical work, but rather reflects the author's personal opinions and preferences, with some details handled subjectively. Do you have anything to say about this? This question highlighted the primary criticism from some experts. Chen Dong smiled and replied, this is not a history book. They are elevating me too high. It's a collection of humorous stories about the Ming Dynasty, grounded in historical materials, which accurately reflects the essence of that era. It's amusing and engaging, and readers love it. While reading, they gain knowledge and insight. The notion that studying history can foster self-reflection and aspirations holds true, as it positively influences the growth of young people. Upon hearing Chen Dong's eloquent response, many readers applauded. Another reporter inquired, Chen Dong, you are the first to write history in such a humorous style. What inspired you to adopt this approach? Chen Dong responded, I have loved reading history since childhood. While history books teach invaluable lessons, they can often be dense and challenging to comprehend. Many readers find them dull and uninteresting. except for scholars, or those like me who have a passion for history. Thus, I thought, why not write a history book in an accessible and entertaining manner? My goal was to engage readers who typically find history books uninteresting, allowing them to gain meaningful insights and enjoyment from matters of the Ming Dynasty. Another journalist asked, since the success of Matters of the Ming Dynasty has sparked a trend, with books like Matters of the Song Dynasty, Matters of the Tang Dynasty, and Matters of the Qing Dynasty merging, what are your thoughts on these derivative works? Chen Dong replied, while they do not infringe on my copyright, I cannot condemn them. However, I must say that this trend is not commendable. The phenomenon of imitation is a blemish on the flourishing of entertainment culture, reminiscent of the 1980s and 90s in Hong Kong cinema, where the success of films like God of Gamblers led to a flood of similar gambling-themed movies that were hastily produced and poorly crafted, ultimately resulting in viewer disinterest. Is there a plan to continue writing a book in a humorous and witty online style? Beyond the Ming Dynasty, there are numerous other dynasties to explore, a reporter from Guangda Entertainment inquired. Indeed, I aspire to pen a book about the Three Kingdoms, as it was an era teeming with heroes. The outline is complete. However, I have been exceedingly busy lately. Readers can expect to see it by the end of this year or early next year. May I ask, Chen Dong, are I Believe in the Story of Time your works? From what I understand, I Believe has garnered immense popularity across the nation, and the story of time has touched many hearts, even moving judges to tears upon hearing it. Additionally, Chronicle of Longevity has been serialized on Qidian, ranking among the top 6 in monthly votes and second in category votes, with over 50 alliance members, a remarkable achievement indeed. The entertainment section of a weekly magazine posed the question. This magazine is known for its gossip, and with the keen instincts of paparazzi, they already had an abundance of information about Chen Dong, including his participation in I Am a Singer and his singing competition, as well as his serialization of Chronicle of Longevity on Qidian. The audience was astonished to learn that Chen Dong not only writes but also excels in music. I Believe and the Story of Time are familiar to many, evoking deep emotions, resonating profoundly with listeners. After responding to a flurry of questions from reporters, Chen Dong, mindful of time, could not keep the readers waiting too long. Therefore, the staff requested the journalists who still wished to ask questions to step aside, allowing readers to approach for signatures and book purchases. Entertainment reporters from various news websites stood by, contemplating how to craft sensational headlines to capture the attention of online audiences while scrutinizing Chen Dong for potential newsworthy moments, eager to embellish their stories with exaggerated phrases. The song I Believe has swept the nation, and the story of time has moved countless individuals. His book Tales of the Ming Dynasty sold 400,000 copies in just 1 month, spawning a plethora of imitative works. Following Zhang Liangu's critique of Tales of the Ming Dynasty, a fierce debate erupted in newspapers and online platforms. This summer, Chen Dong became the darling of entertainment reporters. Every topic surrounding him became a news sensation, drawing the attention of countless netizens. The first reader to approach for a signature was a young boy of about 10, accompanied by his mother. "Hello, big brother," the boy politely greeted Chen Dong in a tender voice, presenting the book in his hands. "Hello, little friend. How old are you?" "You are very polite. Do you understand this book?" Chen Dong responded warmly. Inquiring about the boy's age, "I am 10 and a half," the boy replied. Despite his young age, he is quite clever and will look up words in a dictionary or ask me if he encounters something he doesn't understand. The boy's mother answered on his behalf, noting that a child of his age, typically in the 5th grade, should be able to recognize all Chinese characters. A nearby reporter's eyes lit up at this. Recognizing a promising story, a 10-and-a-half-year-old boy enjoys reading Tales of the Ming Dynasty. With some embellishment, such as claiming the boy can recite the book, it could become a captivating headline. "Excuse me, may I interview you?" the reporter asked, darting to the boy's mother while the security personnel were distracted. Of course, she nodded in agreement. "Why would you recommend Tales of the Ming Dynasty to your son, given that children typically read animated shows or comics?" "I have read Tales of the Ming Dynasty as well. It is quite entertaining and humorous. Furthermore, I believe it holds educational value. A child at 10 and a half is at a formative stage of thought, and through reading Tales of the Ming Dynasty, they can gain knowledge and understanding, positively influencing their growth." After the interview with the boy's mother concluded, Chen Dong asked the boy his name. "Wu Chun," the boy replied in his sweet voice. Chen Dong took a moment to write in the book, wishing little friend Wu Chun health and happiness, followed by his signature. His handwriting, a beautiful and elegant script, was pleasing to the eye. He handed the book back to Wu Chun with a blessing. Wu's mother thanked Chen Dong as they exited the signing event. The next reader in line was a middle-aged man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and sporting an expensive watch. Exuding a commanding presence, the man handed a book to Chen Dong, smiling as he said, "Shu Shu, I finally meet you in reality." You are a fan of Chronicle of Longevity, indeed. My username on Cheatian is Ice Ridge. Not only am I a devoted fan of Chronicle of Longevity, but I also adore tales of the Ming Dynasty. It is so entertaining that I often find myself laughing aloud while reading it. I revisit it frequently and eagerly await the second part of Tales of the Ming Dynasty. I know you. Ice Ridge, the first Alliance member of Chronicle of Longevity. Your support has been invaluable, thank you very much. The second part of Tales of the Ming Dynasty should be released by the end of the year, depending on the arrangements from Chen Dong Publishing. What is your surname? My surname is Li, with the single character Tao. Chen Dong wrote in the book, wishing Li Tao success and wealth. This year is the year of the horse, making this phrase particularly auspicious. His handwriting remained as elegant as before, pleasing to the eye. Nice writing, Li Tao complimented. I know you may be tired today, especially with your participation in I Am a Singer tomorrow. Let's exchange phone numbers and become friends. We can chat properly next time. Sure, Chen Dong nodded in agreement. They exchanged numbers, and Chen Dong continued signing for readers, often adding a few words of blessing, warming their hearts. By noon, he had a quick meal and resumed signing, his hand growing weary. By 6 in the evening, hunger struck, yet he noticed there were still hundreds of readers waiting for signatures. Many, like Chen Dong, were also hungry, so he decided to delay his meal until he completed signing for everyone. He understood that it was the enthusiastic support of these readers that propelled his book's success, and he felt he had given them little in return, merely words of gratitude and blessing. By 8 in the evening, the last reader received a signed book. The signing event, organized by Changjiang Publishing and Bowen Bookstore, concluded successfully. A celebratory feast was held at a restaurant to commemorate the phenomenal success of Tales of the Ming Dynasty and the successful signing event. By the time the celebration ended, it was already 10 o'clock. Returning to his villa, despite feeling exhausted, he did not collapse into bed. Instead, he prepared for his upcoming performance in I Am a Singer, practicing the songs he intended to sing. Chen Dong had exchanged some points for the song Old Boy, a poignant tribute to youth, originally performed by Chopsticks Brothers. The song encapsulates themes of grassroots struggles, dreams, and love, resonating deeply with listeners, often leaving them in tears. Hailed as an anthem for celebrating youth, how can I express my deep longing for the one I love? The lyrics echo his sentiments as he practiced in the studio, nearly brought to tears by the emotions they stirred within him. At nearly 30, Chen Dong felt the weight of adulthood, trapped in a monotonous job at a tech company, coding day in and day out, numbed by the demands of life. With dreams faded and love feeling like a distant luxury, he was left with familial bonds and the responsibilities of fatherhood. As he sang Old Boy, it struck a fragile chord within him, transforming his performance into a heartfelt confession about the irretrievable nature of lost youth. The dreams long extinguished, and the love that had become a mere hope. Tears streamed down his face as he sang, reflecting on the memories of his youth, still vibrant and full of potential. While he grappled with the harsh realities of life, in another dimension, Chen Dong, approaching 30 and on the brink of middle age, has become numb under the pressures of life. His youth has faded, and he finds solace in the melancholic echoes of Old Boy, a requiem for his lost adolescence. Dreams have dimmed, and love has become a distant longing, leaving only familial ties and responsibilities. It is only in the stillness of the night, while listening to the poignant melodies, that he can reminisce about the love he once possessed. The mechanical clock in the practice room struck twice. Chen Dong was jolted back from his reverie, tears streaming down his face. After splashing his face with water and lying down, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, yet thoughts surged like tides, preventing him from finding rest. The next morning, awakened by the persistent alarm, he realized he had not slept long. Perhaps due to the effects of the Grade 1 Body Enhancement Restorative Fluid, he felt neither fatigue nor weariness. Instead, he was invigorated and filled with energy. Hailing a taxi, he arrived at the Haijing Sherry Hotel in Dinghai City. Upon his arrival, a throng of entertainment reporters surrounded him, cameras and microphones at the ready. Chen Dong swiftly interjected, "I'm sorry, but I cannot accept interviews at this moment. The competition is about to commence." Security personnel intervened, allowing him to escape and enter the hotel with relative ease, making his way to the backstage area of the stage. Most of the contestants who had advanced to the semifinals had arrived early, preparing for their performances, while Chen Dong was among the later arrivals. "Hey, Chen Dong." Some contestants greeted him with smiles. He returned their nods politely and settled quietly in a corner to gather his thoughts. Nearly 10,000 participants had entered the preliminary rounds in Dinghai City, yet only 40 had advanced to the semifinals. The harsh reality of elimination was evident, as only one out of every 250 contestants would move forward. Among these 40, 20 would be further eliminated, leaving the remaining contestants to compete for advancement. Shortly thereafter, a staff member entered the backstage area with a drawbox, announcing, "Everyone, please come and draw your performance numbers." Chen Dong drew a number, revealing he would be the second to perform. Moments later, the staff called out, "Contestant number 1, Wu Huiting, please prepare to perform." Contestant number 2, Chen Dong, be ready. Wu Huiting, a beautiful young woman, stood up nervously upon hearing her name. She inhaled deeply and approached the stage. Minghua, dressed sharply in a tuxedo with a striking blue bow tie, welcomed her with open arms, saying, "Please welcome contestant number 1. Wu Huiting. As she took the microphone, Wu Huiting admitted, "I'm a bit nervous, but I can manage. Today, I will sing a song titled By the Little River and hope you all enjoy it." Her voice, sweet and clear, filled the room as she sang a masterpiece by the country music diva, Zhao Xia. The audience applauded enthusiastically, and the judges awarded her high scores, 9.1, 8.8, and 9.3, after Wu Huiting bowed and exited the stage. It was Chen Dong's turn. "Let us welcome contestant number 2, Chen Dong," Minghua announced. Chen Dong stepped onto the stage, bowing respectfully before the audience. Minghua praised him, remarking on his recent successes, including the hit song I Believe and the best-selling novel The Stories of the Ming Dynasty. With humility, Chen Dong responded, "Thank you for your kind words." Minghua asked, "What song will you share with us today?" Chen Dong replied, "I will sing a song that commemorates youth. As we enter our 30s, life often feels like a relentless blade carving away at our former selves. Where are those who once accompanied me? Do you remember those days of youth? This song is called Old Boy, and I hope you enjoy it." His voice resonated with emotion as he sang, "That person I deeply loved, how can I express it? Will she ever accept me? Perhaps I will never utter those words, destined to wander without attachments." The audience fell silent, captivated by the poignant narrative of unconfessed love and inevitable solitude. Chen Dong's heartfelt performance struck a chord with many, evoking tears and reflection on dreams unfulfilled and the passage of time. As he sang, the lyrics painted vivid imagery of fleeting youth, lost aspirations, and the haunting echoes of memories past. The audience, particularly those who had crossed into their 30s, felt a deep resonance with the sentiments expressed, stirring an emotional response that many could no longer suppress. Tears flowed freely as the music touched the delicate strings of their hearts, rekindling the embers of dreams long extinguished. The song Old Boy begins with a hoarse and somber voice, evoking memories of past dreams and youth. The relentless chisel of life has rendered many numb, causing dreams to wither. As the melody rises, it interrogates the audience's hearts, asking whether they have truly become apathetic, unveiling the buried dreams that many are reluctant to acknowledge. Among the 3 judges, apart from Zhao Dongming, 2 seasoned men in their 40s, and Sihua covers half his face with his hand, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Old Boy stirs memories of his past, its poignant lyrics plucking at the delicate strings of his heart. He had always perceived himself as strong, yet he finds himself weeping, like one gazes skyward, resisting the tears that threaten to spill. Tears, he muses, do not flow easily. They are unleashed only at the most sorrowful moments or when touched by profound emotion. Every middle-aged man is an old boy, altered by life's harsh realities, dreams unfulfilled, youth a mere remembrance, and love a distant wish. The story unfolds with a gentle whisper of hope. "If there is a tomorrow, I wish you well, dear." The performance concludes, leaving the audience enraptured in silence, punctuated only by muffled sobs. Many resonate with the notion of the old boy, transformed by life's unyielding chisel, dreams withered before they could bloom, youth flowing like a river, never to return, now merely a memorial. The audience, dulled by the harshness of reality, has lost the fervor of their youth. After a prolonged silence, thunderous applause erupts. On stage, Chen Dong bows to the audience, expressing gratitude for their appreciation. Hoping the song evokes a sense of reflection, he emphasizes that dreams, much like classics, never fade with time but rather become increasingly precious. As Chen Dong speaks, the applause intensifies, with many rising to their feet in a wave of support. Host Minghua, with reddened eyes, approaches the stage, offering few words, just a heartfelt acknowledgement of the performance's beauty and emotional impact. The judges are then invited to score contestant Chen Dong. Zhao Dongming raises his scoring board, awarding 9.5 points, praising the song's emotional depth and professional composition, yet noting minor imperfections in pronunciation. An Sihua follows with a score of 9.8, declaring the song deeply moving, but echoing Zhao's sentiments regarding minor flaws in delivery. Finally, Li Guangyuan gives a score of 9.7, highlighting the song's poignant themes that resonate particularly with the 30 to 50 age group, emphasizing the need for stronger vocal delivery in certain parts. Yi Minghua expresses gratitude to the judges for their thoughtful critiques, and Chen Dong bows once more. Receiving a warm round of applause, it is evident that he excels in both writing and music, with Old Boy resonating deeply with the audience. When asked about the song's profound emotional impact, Chen Dong explains that Old Boy reflects the aspirations of middle-aged men who wish to remain youthful and spirited despite the harsh realities of life that have dulled their dreams. The nostalgia woven into the lyrics strikes a chord with those who have entered their 30s, evoking a collective resonance. As Chen Dong descends the stage, the audience parts to allow him passage, their applause unwavering. Many old boys are visibly moved, tears glistening in their eyes. This poignant moment is captured perfectly by a nearby cameraman, and that evening, the segment is broadcast across various platforms, inciting a wave of emotional responses. The viewership for the show skyrockets, and the song Old Boy garners immense attention online, with viewers expressing their emotional reactions in droves. The lyrics resonate deeply, encapsulating the trials of life, the fading of dreams, and the bittersweet essence of love transformed into familial duty. Upon watching this video, tears streamed down my face. Truly, I felt as though I were that old boy at the juncture where youth, dreams, and reality collide. I found myself compelled to accept the harshness of reality, to acknowledge that my youth has faded and my dreams are set aside. Life, that relentless sculptor, has altered me, rendering me numb. I feel a sense of shame when I speak of my youth, and I am hesitant to utter my aspirations, carefully tucking them away at the bottom of a box. I shake off the fatigue that clings to me and continue to commute between the factory and my dwelling. Preoccupied with concerns about food, infant formula, wages, and the trivialities of life, wandering aimlessly along the pavement, indifferent, only to grow old and gray. Those dreams, once vibrant, now wither away in such a pitiful state. Listening to the song Old Boy, I found myself weeping uncontrollably. In truth, this song was penned for the generation born in the 1970s, and those who have stepped into their 30s in the 1980s. They are the true old boys. Life has dulled our senses, and our once fervent desire to change the world has long been surrendered to the compromises imposed by existence, with dreams ultimately yielding to reality. I once believed myself to be resilient, rarely shedding tears, yet after hearing this song, I could no longer contain my emotions. Tears do not flow easily. They are released only when we are touched by sorrow or struck at our most vulnerable points. I am grateful to Chen Dong for crafting a song specifically for the old boys. Old Boy has once again surged to prominence online, following the success of I Believe. The latter, infused with passion, youth, and the pursuit of dreams, resonated deeply with the younger generation, while Old Boy articulates the extinguishing of dreams by life, the lost youth, and the love that has become an unattainable luxury, imbued with reflections on life and nostalgia. Striking a chord with the audience and prompting many old boys to weep openly in terms of popularity, I Believe might surpass it, given its singable nature and alignment with the mainstream values of youth, thus resonating across the nation. However, in terms of impact on the audience, Old Boy far exceeds I Believe. Many middle-aged individuals who have entered their 30s may find themselves, in the quiet of the night, weeping like children while listening to Old Boy, perhaps seated on a stone bench in an open square, biting their lips and wiping away tears as they quietly absorb the melancholic melodies drifting from a nearby CAF. As Old Boy gains traction online, Chen Dong once more finds himself at the forefront of attention. Various media outlets, including China Youth Daily, Southern Metropolis Daily, Dinghai Entertainment News, and Yinjing Entertainment News, have reported extensively, showering him with praise. Numerous public figures have also shared their sentiments after listening to Old Boy, extolling its depth and deeming it a classic, unlike many ephemeral songs that are easily sung yet soon forgotten. Old Boy is akin to a fine wine, maturing in the cellar, profoundly influencing many as time passes. Zhang Bei, an ordinary worker in an electronics factory in Nanwan, now in his 30s, reflects on his journey. He had come to Nanwan at the age of 18, dropping out of school to work alongside a relative. Over the years, his meager monthly wages have gradually increased from a few hundred to 3,000 or 4,000 yuan, a sum he has come to accept with satisfaction. However, he harbors a dream deep within, one day to attend university and become an architect. This dream was shattered when his father fell ill during his senior year of high school, and the exorbitant medical expenses forced him to abandon his studies. Although he occasionally recalls his aspiration to be an architect, he quickly dismisses it over 30, Returning to study seems laughable. Besides, he has just been promoted to a supervisory position, which offers him a modest increase in pay without the burden of additional responsibilities. Perhaps the dream of becoming an architect is now forever out of reach. Returning to his dormitory, he switches on the television to find a popular drama titled Palace Intrigue. Disinterested in the themes of palace struggles and suffering, he recalls hearing that the more torturous the storyline, the more viewers it attracts. Switching channels, he finds a singing competition called I Am a Singer, which has garnered much attention. The first contestant has just finished performing, and now it's time for contestant number 2, Chen Dong. Zhang Bei has heard much about Chen Dong, a talented young man known for his songwriting and singing. His song, I Believe, has become a sensation, and many around him hum its melody. With his handsome appearance and approachable demeanor, it's no wonder he captivates many hearts. As Chen Dong takes the stage, he bows and greets the audience, announcing that he will perform Old Boy. The poignant lyrics resonate deeply within Zhang Bei. Oh, how I long for the one I love. How shall I express my feelings? Will she ever accept me? Perhaps I shall never utter those words. After the performance, Zhang Bei remains motionless, the melancholic melody echoing in his mind, refusing to fade. The themes of extinguished dreams and lost youth resonate profoundly. This old boy is a reflection of himself. Since arriving in Shenzhen at 18, he has toiled in the factory day and night, returning to his dormitory to eat and sleep, now for over a decade. The dream of becoming an architect has long been extinguished, and for what? After dedicating his youth to this factory, his salary remains a mere 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. Is this truly the life he wishes to lead? Without dreams, each day is filled with monotonous, grueling work. What difference is there between him and a dried fish? Tears flow freely down Zhang Bei's cheeks, echoing the sentiment of the song. Dreams always seem out of reach. Should I simply give up? The aspiration to become an architect feels unattainable. Is he to resign himself to mediocrity? No, he resolves within himself that he must pursue his dreams. With determination, Zhang Bei clenches his fists and steels his gaze. He is grateful to Chen Dong and Old Boy, for they have inspired him to chase his aspirations. Days later, amid his supervisor's bewildered stare, Zhang Bei submits his resignation. Though his supervisor may find it incredulous that he would leave his newly acquired position, a voice within him urges him on. If you have dreams, you must pursue them. Otherwise, you shall regret it for a lifetime. A month later, amidst the confusion of his parents and the peculiar gazes of the villagers, Zhang Bei returns to school, enrolling in a preparatory class. During that time, whispers and pointing fingers follow him wherever he goes. A year later, to the astonishment of the villagers, he gains admission to Yinjing University, a feat akin to passing the imperial examinations in ancient times, sending shockwaves through the community, in stark contrast to the skepticism he faced a year ago when he sought to return to school. The villagers now gaze at him with envy and admiration, praising him before his proud parents. Zhang Bei enrolls in the architecture program at Yinjing University, funding his education with the earnings from years of work and a few generous gifts from villagers. 4 years later, he graduates and secures a position at a prestigious architecture firm. A decade later, Zhang Bei emerges as a renowned architectural designer, his work gracing many iconic structures both domestically and abroad. At this moment, his childhood dream has been fulfilled. Whenever reporters inquire about his decision to leave the electronics factory and return to school, he recounts the influence of a person and a song that rekindled his aspirations. He is eternally grateful to Chen Dong and Old Boy for guiding him towards the realization of his dreams. 30 years later, having achieved success and now retired, Zhang Bei sits in a small room, listening to that old song repeatedly, silently uttering a heartfelt phrase. He has been listening to this song for decades, and now he has grown accustomed to hearing it every night before sleeping. The song is titled Old Boy, a rendition performed by Chen Dong 30 years ago at the I Am a Singer, I Want to Sing competition. Let us set aside the matters of Zhang Bei for now. This song has moved many to tears and rekindled the dreams of countless others. This summer, the domestic film industry has been bustling with excitement. A fantastical movie adapted from strange stories from a Chinese studio, titled Fox Fairy, has topped the box office in mainland China, followed closely by the acclaimed actor Wang Dongqing's Future Warrior in second place. An American Hollywood sci-fi film, Iron Hero, has secured the third spot, while the 4th to 10th positions are evenly split between domestic and American films. However, the standout this summer has been Neurotic Swordsman, a comedic film that defies conventions and serves as a prime example of achieving substantial returns on a modest budget, grossing over 100 million with a production cost of just a few million, making it the 6th highest grossing film of the year and earning the title of the year's strongest dark horse. Writing novels, playing music, and developing games can be profitable, but filmmaking remains the most lucrative avenue. Hollywood blockbusters often rake in hundreds of millions, or even billions, in ticket sales, not to mention the additional revenue from merchandising and advertising. Domestically, with China's economic growth surpassing Japan, it has become the world's second-largest box office market. For instance, Hong Kong film companies once could not afford to offend Taiwan Island and were barred from filming in mainland China, leading to artists like Liang Jiahui, who, despite winning an acting award at a young age, found themselves blacklisted and reduced to street vending. However, nowadays, more and more stars from Hong Kong are flocking to mainland China to capitalize on the flourishing film market. With this booming market in mind, Chen Dong contemplated entering the film industry. He possesses a script and can exchange points for outstanding movie scripts from the original timeline, along with sufficient funding from his writing ventures. His royalties from Chronicles of Longevity have reached over 200,000 in the second month alone, and his share from those matters of the Ming Dynasty has surpassed 1 million, with expectations that the total will rise to 2 million in a month. This sum is adequate to finance a low-budget film. In the original timeline, after graduating from university, Chen Dong struggled to find work and spent some time doing odd jobs at Hongdian World Studios. Where he became familiar with the intricacies of film production, he felt confident he could manage as a producer and could easily find a capable director, whether famous or not. Many directors are quite talented but lack the opportunity to become renowned. Chen Dong decided to pursue filmmaking. He accessed his light brain, navigated to the entertainment section, and searched for films with a production cost of only a few million and a box office exceeding tens of millions to maximize returns. There are numerous examples abroad, such as the Blair Witch Project, which had a mere budget of 60,000 but grossed 140 million. Even lower-budgeted films like Paranormal Activity, costing just 15,000, achieved a staggering 107 million at the box office. However, Chen Dong discarded these options as both films relied heavily on viral marketing strategies that piqued audience curiosity, leading to their immense success. In reality, both films suffered from poor production quality and featured unknown actors, with Paranormal Activity appearing as if filmed with a handheld camera, resulting in shaky and unclear visuals. In China, films like Crazy Stone and Nightclub have succeeded in achieving high returns on low budgets, with Crazy Stone standing out as particularly noteworthy, having been produced for just over 2 million and grossing over 30 million. Although it drew inspiration from Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, Chen Dong believes that imitation is acceptable, as long as it produces successful local comedic effects. Indeed, Crazy Stone proved to be a resounding success, leaving audiences in stitches and receiving rave reviews. Considering inflation, the initial budget of 2 million in 2006 would now equate to over 4 million, and the total cost of the film would approach 5 million. After some calculations, Chen Dong realized he only had a little over 2 million and needed an additional 3 million. Finding investors seemed improbable, as no one would believe that an outsider like him could produce a profitable film. Fortunately, payments for actors and crew members could be deferred until after filming, and having over 2 million available upfront would suffice. With expectations that by the end of the year, his earnings from Chronicles of Longevity and those matters of the Ming Dynasty would exceed 3 million. At that moment, his phone rang. Chen Dong checked the caller ID and saw it was Du Wenhai from Changjiang Publishing House. "Hello, Mr. Du, what can I do for you?" On the other end, Du Wenhai cheerfully replied, "Let's have a meal together, and we can discuss things then." Currently, Chen Dong is akin to a golden goose for their publishing house, one that could yield profits for years to come. Du Wenhai often speaks with Chen Dong in a cordial and respectful tone. Those Matters of the Ming Dynasty has sold over 500,000 copies of its first book, with projections to reach 1 million, and the entire series is expected to total over 10 million copies sold, promising substantial profits for the publisher. This is merely the beginning, as Chen Dong's future works will also be prioritized for publication by Changjiang Publishing House, making him a veritable treasure trove of gold. Word has spread throughout the publishing industry about Changjiang Publishing House's fortunate discovery. Rumor has it that the editor-in-chief of Huanghao Publishing House was so incensed upon learning of the success of those Matters of the Ming Dynasty, which sold over 400,000 copies in a month, that he smashed a vase in his office, lamenting the loss of a lucrative opportunity that slipped through his fingers and into the hands of a competitor. This dinner invitation serves to strengthen their relationship, but also to discuss the possibility of Chen Dong transferring the simplified rights for Chronicles of Longevity to Changjiang Publishing House. Chen Dong readily agreed, inquiring about the terms of the royalty split. Du Wenhai replied, "Tonight at 8 o'clock, at that same restaurant as last time." "Sounds good." Chen Dong responded affirmatively. At 8 o'clock that evening, Chen Dong arrived punctually at the restaurant near Dinghai University. "Good evening." "Sir, how many are in your party?" A waitress approached him. "Apologies, I'm here to meet Mr. Du in that private room." Chen Dong replied, "Ah, you must be Mr. Chen. the waitress confirmed, leading him to the designated room where Du Wenhai awaited. "Sorry for being late," Chen Dong said with a hint of humility, "and no worries. I arrived early," Du Wenhai replied with a smile. "Mr. Du, what brings you here?" Chen Dong asked as he took a seat across from him. "I thought you might be hungry, so let us eat while we talk. The Crucian carp soup is delicious and quite nourishing," Du Wenhai suggested, aware of Chen Dong's preference to abstain from alcohol. "Sounds great," Chen Dong agreed, serving himself a bowl of soup. Once their meal was finished, Du Wenhai stated, "The purpose of this meeting is twofold: to foster our relationship and to discuss the transfer of the simplified rights for Chronicles of Longevity to Changjiang Publishing House." Chen Dong nodded. "Of course. What will the royalty split be?" "Given that Chronicles of Longevity has been serialized online, where readers can access it freely, we can only offer a 9 royalty split for the print version." Du Wenhai explained. "Understood," Chen Dong replied, acknowledging the terms. Chen Dong nodded. The royalty share for simplified publishing of online novels typically ranges from 5 to 10, with 9 being quite commendable. Immediately, Du Wenhai presented a contract stipulating that Chen Dong would transfer the publishing rights of Chronicles of Longevity in simplified Chinese to Yangtze Publishing House, with a royalty share of 9. After meticulously reviewing the contract and finding no discrepancies, Chen Dong affixed his signature. The collaboration was amicable. Du Wenhai raised a cup of tea, substituting it for wine. To toast Chen Dong, "Cheers to our partnership. By the way, when will your book on the Three Kingdoms be completed?" Du Wenhai casually inquired. The book signing event for Matters of the Ming Dynasty? Chen Dong had previously mentioned his intention to write a book on the Three Kingdoms, employing a similar humorous writing style as Matters of the Ming Dynasty, aiming to depict the era of heroes and valiant battles with even greater literary finesse. Chen Dong smiled and retorted, "Du, isn't 7 volumes of Matters of the Ming Dynasty sufficient for your publishing house? Each volume sells for 4 to 5 months, which should last over 2.5 years." Du Wenhai clarified that the publishing house had recently received numerous letters from readers inquiring about the anticipated release of the Three Kingdoms book, expressing great eagerness for its completion. In truth, he harbored a deeper sentiment. He was the one most eager for Chen Dong to finish that book. As a publisher, he yearned to acquire the rights to every bestseller, and with Matters of the Ming Dynasty as a successful precedent, he was determined not to miss the opportunity with the Three Kingdoms book. Chen Dong nodded. "All right, I'm quite busy at the moment, but I will have the manuscript ready by the end of this year or early next year." Satisfied with Chen Dong's response, Du Wenhai refrained from further discussion, instead sipping his tea while engaging in lighter conversation. After dinner, Chen Dong took his leave from Du Wenhai. His primary focus now was filmmaking. The funding was secured, and the next step was to find a capable director. As an outsider in the industry, he couldn't afford to hire a renowned director, nor did he know where to find lesser-known yet talented directors. Thus, he resolved to approach the leadership at his school, as there were numerous collaborations between Dinghai University and local art institutions like Dinghai Academy of Drama and Dinghai Film Arts Academy. Chen Dong sought out Zhou Zhifu, the head of the Computer Science and Technology Department. Having known Zhou for quite some time, Chen Dong was aware of Zhou's admiration for him, especially after performing, I believe, at a school anniversary gala, which led Zhou to personally commend him. "Hello, Director Zhou," Chen Dong greeted with a smile as he entered Zhou Zhifu's office. "Please sit down, Xiao Dong. What brings you here?" Zhou Zhifu responded warmly upon Chen Dong's arrival. Chen Dong shared his aspiration to make a film, mentioning that the funding and script were ready, but he was in search of a capable director and hoped Zhou could assist in finding one. "Ah, that's wonderful news. The school should lend its support," Zhou Zhifu replied promptly, smiling at Chen Dong. "Let me call my friend Lao Qian, who heads the directing department at Dinghai Academy of Drama. I'll see if he has any suitable director candidates." "Thank you, Director Zhou," Chen Dong replied appreciatively. Zhou Zhifu immediately dialed a number. "Hello, Lao Qian. This is Zhou Zhifu. I have a student looking to make a film and is in need of a director. Do you have any talented students available? What is the budget for the film?" Zhou Zhifu glanced at Chen Dong. "About 4.5 million, Chen Dong whispered. "Approximately 4.5 million, Zhou confirmed. "Your student certainly has ambition. Just so happens Wang San is currently available. I'll have him come to your school tomorrow." Lao Qian replied on the other end, praising his student, Wang San, who had directed several mid to low budget films with considerable box office success and had gained a reputation in the domestic film industry. Zhou Zhifu chuckled. "All right, have him come to my office tomorrow. Just to clarify, if Wang San is not the director, my word does not hold. It's ultimately up to the student." After hanging up, Zhou Zhifu turned to Chen Dong and said, "It's all arranged for tomorrow morning. Rest assured, Lao Qian has extensive connections in the film industry. Many renowned directors such as Zhang Ren, Wu Jianghua, and Zhao Yiba are among his former students. As for Wang San, I know him well. He graduated at the top of his class in 2001 and has directed award-winning artistic works, along with commercially successful films. Chen Dong nodded. As long as he possesses genuine talent, he will be the one. With funding secured and a script prepared, finding a film director should not pose a challenge in the domestic scene. Many capable directors were available, and often the producers, who controlled the budget, held the true power on set. Directors typically needed to heed their producers, unless they were exceptions like Zhang Yimou or Qin Kaiga, who commanded box office guarantees due to their renown. Wang San, in his 40s, was in the prime of his career. He had directed award-winning art films and several mid-budget films with respectable returns, but remained relatively unknown compared to his peers, Zhao Yiba and Wu Jianghua, who had already gained international acclaim. Despite his solid foundational knowledge and extensive experience, Wang San lacked a defining work that could catapult him to fame. Having just received Zhou's call about a film with a $4.5 million budget, he was eager to meet the investors, recognizing the opportunity to regain his footing in the industry after a year and a half without a project. The next day, Chen Dong met Wang San in Zhou Jifu's office. Wang appeared somewhat disheveled, with a pale complexion, yet his eyes sparkled with confidence, a hallmark of capable individuals who merely needed an opportunity to soar. Chen Dong stood to greet Wang San. "Hello, Director Wang." Wang San looked puzzled. "And you are?" "I am Chen Dong, a student of Professor Zhou, and the investor and scriptwriter for Crazy Stone," Chen Dong replied. Chen Dong envisioned Crazy Stone as a low-budget film with immense potential for profit, initially made for around $2 million. It grossed over $30 million. As he considered the film's financial breakdown, he calculated that, accounting for inflation, the $4.5 million budget could yield comparable success in terms of returns. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Wang San extended his hand. Shaking Chen Dong's, "You seem quite young." He instinctively assumed Chen Dong was either dabbling in the industry or attempting to use the project to promote a wealthy girlfriend. "Would you like to review the script first?" Chen Dong offered. The script for Crazy Stone was registered with the China Film Copyright Association, alleviating concerns about potential plagiarism. Wang San sat opposite Chen Dong, nodding as he took the script from Chen Dong's hands, immersing himself in the pages of Crazy Stone. Chen Dong lifted his teacup, cautiously sipping the tea while gazing quietly out at the scenery beyond the window. Upon glancing at the title, Crazy Stone, he pondered the peculiar choice of words. Stones? Madness? Was it madness sparked by stones? The title intrigued him, prompting Wang San to delve deeper into the script. The narrative unfolded from a valuable jade discovered in a restroom. A restroom? Jade? Wang San raised an eyebrow at the first line of the script, clearly intrigued by this odd premise. The story revolved around a precious jade found in a toilet, leading to a struggling handicraft factory in Hong Kong, Taipei, discovering the gem while demolishing their old building. In a bid to enhance economic prospects, they organized an exhibition to sell the jade at an exorbitant price, hoping to improve the factory's condition. Unexpectedly, international thief Mike and a local gang led by a character named Dao all set their sights on the jade, each employing their unique skills to approach the treasure. While they attempted to sabotage one another, they also had to contend with the factory's security chief, the greatest obstacle they faced. Through a series of overt and covert conflicts, and exchanges of fake and genuine jade, the two groups of thieves ultimately fell victim to a darkly humorous twist. After reading the script, Wang San recognized its potential to become a classic film. If only he could persuade the man before him to let him direct it. Thus, Wang San took a moment to gather his thoughts before addressing Chen Dong, articulating, "This is an exceptional script, with multiple narratives and intertwining threads that maintain a coherent central theme. It is complex yet harmonious, with each subplot reflecting back on the main storyline, akin to tributaries converging into a mighty river, culminating in a grand eruption. I firmly believe that with the right execution, it could indeed become a classic. I am confident in my ability to direct this film for two reasons. First, I possess over a decade of directing experience, particularly excelling in comedic styles and tales of ordinary folk. If you were to view my previous films, The Thief, Little Flying Dragon, and Urban Village, you would understand. Secondly, my extensive network within the film industry, developed over years of experience, would allow me to swiftly find suitable actors for the roles. Furthermore, I have connections that could facilitate favorable conditions for the distribution and screening of Crazy Stone." After confirming Wang San as the director for Crazy Stone, the subsequent tasks, assembling the crew, renting filming equipment, and securing locations like the original site of Crazy Stone, the Luohan Temple, and the now-defunct handicraft factory, were entrusted to him. A typical film crew comprises producers, directors, assistant directors, supervisors, actors, stagehands, set designers, lighting technicians, stylists, makeup artists, stunt coordinators, post-production staff, composers, and editors. Chen Dong would nominally serve as the producer, while Wang Xian would take on the role of director, overseeing the preparations for Crazy Stone. With film production matters handed over to Wang Xian, Chen Dong became a hands-off manager, though he would still oversee budget approvals, equipment rentals, location fees, and actor salaries. After the film commenced, he planned to shadow Wang Xian to learn the intricacies of directing. With the film production responsibilities set aside, Chen Dong returned to his villa to prepare for the upcoming qualifying rounds of I Am a Singer. Sing As You Wish in the Dinghai competition zone. Chen Dong had learned that the qualifying rounds would narrow the contestants from 20 to 10, eliminating 10 participants. The final qualifying match would determine the champions and runners-up for the Dinghai zone. In the first round, the 10 judges would score the performances, discarding the highest and lowest scores to derive an average, which would result in the elimination of 10 contestants. The most crucial match, determining the champions and runners-up, would be decided by audience votes via text messages, with the 2 contestants receiving the fewest votes being eliminated. The qualifying round to reduce the contestants from 20 to 10 was scheduled for August 25th, and today was August 21, leaving only 4 days until the event die. In this brief period, Chen Dong had 2 tasks. First, to select a song from the digital library and practice until he could sing it proficiently. Second, he needed to address the feedback he had received from several judges regarding his lack of professional vocal training, which resulted in inaccuracies in certain notes and flaws in his performance. If he continued in this manner, he risked being eliminated from the qualifying rounds. It was essential to remember that judges often evaluated contestants from a professional perspective, and any vocal inaccuracies could significantly impact their scores. To remedy this, Chen Dong sought the guidance of a professional music teacher. The digital library offered a training system where he could exchange points for lessons from the world's top music instructors. Although these instructors were virtual, they possessed a wealth of knowledge accumulated over centuries in music education, far surpassing that of ordinary teachers. Checking his remaining points, Chen Dong found he had 9, sufficient for his needs. Each song exchange required 1 point, leaving him with 8 points to allocate for training. Each point provided 2 hours of instruction, allowing for a total of 16 hours of training, plus an additional 2-hour session from a previous task, giving him a grand total of 18 hours with a virtual music teacher. Chen Dong accessed the digital library and exchanged a point for the song Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, a classic work by the legendary Hong Kong rock band Beyond. Celebrated as an unparalleled masterpiece, this anthem, revered for its lasting impact, has resonated with audiences for over 2 decades, with even those unfamiliar with Cantonese humming its melody. The song encapsulates the spirit of perseverance in the face of adversity, urging listeners to pursue their dreams regardless of the challenges encountered along the way. In the practice room, accompanied by the stirring melody, Chen Dong practiced Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies repeatedly. This song resonated deeply with individuals who harbor aspirations yet face obstacles. Its lyrics convey the unwavering determination to persist in one's dreams despite setbacks and ridicule, serving as a source of motivation for those struggling to regain their confidence and strive for success. As he sang, Chen Dong felt he was rediscovering that spirit, a relentless pursuit of ideals. Chapter 59. Chen Dong's fan club. Abandoned ideals have haunted me in my past, yet ultimately, I relinquished them. In this life, though my aspirations remain unscathed, I must embody the spirit expressed in song, undeterred by the prospect of failure, and resilient against the cold gazes and scorn of others. My dreams are to be cherished without surrender. Countless times, I have faced disdain and ridicule, yet my heart's ideals have never wavered. In fleeting moments of disorientation, I felt a sense of loss, but gradually, that feeling has faded. Forgive me for my unrestrained pursuit of freedom throughout this life. Repeatedly, I immerse myself in the song of vast sea and sky, pouring all my emotions into its melody. For the past few days, Chen Dong has secluded himself within the confines of the villa, dedicating his time to practice in the studio. Whenever hunger strikes, he casually prepares a bowl of noodles or a serving of fried rice before resuming his rehearsals. Every few hours, he exchanges points from his virtual brain for opportunities to receive basic vocal training from a music instructor, whom I shall refer to as Instructor A. Instructor A, a construct of the virtual realm, possesses a wealth of knowledge and teaching expertise spanning from contemporary music to the musical traditions of the next 4 centuries. The training he provides is far superior to that of ordinary music teachers. In a remarkably brief period, he teaches Chen Dong essential vocal techniques, including vibrato, breath control, sobbing tones, and various articulation methods. Once Chen Dong masters these skills, he is encouraged to sing freely, and he performs a segment of A Vast Sea and Sky. Instructor A swiftly identifies the shortcomings in Chen Dong's pronunciation and meticulously corrects them until he deems the performance flawless, revealing a perfectionist's dedication to his craft. Thus, while Chen Dong diligently practices a vast sea and sky, striving for an impeccable rendition that conveys deeper emotions. He also learns the nuances of singing posture, breath control, vocal techniques, and diction under Instructor A's guidance. Remarkably, within 3 days, his vocal proficiency skyrockets from a rudimentary score of 25.1 to an intermediate score of 2.6, marking significant progress. 4 days later, Chen Dong steps out of the villa with a confident smile. Though his complexion bears a pallor, after 4 consecutive days of merely 4 hours of sleep and subsisting on fried rice and noodles, fatigue is inevitable. Nonetheless, the fruits of his labor are abundant. He hails a taxi to the venue for the I'm a Singer, Sing If You Want elimination round. Unlike the previous seaside resort, this event takes place at the Ming U.S. Star Stadium in the city center. Accommodating over 20,000 spectators, the entire competition is broadcast live on Mingzhu television. Days prior, he submitted the song and accompaniment to the show's production team. Guided by the staff, Chen Dong arrives at the backstage area. Many people greet him with smiles, and he reciprocates warmly. There is an undeniable charm about Chen Dong that endears him to both acquaintances and strangers alike. Backstage, makeup artists attend to the contestants, who hum softly while preparing for the impending performance. With just minutes to spare before the competition begins, the staff brings in a draw box for the 20 contestants to select their performance numbers. Chen Dong draws number 8, a number considered auspicious. In this round, the progression from 20 to 10 will be determined by the judges' scores. To ensure fairness, the number of judges has increased from 3 to 10, and the highest and lowest scores will be discarded, averaging the remaining scores to eliminate the 10 contestants with the lowest averages. At 8 o'clock, the competition commences. Millions of viewers across the nation tune into I'm a Singer, Sing If You Want. Host Yi Minghua takes the stage, bows, and addresses the audience, saying, "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the elimination round of the Dinghai district. After several rounds of selection, we have arrived at the final 20 contestants, including Chen Dong, Yao Baina, He Lianhua, and Zhao Guanghui. Each contestant possesses remarkable talent and unique characteristics. For instance, Chen Dong is extraordinarily gifted, while Yao Baina has a voice as sweet as honey. Without further ado, let us welcome our first contestant, Yao Baina. As Yao Baina steps onto the stage, she embodies the beauty of the southern Wu region, petite yet charming. Her large eyes and delicate features radiate grace. Her long, dark hair cascades over her shoulders, adorned with a playful crystal butterfly clip, and she dons a princess-like skirt paired with red shoes and a simple yet elegant shirt that accentuates her figure. Yao Baina, we love you. Yao Baina, you're the best. As she takes the stage, her fans in the audience wave glow sticks and hold up signs emblazoned with her name, cheering fervently. Yi Minghua smiles and asks, "Yao Baina, with so many fans supporting you, do you have anything to say to them?" Waving to the audience, Yao Baina replies, "Hello everyone, thank you all for your support. What song will you be performing today?" I'll be singing Spring Has Arrived. I hope you enjoy it." The song paints a vivid picture of a gentle spring rain, with blooming flowers lining a winding path. This piece, a signature work by the renowned star Fu Qingxian, celebrates the transition from winter to spring, capturing the beauty of renewal and evoking endless reflections on the season. The song suits Yao Baina's voice perfectly, enriched by the lilting tones of her Wu dialect, creating a soft and enchanting sound. Upon finishing Spring Has Arrived, the audience erupts into enthusiastic applause, and the 10 judges offer high praise, resulting in an impressive average score of 91.5 after removing the highest and lowest scores. Following Yao Baina's performance, the second contestant, a somewhat less impressive male singer, takes the stage. Though he performs well in dance, his song choice does not complement his voice, leading to a final average score of 84. Finally, it is Chen Dong's turn to perform. As he steps onto the stage, thunderous applause and cheers erupt from the audience. "Chen Dong, go for it. I'll always support you. Chen Dong, I like you. You must win the championship." His fans wave glow sticks and shout encouragement, holding signs that read, "Go Chen Dong, musical prodigy Chen Dong, Sunshine Prince Chen Dong, Chen Dong's QQ fan club, and Chen Dong's literary friends fan club," acknowledging his fans with a wave. Chen Dong greets them, and their response is an even louder ovation. The enthusiasm of his supporters astonishes the other contestants, judges, and Mingzhu television staff. The fervor displayed by Chen Dong's fans rivals that of a major concert. Among the audience, nearly half are Chen Dong's fans, ranging from seasoned adults to youthful college students who resonate with his passionate anthem. I believed. In a corner of the audience, a peculiar group of fans stands apart, devoid of glow sticks or signs. Instead, each holds a book. These are Chen Dong's literary fans who traveled from afar, excited to support him on this special day. Chapter 60. Audience reactions. I am immensely grateful for the generous support from Tianya Chenxing. Thank you sincerely. Yi Minghua approached Chen Dong and remarked on the enthusiastic reception from his fans, likening it to a grand concert for a superstar. Your supporters are incredibly devoted. Do you have any words for them? Chen Dong bowed slightly and expressed his gratitude, saying, I am immensely thankful, thank you. The audience erupted into applause. Yi Minghua continued, as we all know, you have penned 3 remarkable songs, I believe, The Story of Time, and Old Boy. Each one is a classic. Are there any plans for an album release? Chen Dong nodded in affirmation, stating, yes, I do have such intentions. In truth, he had contemplated this for a long time. Typically, a music album comprises 1 or 2 leading tracks accompanied by around 10 additional songs. With 3 well-loved hits as a foundation, he could easily create a commercially successful album. However, Chen Dong desired to produce a quality album, ensuring that all 10 songs would be masterpieces. While many artists struggle to find enough great songs, Chen Dong could effortlessly generate a classic track with just a few points of inspiration, as 7 timeless songs could be exchanged for merely 7 points. Yi Minghua inquired again, when might we expect the album to be released for your fans? Chen Dong replied, that depends on the circumstances, but it will likely be in 2 or 3 months. At the latest, it will be available before the year's end. The process of creating an album, from song selection and recording to releasing several tracks beforehand for charting and promotion, typically takes 2 to 3 months. Yet, for Chen Dong, many steps could be streamlined. He could forego the preliminary song releases, as The Story of Time, Old Boy, and I Believe were already dominating various music charts. The latter, in particular, resonated widely, with nearly everyone able to hum along to its melody. When the time came for recording and packaging the album, inviting a few media representatives for a launch event would suffice. The audience eagerly anticipated the release of his album. Now, Chen Dong, what song will you share with us next? He announced he would perform Boundless Skies, a song meant to inspire those who harbor dreams yet feel unfulfilled. He hoped to convey that even if one experiences confusion or faces derision, they should not abandon their ideals. As the music began, his deep, slightly husky voice resonated like a warm spring sun, touching the hearts of all present, especially those who had once felt lost. The lyrics struck a profound chord, eliciting deep emotions and resonating with the audience. On the judging panel, Zhao Dongming and Sihua and Li Guangyuan exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. Unlike his previous performances, where he had faltered in certain vocal techniques, this time his delivery was flawless, with perfect vibrato that captured the essence of dreams adrift in a cold night. It was yet another exceptional original song, eliciting the question of how much talent he had yet to unveil. The music was captivating, evoking a sense of soulful resonance. This song, much like his earlier compositions, was a classic, reflecting Chen Dong's affinity for themes of youth and aspiration. Viewers at home were moved, recognizing their past selves and current struggles. Dreams often lay neglected, shrouded in confusion, leading many to abandon their aspirations. Yet, Chen Dong's heartfelt delivery, rich with magnetic undertones, inspired resilience. His voice, though deep, was imbued with an indomitable spirit that reverberated through the audience. As the performance continued, many spectators rose from their seats, eager to applaud Chen Dong. Captivated by the powerful rock music that penetrated their hearts, the chorus echoed, and as the audience initially joined in hesitantly, it swiftly transformed into a collective wave of sound, a testament to their admiration for this young artist. After the song concluded, the audience lingered in the delightful afterglow, yearning for an encore, though they knew this was a competition, not a concert. They resolved to relive the experience during the replay, wishing to hear it countless times. For it was a song destined to become a timeless classic. Chen Dong, the crowd chanted, waving light sticks in fervent support. Chen Dong, standing silently on stage, absorbed the applause and cheers, as time seemed to stand still. Eventually, as the audience's cries began to fade, Yi Minghua stepped forward, softly humming a line from Boundless Skies before addressing the crowd. Wasn't that beautiful? The audience responded in unison, affirming its beauty. Another potential classic, Yi Minghua continued. Referencing a saying from the Southern history, talent in the world is like a stone. Chao Zijiang alone possesses 8 do, while I have just one. Throughout history, it has always been shared in 1 do. Illustrating Chao Zi's immense talent, he then addressed Chen Dong, saying, you two possess extraordinary talent. Next, Yi Minghua invited the judges to provide their scores for Chen Dong. Zhao Dongming raised his scoring board, declaring 9.9. While I could have deducted points for earlier vocal techniques, your performance of Boundless Skies reveals remarkable progress. Your vocal technique has no flaws, and I found no reason to subtract points. I only deduct one to remind you to stay humble and continue to cultivate your musical talent. Chen Dong expressed his gratitude. Following Zhao's high praise, and Sihua took her turn, raising her score to 9.8. This song is unique. A Cantonese piece that resonates deeply with me as a Hong Kong native. Its lively tempo and harmonious instrumentation are delightful. The message of perseverance in the face of adversity is commendable. I appreciate this positive spirit, especially given the often negative themes prevalent in rock music. Your growth is astonishing, Chen Dong, and your songwriting is undoubtedly professional. Keep up the excellent work. I predict a promising future for you in the music industry. Ye Minghua concluded, and Sihua has awarded a remarkable score of 9.8. Now, let's welcome Zhang Wenxin for her feedback. 9.5 points. Zhang Wenxin raised the scorecard and remarked, I have also listened to Chen Dong's songs, such as The Story of Time and Old Boy. They are beautifully composed and deeply moving, resonating with the audience. Chen Dong seems to intuitively understand the kind of music people crave, often pinning such melodies. He is an exceptional contestant with outstanding talent, a commendable vocal range, and a pure, unblemished voice, complemented by his handsome appearance and charming demeanor. I shall refrain from excessive praise and instead critique his rendition of Boundless Sky. It is melodious and easy to sing. Even those unfamiliar with Cantonese may find themselves humming a few lines after several listens. This song embodies a resilient spirit amidst the harshness of reality, where some may feel unfulfilled and their dreams overlooked. I encourage them to listen to this song, for its indomitable spirit can rekindle their confidence and inspire them to never forsake their aspirations. As a music educator, I must conclude with a professional assessment. The lyrics, composition, and performance are all commendable, undoubtedly of a professional caliber, suitable for album release. Subsequently, the remaining 7 judges provided insightful critiques of Boundless Sky, showering it with praise and awarding high scores. After excluding the highest score of 10 and the lowest of 9.1, Chen Dong achieved a score of 9.7, a remarkable accolade that firmly secured his place among the top 10 in the Defies division. Following the first round of the advancement competition, the next event would determine the champions, with each of the 10 contestants performing a song. This time, the outcome would not be decided by the judges but through audience votes, with each individual permitted to cast 15 votes. The contestant with the highest votes would be crowned the champion of the Defies division, followed by the runner-up, third place, and so on. The top 3 from each division would qualify for the annual grand finale, competing for the title of I Am a Singer, Sing If You Wish. Therefore, the upcoming competition was of paramount importance, as only those securing a place in the top 3 would gain entry to the annual finals. Securing the championship in the division would also confer a significant advantage in the grand finale, as the rules stipulated that the annual finals would be an elimination format, first weeding out half of the contestants from the teams comprising the runners-up and third-placers from each division, and then allowing the remaining participants to compete alongside the champions. This meant that champions would advance to another round without facing elimination, prompting many confident contestants to eagerly pursue victory. As the final showdown approached, Chen Dong prepared for the last competition in the Defies division. He exchanged for a song from the Guangnao Entertainment music list titled Blue and White Porcelain. Previously, Chen Dong had selected songs of varied styles. For instance, Old Boy had a nostalgic vibe with a grassroots feel, while Boundless Sky leaned towards rock, and The Story of Time possessed a narrative quality that defied classification. This frequent stylistic shift could be perceived positively as versatility, or negatively as a lack of a distinct identity. In the original timeline, from 2008 onwards, a musical style known as Chinese style emerged in mainland China, incorporating ancient Chinese anecdotes into song compositions, marrying modern music with classical essence and showcasing diverse vocal techniques. The musical style leaned towards traditional Eastern instrumentation, with melodies characterized by a graceful, cyclical quality that conveyed a sense of traditional Eastern beauty. The hallmark of Chinese style lies in its opulent lyrics, enchanting melodies, classical charm, and an abundance of Chinese elements, including expressions of traditional culture, the use of Chinese instruments, and culturally resonant performance techniques. For instance, in the original timeline, Jay Chou's East Windbreaks is hailed as a watershed moment for Chinese style, establishing its standards. The lyrics evoke a picturesque scene of a misty Jiangnan town, steeped in traditional culture, with references to porcelain, Xian paper, calligraphy brushes, and lady portraits, all underscored by traditional Chinese instruments such as the flute, guqin, and guzheng. Employing plucking, percussion, and wind techniques. It can be said that Blue and White Porcelain is a song rich in Chinese elements, embodying beauty at every turn. 2 days later, the final competition of I Am a Singer, Sing If You Wish would take place at the Ming U.S. Star Sports Center. Chen Dong arrived at the venue. Guided by staff to the backstage area, upon entering, he discovered the other 9 contestants had already arrived, engaged in makeup, clutching sheet music, and softly humming to calibrate their emotions in preparation for the upcoming contest. This round was crucial for everyone. Success meant entry into the annual finals, the chance to be discovered by entertainment companies, sign contracts, release albums, and achieve stardom, while failure would render their previous efforts futile. Thus, each contestant was acutely aware of the stakes. Shortly thereafter, the staff presented a lottery box for the draw of performance order, and Chen Dong drew the number 2 on September 5th, Friday. The final live broadcast of I Am a Singer. Sing If You Wish for the Defies division commenced. Millions of viewers across the nation hurriedly finished dinner, glued to their television screens, half-heartedly enduring the tedious advertisements while discussing the competition and predicting potential champions. Many favored the first contestant, Wu Haochen, who had made frequent appearances on various television programs, generating significant online hype and garnering public affection for his charming looks and vibrant persona. Consequently, viewers were motivated to vote for him via text message. Others, however, were equally supportive of Chen Dong, whose 4 classic songs, I Believe, The Story of Time, Old Boy, and Boundless Sky, had resonated throughout the nation, endearing him to an ever-growing audience. Wu Haochen's popularity stemmed from his media presence and promotional efforts, which, while impressive, were not a testament to his intrinsic talent or charisma. Should he fade from the public eye for a time, he would likely be forgotten, akin to a once-celebrated star. In contrast, Chen Dong's popularity was firmly rooted in his remarkable talent. Capable of touching hearts and inspiring countless individuals, ensuring that he would be remembered as the gifted youth he is. At the Ming U.S. Star Sports Center, the live broadcast began at 9:30. Host Yi Minghua announced, "Let us welcome contestant number 1, Wu Haochen." As Wu Haochen stepped onto the stage, he greeted the audience with a wave, saying, "Hello, everyone. I am Wu Haochen, and I hope for your support." Yi Minghua smiled and inquired, "What song will you be presenting today?" Wu Haochen replied, "I will share true love eternally with you all, and I hope you enjoy it." The accompaniment began, and the lyrics unfolded. Love lingers to your left. Watching the tears in your eyes, Wu Haochen's vocal prowess was exceptional, a reason for his ascent into the top 10 of the Defies division, and he was regarded as a strong contender for the championship. His mastery of pitch and emotional expression was, as always, outstanding. No, even more so. His metallic, penetrating voice imbued the song with a heart-wrenching intensity, captivating the young audience below. The applause was thunderous, with the judges offering high praise. After Wu Haochen's performance concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. It's your turn, Chen Dong. Are you feeling the pressure after Wu Haochen's stellar performance? Asked a fellow contestant, Wu Yiba, who shared a friendly rapport with Chen Dong. Don't worry, I'm just as good, Chen Dong replied confidently. Now, let us welcome contestant number 2, Chen Dong. As he took the stage, he greeted the audience, "Hello, everyone." The crowd waved glow sticks and held up signs reading "Support Chen Dong," creating a symphony of applause and cheers. Chen Dong remarked, "What a warm reception, thank you all." Yi Minghua addressed Chen Dong, inquiring what kind of song he planned to present today. Chen Dong responded with a smile, stating that it was a particularly unique piece, infused with elements of traditional Chinese classical culture. He employed traditional Chinese instruments for the accompaniment and utilized indigenous playing techniques to convey a style rich in Chinese essence, which he termed Chinese wind. Chinese wind, Yi Minghua exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Dong chuckled and announced that the song was titled Blue and White Porcelain, inviting everyone to listen attentively and immerse themselves in the experience, assuring them that they would grasp the essence of Chinese wind upon completion. As the accompaniment began, the lyrics unfolded. The plain body outlines the blue and white porcelain, the strokes transitioning from bold to subtle. The vase adorned with peonies mirrors your initial beauty. The fragrant sandalwood wafts through the window. My heart's thoughts are laid bare on the rice paper. The brush halts midway. The glaze renders the lady's portrait, its charm kept secret, while your enchanting smile resembles a bud ready to bloom. The melody flowed gracefully, rising and falling in a natural cadence, akin to a stream gently caressing the hearts of the listeners. With each note, a picturesque landscape unfurled before their eyes. A craftsman of blue and white porcelain, while coloring the plain body, reminisced about a stunning Jiangnan woman he once encountered, whose beauty rivaled that of the porcelain itself. The soft sandalwood filled the air, stirring a bittersweet ache in his heart. Even as a master painter, he found that the peonies on the vase could not compare to the radiant smile of the beloved. And he pondered her whereabouts with a tinge of sorrow. Your beauty drifts away to places I cannot reach. The azure skies await the misty rain, while I await you. the curling smoke rises across thousands of miles of river. At the vase's base, I inscribed the elegant script of a bygone era, as if to foreshadow our meeting. The tune was exquisite, suffused with antiquity, while the lyrics were delicate and refined, evoking a scene of misty rain and curling smoke, painting a grand image of a Jiangnan town. The song brimmed with elements of traditional Chinese culture, employing instruments such as the flute and guqin, and integrating techniques of plucking, percussion, and wind instruments. The entire composition resonated with a nationalistic flavor, a musical style previously unseen yet pleasing to the ear, as if it conjured a poetic scroll within the hearts of its listeners. Zhang Wenxin murmured, captivated by the beauty of the piece. As a music teacher, he discerned the song's style and instrumentation immediately. How beautiful it is! Just a piece of blue and white porcelain can evoke such depth. From the melody, I seem to glimpse a misty Jiangnan landscape, where the gentle waves reveal a figure clad in white, her garments fluttering in the breeze. N.C. Hua closed her eyes, savoring the moment as if transported to a Jiangnan town steeped in mist and tradition. This dice a new musical style. Zhao Dongming, leaning against his chair, suddenly sat upright, his astonishment frozen on his face as he gazed at the exceptionally talented youth on stage. I in the heart of the performance. Chen Dong's voice soared melodiously, the classical Chinese melody flowing like a stream through the audience's hearts, while modern elements infused a fresh vibrancy into the experience. Everyone, including the judges, was enraptured, lost in the beauty of the moment. Chen Dong remained undistracted by their rapture, as in his mind's eye, a beautiful ink-wash painting unfurled in the distance. A gentle rain began to fall, with quaint bridges and flowing streams, all composing a serene and charming Jiangnan scene. The soft rain seemed to melt away the listeners' hearts as he sang, "The azure skies await the misty rain, while I await you." Each await encapsulated a myriad of helplessness and longing, an impossible wait, a hope for another life, a yearning for the unattainable. Delivered in Chen Dong's gentle tone, it felt as ordinary as awaiting the sunrise. The judges, including the renowned musician Huang Guozhong, were visibly moved, his eyes glistening with emotion. He remarked, "Indeed, our classical music is profoundly beautiful. When we watch exceptional films, like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, the visual splendor of the landscapes, architecture, bamboo groves, and characters would be exquisitely complemented by beautiful Chinese melodies, creating an unparalleled sensory experience. Today, I witnessed the true essence of music, where classical elements meld seamlessly with contemporary styles, presenting us with a breathtaking tableau of tranquil bridges, flowing streams, and misty rain." He continued, "Chen Dong has pioneered a new musical genre, expressing traditional Chinese culture, utilizing Chinese instruments for accompaniment, and employing indigenous methods of performance. It is a refreshing experience, transporting listeners into a poetic and picturesque realm. As the performance unfolded, a sudden shift occurred, akin to a tranquil stream encountering a waterfall, where the melody abruptly turned, creating a cascade of emotions that resonated deeply within the audience. Outside the curtain, silence enveloped the space, as everyone dared not disrupt the enchanting atmosphere, lest they tarnish the beautiful imagery unfolding within their hearts. With rapt attention, the audience was entirely captivated, as a graceful Jiangnan watercolor painting and a poignant love story materialized before them, enchanting and touching their souls. As the final notes faded, the audience remained entranced, reluctant to break free from the spell of the music, their eyes filled with longing, as if time itself had paused. Chen Dong stood quietly on stage, eyes closed, still feeling the echoes of the song reverberating within, envisioning the misty rain, curling smoke, and majestic rivers of Jiangnan, alongside that poignant love story lingering in his mind. After a long pause, someone exclaimed, "Beautiful!" The audience, emerging from their reverie, erupted into thunderous applause, a tide of cheers washing over them, chanting, "Chen Dong! Encore! Encore!" The crowd waved glowing sticks and held up signs reading "Support Chen Dong," their voices rising in fervent admiration. Only Chen Dong's talent could craft such exquisite lyrics, poetic and melodious, with phrases like misty rain, curling smoke, and majestic rivers weaving a tapestry of beauty, igniting a desire to visit Jiangnan. I too wish to travel there. Others echoed, enchanted by the allure of Jiangnan as portrayed in Chen Dong's song. What a stunning piece! The beauty of the lyrics, the depth of the imagery, the elegance of the melody. It is utterly intoxicating. I knew Chen Dong would not disappoint his fans, a composer of classics like Old Boy, The Stories of Time, I Believe, and The Vastness of the Sky cannot be overshadowed by the likes of Wu Haochen. Chen Dong is surely the champion of this round. Chen Dong is so talented and charming. I cannot resist joining his fan club, they exclaimed in the backstage. Wu Haochen clenched his left hand tightly, the pressure leaving marks on his palm as he glared with envy at the solitary figure of the youthful prodigy on stage. Below, the audience's applause and accolades enveloped the young man, while Wu Haochen's own light faded under the brilliance of Chen Dong, leaving him in the shadows, unnoticed. Li Wanf, a music professor from Dinghai University and a luminary in the field of Chinese music, watched Chen Dong's performance on television, his excitement palpable. This is a new musical style, harmonizing elements of traditional Chinese culture, employing indigenous performance techniques and traditional instruments. Tio interpret a song so beautifully and melodiously, transporting listeners into a poetic and picturesque realm, is a remarkable achievement. You have pioneered a new musical genre, one that will undoubtedly flourish, leaving a significant mark on the landscape of Chinese music. Upon reflecting on the classics such as I Believe, The Story of Time, The Vast Sky, and Old Boy, all of which have emerged from the talented hands of the young prodigy, Li Wanfu could only shake his head in despair. With such remarkable talent, it seemed a pity that he chose to pursue a degree in computer science and technology instead of nurturing his musical gifts. Li Wanfu felt a deep sorrow, resolving to have a serious discussion with the young man upon his return to school. If he were to switch to the music department and undergo systematic training in music, he would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself as a future musical master. In a remote mountain village in Anji, Guangdong Province, an 18 or 19-year-old girl, captivated by the figure of Chen Dong on the television stage, exclaimed, "Isn't that the Chen Dong from next door?" "Who? You mean that Chen Dong?" her father, Wu Guohua, inquired. "Yes, the one who attends Dinghai University. He's nicknamed Wintermelon and lives next door. You even held him when he was a child. Look at that person on TV. His name and appearance are remarkably similar. Indeed, he bears a resemblance, albeit more robust and with a healthier complexion than the pale, sickly boy I remember," Wu Guohua observed. "Judge, why don't you check on the computer where he is from and where he studies?" The laptop was a reward for Judge, who had achieved the top score in her school. "All right," Judge replied, fetching the laptop. She skillfully opened it, entered the Baidu website, and searched for Chen Dong in no time. A plethora of information appeared. "Wow, he's quite impressive. He writes novels. I had no idea he was the author of those things about the Ming Dynasty. Many boys in our class adore it, and it has sold over 600,000 copies. He even writes songs. He composed the beautiful The Vast Sky that topped the QQ music charts. You silly girl, I asked you to find out where he is from and what school he attends. Not to fawn over him, to be careful, or you might end up unmarried. How could a beautiful girl like me remain single? There are so many boys pursuing me at school," Judge retorted, though she obediently continued to search for Chen Dong's Baidu Baiki entry, confirming he was from Anji and studied computer science at Dinghai University. "Yes, it's him, our little Wintermelon. I used to hold him often. Once, he even urinated on me. Who would have thought that after a few years, he would become a star? He looks so different now, stronger and healthier compared to the frail boy he once was," Wu Guohua mused. Suddenly, he rushed outside. "Dad, where are you going?" Judge called after him. "I'm going to inform Guodong that his son is on television." Guohua shouted back. It was astonishing that their little Wintermelon had transformed into a charismatic star, prompting a blush on Judge's cheeks. "Guodong." Wu Guohua searched the village until he found Qin Guodong in a vegetable garden. Bent over, hoe in hand. "Guohua, what brings you here?" Guodong asked. "Your son is making a name for himself," Guohua announced excitedly. Guodong paused, pride swelling in his chest. "Indeed, my son is doing well. He told me he received numerous job offers from major companies in his third year. But I advised him to finish his studies first. It's not often that our village boasts a university graduate. That's not what I meant. You haven't spoken to him in a while? Have you? He's become a television star." "What?" Guodong exclaimed, dropping his hoe and sprinting home. With Guohua and TOW.in rural areas, appearing on television was a significant achievement. If anyone from the village graced the provincial station, it brought pride to everyone. "Which channel?" Guodong asked as he hurried. "Pearl Television," Guohua replied. Guodong switched to the channel, but it was no longer airing. It's over. He lamented. It should re-air soon, Guohua assured. After searching for a while, they finally found Chen Dong's performance on Pearl Television. As soon as Chen Dong's mother, Zhao Baozhu, returned home from the market and learned of her son's television appearance, she abandoned dinner preparations to join them, fearing she might miss her son's moment on screen. Soon, the news spread throughout the village that the son of Chen Guodong had made his debut on Pearl Television. People of all ages flocked to Chen Dong's home, filling the small space to capacity. Guodong had to move the television outside. As the 10 contestants concluded their performances, they gathered on stage. Guohua excitedly pointed out, "Look, contestant number 2 is Little Wintermelon." Tears welled in Zhao Baoju's eyes as she saw her son, whom she hadn't seen in nearly a year. He looked so robust and vibrant, a stark contrast to his former frail self. "I always told him to eat well at school and not to work too hard or send money home. Baoju, your son is healthy and achieving great things. You should be proud," a villager remarked. She wiped away her tears and smiled, sharing in the collective pride of the villagers who had lived in this mountain community for generations, toiling in the soil. Finally, they could boast of having a celebrity among them. Someone who had appeared on Pearl Television. As the villagers gathered around the television, the host, Yi Minghua, announced, "Now we arrive at the most thrilling moment, where the 10 contestants will be voted for by the audience to determine the champions and the rankings from 1st to 10th. The champions will qualify to represent the Dinghai division in the amassing Sing If You Wish annual finals. Are you ready? I hereby declare the voting open. Cast your votes for your favorite contestants." As the voting commenced, the official website of Pearl Television activated the voting process, displaying the contestants' images. Various channels, including SMS, mobile websites, and other partnered websites, also opened their voting portals. The screen displayed the vote counts every 2 minutes. In the luxurious Yunhu Villa area of Dinghai City, a middle-aged man reclined comfortably by the poolside, surrounded by refreshments and snacks. A large LCD television displayed the 10 contestants on stage, and the screen began to update the vote counts every 2 minutes. Ensure that everything is handled with discretion. We cannot allow any doubts to arise regarding Houtzen's performance. The closer the competition, the more authentic it appears, the middle-aged man instructed his subordinate standing before him. To secure victory for Wu Houtzen in the division championship, Wu Ziqing had made extensive preparations, including generating online hype and leveraging connections to ensure Houtzen's frequent appearances on entertainment programs. The Wu Group maintained numerous advertising collaborations with Pearl Television, incurring significant costs to facilitate covert manipulations within the I Am a Singer. Sing If You Wish competition. Mr. Wu, this may not be straightforward. I cannot guarantee anything. Even if the young master wins, there will inevitably be skeptics afterward, a subordinate cautioned. Frowning, Wu Ziqing replied, "Skeptics? What do you mean? I have invested so much in online promotion, secured numerous appearances for Houtzen, and enlisted renowned pop musicians to write songs for him. With all this effort, how could there still be doubts? Is there anyone with greater popularity than Houtzen? There is a contestant named Chen Dong, who has garnered significant attention from the media and is considered the most promising candidate for the championship. Despite the considerable popularity the young master has achieved through various television entertainment programs, Chen Dong possesses an immense support base, both in reality and online, which the young master cannot rival. Should the young master's votes surpass those of Chen Dong, he would undoubtedly face skepticism from many. Furthermore, although Mr. Wu and the production team have agreed to collaborate with us in a covert manner, there are limits to their cooperation, as they fear backlash from the audience. It is essential to remember that I am a singer. Sing If You Wish is not merely a one-time event. Given the program's popularity, it could extend over several episodes. Therefore, we must tread carefully, ensuring that our behind-the-scenes maneuvers remain subtle enough to avoid raising doubts among the majority of viewers. If the audience becomes aware of any manipulations, the focus would shift from vocal talent and strength to familial connections, leading to a loss of support for the program. Understood. You may proceed with your tasks. Mr. Dawu waved his hand, dismissing his subordinate, and turned his attention back to the television screen, where the vote counts were being displayed. Every 2 minutes, the tallied scores of the 10 contestants flashed on the screen. Currently, Chen Dong led with an impressive 3,553,145 votes, closely followed by Wu Houchen with 3,225,422 votes, while the other 8 contestants ranged between 1 million and over 2 million votes, creating a significant gap from both Chen Dong and Wu Houchen. As anticipated, the championship would likely be contested between Chen Dong and Wu Houchen, with the remaining 8 vying for third place. Reclining in his chair with a glass of coconut juice in hand, Mr. Wu smiled, clearly satisfied with the effectiveness of their previous preparations. Wu Houchen's performance was comparable to that of the other contestants. His 3,225,422 votes, significantly distancing him from the other 8, could be attributed to his online promotion and frequent appearances on various entertainment shows. However, seeing Chen Dong's lead of over 350,000 votes, it was evident that, based on popularity alone, Houchen was at a disadvantage. The remaining factors depended on the effectiveness of their covert operations, ensuring that they remained below the audience's radar. 2 minutes later, the screen refreshed again. Chen Dong, 3,732,221 votes. Wu Houchen, 3,358,774 votes. The gap widened by another 50,000 votes. Chen Dong was securing the championship. Everyone needed to continue their efforts and remain vigilant. In Chen Dong's fan groups and forums, cheers of celebration erupted. Chen Dong, champion! Chen Dong, champion! At Ming Star Stadium, Chen Dong's fans waved their glow sticks and held up signs proclaiming support Chen Dong, cheering loudly. Viewers at home who supported Chen Dong noticed that he was leading the second-place contestant by 380,000 votes, enthusiastically waving their hands in celebration. In Chen Village, some villagers anxiously inquired, "Is the little wintermelon going to win the championship?" "Absolutely. He leads the second place by 380,000 votes. Unless something unexpected happens, it's unlikely he can be surpassed," one villager exclaimed joyfully. At Dinghai University, in Chen Dong's class, a laptop rested on the podium, displaying the final round of I Am a Singer. Sing If You Wish in the Dinghai division. Yes, he leads the second place by 380,000 votes. Chen Dong has secured the championship, Lili exclaimed excitedly, prompting loud cheers from his classmates. Meanwhile, in the Tang residence, Elder Tang, Tang Mingxiang, and a middle-aged man sat together watching television. Elder Tang remarked, "Xiao Zhao, your Pearl TV's program is quite well done, but do be mindful of its impact." Zhao Guangwei responded, "Understood, former leader." Elder Tang did not say anything further. Moments later, Elder Tang suddenly recognized a familiar figure on the screen. "Oh, this young lad hasn't visited since the last celebration. He's off participating in some singing competition." Tang Mingxiang added, "I rarely see him at school either." Elder Tang said, "This is a youthful pastime. Next time you see Chen Dong, make sure he visits me weekly." "All right, Grandpa, if he doesn't come, I'll bring him myself." The playful banter between Elder Tang and Mingxiang suggested a close relationship with Chen Dong. Suddenly, Zhao Guangwei's expression shifted, and he quickly regained his composure. "Former leader, I have matters to attend and I must take my leave." "Very well, Xiao Zhao, go on with your business." After exiting the Tang estate, Zhao Guangwei wiped away a tear and sighed with relief. Fortunately, there was still time. With that thought, he quickly dialed a number. "Xiao Li, this is Zhao Guangwei. The voting phase for I Am a Singer. Sing If You Wish in the Dinghai division still ongoing?" On the other end, Li Qianan responded respectfully, "Yes, we are currently tallying the audience votes. There are 12 minutes remaining. Regardless of your reasons, you must ensure the fairness of the competition. Can you do that?" Zhao Guangwei insisted, implying the immediate cessation of any manipulations. Li Qianan, puzzled, replied, "Mr. Wu from the Wu Group has reserved advertising for 6 months, totaling tens of millions in advertising fees." Zhao Guangwei asserted firmly, "Stop it. I will discuss this with Wu Ziqing." "Understood." Although confused, Li Qianan nodded in agreement. Soon, he informed Zhao Guangwei over the phone, "The voting results are already displayed on the big screen. There's no way to alter them." "Damn it," Zhao Guangwei swore, his tone growing severe. "I don't care what methods you employ. Ensure that a contestant named Chen Dong receives no unfair treatment." He did not insist that Chen Dong must win. Rather, he emphasized the importance of fairness, knowing that Elder Tang, while protective, held strong principles and would not tolerate his family exploiting his name for personal gain. Conversely, Elder Tang also did not wish for his family to endure any unjust treatment. Although Zhao Guangwei was unsure of Chen Dong's intentions, the urgency of his demeanor and his firm reprimands were unprecedented. Thus, he had no choice but to comply. On television, the big screen refreshed once more. Chen Dong, 4,158,897 votes. Wu Haochen, 4,160,051 votes. Am I seeing this correctly? Chen Dong had been overtaken by Wu Haochen, who surpassed him by over 1,000 votes. On stage, Yi Minghua's expression was one of disbelief. The judges' panel remained silent, with Zhao Dongming turning and leaving immediately. Zhang Wenxian furrowed his brow. Although Wu Haochen had performed remarkably well today, he still fell short of Chen Dong's excellence. Chen Dong's rendition of Qinghua Ci, infused with elements of traditional Chinese culture, coupled with the accompaniment of traditional instruments, was an exquisite and captivating performance that transported the audience into a poetic realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Chen Dong pioneered a new musical style known as Chinese wind. In terms of popularity, Wu Haochen lagged behind Chen Dong, leading the majority of the audience to favor Chen Dong for the championship, including himself. However, the sudden reversal of votes in favor of Wu Haochen, especially with a 380,000 vote deficit, raised suspicions about the underlying factors at play. Nevertheless, unlike Zhao Dongming, who stormed off in frustration, Zhang Wenxin remained seated. As a businessman first and a musician second, he found the situation distasteful yet could accept it internally. He was already aware of Wu Haochen's background and recognized that the song he performed was not original. Noting the similarities in melody, lyrics, and style with a friend in the music industry, He chose not to expose this, acknowledging it as a common occurrence in talent shows. Such doubts were expected and commonplace. After all, no talent show had ever been free of scrutiny, much like the final results of previous competitions that often raised eyebrows but never led to serious contention. An Sihua sat silently at the judges' table, secretly rooting for Chen Dong. His performance had been outstanding, showcasing remarkable musical talent. Yet, he often felt helpless, as the outcome of competitions was influenced by myriad factors beyond the contestants' abilities. In Chen Dong's fan groups, thousands witnessed the data displayed on the big screen, first in disbelief, then erupting like a powder keg. What the hell just happened? The 380,000 vote gap was suddenly overturned by over 1,000 votes. This is tautological. In the chat box, some fans expressed their agitation, questioning the fairness of the results. Wu Haochen's strength pales in comparison to Chen Dong's, and his popularity does not match Chen Dong's either. I am intrigued by the underlying factors that could account for the sudden reversal of a gap of 380,000 votes, with a lead of over 1,000 votes in the Wu Haochen forums and QQ fan groups. There are reports of vote manipulation, with screenshots of ballots leading to monetary rewards. Even in our QQ group and forums, individuals have been lured into participating. A netizen revealed the truth. Vote buying requires a gradual process. Rather than the sudden explosion in Wu Haochen's vote count, which has now surpassed the previous gap of 380,000, a user named Zue Qingfeng shared a message in the QQ group chat. Refraining from directly accusing anyone of foul play. In talent shows like this, the external voting mechanisms are often shrouded in ambiguity, with numerous factors influencing the final outcome. At Dinghai University, Chen Dong's classmates were baffled. How could Chen Dong's vote count suddenly be overtaken by Wu Haochen by over 1,000 votes after such a significant lead? Li Li sat up in disbelief, his expression one of astonishment. The other classmates echoed this sentiment, fully aware that Chen Dong's ability and popularity far surpassed that of Wu Haochen. Songs like I Believe have resonated across the nation, while Old Boy has touched countless hearts. And Blue and White Porcelain has captivated many. Chen Dong's exceptional musical talent, striking appearance, and remarkable charisma have garnered him a vast following, leading many to develop a profound affection for the somewhat shy boy on stage. This outcome is indeed hard to accept. As the television screen updated once more, Wu Haochen's vote stood at 405, 478, while Chen Dong's were at 354, 487, with only 10 minutes left until the voting deadline. The gap widened by over 40,000 votes. Viewers turned to Nanhu TV, where Zhang Dongjian rallied support for Wu Haochen, urging, "For our beloved Chen Dong, what are you waiting for? Please cast your vote for him." Wu Haochen appeared to have the financial means to buy votes and the backing of major celebrities. We could not afford to give up. If Chen Dong were to lose on the basis of talent, we would have nothing to say, but in truth, he was not losing due to a lack of ability. Rather, his opponent was resorting to unfair tactics. This result was intolerable. Everyone was urged to mobilize their classmates, friends, relatives, and neighbors to vote for Chen Dong. The television screen refreshed again. Wu Haochen 756, 455, Chen Dong 684, 554, increasing the lead by over 70,000 votes with only 6 minutes remaining. The situation seemed bleak. Chen Dong's defeat felt unjust, as he possessed greater talent and popularity than Wu Haochen, but lacked the advantageous family background that Wu Haochen had. With financial resources to buy votes and connections to enlist celebrity support, the odds appeared stacked against him. With 6 minutes left, spirits were lifted. Everyone was encouraged to keep trying. They sought assistance through their QQ groups, Weibo, and forums, particularly on university forums where Chen Dong enjoyed immense popularity. Quickly, Chen Dong's QQ fan group, book clubs, and forum users formed several teams. Some sent out pleas in their QQ groups, while others posted on Weibo and various forums. Meanwhile, numerous celebrities took to Weibo to express their support for their favored contestant. One famous singer shared, "Listening to Old Boy brought tears to my eyes. Chen Dong sings the voice of all old boys. It is nothing but moving." Another noted, "I adore Blue and White Porcelain. Only someone with Chen Dong's talent could craft lyrics as poetic as these." The lyrics, rich in imagery and emotion, reflect a deep appreciation for Chen Dong's artistry. In contrast, despite Wu Haochen's early training and vocal prowess, many felt that Chen Dong's artistic expression resonated more deeply with audiences. Support for Chen Dong surged as fans mobilized their networks to vote. With just 4 minutes remaining, the television screen flashed updated numbers. Chen Dong 148, 487, Wu Haochen 070, 211. In the luxurious Yunhu Villa area, Wu Zucheng relaxed in a lounge chair, enjoying the evening breeze while watching the television updates with a satisfied smile. He felt assured that the current margin would not draw significant scrutiny. As the countdown approached 2 minutes, Wu Haochen's vote count was set to exceed Chen Dong's yet again. Ultimately, as the tension mounted, the viewers in Chen Dong's QQ fan group, book clubs, and forums anxiously watched the television screen. When they saw Chen Dong's vote count surpass Wu Haochen's once more, a collective sigh of relief filled the room. Well done. We've pulled ahead by 68,000 votes. Li vigorously waved his arm and exclaimed loudly. In the stadium, the audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the large screen, which suddenly flickered. With just 2 minutes remaining before the voting deadline, the screen refreshed once more. Chen Dong, 5,484,488 Wu Haochen, 5. 354,488 Wu Iba, 2. 954, 842. Wu Zeching picked up a drink from the table and brought it to his lips, but his hand froze as he stared blankly at the screen. What was happening? According to the script, Wu Haochen's vote count should have surpassed Chen Dong's, yet now the gap had widened to 130,000 votes. He was bewildered by the turn of events. The championship seemed to be secured. In the Chen Dong fan group, a netizen shared a message that received unanimous agreement. Indeed, unless there was some underhanded manipulation, further actions would be futile now. Dinghai University? The championship was assured, Li confidently declared. With only 2 minutes left and a 130,000 vote difference, unless the back end altered the vote counts. The voting had concluded, and thus the voting channel was closed. The final outdoor voting results were displayed on the large screen. Chen Dong, 5,987,875 Wu Haochen, 5. 654, 545. The gap widened by another 20,000 votes. Ultimately, the competition concluded with Chen Dong as the champion, Wu Haochen as the runner-up, and Wu Iba in third place. Upon seeing this outcome, the stadium erupted with excitement, thousands of voices cheering in unison. Chen Dong, champion! Chen Dong, champion! Chen Dong, well done! Chen Dong's fans jubilantly celebrated, waving glow sticks and holding up light boards emblazoned with champion, Chen Dong, loudly chanting his name. Meanwhile, the supporters of Wu Haochen expressed their disappointment, yet no one dared to voice accusations of manipulation or underhanded tactics. If anyone were to accuse of manipulation, it would most likely be Wu Haochen, who had suddenly surged ahead of Chen Dong by 380,000 votes with just 12 minutes remaining in the voting. Few would believe that there was no behind-the-scenes influence, especially considering Wu Haochen had invested money to boost his votes through dubious means. Ultimately, he lost, which could only be attributed to Wu Haochen's lack of strength and popularity compared to Chen Dong. The audience supporting Wu Haochen accepted this outcome with grace, having no further words to say. With just 2 minutes left until the voting deadline, Wu Haochen's vote count failed to exceed Chen Dong's. Instead, the gap had widened to over 130,000 votes, and Wu Zeching realized something was amiss. The only unexpected factor was that the I Am a Singer, Sing If You Want production team had changed their stance and refused to cooperate. Wu Zeching made a call. Li how? What's going on? With only 2 minutes left until the voting deadline, this is the best time for manipulation that wouldn't raise audience suspicions. Why was there no action? Did Li Qianan change his mind? On the other end of the line, Li Hao replied dejectedly, yes, Li Qianan is not cooperating. Wu Zeching pressed for an explanation. Why? I had a 6-month advertising deal with him, amounting to tens of millions. We had a good agreement. Why the sudden change? Li Hao explained. He said he received instructions from above, that the competition must proceed fairly and justly, without allowing Chen Dong to face any unfair treatment. Li Qianan also asked me to inform you that Zhao Guangwei will provide you with an explanation. Understood. This time, I won't blame you, Wu Zeching concluded before hanging up. Chen Dong. Wu Zeching silently committed this name to memory. Fantastic. Chen Dong has won the championship. In the Chen Dong fan group, book clubs, and forums, the excitement was palpable. In a dormitory, a laptop played I Am a Singer, Sing If You Want, while a box of takeout lay untouched, the food cold. Upon witnessing the final vote count of 986,775 for Chen Dong, surpassing the second place by over 200,000 votes, Li exuberantly waved his arm and shouted, "Yay, amazing!" In Qinjia village, the village head joyfully announced, "Guodong, your son Donghua has won the championship," a villager asked. Does that mean Chen Dong is a big star now? I suppose so. Millions across the country recognize him. The village head, having spent his life in Chen Dong's village, was unfamiliar with the concept of a big star. But in his mind, with millions recognizing Chen Dong, he must be considered one. Chen Jia smiled and explained, Fubo, Donghua isn't a big star yet. He hasn't released an album, made a movie, or starred in a television drama. However, with his popularity and recognition, he could become a big star in a year or two. The host, Yi Minghua, spoke up, congratulations to Chen Dong for winning the championship, Wu Haochen for the runner-up, and Wu Iba for third place. They will have the opportunity to represent the Dinghai division in the annual finals. Of course, those who did not qualify for the finals should not be disheartened. Simply being on this stage is a victory in itself. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. The contestants who failed to qualify for the finals forced smiles, but to claim they were not disappointed would be disingenuous. After dedicating so much effort, ending up as mere support for others left a bitter taste in their hearts. The 7 eliminated contestants exchanged hugs with Chen Dong, Wu Haochen, and Wu Yiba, offering words of encouragement before turning away from the stage in dismay. On stage, only the host Yi Minghua and the 3 finalists remained. Yi Minghua turned to Chen Dong and asked, "Chen Dong, having won the division championship, do you have anything to say to everyone?" Chen Dong replied, "Winning this championship would not have been possible without the unwavering support of the audience present and those watching at home. Thank you very much." With that, Chen Dong bowed deeply to the crowd. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Yi Minghua joined in the applause, and once it subsided, he continued, "I just heard you sing Blue and White Porcelain. The melody is incredibly beautiful, and the lyrics are exquisite. As the song played, it seemed to paint a picturesque scene of a Jiangnan town for the audience. Under what circumstances was this song created?" Chen Dong smiled and responded, "When I composed this song, I had just watched a martial arts film and was captivated by the bamboo groves, architecture, and the melodious sound of the flute. At that moment, I had a thought. Many aspects of our Chinese culture are profoundly beautiful, such as classical music, landscapes, architecture, and our traditional culture. These beauties were previously expressed solely through pure music or various operatic melodies, making it challenging to promote among the youth. Therefore, I combined the elegant elements of classical music with modern pop music, ultimately creating what we refer to as Chinese style." Well said. As Chen Dong articulated, our nation possesses numerous beautiful elements, and through his melodious voice, he conveys this beauty to the audience. Yi Minghua praised. He then turned to Wu Haochen, saying, "Wu Haochen, you also garnered considerable attention and support from the audience, but unfortunately fell short against Chen Dong by over 230,000 votes. Do you feel disappointed?" Wu Haochen forced a smile, but inside, he was filled with frustration and repression. Honestly, there's no reason to be disappointed about not winning the championship. Chen Dong performed exceptionally well, showcasing a high level of creativity and composing songs that resonate with people's hearts. Many support him. The implication was clear. Your singing skills were inferior to mine. It was merely the quality of the songs that captivated the audience and garnered their votes. The month-long competition of I Am a Singer, Sing If You Want at the division level came to a close in recent days. The media, news websites, and television programs had lauded the shy young man standing on stage. The Dinghai Entertainment Report, the summer sensational music competition, I Am a Singer, Sing If You Want, has finally concluded in the Dinghai division. Chen Dong, from the Computer Science and Technology Department at Dinghai University, ultimately won the championship by over 230,000 votes against the runner-up. Chen Dong possesses extraordinary musical talent, having composed numerous widely celebrated songs such as I Believe, The Story of Time, Old Boy, Blue and White Porcelain, and Boundless Sea and Sky, with Blue and White Porcelain being recognized by many renowned musicians as a milestone in creating a new musical style. Letian Entertainment Network, the fervent music competition I Am a Singer, Sing If You Want concluded yesterday, with Chen Dong from Dinghai University securing the championship with 5,987,875 votes, exceeding the runner-up by over 230,000 votes. Interestingly, both Chen Dong and the runner-up, Wu Haochen, garnered immense attention and a multitude of supporters. During the voting process, with just 12 minutes remaining before the deadline, Wu Haochen's vote count surpassed Chen Dong by over 1,000 votes. Ultimately, however, Chen Dong emerged victorious. Chen Dong possesses remarkable creative talent. Whether it be in The Vast Sky, I Believe, or Old Boys, his musical prowess is truly commendable, earning him accolades from numerous luminaries in the music industry. Coupled with his handsome appearance and outstanding charisma, it is my firm belief that once Chen Dong embarks on his journey as a star, he will undoubtedly shine brightly. The finals of the popular talent show I Am a Singer, Sing As You Wish, which captivated audiences throughout the summer, concluded yesterday, with Chen Dong claiming the championship title. During the voting, Wu Haochen, Chen Dong's most formidable competitor, resorted to unfair tactics to solicit votes via social media platforms and groups. Just 12 minutes before the voting deadline, reports surfaced of Wu Haochen overtaking Chen Dong by over 1,000 votes despite being behind by 380,000. The underlying factors influencing this surge remain speculative, as there is little evidence to substantiate claims, yet it nearly cost Chen Dong his victory. Fortunately, the timing proved fortuitous, allowing Chen Dong to secure his win. with 12 minutes left before the voting deadline. Precisely at 6 o'clock in the evening, university students had just finished their classes and meals, coinciding with their leisure time to engage in online activities and watch television. It is well known that I believe resonates within university campuses, and Chen Dong's status as a student contributes significantly to his popularity among this demographic. Upon recognizing Chen Dong's need for support, many students cast their previously unsubmitted votes in his favor, while also rallying others on campus forums and social media to lend their support. Weekly Magazine, a tabloid publication, sought to boost its sales by presenting eye-catching news, which ultimately resulted in a significant increase in sales that day. At Lejia Music Network, an editor encountered Chen Dong outside a restaurant shortly after he had finished his meal and inquired about the latest developments regarding his music album. It is worth noting that Chen Dong's first music album is set to be released in 2 months. Hearing this news, one cannot help but share the editor's excitement and anticipation for the album's release. Chen Dong's fans are in for a treat, as he revealed that preparations for the album's release are already underway. Featuring familiar songs such as I Believe, The Vast Sky, Old Boys, and The Story of Time, along with 5 new tracks, the details of which he has yet to disclose. The 68th chapter, the launch of Crazy Stone, saw Chen Dong, fresh from a meal, unexpectedly approached by a reporter waiting outside the restaurant, who posed questions about his music album preparations. Upon returning to his villa, Chen Dong called Gao Ming, the head of his game development studio, to inquire about the progress of the game programming. Gao Ming informed him that half of the game code was complete and that it would take approximately another month to finish. Chen Dong was pleased with this update, understanding that this pace was relatively swift, given that there were only 6 programmers, including Gao Ming and internally Li, whose efficiency would naturally take time to improve. After concluding his conversation with Gao Ming, Chen Dong reached out to Wang San to discuss the progress of the film crew's assembly and the preparations for the movie shoot. Wang San replied that everything was ready and they were just waiting to commence filming. "Let us begin filming the day after tomorrow," Chen Dong instructed Wang San over the phone. The following day, Chen Dong arrived at a factory on the verge of closure in Nanwan City. With some adjustments made by the crew, the factory was transformed to resemble the original craft factory depicted in Crazy Stone. The factory, specializing in handbag production, was struggling with unsold products, and the owner, eager to rent the space for filming, offered Chen Dong a special discounted rate, significantly reducing his scene production costs. Wang San managed the rental of filming equipment, props, costumes, and lighting, quickly assembling the film crew thanks to his extensive experience in the industry. In terms of casting, the budget was limited to 4.5 million, making it challenging to secure well-known actors. Wang San spent over 10 days searching for suitable talent who were both affordable and capable of portraying the characters in Crazy Stone. Some minor roles were filled without much effort. The principal characters included the security chief, Bao Shihong, and the trio of thieves, whose performances would determine the film's success. The character of Bao Shihong was portrayed by Gua Tao, who brought to life this upright and kind-hearted character. After consulting with Chen Dong, Wang San selected an experienced actor named Huang Tao, known for portraying grassroots characters, believing he would effectively embody Bao Shihong. For the thief known as Hei Pai, originally played by Huang Bo in the film, Wang San chose a comedic actor named Gua Shi, whose portrayal delighted Chen Dong, making the character's simplicity and foolishness amusing to the audience. Zhang Rui, a seasoned actor, was cast as the leader of the thief trio, having seamlessly embodied the character's crude simplicity during auditions. With the key roles of Bao Shihong and the 2 principal thieves cast, the remaining minor roles were easier to fill, resulting in Li Li portraying one of the thieves, Xiao Jun, while Xie Kuan took on the role of the factory owner's son, Xie Qianli, and Wang Liming played the role of the international thief. Mic'd on the filming site in Nanwan, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Wang San glanced at his watch and proclaimed, "Now, I declare the opening ceremony for Crazy Stone to commence." This ceremony mirrored the traditional practices observed during film productions in the past. Many media reporters were present, filling the audience to capacity, primarily drawn by Chen Dong's star power, as he had become a household name that summer with hits like I Believe, The Story of Time, Old Boys, and Blue and White Porcelain, all of which resonated deeply with the public. Amidst the buzz surrounding Chen Dong, a rumor circulated within the entertainment industry about his foray into filmmaking. This news originated from a casual remark made by a reporter after director Wang San sent invitations to various media outlets for the opening ceremony of Crazy Stone on September 6. Initially, the reporters disregarded the invitation, assuming it held little significance due to the director's lack of renown and the absence of star actors. However, when they noticed Chen Dong's name listed as the producer and screenwriter, many journalists sought confirmation from Wang San, eager to verify if it was indeed the same Chen Dong who had recently won the championship in the talent show. Upon receiving confirmation from Wang San, reporters promptly agreed to attend the opening ceremony on the morning of September 6, Many journalists who had not received invitations also showed up uninvited. The timing and location for the ceremony were meticulously chosen, with Wang San consulting a feng shui master to ensure auspiciousness down to the minute. The altar was adorned with roasted pig, roast goose, and an array of fruits, at the appointed time. All crew members took turns offering incense, with Chen Dong as the producer, leading the ritual. Holding 3 sticks of incense, Chen Dong bowed in reverence, murmuring a prayer for the smooth filming of Crazy Stone and its success at the box office. After the ritual, the ceremonial cutting of the pig's head was naturally performed by Chen Dong. After the pig's head was cut, the producer Chen Dong pulled away the red cloth covering the camera. Proclaiming loudly, "I hereby announce that Crazy Stone has officially begun production." As his words echoed, applause and cheers erupted around him. Reporters in the audience began snapping photos, with most aiming their cameras at Chen Dong, while only a few turned their lenses toward Wang San, neglecting the other actors. Following the ceremonial opening, the press conference for Crazy Stone commenced. A reporter from Letian Entertainment eagerly inquired, "Chen Dong, when will your music album be released? I've heard it contains many new songs. Is that true?" Chen Dong responded, "The album will likely be available in about 2 months. It features a total of 10 songs, 5 of which will be familiar to everyone, while the other 5 are my original creations, which I assure you are just as good as the ones you've heard before. But let us discuss the album later. I hope you'll focus more on my film, Crazy Stone, which I wrote and Wang San directed. It promises to be a hilariously entertaining movie." The conversation smoothly transitioned to the film when a reporter from Yuan Entertainment asked, "Can you elaborate on the storyline of Crazy Stone?" Chen Dong, well prepared, replied effortlessly, "This is a multi-threaded comedic modern film. The plot revolves around a valuable jade discovered in a restroom, which inadvertently attracts the attention of the international thief Mike and his gang of 3 petty criminals, leading to an uproarious journey filled with laughter." Another reporter turned to Wang San, asking, "What is the budget for this film, and what are your box office expectations?" Wang San answered, "The budget for this film is $4.5 million. As for box office expectations, of course, I hope for as much as possible." "What are the highlights of this film?" queried a journalist from Tianji Entertainment. Chen Dong chuckled, stating, "It delivers gut-busting laughter through a lens of dark humor." A reporter from New Wave Network asked, "What role will Huang Tao play in the film? Can he portray this character well?" He continued, "I understand that Huang Tao has mostly played grassroots, common characters in films and television." Wang San replied, "Huang Tao will portray the protagonist, Bao Shihong, who is a typical grassroots figure, somewhat cunning like a common person. This role suits him perfectly, as he is an experienced actor with over a decade in the industry, and I believe he will embody this character splendidly." The press conference continued until noon, after which Chen Dong treated all the reporters to a hearty meal, presenting each with a generous red envelope to encourage them to promote Crazy Stone. In the afternoon, numerous entertainment websites began publishing news about the film's commencement. Popular star Chen Dong entered the film industry, personally writing the script and investing in the project, which is set to be released during the winter vacation. With a budget of $4.5 million, if Chen Dong were to finance it alone, it would mean he invested all his savings, demonstrating admirable determination. Whether this venture will succeed remains to be seen. Chen Dong described this film as a delightfully humorous experience. He candidly admitted his lack of knowledge regarding filmmaking, expressing a desire to learn from Wang San's directorial expertise. Upon learning about Chen Dong's role as the screenwriter and investor for Crazy Stone, fans in his QQ group and online communities expressed their surprise and excitement, leaving blessings for a smooth filming process and wishing for the film to achieve great success. Regardless of external commentary, the filming of Crazy Stone officially commenced on September 7, under clear skies. "Are we all set? Action!" Wang San called out with enthusiasm. Upon receiving the script for Crazy Stone, he sensed its exceptional quality, noting the intertwining storylines that remained coherent and engaging, infused with dark humor that would lead audiences to laughter from start to finish. Despite the modest budget, it was sufficient to craft a compelling and humorous narrative. Unlike some films that rely on dazzling effects or star power, Crazy Stone aims to captivate audiences with its brilliant storytelling. With $4.5 million, they had ample resources to tell a captivating tale. Wang San was determined to make this film a classic, motivating himself to pour his heart and soul into the project while Chen Dong diligently observed and learned filming techniques from him. As the first scene commenced, the trio of thieves, posing as a moving company, filled their truck with stolen goods but were caught by traffic police. The comedic tension escalated as they attempted to evade capture. Wang San praised the actors for their performances, noting their ability to convey the nervousness and feigned calmness of their characters. After a productive morning of shooting, Wang San estimated that the film could wrap in about a month given their current pace. Alright, everyone, take a 5-minute break before we continue with the next scene. Positions, please, action. As the next scene unfolded, Bao Shihong, played by Huang Tao, and his companion Sanbao, Wang Bao, encountered a fallen soda can, leading to humorous exchanges and unexpected interruptions. Wang Sen skillfully directed, ensuring that each actor captured their character's essence authentically, demonstrating his keen eye for detail and ability to elicit genuine performances from the cast. Apologies were exchanged as the actors strived for perfection, reflecting their commitment to bringing the story to life with authenticity and humor. Wang Sen nodded. Alright, everyone take your positions. Action. Indeed, under Wang Sen's guidance, Lu Rui succeeded in one take. As the days passed, October arrived swiftly, and the filming of Crazy Stone was more than halfway completed. Wang Sen approached the making of this film with an unwavering commitment to excellence, holding high expectations for the actors. Any minor issue would prompt a halt and a reshoot. However, the principal cast members were seasoned veterans with over a decade of experience, displaying remarkable acting skills, quickly immersing themselves into their roles. Their expressions, movements, and demeanor were perfectly aligned, bringing their characters to life with great authenticity, particularly Huang Tao, who delivered a performance that resonated with the struggles of grassroots, everyday people. With the main characters performing brilliantly, the film had already achieved considerable success. Conversely, some supporting roles, such as the international thief Mike, played by Feng Changming, and Si Yin, played by Chen Rui, displayed a certain rawness in their performances, making frequent mistakes that earned them harsh critiques from Wang's senator. He insisted on multiple retakes until he was satisfied. Gradually, as the number of takes diminished, the actors' skills improved significantly, and they began to embody their characters with a deeper understanding of their personalities. Chen Dong, who had been shadowing Wang San for over 20 days, absorbed a wealth of knowledge, particularly in grasping character psychology, seamlessly connecting scenes, and weaving together intricate plotlines into a cohesive, engaging narrative that would captivate audiences. As he observed the filming gaining momentum, Chen Dong estimated that in about 10 days, they would wrap up the movie. He then departed from the crew to prepare for the release of his music album. The process from production to release involved 5 steps: music creation, licensing, album design, manufacturing, and distribution. Without the support of a record label, distributing an album independently was a formidable challenge, particularly when it came to distribution channels and financial settlements with e-commerce platforms and large physical record stores. Thus, Chen Dong first considered partnering with a record company. As the rights holder and content provider, Chen Dong had several lucrative revenue streams, including CD sales, ringtones, SPP, and karaoke. In the entertainment industry, there exists a notion that if the revenue share for content providers, encompassing film, television, and music, falls below 40, the industry is deemed unhealthy. In the original timeline, the music industry faced issues like piracy and fragmented power among content providers, which hindered their ability to set favorable terms, resulting in a meager share of less than 15. For instance, from a 100 yuan album sale, content providers would receive only a fraction of that, often falling below 10 yuan, which was grossly unfair. In this timeline, such an inequitable revenue share was non-existent. Record labels could secure a 40 share from album sales in the realm of app music albums, which are digital music products based on mobile platforms. Channel operations could claim 30, leaving 70 of the revenue for content providers, who would then split it evenly with the app development team, ensuring a minimum profit of 30 to 35. For ringtones, the profit distribution was set at 15 for the telecom provider and 85 for the content provider, followed by a 50 to 50 split between the content provider and the SPP, leading to a final profit of 42. 5. This meant that Chen Dong, as a rights holder and content provider, could anticipate receiving 40 from CD sales before tax, 30 to 35 from app music albums before tax, and 42.5 from ringtones before tax. As a content provider, Chen Dong focused on the production and promotion of his album, which featured 10 songs, including 5 classics such as I Believe, The Story of Time, Blue and White Porcelain, The Vast Sky, and Old Boy, alongside 5 new tracks. Chen Dong accessed his music database and selected 5 new classics: Childhood, Tomorrow Will Be Better, Fairy Tale, 1,000 Miles Away, and My Future Is Not a Dream. Each of these new songs was a timeless masterpiece, with any single one capable of serving as a title track for an album. On October 8th, a sunny Saturday, in the recording studio, the lyrics echoed, "Are you like me? Bowing your head under the sun, silently working hard and sweating. Are you like me, even in the face of indifference, refusing to give up on the life you desire?" In the studio, Chen Dong donned his headphones, repeatedly singing My Future Is Not a Dream, originally performed by Taiwanese singer Zhang Yuxing, which encapsulated the youthful pursuit of dreams and relentless effort. Unbeknownst to many, This song was the theme of an advertisement for the well-known Taiwanese beverage brand Haesong Sarsaparilla, and upon its release, it resonated with the younger generation, earning Zhang Yuxing instant stardom. Standing beside Chen Dong was Li Yu, a renowned music producer in the industry, whom Chen Dong had hired at great expense. After Chen Dong finished singing, Li Yu commended, "This is a great choice. It suits you well. Your voice is pure and unblemished, perfectly conveying the youthful spirit of pursuing dreams and relentless striving. However, there are areas for improvement, particularly in expressing the passion for love. When you sing the word ja, let your voice rise to better capture that emotion." Liu demonstrated the technique, and Chen Dong acknowledged the improvement. "Let's do it again." With a nod from Chen Dong, Liu signaled for the accompaniment to commence. "Are you like me, bowing your head under the sun, silently working hard and sweating? Are you like me, even in the face of indifference, refusing to give up on the life you desire?" After Chen Dong finished another take, Liu nodded in approval. "Much better. You've expressed the passion for love effectively. However, 2 points remain. First, there are still some pronunciation flaws. Your voice should be higher at certain moments and more expressive at others. Second, infuse your performance with emotion to truly move your audience. Otherwise, no matter how well you sing, a song devoid of feeling cannot resonate with others. Let's try it again." With the music playing, Chen Dong envisioned himself as a hopeful young person, embodying the mindset of someone filled with confidence and vitality, bravely pursuing dreams. After another round, Liu nodded appreciatively. The room filled with applause as Chen Dong concluded the song. Liu clapped his hands and praised, "Perfect. This time you infused emotion into your performance, and it resonated with everyone around you." "Did I pass?" Chen Dong asked with a smile. "You did." Chen Dong exhaled, relieved. After 3 consecutive days of recording a single song, he felt utterly exhausted. Observing Chen Dong's fatigued expression, Liu realized how taxing the process had been, especially for Chen Dong, who had taken on a workload far greater than his OWN. Liu glanced at his watch. It was already past 10 in the evening. He waved his hand and said, "Let's head back and rest. Don't forget to take some throat lozenges to protect your voice." "All right, see you all tomorrow." Chen Dong rose and left the recording studio. Unbeknownst to anyone, a month had slipped by. Crazy Stone had finished filming and was undergoing final dubbing, editing, and various preparations for submission to the Film Review Committee for rating and release. Chen Dong's debut music album had been completed and would soon meet all his fans. Although the album had not yet been released for sale, its reputation had already spread, attracting a host of intermediaries like sharks drawn to blood. Ultimately, Chen Dong chose to collaborate with Lu Mei Record Company for his CD and cassette release, while partnering with the Tsong Song app production team for the app music album and the professional Eastern Puzzle Company for the ringtone. The reasons for selecting these 3 companies were twofold. Firstly, they were relatively large and well-connected domestically, capable of bringing greater benefits to Chen Dong. Secondly, they offered favorable profit-sharing terms. Lu Mei Record Company provided a 40-100 split, Tsong Song offered 35-100, and Eastern Puzzle Company offered 42.5-100, making for an attractive arrangement. On Tuesday, September 25, Under a Clear Sky, Chen Dong's first album, titled Soaring Dreams, was released. Simultaneously, it became available for download in mobile application stores, and the ringtone download channel opened. Entertainment reports, online news sites, and television stations provided extensive coverage of Chen Dong's inaugural album, Soaring Dreams, which featured 5 new songs, all delightful and worthy of purchase. In addition to the 5 familiar tracks, the album included 5 new songs: My Future Is Not a Dream, Childhood, Fairy Tale, 1,000 Miles Away, and Tomorrow Will Be Better. Each song was a classic in its own right, capable of standing alone as a lead single. With 10 timeless tracks, Chen Dong's sincerity was evident, making it a valuable addition to any collection. Chen Dong's fans were in for a treat as they eagerly anticipated the release of his first music album. According to those involved in the album's production, Chen Dong handled the entire process himself, including lyrics, composition, album cover design, and title selection. At Lulu Audio Store in Denhai City, a long line formed at the cash register early in the morning, each person clutching an album. The cover featured a boy with his head bowed, quietly holding a guitar. Above him were the bold ink characters Soaring Dreams, accompanied by the smaller name, Chen Dong. "Hurry up. I have class soon and I'm going to be late," Ming, standing in the middle of the queue, complained, noting the 10 people ahead of him. "You must be from Sichuan University, right? It's about a 10-minute run to the campus. It's 7:40 now. You might just make it if you dash over," a kindly older man beside him advised. Ming surveyed the crowd of dozens and the dwindling number of albums on the shelf, while more people rushed into the store, snatching albums and joining the line. "Forget it. I'll be late," If I wait until noon to buy it, there might not be any stock left, he thought, realizing that with the current sales frenzy, it might be days before he could purchase one. Feeling less anxious, Ming struck up a conversation with the older man. Are you a fan of Chen Dong as well? The older man chuckled, saying, not really. I'm almost 40, past the age of chasing stars, but I was moved by Chen Dong's song Old Boy. It struck a chord with me. I remember crying when I first heard it on TV, something I had never experienced with any song before. I'm just here to buy a copy to keep, Ming replied. I became a fan when I heard Chen Dong's I Believe. I was so pumped listening to it on YouTube that I played it dozens of times. Youth, passion, and the pursuit of dreams, that's what we young people strive for, right? I was so touched that when Chen Dong needed votes on I Am a Singer, I voted for him from my computer and phone, even reached out to friends and classmates for support. Same here. I voted from my phone and used my son's computer to vote on the official website. Chen Dong truly deserves our support. The two men, from different eras but united by a common interest, continued their enjoyable conversation. Just then, a young man burst into the store, panting, and rushed to the shelf only to find it nearly empty. Excuse me, do you have any more of Chen Dong's albums? He asked the owner. Sorry, they're all sold out, the owner, Chen Dong, a portly middle-aged man, replied apologetically. It's only just past 8. How could they sell out so quickly? The young man asked incredulously. I'm really sorry. We had a full stock when we opened, but they all sold out in no time. Chen Dong lamented internally, realizing he had underestimated Chen Dong's star power. He had ordered only a few albums, thinking they would last a week, but they were gone within hours. When will you have more in stock? The young man pressed. Probably not until next week. Chen Dong said. He had just called to check, but due to the overwhelming demand for Chen Dong's first album, the factory was working overtime to press and package more. Only when larger stores were stocked would they consider supplying smaller shops like his, so it would be at least a week before they received more. Next week? That's a long wait, the young man sighed, turning to leave, disappointed. Suddenly, he noticed Ming holding several albums and approached him. I really love Chen Dong's music. I see you have 5 or 6 albums. Could you spare one for me? I'll pay double. I'm sorry, Ming replied, but these are for my classmates. If they don't get their copies, they'll be furious with me. Defeated, the young man shook his head and left the store, disheartened. That'll be 45 yuan. And here is your change of 5, the cashier said, receiving the 50 yuan bill from Ming. As Ming stepped outside the store and checked the time, he realized it was already 8:30. Half of his class had passed. Now I'll just have to face the music, he thought, pulling out his phone to call a classmate for a leave of absence. Back in his dorm, he took a deep breath and inserted the CD into his computer to play. The soothing melody filled the room, the beautiful voice whispering like a lover, captivating Ming instantly. An hour later, after listening to all 10 tracks, he applauded, exclaiming, "That was amazing. Worth every penny." He decided to listen again. The release of Chen Dong's first album, Soaring Dreams, garnered immense attention within his fan groups on QQ, book clubs, and online forums. I just bought one at a nearby store. It's not expensive, only 45 yuan. Not expensive? A single album from Zhou Tianwang cost the same. Can Chen Dong really compare? While his fame may not rival Zhou Tianwang, the quality of the album surpassed expectations. Each of the 10 songs was a classic, whereas most artists typically released only 2 or 3 hits. Honestly, this price is a steal. If you don't believe me, go buy one and listen. I just bought it, and it's indeed excellent, besides the 5 familiar songs. There are 5 new ones that I particularly love. My future is not a dream and fairy tale. They remind us that everyone has their own fairy tale within, and as long as we hold on to our beliefs and never give up, every dream can become a reality, and every fairy tale can have its beautiful ending. It was quite disappointing. I couldn't purchase the album as it sold out rapidly. The music store ran out of stock before noon due to its immense popularity. Eager to listen to Chen Dong's new songs, I resorted to downloading the electronic version of his album through his app from the mobile application store. Nevertheless, I still yearn to possess a physical CD for my collection. The music is delightful. I promptly replaced my previous ringtone with the tune Childhood. Thank you to those who can lend their support. If you have recommendations, I would be immensely grateful. Chapter 72. The album's great success in the office of the Lu Mei Record Distribution Company. Smoke curled in the air as general manager Su Shuji chain-smoked, his expression fluctuating. Securing the rights to distribute Chen Dong's debut music album on CD and cassette was no small feat. Although Chen Dong was a newcomer, his fame had surged, and each song resonated profoundly with listeners. Consequently, numerous record companies, like Shark Sensing Blood, vied for the distribution rights, ultimately falling into Lu Mei's hands. This victory could be attributed to 2 primary factors. First, Lu Mei had established a robust distribution network over the years. Second, the The company offered a generous profit-sharing arrangement, while others could only manage a division of 35,100 to 38,100. LeMay proposed 4,100. It is crucial to note that conceding just 1 percentage point significantly diminishes profit margins, particularly when considering an album that sells 1 million copies. For instance, with each album sold to distributors at 40 yuan. A mere 1% concession translates to a loss of 400,000 yuan. Thus, Su Shiji demonstrated remarkable audacity by offering a 4,100 split to a newcomer, a ratio often unattainable even by established stars. However, this decision came with considerable pressure. Should the album fail to meet sales expectations, he would face scrutiny from the company's board at Mr. Su. Calls are flooding in from major music stores. They have sold out and are urging us to expedite shipments. Wang Dahai exclaimed as he burst into the office, immediately engulfed by the haze. Su Shiji felt a surge of joy, glancing at the wall clock. Still just past 10 in the morning. Excellent, Dahai. Notify manager Ma to expedite the production and shipping process. Understood, Wang Dahai replied, promptly departing the office. Once alone, Su Shiji waved his arm in triumph. He had succeeded in raising the profit-sharing ratio to 4,100, defeating numerous rival record companies. In the following days, Let Dreams Soar maintained its frenzied sales pace. The second day saw sales reach 250,000 copies, the third, 220,000, and the fourth, 200,000. Despite a slight decrease, the total for the first week exceeded 1 million copies, reaching an impressive 1.328 million. If sales continued at this rate, the album's final tally would surpass 3 million copies, placing it among the top 3 for annual album sales. This astonishing outcome exceeded all expectations. A newcomer achieving first-week sales of 1.328 million copies was an extraordinary feat. Notably, even prominent pop stars often fell short of such figures with their debuts. The revelation sent shockwaves through the music industry. With first-week sales surpassing 1 million, Chen Dong had set a record, entering the historical top 10 for weekly album sales, ranking 8th. The strongest underdog, Chen Dong's debut album sold 1.328 million copies in its first week. Inciting envy among established celebrities, Chen Dong was raking in wealth from both the music and publishing sectors. Estimates suggested his worth could reach 80 million by year-end, mainly from tales of the Ming Dynasty, Chronicles of Longevity, and album revenue, including CD, cassette, app music albums, and ringtones. Additionally, this figure did not account for revenue from Crazy Stone. Chen Dong garnered immense adoration from fans. His first album, Let Dreams Soar, achieved over 1 million sales in its first week, totaling 1.328 million, a feat made possible by the fervent support of his fanbase. Upon its release, the album received widespread acclaim, with listeners eager to share their thoughts. Remarkable. Chen Dong's voice possesses a unique charm that evokes deep emotions. For instance, Old Boy brings tears to my eyes, while I Believe ignites a passionate spirit within me. The story of time evokes memories of youthful ignorance, truly exceptional and worthy of collection. All 10 songs were composed and written by Chen Dong himself. I deeply admire his musical talent. Each listen stirs my heart, compelling me to replay the album multiple times. His songs predominantly convey positive themes, such as the relentless pursuit of dreams in the sea is vast and the sky is high, and the youthful tenacity reflected in my future is not a dream. Unlike the trivial love songs that saturate the internet, Chen Dong's work is both uplifting and inspirational. I encourage everyone to purchase his album. It's a treasure for both the soul and motivation. In the first week, the album sold 328 million copies, yielding approximately 19 million after taxes, already deposited into Chen Dong's account. The revenue from the app music album and ringtones would take longer to materialize. Chen Dong set aside thoughts of the album as the film's release approached. Even before its premiere, his fame had surged, with internet users promoting it organically, while the media fervently hyped it. Phrases like dark humor that provokes laughter, Chen Dong's cameo as a security guard, and Chen Dong's debut as a screenwriter and investor drew substantial attention, prompting many to resolve to watch the film upon its release. As October drew to a close, the film's release was imminent. Chapter 73, Crazy Stone screening. As the holiday movie season approached, finding a distribution company for the film became paramount. Chen Dong and Wang San visited several major domestic distribution companies with their marketing team. Polaris Entertainment, a highly reputable production company in the country, had secured state approval for film distribution rights and offered the most favorable terms among those they approached. Consequently, Chen Dong and Wang San prioritized discussions with Polaris Entertainment. Having arranged a meeting, the parties took their seats. Chen Dong and Wang San faced the president of Polaris Entertainment, Sun Guohua, and the vice president. According to industry convention, we will take a commission of 17,100. And we can cover the initial distribution and promotional costs, Sung Guohua stated. This indicated his confidence in Crazy Stone's box office potential. Otherwise, the promotional expenses would solely fall on the production side. Chen Dong shook his head. 17,100 is too high. The promotional groundwork has already been laid since the project began, establishing a considerable audience base. This has saved you significant promotional effort. If you cannot lower the rate, I will cover the promotional expenses while you only handle distribution costs, adhering to industry standards for revenue sharing. Crazy Stone had already generated significant buzz, with many eagerly anticipating its release, thus reducing potential promotional costs. Sung Guohua considered this and replied, I can reduce it by 1%, but no lower. Sung Guohua was swayed by Chen Dong's argument regarding the established audience base, ultimately agreeing to lower the commission to 16,100 to secure the distribution rights for Crazy Stone. Chen Dong glanced at Wang Xin, seeking his opinion, to which Wang Xin nodded in agreement. Chen Dong affirmed, very well, let us finalize the contract tomorrow. The parties shook hands, sealing a fruitful collaboration. The following day, a signing press conference was held, attracting numerous media representatives. Under the multitude of flashing lights, Chen Dong and Sung Guohua, the president of Polaris Entertainment Company, ceremoniously exchanged contracts. Chen Dong relinquished a series of distribution rights for Crazy Stone, including its theatrical release, DVD distribution, online sales, and rentals to Polaris Entertainment. Subsequently, Polaris Entertainment initiated an extensive promotional campaign for Crazy Stone across the internet, entertainment magazines, and television, sparking immense curiosity about this film, described as hilariously funny. Penned by Chen Dong and invested in by Chen Dong, prompting many to plan a visit to the cinema upon its release. The film Crazy Stone did not have a premiere ceremony. On the afternoon of November 11, 2014, many cinemas nationwide displayed posters of Crazy Stone, emblazoned with the phrase premiere today. Simultaneously, numerous other films featuring star-studded casts, such as Double Trouble, Heartless Swordsman, and Heavenly Inquiry, were also being released. Additionally, over 20 other well-known films were scheduled for release. Among these, Chen Dong's Crazy Stone stood out. Internationally, major Hollywood blockbusters like War God, Never Sinking, Iron Armored Hero, and Zombie Planet were also vying for attention, making the holiday season a fiercely competitive one. At the Hongyan Cinema in Dinghai City, several large posters adorned the entrance, including one for Crazy Stone, which proclaimed, "This winter, laughter is coming. Are you ready?" Premiering on November 11. Below the title, a scene was depicted, reflecting the comical faces of the three leading actors on the smooth, translucent surface of jade. Beneath the image, the credits read, Director, Wang Xin, Screenwriter, Chen Dong, starring, Huang Tao, Guishi, Li Li, Zhang Rui. 2 tickets for Crazy Stone, please. A young couple approached the ticket counter. The male patron addressed the clerk. No, what's so great about Crazy Stone? The director is unknown. The actors are not stars. It must be a terrible film. I want to see 7 Days of Love on the Island. The girl insisted. No, Ching, Crazy Stone is a hilarious movie. The boy countered, his expression souring as he heard his girlfriend's choice. His disdain for romantic films, which he found tedious and monotonous, was palpable. The thought of enduring yet another love story made his enthusiasm for cinema wane. What's so funny about it? Let's just watch 7 Days of Love on the Island. I heard Zhang Xian and Sun Wenin have a tragic love story. They couldn't be together, and Sun Wenin died in Zhang Xian's arms. After which Zhang Xian became a monk. Ching stubbornly shook her head. The boy had no choice but to concede and decided to accompany his girlfriend to watch 7 Days of Love on the Island. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar name on the Crazy Stone poster and exclaimed, Ching, look at the screenwriter's name. It's your favorite Chen Dong. I heard he even makes a cameo as a security guard in the film. How about we watch Crazy Stone instead and save 7 Days of Love on the Island for later? Realizing the name she adored, Ching's excitement bubbled over. Let's go see Crazy Stone then, she exclaimed. The film was said to be a black comedy brimming with laughter, and she was eager to see if it lived up to its reputation. Chen Dong's debut film as both screenwriter and investor warranted her support. AS audiences eagerly purchased tickets for Crazy Stone. Chen Dong himself acquired a ticket and entered the screening room. A quick scan revealed that the cinema, which had a capacity of 300 seats, was nearly full, with an occupancy rate of approximately 80. As the start time approached, dozens more patrons trickled in, pushing the occupancy rate beyond 90, marking a promising beginning. The opening credits rolled, revealing a close-up of Huang Tao portraying Bao Shihong, who was lamenting his inability to urinate while discussing his prostate issues with a doctor. As water dripped from a loose faucet, a soft chuckle resonated throughout the audience. The comedic scenes unfolded, featuring Xie Xiaoming, who humorously introduced himself, I'm Xie Xiaoming, but you can call me Charles. As he surveyed the city from above. He was abruptly interrupted by a stunning woman who stepped on his foot with her high heels, causing him to drop his soda can from the cable car. The absurdity of the dialogue, combined with the stark contrast of his pained expression, sent the audience into uproarious laughter. Subsequent scenes depicted a trio of thieves, posing as a moving company, who found themselves in a tense encounter with traffic police. The comedic tension escalated when a nearby car accident diverted the officers' attention, allowing the thieves to escape unharmed, igniting a fit of laughter among viewers. As the narrative unfolded, a series of seemingly unrelated events were cleverly interwoven by the catalyst of a soda can. A can tossed by Xiaoming struck Bao Shihong's vehicle, leading to a chain reaction that involved a BMW belonging to a real estate mogul and the unintended consequences for the trio of thieves. The audience's laughter grew louder as the plot thickened, with many struggling to contain their mirth. Renowned film critic Liu Hao, seated in the back of the theater, replayed the humorous sequences in his mind, appreciating the intricate connections between the various scenes. As the story progressed, the laughter intensified, punctuated by the occasional cough from those who had nearly laughed themselves into fits. The comedic brilliance of the film was undeniable, with Chen Dong's clever writing and the actors' stellar performances ensuring that viewers were thoroughly entertained. The antics of the characters, particularly the bumbling thief Mike, who found himself in increasingly absurd predicaments, provided endless amusement. Observing the film's progression, one audience member clutched their stomach in laughter, eager to recommend this delightful film to friends, having not enjoyed such a hilarious cinematic experience in a long time. The most remarkable performance in the film is undoubtedly that of the character Black Skin, who is simply hilarious. Wearing a stocking as a headpiece at the Luohan temple, he steals jade while holding 3 cigarettes in his mouth like incense to pray to Guan Eryi. When confronted by traffic police, he nonchalantly grabs a hammer to strike at them, and during the scene where he opens a safe, he foolishly uses a hammer to smash it open. His portrayal is straightforward, crude, yet somewhat endearingly silly, encapsulating the essence of a single-minded, foolish thief. Guo brings this character to life with such authenticity that I can't help but laugh as soon as he speaks in the cinema. Guo clenched his fists and gazed resolutely, knowing he had succeeded as he listened to the audience's comments. With the film's overwhelming popularity and his brilliant performance as Black Skin, he is no longer an obscure actor. Simultaneously, laughter erupted continuously in theaters across the country screening Crazy Stone. The audience applauded and laughed heartily at the film. Suddenly, Chen Dong's phone vibrated. It was a call from Wang's Senator Chen Dong. I believe this film has succeeded. The audience's warm reception is evident. Laughter has barely ceased in the cinema, said Wang's Senator. I suppose so. Chen Dong replied. Thank you. Wang Xin suddenly expressed his gratitude. What for? Chen Dong asked, puzzled. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It has been over a year since I last filmed a movie, and perhaps in another year or two, I would have been forgotten in the film industry. The joyous moments always seem to pass swiftly. As the 103-minute film approached its conclusion, the scene of the bakery owner chasing after Black Skin, who was engrossed in eating bread, appeared, followed by the rolling credits. The audience erupted into applause and cheers as they stood, conversing animatedly with one another, filled with admiration and discussion about the film. It was so funny. 2 groups of foolish thieves competing for a piece of jade, coupled with countless coincidences, formed a riotously humorous tale. The screenwriter is incredibly talented, absolutely delightful. Just bring your sense of humor. It guarantees a hearty laugh. And remember, don't bring any drinks. I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. It's a film well worth watching again. Many audience members exited the theater to immediately join the queue for tickets to watch it once more, eager to catch the scenes they had missed while laughing. Others hurried home to their computers, sharing their thoughts on Chen Dong's fan group and forums. Just finished watching Crazy Stone. Oh my goodness, I laughed so hard I nearly cried. It was hilarious. A user named Fish Without Water posted in Chen Dong's forum. Is it really that funny? Another user expressed skepticism. If you don't believe it, buy a ticket and see for yourself. The entire audience was in stitches. One guy in front of me accidentally sprayed his drink on someone while laughing at a punchline. It almost led to a fight. Indeed, it was uproariously funny. The characters were brilliantly portrayed, especially the international thief Mike, who, after being blindfolded by Black Skin and having his safe stolen, exclaimed, "I'm furious." Subsequently, while attempting to steal jade, he found himself suspended in midair, unable to reach it, uttering the same phrase in frustration. And when he attempted to escape through a sewer, he got stuck under a BMW, adding to the hilarity. His comedic expressions and the juxtaposition of humor and coolness created a delightful contrast that was simply laugh-inducing. As for Black Skin, I define his character as foolish, simple, direct, and crude. He is a standout, using a hammer on traffic police and smashing open safes on rooftops. When hungry, he resorts to smashing the bakery's window to steal bread, all while being chased by the bakery owner on a motorcycle, bread still in his mouth. His antics, like wearing a stocking on his head and lighting 3 cigarettes as incense to pray, make me laugh uncontrollably whenever he speaks. Moreover, there's the character Daogu, who embodies foolishness and a lack of reason, treating thievery as a job. When his girlfriend calls him during a heist, he responds, "I'm busy working right now," as if it were the most serious matter. Viewers who have seen the film have been recommending it fervently across QQ groups, forums, and social media. This film is an absolute must-see. Despite lacking big-name stars or directors, it tells a story that is guaranteed to evoke laughter. If you feel exhausted from work, scolded by your boss, wronged, or simply distressed, I highly recommend watching Crazy Stone. It will help you forget all your grievances and troubles. The antics of 2 groups of foolish thieves attempting to steal jade from Luohan Temple lead to a series of clever and humorous scenarios. Yes, you read that correctly, 2 groups of foolish thieves engaging in a battle of wits. In addition to its comedic brilliance, the film also has a touching side, such as the simple love story between Bao Shihong and his wife. In summary, this is a film worth watching. I plan to see it again tomorrow, as I was too busy laughing to catch many scenes the first time around. The humorous dialogue coupled with the actors' comedic performances is simply exceptional. In Chen Dong's fangroup and forums, viewers are eagerly sharing their thoughts on the film, and within an hour, hundreds of comments have flooded in. Countless individuals who have yet to see Crazy Stone are inquiring about its plot. And upon hearing words like hilarious, entertaining, and worth watching multiple times, their anticipation grows. Those who had originally planned to skip the movie are now drawn by curiosity, eager to discover what could be so side-splittingly funny. In contrast to the casual opinions of online users, film critics approach their evaluations with professionalism. Critics analyze films from various angles, direction, art design, lighting, cinematography, and more, to provide a comprehensive score reflecting the film's merits and flaws. In this regard, American film critics tend to be more professional. In contrast, critics in the original timeline of mainland China are often regarded as less credible, being likened to hired guns, receiving payment per article, sometimes churning out numerous reviews monthly for substantial earnings. Conversely, in this timeline, critics are more professional, usually supported by media outlets rather than production companies, resulting in more objective reviews. The renowned critic Liu Hao shared his insights on a prominent film review website after watching Crazy Stone. He noted the intricate intertwining of multiple storylines centered around the jade, skillfully connecting various threads without losing coherence. For instance, the scene where Xie Xiaoming throws a soda can that hits Bao Shihong's car, leading to a chain of humorous events, exemplifies this narrative technique. Furthermore, the 3 thieves, alongside the international thieves, engage in a comical battle over the jade, while Bao Shihong and San Bao strive to protect it, culminating in an uproariously entertaining tale. The seemingly minor character Xie Xiaoming plays a crucial role, as his attempt to impress a girl by switching the jade leads to a dramatic and humorous scene. The esteemed critic Chen Dong also weighed in with his review post-screening, praising Chen Dong's storytelling ability and the seamless blend of multiple plots into a cohesive narrative. The unique writing style of intertwining various coincidences into a complete story is a refreshing approach that promises to deliver an extraordinary viewing experience. Director Wang San is a masterful storyteller, adept at weaving intricate narratives that maintain clarity and coherence, ultimately leading to the film's considerable success. He possesses a keen understanding of character psychology, skillfully portraying the diverse personalities within the film. For instance, the character Hype embodies a delightful blend of simplicity and directness, while the international thief Mike exudes a cool yet foolish demeanor, and Dao Gu presents a blend of foolishness and unreasonable behavior. Such contrasting traits create a humorous tension that resonates with the audience, making this film truly worth watching. Prominent film critic Wang Guangyang remarked on an influential review site that the film is imbued with a grassroots essence, featuring 2 groups of foolish thieves whose distinct foolishness adds character. Their clever antics unfold in a hilariously chaotic treasure heist, with the director's handling of numerous coincidences being particularly commendable, subtle yet effective, generating no disdain among viewers. Unlike historical dramas which tend to be heavy, nor art films that delve into profound themes, and devoid of the horror genre's frights, this film shines brightly without star power or a renowned director. Yet it delivers a captivating story. It is highly recommended for those seeking joy, requiring no intellectual engagement, just the willingness to laugh heartily. The film Crazy Stone has garnered exceptional acclaim from audiences, boasting a remarkable rating of 9.4 indicative of its overwhelming popularity. Tags associated with the film include comedy, black humor, and classic status, with numerous fans expressing their admiration and critics offering high praise. The following day, entertainment newspapers and websites extensively covered Crazy Stone. The success of a debut screenwriter and a film absent of big-name stars or directors is nothing short of astonishing, in an era where blockbuster films dominate. This film serves as a testament that a compelling story can indeed achieve monumental success. Crazy Stone, with a modest investment of $4.5 million, has carved out a niche in the industry, triumphantly outshining Hollywood blockbusters and films featuring star-studded casts. Within just 2 days, it amassed a staggering $50 million in box office revenue, shocking the entire film industry. The film's explosive performance has drawn significant attention to Chen Dong, the outsider who invested all his resources into this project, defying the skepticism of many who believed he would fail miserably. Following Crazy Stone, numerous imitative works are likely to emerge, yet true classics remain unparalleled. The media has celebrated Crazy Stone and Chen Dong with resounding accolades. Amidst the chorus of praise from critics and audiences alike, the film's box office soared, reaching over 2,000 screens with an impressive occupancy rate of 90 to 95%, ticket prices averaging 50 yuan. The box office total reached an impressive 19 million, a figure that is likely understated. The following day, the official box office data confirmed a total of 20.48 million, surpassing initial projections by over a million. As word of mouth and media coverage continued to build momentum, the next day's figure skyrocketed to 25.14 million, allowing the film to recoup its investment in just 2 days, with subsequent earnings purely profit. This phenomenal box office success has left the film industry astounded. The third day generated 24.87 million, and due to the underperformance of another film, Crazy Stone benefited from additional screen allocations, with its presence expanding to over 3,000 screens. Consequently, audiences were relieved to find tickets more accessible, avoiding the need to pay inflated prices to scalpers. The fourth day saw an explosive box office of 34.87 million, propelling the film past the 100 million mark within 4 days, a remarkable feat for a low-budget production. With a total investment of just over 10 million, including marketing, Crazy Stone has earned back its costs in record time, drawing envy from major film companies. The media's extensive coverage and the flood of positive reviews have attracted even more viewers eager to experience this side-splitting film. Audiences have fallen in love with it, laughing from start to finish, with some unable to contain their amusement at Hype's antics. As the film gained traction, Polar Star Entertainment launched a vigorous promotional campaign, ensuring that Crazy Stone was prominently featured across various online platforms, forums, entertainment news outlets, and public transport advertisements. Phrases such as "a film that will have you laughing out loud," over 100 million in 4 days, and "watch how two foolish thieves outsmart each other" piqued the curiosity of potential viewers, prompting many to flock to theaters. On its fifth day, the box office continued to surge, achieving a daily revenue of 32.48 million. However, as the week progressed, there was a slight decline in attendance, averaging around 81%, and the number of screens was adjusted. Despite this, Crazy Stone emerged as a formidable dark horse, accumulating 170 million in total revenue after just 1 week. The film's journey is far from over, with speculation rife about whether this small-budget production could become the highest-grossing indie film in history. As the second week commenced, box office figures experienced a natural decline. With the total reaching 110 million by now, Crazy Stone had firmly established itself among the top 9 films of 2014 in mainland China, distinguishing itself as the only low-budget film to achieve such a feat amidst a sea of multi-million-dollar productions. In its third week, while the pace of growth slowed to 68 million, industry insiders predicted that it could still gather an additional 40 to 50 million in the coming weeks. As Crazy Stone continued to thrive, many associated with the film also gained recognition. Chen Dong was hailed as a genius screenwriter, with his intricate narrative structure, interweaving multiple stories and clever coincidences, setting a new standard that many future writers would emulate. Similarly, Wang San transitioned from an underrated director to a prominent figure in the industry, with Crazy Stone becoming synonymous with his name. The standout performance of Hype, played by Guoshi, captivated audiences, showcasing a character that was both foolish and endearing, eliciting laughter with every line delivered. Following his rise to fame, Guoshi transitioned from a minor actor to a sought-after star, receiving numerous film offers and lucrative endorsement opportunities, in the realm of cinema. The actors portraying characters such as Bao Shihong, played by Huang Tao, Dao Gu, embodied by Zhang Rui, Xiao Jun, brought to life by Li Li, and Mike, represented by Feng Changming, have all experienced a meteoric rise in fame. They have subsequently received a plethora of invitations from advertisers and film crews, leading them to participate in advertisements and portray significant supporting roles in movies and television dramas. Prior to joining the cast, none anticipated the film's monumental success. With the film's explosive popularity, their reputations have soared, resulting in an unceasing stream of advertising deals and film offers, leaving them in a state of blissful astonishment, especially Guasher, who transformed from a mere extra into a blazing star, never imagining that fortune would smile upon him so swiftly. The individuals they are most grateful to are undoubtedly their director, Wang San, who discovered their talents, followed closely by Chen Dong. Without Chen Dong's decisive input, they would not have secured their roles in the film. Furthermore, Wang San expresses profound gratitude to Chen Dong, who invested in the film and penned the script for Crazy Stone, as well as to his mentor Qian Changchun, who recommended Chen Dong. Without these connections, he would have remained an obscure director. As Crazy Stone entered its fourth week in theaters, it continued to screen. Albeit with diminishing returns, the domestic box office potential had been thoroughly tapped, leading to a reduction in the number of screens to fewer than 500. The focus now shifted for Polaris Entertainment to the overseas release of the film. In a high-end restaurant near Dinhai University, the Orchid Hall was adorned with an extravagant spread of dishes. Chen Dong and Wang San sat across from one another. "Let us raise our cups and toast to the resounding success of Crazy Stone. Cheers," Chen Dong proclaimed, lifting his cup of tea. Those familiar with Chen Dong know he is not fond of alcohol. One cup would redden his face, and two would render him inebriated. Wang San mirrored the gesture. Clinking his glass with Chen Dong's after the toast, Chen Dong produced a check from his briefcase and handed it to Wang Senator. "What is this?" Wang Sen inquired, puzzled. "This is your share of the profits. Everyone else will receive theirs as well," Chen Dong clarified. Upon hearing this, Wang San accepted the check with immense gratitude. This sum represented a significant windfall for him. Previously, he had been an unknown director with little to show for his efforts, having worked primarily on low-budget films with no profits to share. Despite the fact that Chen Dong could have earned over 100 million and offered him no share, Wang San would have remained silent. However, receiving such a substantial bonus upon their first meeting was something that filled him with appreciation. Chen Dong then asked, "Do you have plans to direct another film?" "I have already written the script." He held a high regard for Wang San's ability to weave together multiple narratives into a coherent and engaging story. Wang San's talent for storytelling and his acute understanding of character psychology made him an ideal candidate for the project. "All right," Wang San agreed. "Take a look at the script." Chen Dong retrieved a notebook from his briefcase and handed it to Wang Senator upon glancing at the cover, which read Journey to the West, the Demon Slayer. Wang San immediately grasped the story's premise, a narrative set against the backdrop of the classic tale, focusing on the protagonist's battles against demons. As he flipped through the script, he noted that it indeed revolved around Tang Seng's journey but diverged significantly from the original Journey to the West. In this adaptation, the demons were not merely adversaries. They were the true forms of Tang Seng's three disciples, the fish demon, the pig demon, and the monkey demon. The plot, centered around subduing these formidable creatures, was straightforward and the central narrative clear. While Wang San examined the script, Chen Dong savored a bowl of crucian carp soup. This script had been redeemed from the digital archives a few days prior but had remained untouched as Chen Dong pondered whether Wang San could effectively execute the film, given the numerous special effects required. Most of Wang San's previous works had been low-budget or art films, with little exposure to computer-generated effects. However, upon reflection, Chen Dong concluded that pairing Wang San with a knowledgeable assistant director skilled in computer effects would be the solution. Combining Wang San's storytelling prowess with an expert in visual effects would yield remarkable results. The original Journey to the West, the Demon Slayer, was replete with characters possessing intricate psychological motivations, necessitating a director with a deep understanding of character dynamics. For example, at the story's outset, a woman from a fishing village, whose husband and daughter were devoured by the fish demon, was driven to seek vengeance. To confront a demon, one must harbor immense grief and rage to summon such courage. The pig demon, scorned by his wife for his appearance, was betrayed by her and a man who used a nine-toothed rake to harm him. For a deeply devoted man, is it truly a fault to be considered unattractive? The pig demon was filled with resentment. Similarly, the monkey demon, imprisoned in the Lotus Cave for 5 centuries, was consumed by feelings of indignation and hatred. Upon his release, he sought to unleash this pent-up defiance. To convey these complex character motivations effectively, both skilled actors and a director with a nuanced understanding of their psyches are essential. Wang San was more than capable of achieving this. And with the addition of a knowledgeable special effects assistant director, they would be well equipped to succeed. After a moment of contemplation, Wang San closed the script and took a moment to gather his thoughts. After several seconds, he opened his eyes and stated, "This is an exceptional script, with a captivating plot and a clear main storyline. From subduing the fish demon to overcoming the pig demon and ultimately vanquishing the monkey demon. The settings transition from the fishing village to Gao Laozhuang's barbecue restaurant and then to Wuji Mountain. The protagonists are distinctly characterized, and the supporting characters are equally memorable. For instance, the flamboyant attire of the young master Tian Can, his dazzling flying sword, the large feet of Tian Can, the dialect of the Tiger Man, and even the four renowned beauties leave a lasting impression on the audience with minimal dialogue. I am confident I can direct this film well. But I have two concerns." "What are those concerns?" Chen Dong inquired, picking up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks. "The first concern is that to produce a high-quality fantasy film, adequate funding is essential. Insufficient funds will hinder our ability to achieve the desired effects, in contrast to martial arts films, which can create thrilling fight scenes with swords and wires. Fantasy films demand extensive visual effects to create that magical atmosphere. Think of the fish demon, the pig demon, the enormous Buddha palm, and the dazzling flying sword. How much funding are we looking at?" Chen Dong paused, awaiting a response. "At least 45 million, Wang Sen replied. "All right, what is the second concern?" Chen Dong considered for a moment before nodding. "The second concern is that the film involves many computer-generated effects, and I am not well-versed in this area. You will need to assign an assistant director who understands these effects." "Understood," Chen Dong agreed readily. With the matter settled, the two continued their meal, exchanging amusing anecdotes from the film industry, enjoying each other's company. After the meal, Chen Dong settled the bill, and they parted ways at the restaurant entrance. Chen Dong headed to Tianlan Company, where Gao Ming had called the day before to inform him that Plants vs. Zombies had been completed and tested, ready for market launch. Meanwhile, Wang San began preparations for his next film. Hailing a taxi, Chen Dong contemplated the possibility of purchasing a vehicle. By year's end, with various profits rolling in, he would undoubtedly qualify as a billionaire. A short while later, he arrived at the company and made his way to the office area of the game development team. "Boss, you're here," Gao Ming greeted him upon his arrival. "How is the game development progressing?" Chen Dong inquired, shaking Gao Ming's hand. "It's completed and has undergone testing, with several bugs fixed. We are ready for market launch," Gao Ming responded. "Have the distribution channels been established?" Chen Dong settled into an unoccupied testing machine and skillfully booted up Plants vs. Zombies. The primary sales avenues for single-player games include physical discs and digital formats. Physical discs are sold through e-commerce and retail outlets, while digital versions are available through various gaming platforms, allowing players to purchase CD keys online and download the game directly. "Let Zhang Liang handle that," Gao Ming suggested. Shortly after, a well-dressed middle-aged man entered the room. "You called for me?" Zhang Liang inquired. "Have the distribution channels been secured?" Chen Dong asked. "Yes, we've established connections for the game discs with major retailers like Walmart and GameStop, securing a 30 commission for them, with printing and production costs at 5.4 online sales. We've partnered with Steam and Origin gaming communities, bypassing the traditional publishers, allowing us to retain a larger share of the profits. After deducting the 30 for the gaming platforms, we will receive the remaining 70, Zhang Liang explained. "Well done. We have much work ahead. Gao Ming, your team will focus on adapting Plants vs. Zombies into a mobile game. Zhang Liang, continue to expand our distribution channels. We aim to sell Plants vs. Zombies worldwide." Chen Dong clicked on the sunflower to plant it, gathering a ray of sunshine, and spoke to the two individuals. It is worth noting that mobile games are a significant source of revenue. Not everyone owns a computer, but everyone possesses a mobile phone, which allows for play anytime and anywhere, making payments convenient. "All right, boss." The two nodded in agreement. "If there's nothing else, you may carry on with your tasks." Once Gao Ming and Zhang Liang departed, Chen Dong settled in front of his computer to play Plants vs. Zombies, indulging in the game throughout the afternoon, feeling utterly captivated. The game was well-crafted, running smoothly, with exceptional programming. The graphics were exquisite, and the various plants, zombies, music, and interface all maintained the original style of Plants vs. Zombies, thanks to the resources provided by Guangna. On December 20, a Saturday in America. The weather was clear and sunny. Jackson, an avid gamer, habitually browsed the Steam community platform for enjoyable games. Suddenly, a title caught his eye. Plants vs. Zombies, the game genre, puzzle strategy tower defense, developed by Skyblue. Plants vs. Zombies? What an intriguing title. How could plants battle zombies? Driven by curiosity, Jackson purchased a CD key and downloaded the game from the Steam platform. Typically, games featuring dragons, medieval themes, zombies, and darkness are quite popular among Western audiences. Soon, the game was installed. Jackson clicked the game icon and launched it. The The visuals are stunning, with rich colors. It resembles a beautiful Flash game. 5 stars. Jackson mentally rated the game. Feel free to collect and vote for me if you have recommendations. Thank you. In the following moments, Jackson began the game. The introduction revealed the background. Terrifying zombies are about to invade your home and devour your brains. The only defense is to use the plants you cultivate to repel them. Subsequently, the second level commenced. The home lawn was divided into numerous grids, each capable of hosting a plant. During the day, sunlight would shine down, and simply clicking the mouse would gather sunshine. However, it would not be abundant enough to alleviate concerns, necessitating the planting of sunflowers to generate more sunlight. Planting pea shooters to attack the advancing zombies was essential. The game's operability rated 4.8 stars. A strategic arrangement of attack, defense, and sunlight-producing plants could fend off the zombies. The gameplay was straightforward, requiring only a mouse, no keyboard needed. The music was also delightful, scoring 4.8 stars. The soothing melodies allowed players to relax completely, enjoying the experience. When zombies filled the screen, the tune was catchy, light, and quirky. Jackson, filled with joy, immersed himself in the game, his gaze fixated on the computer screen, his right hand continuously clicking and moving the mouse, occasionally exclaiming, "Oh," or cheering loudly, "Oh, splendid," until at last, Jackson defeated the final boss, King George Edgar, and upon looking out the window, he realized it was nearly dark. He had played since morning without even pausing for lunch. "This game is fantastic. I can't wait to share it with everyone," Jackson exclaimed, rubbing his slightly numb face. "Of course, I must eat first to fill my stomach." Standing up and patting his belly, he noted it was quite hungry. After dining, Jackson returned home, opened his computer, and published his review of Plants vs. Zombies on the Gaming Enthusiast Forum. Plants vs. Zombies, abbreviated as PvZ, is a puzzle strategy tower defense game. Game graphics, 2D. Developer, Skyblue. Review results, game graphics, 5 stars, exceptional, with vibrant colors and exquisite visuals, resembling a beautiful Flash game. Game operability, 4.8 stars, simple gameplay requiring only a mouse. Music, 4.8 stars, soothing and pleasant, allowing players to relax and enjoy the game. The melodies were catchy and quirky when zombies filled the screen. Replay value, 5 stars, engaging and challenging. It rigorously tests players' intellect, with as many as 50 adventure mode levels, 49 different plants with unique abilities, and 26 types of zombies, from day to night and from rooftops to swimming pools. The variety and creativity make the game incredibly enjoyable. Just when you establish a daytime defense strategy, the zombies might decide to attack at night, requiring you to reorganize your plants. After overcoming the nightmarish creatures, when dawn breaks, some grids might be occupied by the backyard swimming pool, with diving zombies and floaty duck zombies launching attacks from the water's surface. This diversity and creativity demand players to have both strategic insight and quick reflexes. After formulating a correct strategy, tactical execution is necessary to fend off the zombies and prevent them from devouring brains. Players must wisely choose plants, arrange formations during battles, and decide whether to plant sweet potatoes or regular potatoes, all of which present significant challenges and rigorously test one's intelligence. After successfully clearing a certain number of levels, puzzle solving and mini-games are unlocked, adding to the fun. There are also achievement modes, such as Mushrooms, Good Morning, complete a daytime level using only mushrooms and coffee beans, and Sterile Night, complete a nighttime level without any mushrooms. These challenges can be quite difficult for players, providing a sense of accomplishment upon successful completion. Lastly, players can purchase items and cards from the eccentric neighbor Dave. Overall performance, 4.9 stars, full of character, with a neat and attractive interface, containing more content than most tower defense games. Jackson's post on the gaming forum garnered attention. Upon noticing the author was Jackson, the moderator promptly pinned and highlighted the post, recognizing him as a super gamer who frequently shared professional and objective reviews of new games. His reviews held substantial credibility, and many players regarded them as references. Jackson enjoyed considerable popularity on the forum. The post quickly attracted the interest of gaming enthusiasts who were curious about why Plants vs. Zombies received such high praise from Jackson. With perfect scores for graphics, 4.8 stars for music, 4.8 stars for operability, and a perfect score for replay value, the overall performance rated 4.9 stars, which left many familiar with Jackson astonished. They knew Jackson had a discerning eye. Even many acclaimed classic games had not received such high ratings from him. Why, then, would a game that was neither a classic sequel nor developed by a renowned company capture his favor? As the forum gathered most of the gaming enthusiasts across America during the evening, a prime time for leisure and entertainment, the post's view count soared into the hundreds of thousands. Readers' curiosity piqued. Some players immediately paid to download Plants vs. Zombies, while others hesitated, considering it was a paid download, not a classic sequel, and developed by an obscure foreign company. Many approached the review with skepticism, fearing it could be a subpar game that would waste their money and leave them disappointed. They opted to wait for feedback from those who had already paid to download the game. Within minutes, a player who had purchased the game shared their review in the post, declaring, "The game is indeed fantastic and worth the money." This single line dispelled the doubts of many, prompting them to log into their Steam accounts and pay for the download of Plants vs. Zombies. Before long, several game reviewers published their assessments of Plants vs. Zombies on the gaming enthusiast forum. Their reviews were filled with phrases like amazing, good, and excellent, and assigned remarkably high scores, perfect scores, 4.9 stars, 4.8 stars, with none falling below 4.5 stars. Many players also shared their admiration for Plants vs. Zombies on the gaming enthusiast forum, discussing strategies to overcome levels. The interface was tidy, the graphics stunning, the gameplay simple, and the game rich in challenges and to avoid having their brains eaten. Players had to test their wits, strategically combining plants and selecting optimal battle formations. When plants and zombies clashed, should one opt for sweet potatoes or regular potatoes while striving to maximize results with minimal sunlight? The game was simply superb. The plants were adorable, and the zombies were not frightening at all. In fact, they were somewhat humorous, with flag-carrying zombies, dancing zombies, balloon zombies, and pogo stick zombies, all of which elicited laughter from players. 50 levels, 49 uniquely functional plants, and 26 distinct types of zombies create a rich tapestry of gameplay. Players navigate through diverse settings such as daylight, nighttime, dense fog, lawns, rooftops, and swimming pools, employing various strategies. For instance, the buckethead zombie possesses formidable resistance. The miner zombie can tunnel beneath surface plants, the carnivorous plant devours the nearest zombie, and the cherry bomb obliterates all zombies within its vicinity. Players must strategically plant flora to exploit the weaknesses of different zombies, presenting a delightful yet challenging experience that tests their intellect. Plants vs. Zombies is undoubtedly a game worth experiencing. It is remarkable that an obscure foreign company could craft such a masterpiece. The battle against Dr. Zomboss proves to be quite the challenge. His powerful attacks can decimate entire rows of plants. Players seek strategies to conquer him. The key to defeating Dr. Zomboss is surprisingly straightforward. When he lowers his head to attack, he releases fireballs and ice balls that can annihilate an entire row of plants. However, ice mushrooms can counteract fireballs, while chili peppers can extinguish ice balls. Thus, deploying ice mushrooms when fireballs appear and chili peppers when ice balls emerge is essential. Upon its release, Plants vs. Zombies captivated audiences with its simple interface, exquisite graphics, and varied environments across its 50 levels, featuring 49 powerful and unique plants, 26 types of zombies, and 5 game modes. Players are required to employ both strategic thinking and quick reflexes to advance, resulting in a gratifying sense of achievement upon completing challenging tasks. The game intricately weaves elements of tower defense, card collection, and real-time strategy, enchanting countless players as they plant and fend off zombies. Its engaging and diverse gameplay has garnered enthusiastic acclaim from players, rapidly gaining popularity in both China and America. Online, gamers congregate on various forums, social media platforms, and websites to exchange strategies and gameplay techniques for Plants vs. Zombies. Players have even shared their own zombie creations, while savvy individuals have quickly compiled effective tactics, such as optimal plant placements. Players discover the interaction between ice and fire, leading to inventive strategies. For instance, regular peas can be ignited into fireballs by torchwood, enhancing their attack power, while ice mushrooms counter Dr. Zomboss's ice balls. Various methods for acquiring pots, chocolate, and in-game currency have been disclosed by players, enticing many to experiment. Some enthusiasts of garden cultivation are particularly passionate about amassing pots, chocolate, and coins to purchase items from Crazy Dave's shop. In pursuit of wealth, they repeatedly adjust their system dates to collect money. Reveling in the process. In reality, Plants vs. Zombies has sparked a phenomenon, with Chinese players creating a live-action version of the game that rapidly went viral, captivating a multitude of fans. The humorous imitation of zombie letters, such as "Hello, I am your mother. Please unlock the front door and disarm the defenses, then come and taste the meat roll," has elicited laughter online. In America, fans have cosplayed as plants and zombies, taking to the streets, while some have staged live-action performances inspired by the game. Astute toy merchants have even sought to collaborate with the developers, Skyblue, to create merchandise based on the game. Naturally, the entertainment industry is not immune to trends, and the gaming sector is no exception, with numerous imitations of Plants vs. Zombies rushing into development. The game's surge in popularity catapulted the previously unknown Sky Blue into the public eye, elevating its profile significantly. A wide range of individuals, including seniors and those who typically do not play games, have joined the ranks of players defending against zombies. Various entertainment news outlets and websites across China and America have reported on this phenomenon, highlighting the captivating allure of Plants vs. Zombies. As you stroll down the street, you may encounter a young person clad in green, sporting a green cannon atop their head. Do not be alarmed, they are merely cosplaying as a pea shooter. Similarly, you might spot someone dressed in tattered clothing with a bucket on their head. Rest assured, they are not deranged, but rather embodying a buckethead zombie. This game, hailing from China, has created quite a sensation in America. Perhaps as players engage with Plants vs. Zombies, they will remember the name of the company, Sky Blue, a gaming development firm that has only recently emerged. The game has garnered immense popularity, achieving over 300,000 paid downloads on the Steam platform. Setting a new sales record, Plants vs. Zombies has become a cultural trend, with anything related to plants and zombies being highly sought after by players. For instance, a restaurant has adorned its walls with posters of pea shooters, walnuts, lilies, and spicy peppers to attract customers. A farming company is attempting to secure authorization from Sky Blue to feature the game's plant icons on their produce, while a film company is negotiating for the animation rights to Plants vs. Zombies. Ultimately, the success of Plants vs. Zombies serves as a testament to the prowess of Chinese game development, showcasing beautiful melodies, stunning visuals, smooth gameplay, and a flawless 2D engine, all crafted by Chinese developers. Unfortunately, many games struggle to find their footing in the American market due to a lack of creativity and innovation, often resorting to imitating successful titles. This trend is prevalent in the gaming industry, where numerous 2D turn-based games feature nearly identical content. The success of Plants vs. Zombies in America can be attributed to two key factors: cultural resonance and distinctive gameplay that appeals to players' desires for enjoyment and achievement. Players have fervently shared their experiences on social media, forums, and various entertainment news outlets, rapidly spreading awareness of this engaging game. Through organic word-of-mouth and media coverage, Plants vs. Zombies has thrived in both China and America, achieving remarkable sales figures within just a week of its release. The game has generated over $5 million in revenue in the U.S. alone, not accounting for potential piracy. Given the population disparity, the sales figures in China could potentially surpass those in America. In addition to the gaming peripheral products and various copyrights for films and animations, including the mobile, console, web, online, annual, and sequel versions of Plants vs. Zombies, one can envision this as a lucrative chain capable of generating immense profits, which Chen Dong intends to monopolize. After a prolonged absence from class, Chen Dong was intercepted by Tang Mingxiang as soon as he entered the school gate. Tang Mingxiang still radiated charm, her exquisite face adorned with light makeup, clad in high leather boots and white stockings, complemented by a dress that exuded elegance. You've been absent for most of the semester. Your classmates have nearly forgotten you exist, Tang Mingxiang teased. I was busy for a while, but now I'm here for class, Chen Dong replied with a grin. Never mind. I've heard you've received numerous job offers from software companies. I assume you've learned everything you need at school, just awaiting graduation? She waved her hand dismissively. There's something Tang Laosher wants from me? Chen Dong inquired. My grandfather's apprentice for months, without a visit. He mentioned you used to see him weekly to learn about antiques. Tang Mingxiang said. Chen Dong nodded. All right, Tang Laosher. I'll go home this week, and next week I will certainly pay my respects to Tang Laosher. Having transferred his soul from the original timeline to this one, occupying the body of a man who had perished from exhaustion, he grappled with the challenge of facing this body's parents, having not returned home for over 6 months. After much contemplation, he resolved that he must confront the situation. Filial piety must be fulfilled, and he must shoulder the responsibilities of this life. All right, go ahead, Tang Mingxiang encouraged. Thank you, Tang Laosher, Chen Dong said, turning towards the classroom. After attending half a day's lecture earnestly, he vanished once again. At this moment, Chen Dong found himself on a bustling street in Dinghai City. He wished to purchase a car, as lacking personal transportation proved to be quite inconvenient. Entering a car dealership named Jianli, he ventured into the luxury car section to see what piqued his interest. Chen Dong was inherently modest. Despite his wealth sufficient to afford extravagant vehicles such as Ferraris and Lamborghinis, he saw no need for ostentation. True nobility, in his view, lay not in flaunting wealth through flashy jewelry or high-end cars, but rather in one's knowledge, eloquence, and character. He set his budget for a vehicle between 500,000 and 2 million yuan, which he deemed appropriate. The saleswomen glanced at Chen Dong and resumed their activities, engrossed in their phones or chatting. casting him disdainful looks. One saleswoman attempted to approach him but was restrained by her colleague, who advised against it, stating, "There's no need to waste time on him. He appears to be a student, dressed in ordinary clothing, lacking any expensive accessories. He neither exhibits the arrogance of a wealthy heir nor the ostentation of a nouveau riche." "How perceptive, Zhao Jie. I've learned a lot," Xiao Tian remarked, admiringly. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Dong overheard every word. Anger surged within him, yet he restrained himself. Confronting them served no purpose as he turned to leave the dealership. Xiao Tian commented, "Look, he seems to have overheard us and is leaving." "Good riddance," Zhao Jie replied dismissively. "People like him will likely never afford a luxury car, merely here to indulge in a fleeting fantasy." Chen Dong then entered the neighboring car dealership. "Welcome. May I ask your name and what brand of car you are interested in?" greeted the enthusiastic saleswoman. "My surname is Chen. Please show me any new models available, preferably in stock. Focusing on safety. My budget is between 500,000 and 2 million yuan, he replied. The warmth and sincerity of the saleswoman eased the irritation he had felt at the previous dealership. "Certainly, Mr. Chen, please follow me," Xiaoyu said, leading him to the luxury vehicle section. Chen Dong observed the welcoming atmosphere of the dealership, complete with a coffee machine and seating for weary customers, alongside a small bookshelf filled with automotive magazines for their perusal. The staff's attentive service contrasted starkly with the previous establishment, which had been nearly deserted. "Mr. Chen, take a look at this fading 7 series, priced at 1.13 million yuan. It offers excellent value. A dynamic design suitable for someone of your youth." With low fuel consumption and a strong emphasis on safety, she explained as they approached a blue car. Chen Dong inspected it thoroughly, feeling satisfied yet finding the color too ostentatious. "Do you have it in black or silver?" he inquired. "Indeed, please follow me," Xiaoyu replied, guiding him to a sleek black fading 7 series, delighted with the color, exterior, and interior decor. An understated luxury that resonated with his personality. He nodded and decided, "I'll take this one. It's 1.13 million, correct? Where do I make the payment?" Xiaoyu, taken aback, realized the seemingly unassuming young man was indeed affluent enough to purchase such a luxury vehicle without hesitation. "Mr. Chen, please follow me," she said, her smile widening. After processing the payment, which totaled approximately 1.2 million yuan including fees and insurance, she expressed her hope to see him again. As Chen Dong left, he noticed a note slipped into his hand, prompting a smile as he said, "Goodbye, Miss Xia." The staff drove the car out of the store and parked it aside. Chen Dong took the keys from the staff member and settled into the vehicle. "Zhao Jie, look, the fading 7 series, priced at 1.13 million. To afford one, you'd need to have at least tens of millions in assets," Xiao Tian remarked enviously. It was purchased from the car dealership next door. "I wonder who the fortunate buyer is. Just the commission from this sale amounts to several tens of thousands, equivalent to more than half a year's salary. Why don't the wealthy come to our dealership?" Zhao Jie said with a hint of bitterness, still looking down at her phone, engrossed in a game called Plants vs. Zombies. "Oh, it's him," Xiao Tian exclaimed incredulously, frustration evident on her face. "Who? Do you know that rich person?" Zhao Jie did not lift her gaze, as a horde of zombies threatened to invade her virtual home. "It's the one who just walked into our store, pretending to be a wealthy automobile enthusiast." Xiao Tian ground her teeth, filled with regret. Xiao Tian's resentment toward Zhao Jie grew. She blamed her for kindly stopping her from attending to the customer, sharing some appearance-based sales advice. Yet, unexpectedly, a young man dressed simply was mistaken for a pretender of wealth and lavish lifestyles. Without uttering a word, he turned and left the dealership, only to purchase a car worth over $1 million at the neighboring store within half an hour. The salesperson would earn tens of thousands in commission that should have been hers. For someone who grew up in a rural area and came to the city with only a high school diploma, such an amount was substantial. In the countryside, 70,000 to 80,000 could build a decent 2-story house. Zhao Jie looked out at the parking lot, spotting the fading 7 series parked nearby. The young man she had just dismissed was now driving away, and she was momentarily frozen in disbelief as the game on her phone signaled an invasion. How could he possibly afford that? Xiao Tian resolved to ignore Zhao Jie from then on. Losing a significant client was no one's fault but her own. She regretted judging by appearances. Had she simply greeted the customer and inquired about what type of vehicle he was interested in, the sale would have been hers. As Chen Dong drove along, he unfolded a piece of paper that bore a phone number. He believed that calling it would lead him to a certain rendezvous. The image of Xiaoyu, a fashionable urban beauty, flashed through his mind. With plans to return home tomorrow, he felt a desire to indulge in certain pleasures. Shaking his head, He discarded the paper and parked in front of a supermarket, where he filled the trunk and back seat with gifts. He bought some fine medicinal wine for his father, infused with wild ginseng, king cobra, and various herbs known for their health benefits. For his mother, he purchased a Ming Dynasty Qianlong-era jade Buddha statue, which cost over 100,000 yuan, knowing his mother's devotion to Buddhism. After completing his shopping, Chen Dong returned to his villa for a night's rest. The next day, he set off early for home. The province was not far from Dinghai City, and driving a bit faster along the highway took him less than 10 hours, by around 3 p.m. He arrived home, parked in an open area outside the yard, and walked in empty-handed. "Xiaodong, you're back. You must be hungry. I'll cook your favorite spicy river fish stir-fry," Chen Guodong exclaimed, setting down his broom and quickly approaching Chen Dong. "You've grown robust and spirited. Your mother and I were worried you wouldn't take care of yourself, but it seems we were overly concerned," he continued, patting Chen Dong's broad shoulder. Touched by his father's warmth, Chen Dong replied, "Dad, it's already 3 p.m. Dinner is still 2 hours away. I can hold off a bit. I'll just eat more at dinner. That won't do. A man is like iron, food is steel. Let me boil a couple of duck eggs to tide you over." "All right, Dad. How is your health?" Chen Dong asked. "I'm doing well, eating and sleeping fine. No major issues." He replied, "By the way, is that car outside yours? The Fading 7 series? It must have cost quite a bit," Chen Guodong said, noticing the vehicle parked outside. Chen Dong smiled and said, "Yes, I just bought it. But it wasn't too expensive. I also brought back some gifts for you." After saying this, he opened the trunk and back doors, unloading the gifts. Chen Guodong said nothing but wore a broad smile as he carried 2 duck eggs into the kitchen. Unlike some rural folks who marry without much exposure, he was aware of the wealth in town, noting how the richest man, Wang Dafu, boasted about his Fading 6 series, which cost over 800,000 yuan, an uncommon sight in their town. The Fading 7 series, an upgrade from the 6, surely exceeded 1 million. As a parent, he felt immense pride in his son's ability to afford such a luxury, even as he felt a pang of concern over the expenditure. Chen Dong moved the gifts into the house. The duck eggs were ready, and a steaming bowl of boiled duck eggs, garnished with scallions, was placed before him, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Savoring the egg soup, he appreciated its exquisite taste, something hard to find in the city. The eggs from their own ducks, raised on a natural diet, had a flavor incomparable to those grown on feed and hormones. "By the way, Dad, I brought back some medicinal wine. It's said to be very nourishing. Regular consumption can strengthen the body and prolong life," he said, setting several bottles on the table. "Goodness, is that a king cobra in the liquid?" Chen Guodong exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the golden snake coiled within the bottle. "Indeed, it's pure wild. The ginseng is also wild, and I put a lot of effort into acquiring this wine. It is highly beneficial. Just a small glass daily will be good for your health," Chen Dong explained. "You're thoughtful," Guodong replied appreciatively. "Guodong, whose car is that? Did a guest arrive?" He heard his wife, Zhao Baozhu, call from outside. "It's our son returning home," Guodong replied loudly. "What? Xiaodong is back," she exclaimed, quickening her steps. "Mom," Chen Dong stood up and called out, "Xiaodong." Zhao Baozhu scrutinized him, noting, "You've grown sturdier and more vibrant. You almost taller than your father." "Mom, how is your health?" he asked. "That I'm well." "You came back bearing so many gifts, wasting money," she chided, though her smile never faltered. "These are tokens of respect for you." "Mom, there's a portion for you too." He retrieved a box from the pile of gifts and placed it on the table. "What's in this box?" Chen Guodong inquired, knowing that Mom has always been a devout Buddhist. "I specially ordered a Buddha statue for her." Chen Dong opened the box, revealing a jade Buddha wrapped in red silk. "How thoughtful." Zhao Baozhu carefully lifted the jade Buddha, her face alight with joy. It was clear she cherished it greatly. "Once we have a Buddha, we must venerate it to ensure our family's safety," she declared, placing the statue at the center of their living room altar and lighting 3 incense sticks before bowing to it. Then setting the incense in the burner. "Baozhu, that jade Buddha is quite valuable. Just the jade material itself is worth 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Considering its historical significance and craftsmanship, it could easily surpass 100,000 yuan. It's risky to leave it here. It could attract thieves." Chen Guodong cautioned. "Is it really that expensive?" Zhao Baozhu turned to Chen Dong, asking. "Yes, it cost 180,000 yuan when I purchased it," he replied. "This jade Buddha from the Qianlong period is quite sizable and intricately carved, though the quality of the jade is average. It's worth almost as much as building a 3-story Western-style house." She marveled at the statue in disbelief. "That is still a bargain. If the jade had been of better quality, carved by a renowned master. Its value could exceed 1 million, Chen Dong added. Perhaps we should keep it hidden? Chen Guodong suggested uneasily. Dad, Mom is right. The Buddha is meant to be worshipped. If we hide it, the significant amount spent on it loses its purpose. If theft is a concern, we can add some obfuscation around the Buddha. Unless one is an expert, others will likely mistake it for an imitation, Chen Dong interjected. What Xiao Dong says makes sense, Zhao Baozhu agreed with a nod. Section 84, Chen Dong's wealth. Xiao Dong. Where did all this money come from? I know you have always been sensible and can differentiate right from wrong, so you wouldn't stray onto the wrong path. If I were unaware of the origins of your wealth, I would always feel uneasy, Chen Guodong remarked, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a puff. Zhao Baozhu also turned to look at Chen Dong. In truth, both felt a lingering unease. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Just wait and see, Chen Dong replied, retrieving a laptop from the car. He opened it and entered the keywords Chen Dong and wealth into Baidu. Soon, a myriad of links about Chen Dong's financial status appeared. According to a weekly publication, Chen Dong had amassed at least 210 million from his novels Chronicles of Longevity and Tales from the Ming Dynasty, along with his album Soaring Dreams and the film Crazy Stone, making him one of the highest-earning stars in the latter half of the year. In Huaguang Entertainment News, it reported that Chen Dong's new album Soaring Dreams had achieved remarkable sales, exceeding 1 million copies in its first week, with projections of reaching 3 million in the following months. Coupled with various revenue streams from digital music rights and ringtone downloads, his earnings from music alone were expected to surpass 80 million, rightfully earning him the title of King of Revenue. Urban Entertainment reported that Crazy Stone had grossed over 310 million, becoming the year's dark horse at the box office. As the sole investor in Crazy Stone, Chen Dong had reaped substantial profits, accumulating hundreds of millions. In ancient times, he would have been considered a talented scholar, and in modernity, he stands as an extraordinarily gifted young man, excelling in writing, music, and film, with achievements that incite envy and admiration across various circles. For instance, his innovative writing style employed humorous and engaging language to create an entertaining historical narrative, transforming the traditionally dull and heavy genre into something delightful. His novel Tales from the Ming Dynasty achieved tremendous success. Moreover, his musical contributions were noteworthy, having established a new genre, Chinese style, that garnered acclaim from numerous musicians. Such innovators of globally recognized music styles are often hailed as masters of music. However, entertainment media overlooked one significant revenue stream for Chen Dong. The various copyright incomes from Plants vs. Zombies. In the short term, it could yield tens of millions annually, but in the long run, it represented a lucrative multi-billion-dollar profit chain encompassing mobile games, sequels, online versions, annual editions, web versions, cinematic adaptations, and merchandise. Besides a select few, many were unaware that Chen Dong was the owner of Tianlong Company. After perusing the entertainment media's accolades and high praise for Chen Dong, Chen Guodong and Zhao Baozhu felt a swell of pride, followed swiftly by astonishment. Earning 200 million in half a year began to crystallize in their minds, and they envisioned stacks of 100 yuan bills filling an entire bed. The wealthiest man in the town, Wang Dafu, had assets just over 10 million, while the average annual income in the town was less than 10,000. Now you can rest easy, Mom and Dad. From now on, just enjoy life, Chen Dong reassured them. That evening, after a sumptuous meal of hometown delicacies, he returned to bed for a restful sleep. The next morning, he was awakened by the cheerful sounds of birds chirping, cows mooing, and the clamor of families preparing breakfast. Rising from his slumber, he found a bowl of fragrant congee waiting for him at the dining table, accompanied by homemade pickled radish and fried vegetables, alongside 2 steamed buns. This brought back fond memories of his childhood when he would wake up each morning to a steaming bowl of congee or noodles, evoking a sense of warmth. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he sat down at the table, savoring the meal with delight. Once finished, Chen Dong felt a sudden urge to stroll through the village and observe any changes. With his parents absent from the house, he closed the door and walked along the gravel path. Xiao Dong, you're back. When did you return? Someone called out. I came back yesterday afternoon. Uncle Fu just returned from the fields. Chen Dong replied. He looked up to see a middle-aged man, Chen Dafu, with a hoe slung over his shoulder, soaked in sweat, and a towel draped over his wrist. The name Chen Dafu, quite traditional, carried connotations of fortune and longevity, reflecting parents' hopes for their children. Indeed, it's best to clear the weeds while the weather is cool before the sun becomes unbearable, Chen Dafu said, wiping sweat from his brow. After observing Chen Dong closely, he added, You've changed immensely since childhood. You were so frail and sickly back then. Your parents worried a great deal now? You look robust and full of spirit, and you've made something of yourself. When you appeared on television, the entire village gathered at your home to watch. When you won, everyone cheered, and we all felt proud. Whenever we spoke to people from other villages, mentioning our village's celebrity filled everyone with pride. Chen Dong smiled but did not respond. Suddenly, he noticed a group of children, around 11 or 12, near the pond. Using a plastic basin to catch snails, he turned to Chen Dafu, asking, "Today is Wednesday. Shouldn't they be in school?" Upon hearing Chen Dong's question, Chen Dafu looked over at the children and quickly understood. He sighed deeply. They no longer attend school. Chen Dong was taken aback. Why? What future do they have without education? These kids might not understand the implications, but don't their parents realize it? Chen Dafu set down his hoe and sat on a nearby stone, retrieving a hand-rolled cigarette, gazing into the distant mountains as he smoked. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Everyone knows that not sending their children to school robs them of their future, but the reality is harsh. Our village lacks economic crops, the land is scarce and barren, and growing vegetables and fruits barely yields any profit. Moreover, our village has no primary school. The nearest one is several miles away, separated by a river. The detour to cross the bridge makes it even farther. In summer, children can roll up their pants and wade through the river, but in winter, it's too cold. They must rise at 5 or 6 in the morning and take a long route to school. This past summer, a sudden flood swept away 2 children. Section 86. The peculiar dog Bold Chen Dafu, pipe in mouth, wore an expressionless face, taking slow drags on his hand-rolled cigarette. The absence of economic crops, combined with limited arable land and poor soil, resulted in meager harvests, leaving families impoverished and unable to afford their children's education. "Can you take me to visit the most disadvantaged family in the village?" Chen Dong asked. "Sure, just wait a moment while I put my hoe away," Chen Dafu replied. He stood, hoisting the hoe onto his shoulder, and briskly walked back home. A few minutes later, he returned, having changed out of his sweat-drenched clothes into a fresh shirt. "Erwa, come here." Chen Dafu beckoned towards the pond. Coming, Uncle Fu, a slender, bare-bodied boy, Chen Shizhong, swiftly paddled a plastic basin towards the shore. "Who is this person?" Chen Shizhong inquired, his back gleaming with sweat, as he held up a basin filled with snails. "Don't you recognize your Uncle Dong?" Chen Dafu teased. Upon hearing this, Chen Shizhong scrutinized Chen Dong closely, then suddenly exclaimed, "Big Star Dong. My mom says you used to be even thinner than me." Chen Dong chuckled, ruffling Chen Shizhong's hair. "I'm no big star. The villagers say you're a big star, and that you have many fans. What are winter melon fans? Can they be eaten?" Chen Shizhong asked, scratching his head in confusion. Both Chen Dafu and Chen Dong burst into laughter. "Come, let us take Uncle Dong to your home," Chen Dafu said, patting Chen Shizhong's head. "Okay." Chen Shizhong nodded enthusiastically, bouncing off towards home. The child is quite clever. If he were to pursue an education, he would undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. What a pity. Chen Dafu sighed as he observed Chen Shizhong's departing figure and spoke to Chen Dong. He followed Chen Shizhong to his home. Chen Dong took a careful glance at Chen Shizhong's residence, which was an ordinary old house, likely constructed several decades ago. The structure, built of blue bricks and black tiles, featured floors supported by round logs and wooden boards, with green moss sprouting from the crevices. Beside it stood a new building, though only the foundation had been laid. Chen Shizhong's family lived in the old house. "Mother," Chen Shizhong called out as he entered. A middle-aged woman emerged, her face looking quite haggard. "Uncle Fu, what brings you here? And who is this? Xiaodong," she exclaimed, surprised to see them. "Chunfeng, I came to see if your family is facing any difficulties. Whatever challenges you encounter, both in the village and beyond, I will certainly assist. By kinship, Erlong is also my nephew," Chen Dafu replied. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman glanced at Chen Shizhong and said to Chen Dafu, "I can endure any hardship, but I wish for Erlong to return to school. I cannot allow my child to lose his future." Listening to Wang Chuanfeng's plea, Chen Dafu felt somewhat troubled. After all, one knows their own circumstances best. Chunjia village was exceedingly poor, lacking economic crops, and with limited and infertile land, whatever was planted yielded little. After a year of toil, it was barely enough to feed the family. "Uncle Fu, let me handle the matter of Erlong's education," Chen Dong interjected, sensing Chen Dafu's dilemma. Chen Dong had been contemplating ways to contribute to his hometown, and after careful consideration over the past 2 days, he had devised a plan. Firstly, road construction. To achieve prosperity, one must first repair the roads, a principle that holds true everywhere. Currently, the village was accessible only via a muddy path, riddled with potholes, barely passable by a small car. The section near the mountain path was particularly perilous, with a narrow surface and no protective barriers. One wrong move could send both vehicle and passengers tumbling down the cliff. Chen Dong intended to fund the widening of that mountain road and install guardrails, while other sections would be paved with concrete, extending all the way to connect with the highway. Secondly, education. The saying education enriches the nation applies equally to villages. To ensure generational prosperity, simply repairing roads is insufficient. Education is equally vital. Chen Dong planned to establish a school in his hometown. Since no one was willing to teach in Chenjia village, he proposed offering salaries that were double or triple the norm, convinced that such incentives would attract teachers. Thirdly, the establishment of an industry. Chenjia village, with its limited and poor land, lacked economic crops. Generations had scraped by from the soil, surviving but never thriving. On a nearby green bamboo hill, bamboo flourished. He envisioned establishing a bamboo products factory to produce bamboo chopsticks, mats, pillows, gift baskets, and various other items. Additionally, bamboo shoots could be processed into dried shoots and sold in large cities, with every household in the village holding shares, allowing the entire community to prosper together. Thank you, Xiao Dong. Wang Chunfang expressed her gratitude, quickly urging Chen Shizhong, quickly thank Uncle Dong. Thank you, Uncle Dong. Chen Shizhong bowed deeply. Chen Dong patted Chen Shizhong's head and praised. This child is very polite. He will surely achieve great things in the future. After spending some time at Chen Shizhong's home, the two exited and walked along the gravel path toward another house at the village's edge. Suddenly, Chen Dong halted, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he turned to Chen Dafu and asked, "Whose house is this?" "This is my home," Chen Dafu replied. "Is that dog bowl also yours?" Chen Dong pointed to a dog bowl on the ground while questioning Chen Dafu. "This dog bowl belongs to my family. Is there something special about it?" Chen Dafu responded, bewildered by the inquiry. Chen Dong, without answering, crouched down to examine the bowl closely, then looked up at Chen Dafu again and asked, "Uncle Fu, where did this dog bowl come from?" "I found it in the river. When I discovered it, it had a chip, so I took it home to use as a dog bowl," Chen Dafu explained. Chen Dong handed the dog bowl back to Chen Dafu, chuckling as he said, "Uncle Fu, you should no longer use this as a dog bowl. It is a valuable item. This bowl is known as a Kangxi Sankai, 3-color, fruit plate. This type of Kangxi Sankai is a renowned variety from the Kangxi period, crafted with exceptional delicacy, featuring an intricately engraved dragon pattern both inside and outside, coated with white glaze. After firing, it is subjected to a low-temperature process to create this colorful glaze, which is particularly vibrant and possesses a certain hardness. If this plate were intact, it would fetch at least 700,000 to 800,000 in an auction." "What? This plate is worth that much?" Upon hearing Chen Dong's valuation of the dog bowl as a precious item, Chen Dafu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the plate in his hands. "Unfortunately, it is incomplete, with a chip, so the price will undoubtedly be significantly lower. However, if you can find the missing piece, a professional porcelain restoration expert could repair it, possibly increasing its value somewhat." Chen Dong pointed to the edge of the plate where it was chipped and remarked to Chen Dafu, that moment. A group of villagers passed by, some wielding hoes and others carrying iron shovels, their clothes and faces splattered with mud, likely having just returned from repairing ditches. "Xiao Dong, what are you doing here?" Chen Guodong called out to Chen Dong. "Dad, Guodong, look at how much your winter melon has transformed. It used to look sickly and thin like a monkey, but now it has grown strong and vibrant. Little Dong has made progress." "Uncle Fu, what are you holding so tightly? It looks like a treasure," a villager remarked to Chen Dafu. "Hey, isn't that the dog bowl from his house? I often pass by and see it." Another villager chimed in, "Uncle Fu, could it really be a treasure?" Yet another villager questioned. Faced with the villagers' curious inquiries, Chen Dafu replied, "Xiao Dong just told me that this plate is called a Qing Kangxi Sankai fruit plate, and if it were whole, it could be auctioned for 700,000 to 800,000. However, since it has a significant chip, it might still sell for around 100,000. Instantly, all the villagers were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that a dog bowl typically left outside for feeding could be a treasure, worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands? Such a sum was unimaginable for the villagers of Chenjia village, whose annual income barely reached a few thousand. "Xiao Dong, is this dog bowl really worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands?" One villager, still in disbelief, pointed to the dog bowl in Chen Dafu's hands and asked Chen Dong. Chen Dong nodded and replied, "This plate is called a Qing Kangxi Sankai fruit plate, one of the few exquisite porcelain pieces from the Kangxi era. It is large, with a finely crafted body, exquisite patterns, and a lively glaze that does not appear dull. The colorful glaze is bright and has a certain hardness. It is undoubtedly a genuine item." However, the unfortunate aspect is its incompleteness. It could be worth tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, and if you encounter a collector of such porcelain, the price might increase further. After hearing Chen Dong's explanation, the villagers no longer had any doubts. Chen Dafu's family had struck good fortune. Had it not been for Xiao Dong, he might have continued to regard this treasure as merely a dog bowl. Uncle Fu's dog, precious as it was, had been using a plate worth tens of thousands for its meals. Some astute villagers, no longer interested in the commotion, hurried back home to rummage through their belongings, eager to find anything they believed might be an antique to show Chen Dong for appraisal. Convinced that they too possessed a treasure, Xiao Dong, can you help me see if these items have any value? Soon, a villager approached Chen Dong, one hand holding a bowl and the other a plate, followed by a child clutching a small iron box filled with a pile of copper coins. Witnessing this scene, the latecomers quickly realized the situation, and the crowd watching the commotion dispersed rapidly, rushing home to dig through their belongings. Due to its remote location in a mountain valley, Chenjia village had limited interaction with the outside world, allowing many heirlooms to be well preserved. Every household had a few jars and miscellaneous items, and many villagers hurried home to present their self-proclaimed treasures for Chen Dong's appraisal, hoping to strike gold. All right, Shou Shu, place the items on the ground carefully to avoid damage. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. Assisting the villagers with appraisals would not only enhance his experience in identifying antiques, but also help the villagers distinguish valuable items. Chen Dong wished to prevent future antique dealers from coming to Chenjia village, taking advantage of the villagers' lack of knowledge to purchase their possessions at a fraction of their worth, which was tantamount to deceit. Chen Daso carefully placed the bowl and plate on the ground. Chen Dong picked up the small bowl for a brief glance before setting it back down and then examining the plate. What do you think, Xiao Dong? I remember using these two items for meals when I was a child. They've been around for at least 40 years. Are they valuable? Chen Dong shook his head and said, Uncle Shou, this bowl and plate are merely the utensils of an ordinary household, used for meals and serving vegetables. Upon closer inspection, I can confirm that these items are not from affluent families. They lack embellishments, are made from common materials, and exhibit rough craftsmanship. They are typical of rural households, likely used by your grandfather or even earlier ancestors. Although they have some age, they hold little monetary value. It would be best to store them carefully as a tribute to your forebears. Disheartened, Chen Daso tucked away the bowl and plate. He turned to the children nearby and instructed, Xiao Song, let your Uncle Dong take a look at the coins in your hands. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingsong set his iron box on the ground. There were quite a few coins inside. Chen Dong lifted the box, feeling its weight, and said, let us bring a table over. The ground was uneven, filled with stones and gravel, making it impractical to pour the coins directly onto it. Soon, several onlookers borrowed a table from Uncle Fu's home. The surface was sturdy, and Chen Dong pressed down on it to confirm its stability. He then emptied the iron box onto the table, spreading the coins out with his hands. As he examined them, he noted that these coins were from the Ming Dynasty. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he discovered a few valuable items among the pile. Xiao Dong, are these coins worth anything? Chen Daso asked. Looking at him, there are indeed some treasures, Chen Dong replied. Nodding, he picked out a coin and addressed the crowd. For instance, this coin minted during the Qianlong era is valued at 1,100 yuan. Isn't this coin just an ordinary Qianlong Tongbao? What makes it so special to be worth that much? A curious villager inquired. Chen Dong smiled but did not respond directly. Instead, he picked up another ordinary Qianlong coin in his right hand and compared it with the one in his left, saying, look, the coin in my left hand is slightly larger in diameter and has a broader edge. This type of coin is known as the Qianlong Tongbao coin Daxiang, valued at 1,100 yuan. Continuing, Chen Dong unearthed another coin from the pile. This one is Xianfeng Zhongbao, inscribed in standard script, valued at 800 yuan. Besides these two valuable coins, there were also the 5 emperor coins, which hold some worth. The 5 emperor coins represent the coins of the 5 Qing emperors, Xuanzhi, Kangxi, Yongzheng, Qianlong, and Jiaqing. These coins are round on the outside and square on the inside, symbolizing heaven and earth, with the emperor's reign name in the center representing humanity. The combination of heaven, earth, and human embodies the essence of the universe, believed to possess the power to alter fate. Moreover, the era of these 5 emperors marked the peak of China's national strength, a time of prosperity and social stability, resulting in well-crafted coins that have circulated over time. A complete set of 5 emperor coins in good condition could fetch around 200 to 300 yuan. Afterward, Chen Dong sifted through the coins and successfully assembled 5 sets of 5 emperor coins. Observing how effortlessly Chen Dong uncovered treasures from the pile, the villagers watching began to murmur among themselves. 100 plus 800, plus 5 sets of 5 emperor coins, estimated at 250 each, over 3,000 yuan. Daso has struck gold. Indeed, who doesn't have a pile of worthless coins at home? Back in the day, while clearing the pond, one could pick up a handful without a second thought. Children would even use them as toys. Unaware that such small coins could be worth so much, another villager chimed in. Some coins are indeed valuable, but it requires a keen eye to recognize them. Can you pick them out? Remarked another. It is the children from the Guodong family who excel. Defies family left a dog bowl at their door for years, unnoticed by passers-by. Yet Chen Dong merely glanced at it and recognized it as a treasure. Such discernment is akin to Sun Wukong's keen eyesight. Chen Daso carefully placed the Qianlong Tongbao Kuyuan Daxiang, the Xianfeng Zhongbao, and the 5 sets of 5 emperor coins into a paper box, smiling broadly as he turned to head home, eliciting admiration from the gathered villagers. Behind him, his son Chen Qingsong clutched an iron box filled with the less valuable coins he had sifted through, along with the bowl and plate, carelessly tossed inside. Just as Chen Daso departed, a figure hurriedly approached Chen Dong, placing an object on the table and politely requesting, "Xiao Dong, could you help me appraise this? It's a bottle passed down through generations, and I believe it's valuable." Chen Dian is in such a rush, eager to seek fortune, a villager lamented, feeling aggrieved at being cut off. Chen Dong, noticing the growing impatience among the villagers eager to have their items appraised, realized the potential for discord. He stood up and called out, "Everyone, please remain calm. We'll go one at a time. If we don't finish today, we can continue tomorrow. We are all neighbors, and we shouldn't let minor matters disrupt our harmony. My purpose here is to assist you, and if any treasures are discovered, it could benefit everyone. However, if we rush, it could turn this good deed into a bad one." Xiao Dong is right. If we don't finish today, we can continue tomorrow. We just need to establish a clear order. We are all from the same village. Let us not allow trivial matters to sour our relationships, the village head, Li Dayuan, affirmed. The exchange between Chen Dong and Li Dayuan resonated with the villagers, who unanimously agreed on the sentiment. Quickly, the villagers decided to draw lots to determine the order of appraisal, ensuring fairness and maintaining good spirits. Before long, everyone had drawn their lots. To their surprise, an elderly man with graying hair drew the first lot. He trembled as he leaned on his cane, struggling to lift a chair. Chen Dong promptly stepped forward to assist him. "Xiao Dong, please take a look at this. It's been around for quite some time. I remember having it since my childhood, so it must be over 70 years old." The elderly man, Grandpa Song, said. "All right, Grandpa Song, please have a seat and enjoy some water," Chen Dong replied. He circled the chair, carefully inspecting it before attempting to lift it, noting its weight. Soon, he had reached a conclusion and addressed Grandpa Song, based on its style and design. "This chair appears to be a late Qing Dynasty piece, made from iron pear wood. Iron pear wood, known locally in our region, has a coarse texture and a dark hue, with delicate lines that can easily break. This aligns perfectly with the solid and weighty character of this wood. Therefore, I can confirm that this is indeed a chair crafted during the late Qing Dynasty from iron pear wood." "And how much is this chair worth?" Grandpa Song inquired, gently running his fingers along the chair's back, which felt somewhat rough. Chen Dong replied, "While the material is average, iron pear wood is coarse-grained, with long fibers that are challenging to cut and difficult to carve. Consequently, furniture crafted from iron pear wood tends to be rather rough in workmanship. However, this chair is well preserved and its construction is quite rare, likely valued around 3,000 yuan." The villagers were astonished to hear that a mere chair could fetch such a price. While they could understand the value of a Kangxi-era 3-color fruit plate or ancient coins, the notion that an ordinary chair, which had been a commonplace seat, could be worth 3,000 yuan was hard for them to grasp. "Can this chair truly be worth over 3,000 yuan?" Grandpa Song asked again. Incredulous. "Indeed, around 3,000 yuan. If you find a collector interested in such furniture, the price could rise by a few hundred," Chen Dong reiterated. "For a piece of furniture with some age, 3,000 yuan is not exorbitant. For instance, furniture made from precious woods like Wangwali, Jinsi Nanmu, agarwood, small leaf red sandalwood, and hongmu can easily reach prices in the millions." Chapter 88. Han Dynasty Green Glazed Animal Pot. Old Master Song was finally convinced that the chair could indeed fetch a price of 3,000 yuan. However, until the chair was sold, it remained just an ordinary chair. For someone like him, who had lived his entire life in Chenjia village, selling the chair would prove to be a formidable challenge. He turned to Chen Dong and said, "Xiao Dong, you are well-read and experienced. Do you have any connections to help sell this chair quickly?" Chen Dong smiled and reassured him, "Don't worry, old Master Song. This chair is in excellent condition, and its craftsmanship is rare. It will easily sell for 3,000 yuan at the antique market." How about this? In a few days, I will invite a friend from the antique circle to the village to take a look, though the price might be slightly lower as they too need to make a profit. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, many villagers felt a sense of relief. Previously, they had been uncertain, until the money was in hand. Nothing felt real. The prospect of Chen Dong introducing a friend from the antique community brought them comfort. Although the price might be a bit lower, it felt reassuring nonetheless. All right, thank you, Xiao Dong, old Master Song chuckled, his white beard trembling, revealing a few missing teeth. Song Ping struggled to lift the chair, his steps unsteady, but two young villagers emerged to assist him in carrying it home. After old Master Song departed, a middle-aged woman approached carrying a bamboo basket. Xiao Dong, can you help me determine if these items are worth anything? She asked, gently placing the basket on the table. Chen Dong examined the contents, first setting aside several bowls and plates. These items, much like those brought by Chen Daso, were devoid of embellishment, roughly crafted, and made from ordinary clay, common dinnerware lacking any significant value. Many believe that the older an item is, the more valuable it becomes, but this notion is flawed. The value of an object is not solely determined by its age, but also by its inherent worth, scarcity, cultural significance, artistic merit, and the meaning it represents. After discarding the bowls and plates, Chen Dong discovered a pottery jar. He lifted it, noting its weight, the green glaze, and the reddish hue at the base and rim. Some animal motifs adorned the jar, albeit somewhat indistinct. He could vaguely make out a reclining tiger and a running deer. Aunt Hua, how did you come by this pottery jar? He inquired. I unearthed it a few years ago while digging in the field. Seeing it was intact, I decided to use it for storage, Aunt Hua replied. Chen Dong brought the jar closer to his nose, detecting the scent of pickled radishes and noting the water stains inside, likely from her having just rinsed it. This jar is known as a Han Dynasty green glazed animal pot, Chen Dong explained, holding it delicately. Its large size and exquisite design, coupled with its rich patina, make it a remarkable find. After over 1,000 years of erosion, its condition remains exceptional. The glossy green glaze flows naturally, creating a dynamic beauty. Below the rim, various animal motifs exhibit strength and artistic value. Upon hearing that the jar dated back to the Han Dynasty, the villagers gasped in astonishment, enviously eyeing Aunt Hua and eagerly discussing the significance of the artifact. This is incredible. A pottery jar used by ancient people over 1,000 years ago is practically a national treasure. Just imagine, a Qing Dynasty vase sells for hundreds of thousands. This jar must be worth even more. Listening to the villagers' fervent discussions, Chen Dong couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. They had fallen into a common misconception about antiques. Believing that age alone dictated value, he clarified, in truth, the price of this jar is not as high as you might think. Aunt Hua, how much is this jar worth? She asked eagerly, having overheard the villagers' chatter. Chen Dong examined the jar's surface, noting its rough texture and ordinary craftsmanship. It was clearly made in a standard pottery kiln. The materials used were common clay. However, the green glaze and animal motifs indicated that its former owner was likely a well-off commoner in the Han Dynasty, though not a noble. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, pottery was an essential household item in ancient times, used for storing water, cooking, and preserving goods. The origins of pottery trace back to the early Neolithic period, with the Yellow River and Yangtze River basins being the first to master its creation. It wasn't until the Sui and Tang dynasties that primitive celadone evolved into mature celadone, leading to the gradual decline of pottery. Just tell us the price, Xiao Dong, a villager called out impatiently. Chen Dong nodded, understanding their eagerness. He realized that discussions about the origins and evolution of pottery often concealed the price within. Since they were so keen to know, he stated, this jar is valued between 11,000 to 12,000 yuan. If a collector is particularly interested, the price could rise slightly. Why is it only worth that much? Shouldn't a green glazed animal pot from the Han Dynasty be worth more? Especially since similar items can be found in provincial museums? A villager questioned, echoing the thoughts of many. With a smile, Chen Dong responded, it is quite normal to have that assumption, but the belief that older items are inherently more valuable is incorrect. When determining the value of an antique, one must consider its rarity, intrinsic worth, cultural significance, and craftsmanship. Therefore, age alone does not equate to higher value. Pottery was a common item used in daily life, often crudely made. And upon a person's death, all their belongings were frequently buried with them. This has resulted in a significant number of pottery pieces surviving today, making many of them relatively inexpensive. He continued, however, this Han Dynasty green glazed animal pot stands out due to its exquisite craftsmanship. Sizable form, well-preserved condition, and decorative motifs. thus warranting a higher valuation. Chapter 89. One Village, One Product Store gratitude is extended to Zishuan Mingyue for generously donating 1888 starting coins. Thanks to Shanshan Ruoshui and Shuji for their contributions of 100 starting coins. Heartfelt appreciation to Ziyi and Duanji for the additional 4 tickets worth 12,000 coins. As for the prevalence of similar pottery in provincial museums, it is because, despite their low economic value, these items possess significant archaeological worth. The pottery housed in museums typically includes sealed clay, Qin and Han Dynasty tiles, Northern Wei and Han Tang figurines, exquisitely painted colored pottery, and items representing specific periods and locations, such as pottery from the Neolithic era. Longshan culture, Yangshao culture, Liangzhu culture, and Shixia culture. After Chen Dong's explanation, the villagers began to understand that age alone does not determine value. Rarity, intrinsic worth, cultural significance, and craftsmanship must also be considered. Otherwise, the Han Dynasty green glazed animal pot, with its intricate design, large size, and excellent condition, would only be valued at a few dozen or a few hundred yuan. Watching as one treasure after another was identified by Chen Dong, with prices ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. The remaining villagers clutched their possessions, filled with anticipation, eager for their turn to have their items assessed. The allure of discovering a valuable item was palpable. Just one worthy possession could change their fate. Regrettably, no further significant treasures were uncovered in the subsequent evaluations. Most villagers only had some copper coins, managing to assemble a few sets of 5 emperor's coins, with a few pieces featuring various patterns valued at tens or hundreds of yuan. Ensuring they did not leave completely disheartened, at the table, a villager shook his head in disappointment, clutching a vase before turning to leave. An elderly man approached, carrying a bamboo basket. Although the basket appeared somewhat aged, it was neither an antique nor a piece of ancient currency. Could this possibly be valuable? A curious villager inquired. Old Master Song's chair, which has been sat upon for decades, is worth 3,000 yuan. Why should this be any different? Another villager chuckled, responding to the inquiry. Please, have a seat. Old Master Lin, one of them offered. Old Master Lin placed the bamboo basket on the table and sat down. Chen Dong picked up the basket, scrutinizing it closely before looking up at Old Master Lin. This basket is exquisitely crafted, showing signs of age, with a vibrant patina that suggests it has been around for quite some time. Did you make this yourself? It must be several decades old. Old Man Lin nodded, affirming, yes, I crafted it myself. This is a family heirloom, passed down to the 4th generation. I make a living from this craft, producing bamboo baskets, bamboo sieves, bamboo chairs, fish traps, and other bamboo products. Due to their fine craftsmanship and durability, many families in the town have purchased my bamboo creations. However, times have changed. Machine processing has replaced hand weaving. The prices of machine-made bamboo products are nearly indistinguishable from those made by hand. And while the variety and styles are appealing, no one is willing to buy mine, deeming them too coarse. I have ceased my work. My handcrafting skills will not be passed down to the next generation. As he spoke, a sigh escaped him, his eyes reflecting an indescribable loneliness. Chen Dong nodded sympathetically. It is not only Old Man Lin who faces the dilemma of heritage versus market. With the impact of industrialization and the decline of traditional handicrafts, an increasing number of folk arts are gradually vanishing. Traditional crafts such as ancient papermaking in Shaanxi, Lanzhou water pipes, and Wanlu silk from Shaoshan are disappearing. Some even before modern society has had the chance to appreciate them. The exquisite traditional skills are left without successors. Is this bamboo basket worth anything? Old Man Lin inquired. A few dozen dollars. Perhaps over 100, he replied. Chen Dong responded, to be frank, this bamboo basket is made from ordinary bamboo and holds little collectible value. It is not a treasure. However, in my eyes, your traditional craftsmanship is a gem of the people. If it could be passed on, it would be a fortune for our nation. Hearing this, Old Man Lin shook his head, a look of melancholy on his face. It's difficult. This craft doesn't earn much, and it is labor-intensive. No one wants to learn it from me. Seeing the despondency in Old Man Lin's demeanor, Chen Dong felt a pang of sorrow for him. The absence of successors is perhaps the greatest sorrow of an artisan. Suddenly, Chen Dong thought of the One Village, One Product shop from the original timeline and turned to Old Man Song. Old Man Song, I have an idea that could help preserve your bamboo weaving skills and also enrich the villagers. Xiao Dong, you are well-read, experienced, and clever. What is your idea? Old Man Song asked, a smile breaking across his face. I believe we have an abundance of bamboo resources in King's Hushan. Not to develop and utilize them would be a waste. Upon hearing Chen Dong's intention to exploit the bamboo resources of King's Hushan, Many villagers were intrigued. In the past, the villagers had indeed contemplated leveraging the bamboo resources of King's Hushan for collective prosperity. However, numerous unresolved issues made the development of these resources daunting. The primary reasons for neglecting such a valuable bamboo resource were: first, the village lacked funds to purchase machinery for bamboo production, making it impossible to compete relying solely on manual weaving. Second, the transportation was inconvenient, hindering the distribution of produced bamboo products. Third, there were no channels through which to sell the manufactured goods. Well said. Chen Dong, do you have any good solutions to share with everyone? Village Chief Li Dayuan stepped forward and addressed Chen Dong. The reason our village has not effectively utilized the bamboo resources of King's Hushan for collective wealth could be attributed to a lack of funds, inconvenient transportation, and difficulties in finding sales channels, Chen Dong explained. Indeed, Chen Dong, do you have any proposals? Chen Dayuan inquired. Chen Dong nodded, stating, I will provide the funds, repair the roads, and seek sales channels. When the villagers heard that Chen Dong intended to fund the road construction, they were initially astonished, then filled with joy. This road had troubled generations of Chenjia village residents. The poverty in Chenjia village stemmed not only from limited arable land and poor soil but also from the lack of access. As the village was nestled in a remote valley with a treacherous mountain path that made entry perilous, bicycles, motorcycles, and small cars had to navigate cautiously, wary of tumbling into the abyss. Larger vehicles like tractors and trucks could not enter at all. Few villagers ventured out, and the village lacked even a decent primary school, requiring children to walk several miles to the neighboring village for education. The villagers, weary of their impoverished existence, were overwhelmed with gratitude upon hearing that Chen Dong would fund the road construction. Many elderly residents even shed tears, as they understood that with a proper road, prosperity was within reach. Chen Dong, are you truly willing to invest in the road? That would require millions, Chen Dayuan asked. For a backward and impoverished village, millions was an unfathomable figure. Road construction was a distant dream for the villagers of Chenjia. Each time they submitted funding requests to the town or county, they vanished without a trace, for Chenjia village had neither mineral resources nor specialties that would entice anyone to invest millions in a road that promised no economic return. Chen Dong affirmed, yes, even millions are necessary. I am a member of Chenjia village. Due to limited land, poor soil, and our remote location, we are cut off from the world by a steep mountain path. If we continue solely farming, not only will this generation remain impoverished, but the next and the next will suffer the same fate. Therefore, my plan is to first repair the roads, primarily widening the mountain path, adding safety barriers, and paving it with concrete or asphalt. However, merely building a road is insufficient. We need our own industry. I intend to co-invest in a bamboo products factory with the village. This factory will incorporate both machine processing and hand weaving. The machine-made bamboo products will be sold to distributors, while the hand-woven items can be marketed as folk art at the One Village, One Product shops. Wealthy individuals today appreciate taste, and items with an artistic touch are highly sought after, fetching high prices. However, simply repairing the road and establishing an industry will only enrich this generation. If the bamboo resources of King's Hushan are exhausted, we will return to our old ways. Hence, we must also focus on education. Only through education can our descendants remain prosperous. Even if the bamboo is depleted and land is scarce, as long as our descendants possess knowledge and culture, they can venture out and create their own paths. Therefore, I plan to invest in building a primary school in the village, and every year, a portion of the profits from the bamboo products factory will be allocated to support our village's education. From road construction to industry and education, Chen Dong painted a beautiful blueprint for all the villagers present. The villagers erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, with some even shedding tears. Those who had never experienced poverty could not fathom the anguish it brought. Through Chen Dong's words, the villagers glimpsed a pathway out of poverty, igniting a fervent hope that left them emotionally overwhelmed. Chen Dong is truly remarkable. If all this comes to fruition, Chenjia village will no longer remain impoverished. A villager remarked, filled with longing. Indeed, Chen Dong speaks with clarity and reason. I now realize that the reason for our poverty is not merely the lack of land or poor soil, but rather our lack of education, vision, and the means to change our circumstances. Look, since Chen Dong returned, he has shown us a way to prosperity. This time, I am willing to risk my life to ensure these matters come to fruition. We may be poor, but our descendants must not endure the same fate. The most fortunate thing for Chenjia village is having someone like Chen Dong, the villagers murmured among themselves, repairing the roads, establishing industries, and promoting education. These 3 points are crucial. If we can achieve these in our generation, we will break the chains of poverty that have bound Chenjia village for generations. Even in death, We can find solace in the knowledge that we have uplifted our ancestors. The villagers turned their attention to Chen Dong, their eyes brimming with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dong spoke. I plan to begin with road repairs. Once the roads are completed, we can bring in machinery for bamboo processing and materials for building the school. That I will hire a road surveying and design company to map out a route connecting our village to the highway, ensuring it is the shortest, least expensive, and avoids areas of high construction difficulty. Then, I will engage a reputable road construction company to undertake the project. Additionally, the construction might require some land from everyone. But rest assured, appropriate compensation will be provided for any land used. As long as we can successfully build the road and secure prosperity for Chunjia village, what is a little land in comparison? Many villagers chimed in with their agreement. Xiaodong, you are investing millions to build this road, and we are all immensely grateful. If anyone were to ask for land compensation, where would they put their face? Chen Dafu remarked to Chen Dong. Indeed, if the road passes through my land, I will forego any compensation. If it goes through my house, I will personally demolish it without a second thought. If I were to demand compensation, it would be foolishness, another villager added. As Chen Dong listened to the villagers express their willingness to forego land compensation, he felt a wave of emotion. The poorer the area, the more genuine the people's spirit. Chen Dong waved his hand and spoke loudly, urging everyone to quiet down. The land is the lifeblood of our community. Chinjia village has always had limited arable land and poor soil quality, yielding modest harvests. We depend on the meager produce from this land for our livelihoods. The road construction will encroach on our land, potentially jeopardizing the sustenance of our families. Many of you seated here are from my grandfather's generation. My uncles and my nephews. It pains me, so I have decided to compensate for the land at the highest standard, and even double it. Please do not refuse. I can afford this sum, but you all need this compensation. Chen Dong was resolute in his intention to provide the land compensation, understanding that land was of utmost importance to the villagers. With limited arable land and poor fertility, the villagers' livelihoods would be severely impacted by the construction. The compensation, amounting to just over 200,000, was a small price for him but vital for them. Upon hearing his words, the villagers erupted in applause. That evening, Chen Dong returned home and, using his laptop, found the contact number for the city's highway surveying and design company. He called them, inviting their surveyors to come to Chunjia village the following morning to assess the road route. The next day, he went to the town to meet them. 3 individuals arrived from the city's highway surveying and design company, led by an elderly man wearing reading glasses and exuding an academic air, accompanied by 2 younger assistants. Hello, I am Li Woming. You must be Chen Dong. Li Woming stood up and approached Chen Dong as soon as he entered the town office, extending his left hand. Yes, I am Chen Dong. Are you from the city's highway surveying and design company? Chen Dong replied, shaking hands with Li Woming. Indeed, we received your call yesterday. It is commendable that you wish to build a road for your hometown. Li Woming remarked, feeling a great admiration for the young man who did not forget his roots. Chen Dong nodded and said, Yes, I have invited you to survey and design the most suitable route. Let us set off now, Li Woming suggested. Shall we have a bite to eat first? The road is quite long and we need to cross a mountain path. I know a dumpling shop nearby with excellent dumplings. Chen Dong proposed. Sounds good. As they traveled to Chunjia village, the road was muddy from recent rains, with numerous puddles scattered along the way. Before long, their clothes were splattered with mud, and their shoes and socks were soaked. Chen, do you have any specific requirements for the road construction? Li Woming inquired. Chen Dong pondered for a moment before responding. There are 2 main requirements. First, the width should accommodate a truck. Second, the road must be safe. Most of the route is on mountainous terrain with steep inclines and declines, and there are cliffs nearby, which could lead to accidents. Therefore, safety during transit is paramount. Rest assured, I have decades of experience in road design. I will incorporate safety measures such as guardrails, visual guidance signs, glare prevention features, and road markings to minimize accidents, Li Woming assured him, nodding in response to Chen Dong's requests. Half an hour later, they reached the mountain path. Li Woming pointed to a section of the road that jutted out in a U-shape, saying, This segment needs to be rerouted due to its danger. The steep inclines and the cliff below pose significant risks, and the construction would be challenging and costly. Additionally, I noticed that the rocks along the roadside are weathered and prone to collapse. Then he pointed to a low-lying area between 2 peaks, where a narrow mountain path turned. I suggest we reroute here, widen this mountain path, and pave it with concrete, adding anti-slip features. Chen Dong looked at the proposed path and nodded in agreement, recognizing the practicality of the suggestion. The rerouting would significantly reduce construction difficulties and shorten the path while enhancing safety. After traversing the mountain path, The subsequent stretch of road was relatively flat. They planned to widen the original dirt road, making necessary adjustments to create a straight line in some places to save on construction costs and minimize the occupation of farmland. Ming handed Chen Dong a draft of the designed road route for review. Chen Dong examined the draft, noting its professionalism and detail, and nodded in approval. I estimate that constructing this road will require approximately 2 to 2.5 million in funds, especially for the mountain section, which will be quite costly. I can recommend a reputable construction company that has the capability to handle this project, Ming stated. Yes, I will go through with it. Regardless of the cost, we must build this road. It connects Chunjia village to the outside world. If we do not complete it, not only will my generation suffer, but future generations will also remain impoverished, Chen Dong declared firmly. Ming nodded, impressed by Chen Dong's determination. His two assistants also regarded Chen Dong with admiration. It was not common for someone to invest over 2 million in a road for their hometown. The following day, Chen Dong received the road design plans from Ming. In the days that followed, he sought out a construction appraisal company to evaluate the road costs. The appraisal revealed that the total length of the road section was 2.7 kilometers, with an estimated cost of 12 million, the most expensive segment being the mountain path. Subsequently, through Ming's introduction, he found a construction company to commence work. Simultaneously, a primary school was being constructed. Chen Dong invested 300,000 yuan and found a design draft for the school online, making some modifications to include a 2-story teaching building, a row of staff dormitories, a sports field, a cafeteria, a computer room, and a music room. Once completed, the school was expected to accommodate hundreds of students. Although Chunjia village had fewer than 50 students, once the road was finished, students from neighboring villages would be attracted to enroll due to the well-equipped facilities and highly qualified teachers. During this period, Chen Dong also registered a company named Chunjia Village Bamboo Products Factory, funded by him and utilizing land from the village to develop the bamboo resources of Qingzhou Mountain. Chen Dong held a 40% stake, with the remainder distributed among the villagers based on household size and population. A fortnight later, Chen Dong handed his mother a bank card with a password based on his birthday and returned to Dinghai City. He visited Old Tang to gain insights into art and calligraphy appraisal. Upon returning to his villa, he logged onto the Qidian website, accessed the author's backend, and uploaded the final chapters of the Chronicles of Longevity, followed by a concluding message of gratitude to his readers. I sincerely thank all my supporters for their encouragement. With your backing, the Chronicles of Longevity achieved remarkable milestones, including ranking first in the new book category, the monthly ticket leaderboard, and consistently placing in the top 3 overall. It has surpassed 200 alliances, an honor that seemed unreachable for a newcomer like me, all thanks to your support. I am immensely grateful. My new book, The Dual Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, will be released soon. I hope for your continued support. As he typed the final words, the end, a sense of loss washed over Chen Dong. He recalled how he had begun writing the Chronicles of Longevity after acquiring a smart brain, earning his first substantial income of 100,000 yuan in just the first month. Following that, he diligently updated the story daily, achieving significant recognition in the literary community. His work had garnered a massive following, setting records and establishing a new genre within the Xinxia literature landscape. The 92nd chapter of The Legends of the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty closing the book page. Chen Dong navigated to the author's backend to create a new novel title, The Legends of the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty. Tags, Wuxia. Synopsis. In the waning days of the Sui dynasty, under the tyrannical rule of Emperor Yang, 2 brothers, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, struggle for survival in the city of Yangzhou. They aspire to achieve great deeds, dubbing themselves the Twin Dragons of Yangzhou. Amidst the chaos of warring factions vying for supremacy in the Central Plains, their extraordinary journey is about to unfold. The choice of the Legends of the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty as my second book stems from its classic status and 3 additional reasons. Firstly, Huang Yi's portrayal of the legends of the Twin Dragons diverges significantly from traditional wuxia. While conventional wuxia narratives often revolve around serendipitous encounters, vendettas, and romantic entanglements, the Legends of the Twin Dragons introduces a plethora of innovations. It intertwines historical elements, military strategies, profound love stories, and encompasses the essence of China's millennia-old cultural wisdom, spanning astronomy, medicine, science, religion, cosmic mysteries, and artistic aesthetics, while reflecting on the philosophy of life. This masterful amalgamation revitalizes the waning genre of traditional wuxia, infusing it with new vitality. Secondly, each character within the Legends of the Twin Dragons is vividly and intricately portrayed by Huang Yi, leaving a lasting impression on readers. From the protagonists to the supporting characters, such as Ko Zhong, an orphan raised amid local gangsters, whose life experiences cultivate a rebellious spirit, to Li Xiaoning, the historical Princess Pingyang, characterized by her grace, decisiveness, and political acumen. Each character possesses a distinct personality that resonates deeply with the audience. Thirdly, at a time when wuxia novels have faded from their zenith, The Legends of the Twin Dragons continues to captivate readers, achieving remarkable sales figures in Taiwan and Hong Kong. Its success lies in innovative writing techniques that inject fresh elements into traditional wuxia, enhancing reader immersion. For instance, the martial techniques are elevated to a philosophical level, presenting the concept of defeating the tangible with the intangible. The depiction of fierce battles between masters showcases the subtleties of their confrontations, making the narrative both exhilarating and immersive. Chen Dong uploaded the chapters. Volume 1, Chapter 1, dependent on each other. Yu Wenhua stood on the command platform of the warship, gazing across the banks of the canal. The dawn had yet to break, and under the illumination of 5 great ships, the stars and moon paled, symbolizing the rise of the Yuan clan and the eclipse of the southern gentry's former glory. Chen Dong uploaded over 40,000 words in one breath. The narrative seamlessly weaves historical, military, political, and strategic elements into the wuxia framework, with extraordinary martial arts that emphasize the essence, spirit, intention, and energy rather than mere techniques. The longevity technique, shrouded in ancient myth, adds an aura of mystery, captivating readers with its profound origins and challenging cultivation. In the QQ group dedicated to Chen Dong, excitement surged with the release of The Legends of the Twin Dragons. Following the conclusion of the Longevity Chronicles, longtime followers expressed their reluctance to part with the latter, while eagerly anticipating the new work. Readers soon discovered The Legends of the Twin Dragons was available, and the updates were brisk. A friend in the QQ chat shared their enthusiasm, and the group fell silent as everyone delved into the new tale. Moments later, a prominent fan praised the novel's vivid prose and brisk pacing, noting the captivating introduction of a female swordsman cloaked in white, her grace and presence enchanting from the very first chapter. The 93rd chapter, The Phenomenon of the Tang Dynasty, gratitude was extended to supporters for their generous contributions. After reading over 30,000 words, the swift pace of updates mirrored that of the Longevity Chronicles. Chen Dong's exquisite writing style was praised, with The Legends of the Twin Dragons offering clarity and vivid imagery that immersed the reader in the narrative. With well-crafted characterizations, each individual, whether protagonist or minor character, exhibited distinct personalities, enriching the tapestry of the story. The initial impression that this was merely another wuxia tale soon evolved into recognition of its innovative qualities. As historical intrigue and strategic elements expanded the narrative's grandeur and emotional resonance, the fervent admiration for characters like Fu Junqiu was palpable, and supporters eagerly anticipated further updates, fully engrossed in the unfolding saga. The traditional martial arts genre has waned due to a lack of immersive engagement. After finishing The Legend of the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, I sensed the emergence of a new martial arts wave. Following the rise of the Chronicles of Longevity and its mortal-influenced celestial adventures, Chen Dong has once again ignited a new martial arts storm. Readers in the book club have bestowed high praise upon The Legend of the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty. Thanks to the support from fans of the Chronicles of Longevity, the new work has swiftly ascended to the urban-signed author's new book rankings within mere hours. Prominently displayed on the front page of the platform is a bold red announcement. Xuhua's new work, The Legend of the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, makes a grand debut. This treatment is typically reserved for esteemed authors, and it is evident that Chen Dong has achieved a deity-like status with the success of the Chronicles of Longevity. As Chen Dong opened the book page for The Legend of the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, a series of donation messages in vibrant red caught his eye. The outpouring of support was overwhelming, heartfelt, and a testament to the author's talent. Contributions flooded in, with one reader donating 100,000 coins to celebrate the success of the Chronicles of Longevity, and another gifting 50,000 coins to congratulate the completion of the previous work while hoping for continued excellence in the new adventure. Not long after the upload of The Legend of the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, the fan leaderboard already showcased 3 leaders, 7 or 8 sect masters, numerous elders, and countless disciples, all fervently supporting the author. The comments section buzzed with discussions about the plot and character explorations, with the enchanting female swordsman Fu Junqiu emerging as a fan favorite. Meanwhile, opinions about the formidable hero Yuan Huaji were divided. Some admired his charisma, while others loathed his ruthlessness in pursuing Ko Zhong, Su Xiling, and Fu Junqiu. Li Tao, as usual, returned home from work, powered on his computer, accessed the platform, and navigated to the Chronicles of Longevity. Ever since he discovered the story, he had become utterly captivated, making it a daily ritual to read the latest chapters regardless of his busy schedule. If the author failed to update in a day, he would eagerly encourage updates in the comments section. Fortunately, the author consistently delivered, providing at least 5 chapters of engaging content daily. As Li Tao perused the chapter list, he noted with satisfaction that over 10 new chapters had been added. He resolved to reward the author after finishing his reading. Soon, he was absorbed in the narrative, exhilarated as Chen Dong defeated the God King and gripped with tension as he was pursued by the God Emperor. In a climactic moment, when Chen Dong grasped the essence of the heavenly path and turned the tables on the God Emperor, Li Tao couldn't help but exclaim, "Fantastic!" After Chen Dong's victory, he ascended as the new God Emperor, retreating to Peach Blossom Village with 3 beautiful companions. However, upon reading the final chapter, the book has concluded. Li Tao was taken aback. "Author, you could continue the story. There's still the Chaos Realm and a million words left to explore." He felt a sense of loss at the conclusion of the Chronicles of Longevity, which had seamlessly woven itself into his daily life. Determined to revisit the narrative, Li Tao instinctively pressed the forward button. To his delight, he discovered an epilogue expressing gratitude to the readers, infused with the author's sincerity. The announcement of the upcoming release of The Legend of the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty elicited a smile from Li Tao. He navigated to the homepage, ready to search for the new title, only to be greeted by a prominent red headline. Xuhua's new work, The Legend of the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, makes a grand debut. With over 100,000 views and more than 12,000 recommendations, it was clear that Chen Dong had achieved remarkable success in a short time. The comments section was ablaze with excitement as readers discussed the unfolding story and characters. With terms like the decision of longevity, 9 mysteries, and the captivating swordswoman Fu Junqiu frequently appearing, Li Tao was entranced by Fu Junqiu's captivating portrayal, finding her elegance utterly irresistible. As he read through the comments, he felt an eagerness to dive into the new tale. Before doing so, he decided to make a donation to support the author. After contributing, he began to read. The prose differed from the Chronicles of Longevity, which had a more intricate style, while The Legend of the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty presented a more concise and fluid narrative. The plot was dynamic and grand in scope, encompassing themes of military strategy, history, and political intrigue in just a few thousand words, creating an exhilarating experience. When Li Tao encountered Fu Junqiu's introduction, he was utterly captivated, exclaiming, "What a stunning female swordsman!" Having read over 30,000 words, he found himself yearning for more, praising the narrative's eloquence, depth, and character development, feeling it surpassed even the Chronicles of Longevity. After uploading the chapters, Chen Dong shut down his computer, grabbed a quick bite, and drove to Wenhua Hotel to attend the casting for Journey to the West, The Demon Slaying. The previous film, Crazy Stone, had been a small investment, and organizing auditions had proven challenging due to a lack of recognition in the film industry. However, with a substantial investment of $45 million for Journey to the West, The Demon Slaying, interest was high, with numerous well-known actors vying for roles. Many agents and entertainment companies had approached Wang San, suggesting various stars for parts, but Wang San had to decline, as the decision-making power lay with producer and screenwriter Chen Dong. After a long day of filming, Yang Lin returned to his rented apartment, utterly exhausted, and collapsed onto his bed. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. "Who is it?" He called out impatiently. "It's me, Xiao Hui," came the reply. Reluctantly, Yang Lin got up to answer the door, asking, "Xiao Hui, is there something you need at this late hour?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui expressed a hint of envy towards Yang Lin, saying, "Brother Lin, at least you still have a role to play and some lines to deliver. I haven't worked in over half a month." Yang Lin rubbed the bruises on his face and replied with a wry smile, "Who would willingly take on such roles? They are merely minor characters, often subjected to beatings. I fail to understand why. When we are all just extras earning less than 100 yuan, we can't be treated with a little more care during the scenes." Xiao Hui chuckled and remarked, "Brother Lin, although we are all just minor roles, who among us does not aspire to rise? From voiceless extras to those with lines, from insignificant supporting roles to pivotal ones, we all dream of transitioning from mere extras to illustrious stars. How can we expect the director to notice our dedication if we do not put in the effort? By the way, what brings you here today?" Yang Lin asked, as he filled a cup with water from the dispenser and handed it to Xiao Hui. After receiving the water and expressing his gratitude, Xiao Hui continued, "I came to invite you to audition for Crazy Stone. Are you aware of it?" Yang Lin nodded, saying, "Yes, I have seen it in theaters. It is uproariously funny. A dark horse of the festive season, grossing over 300 million from an investment of merely around 10 million. It has been acclaimed in the film industry as a classic example of high returns from low-budget investments." Most enviable is how it has launched several actors into stardom, like Guo, who played the role of Hei Pai. He was once just a third-rate actor, sharing the stage with me as an extra. But fortune smiled upon him when he encountered Chen Dong and Wang's senator after Crazy Stone. He skyrocketed from obscurity to stardom, inundated with advertising contracts and lead roles. Perhaps this is the essence of opportunity. A glimmer of envy flickered in young Lin's eyes. Brother Lin, I have news that the original team of Crazy Stone is holding auditions for a film at the Wenhua Hotel, seeking to select roles. I heard the investment alone is 45 million, a truly grand production, Lin Guanghui declared proudly. You can't be thinking we should audition too, can you? With such a substantial investment, the actors selected will undoubtedly be major stars. It's unlikely that we stand a chance, young Lin laughed incredulously. Let us give it a shot. I've heard many actors from the industry are seizing this opportunity. Although the odds are slim, if Chen Dong and Wang Sun take notice of us, who knows, we might just become the next Guo. This is a rare opportunity. After all, the media has been fervently promoting the next film by the original team of Crazy Stone, backed by Chen Dong and directed by Wang Sr. Anyone who gets a role will significantly enhance their fame. All right, let us go together tomorrow, Yang Lin resolutely stated. At the Starlight Entertainment Company, after completing the final scene of the Tang Empire, Lin Zihong was approached by his agent. Yuna, Zihong, I have two pieces of good news. Yuna informed him. Is it an advertising contract or a television series role? Lin Zihong inquired. Well, there is a leading role in a historical drama. A substantial investment where you will portray the renowned Emperor Qin Shi Huang, with significant screen time. A stellar performance could greatly enhance your popularity. Additionally, there is a film role, albeit a supporting one. But with substantial scenes, Yuna explained. Lin Zihong was taken aback. A film? Since his debut, he had only acted in television dramas and had never received an offer for the big screen. Why? Yuna smiled and continued. Do you remember after watching Crazy Stone, you mentioned how brilliantly it was made, praising the director's vision and the writer's talent? I must inform you that the director of Crazy Stone, Wang San, is launching a new film, again backed by Chen Dong, with a considerable investment of 45 million. They wish to invite you for an audition. However, the filming schedule of the Tang Empire might conflict with Wang San's movie, so you'll need to choose between television and film. Nana, I choose to pursue the film, Lin Zihong replied without hesitation. The audition for Journey to the West, Conquering the Demons was held at the Wenhua Hotel. Outside the audition office, crowds gathered, bustling like a market. Among those vying for roles were not only lesser-known actors, but also numerous prominent stars accompanied by assistants. Chen Dong entered the audition office holding a briefcase, greeted by smiles and hellos from familiar faces. Acknowledging them with nods, Wang Sun, comfortably seated in the director's chair, enjoyed his recent success, with many seeking his favor for an upcoming multi-million-dollar project. Upon seeing Chen Dong enter, Wang San quickly rose and greeted him. Xiao Dong, you've arrived. Apologies for being late, Chen Dong replied graciously. Not at all, it's still before 8. We arrived early, Wang San insisted. Chen Dong smiled, took his seat at the central producer's table, with Wang San on his left and the assistant director, Li Bin, on his right. Shall we begin? Chen Dong inquired. Yes, let us start, he nodded. The first to audition was the lead role of Chen Xuanzang, the central character around whom the entire film revolves. Competing for this role were two rising stars, Yang Guang and Zhao Yi, both possessing immense popularity within the Chinese film industry. Chen Dong had previously watched their performances and was impressed by their acting skills, which brought their characters to life. As the staff announced the start of auditions, Yang Guang and Zhao Yi emerged from their dressing rooms, walking side by side into the audition office. Chen Dong observed their appearances. Both had their merits, making it difficult to choose between them. In the film, Chen Xuanzang is portrayed as a disciple of the Mahayana school who self-identifies as an exorcist. Holding a book he claims to be a manual for exorcism. His character is complex, grappling with the dilemmas of love and faith, and entwined in a complicated relationship with Miss Duan. Although he deeply cares for her, his commitment to the pursuit of a greater love holds him back from expressing his feelings, unaware that love in all its forms is part of that greater love. When Chen Xuanzang finally comprehends this, it is already too late, as Miss Duan has sacrificed herself for him. This intricate character demands a high level of acting proficiency. Chen Dong began the audition, prompting both actors to perform a scene. You are to portray the moment when the water spirit fails at the fish-catching song and runs to his master. Yang Guang, you go first, he instructed. Afterward, he turned to the assistant director, find an actor to perform alongside him. Li Bin nodded and stepped out to summon an actor. Are you ready, Yang Guang? You may begin, he announced. Master, I have failed again, Yang Guang said, lowering his head, his voice tinged with despair. I understand. Today, You encountered that water spirit by the river. Originally benevolent, it was mistaken for a kidnapper by the villagers and met a tragic end. Its body discarded in the river, leaving it consumed by resentment, it transformed into a half-fish, half-beast water spirit, returning to take revenge on the villagers. The actor opposite Yang Guang responded, "Master, I have a question. Is the 300 songs for children truly that powerful?" Chen Xuanzong pondered, filled with uncertainty. As Yang Guang concluded his performance, the audition office erupted in enthusiastic applause. It is evident that Yang Guang prepared thoroughly before the audition, fully grasping the character of Chen Xuanzong, his personality and traits. During the performance, every movement, expression, and demeanor was vividly portrayed, encapsulating the profound disappointment, frustration, and uncertainty Chen Xuanzong felt after his failure to vanquish evil. Chen Dong, Wang Xin, and Li Bin exchanged glances and nodded in mutual understanding. Next, it was Zhao Yi's turn to perform, and he felt considerable pressure due to Yang Guang's remarkable display. Chen Dong prompted, "Zhao Yi, please enact the scene where Sun Wukong escapes." The actor opposite Zhao Yi was indeed the one portraying Sun Wukong. The performance commenced at ITSU. Zhao Yi exclaimed in surprise, "Did you truly believe that a mere banana could defeat me?" Sun Wukong roared in fury, hurling the banana at Zhao Yi's face, baring his teeth as he proclaimed, "The lotus flower is the seal. This is my true form. You have liberated me, and I have finally escaped the grasp of the Buddha. You have merely exited the cave. The Buddha remains," Zhao Yi responded calmly, a sense of determination and resolve within him. Sun Wukong let out a thunderous roar, "Kill!" The overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Sun Wukong sent Zhao Yi reeling, causing him to kneel and spit blood, his hands clasped in prayer. "Lower your hands," Sun Wukong commanded, pointing at Zhao Yi. "Ba." Zhao Yi murmured softly, refusing to lower his hands. Enraged by Zhao Yi's defiance, Sun Wukong yanked at his hair. Zhao Yi endured the pain of having his hair pulled, maintaining a serene demeanor, hands still clasped in prayer, his heart steadfast. Observing this, Chen Dong nodded in approval. Zhao Yi's performance was spot on, perfectly embodying the unwavering faith and determination of Chen Xuanzong, who held the Buddha in his heart. Both actors excelled, rendering a flawless interpretation of the character. The decision of whom to cast as Chen Xuanzong posed a significant dilemma for the audition panel comprising Chen Dong, Wang Xin, and Li Bin. After Zhao Yi and Yang Guang exited the audition room, the casting assistant director Li Bin voiced his opinion, stating, "I believe Zhao Yi delivered a commendable performance, embodying a devoted Buddhist disciple with unwavering faith." "I find Yang Guang's portrayal more compelling," countered Chen Dong, depicting the moment of returning to his master, head hung low in disappointment after failing to vanquish evil, realizing that the 300 nursery rhymes were not as beneficial as his master suggested. His expressions, combined with his actions and demeanor, felt incredibly natural and genuine. Moreover, Yang Guang recently won the Best Actor award, which could significantly boost the box office of Journey to the West, The Demons Strike Back. Wang Xin expressed great confidence in Yang Guang. "In terms of popularity, Zhao Yi surpasses Yang Guang," he added. "Not only does he enjoy immense popularity in mainland China, but also within the Chinese communities in Southeast Asia. Choosing Zhao Yi could attract audiences in those regions when the film premieres." A heated debate ensued between Wang Xin and Li Bin regarding the casting decision. As their argument reached an impasse, both men turned to Chen Dong, acknowledging that the final choice rested in his hands. It was undeniable that both actors possessed remarkable skills, delivering excellent portrayals of Chen Xuanzong. Chen Dong contemplated for a moment before declaring, "Let us cast Zhao Yi as Chen Xuanzong." "Why?" Wang Xin questioned, unwilling to concede. Chen Dong smiled, articulating his reasoning. "Firstly, as Li mentioned, Zhao Yi enjoys considerable popularity in the Southeast Asian Chinese community, which will undoubtedly draw many of his fans to theaters upon release. Secondly, the role of Chen Xuanzong embodies the compassion of Mahayana Buddhism, and Yang Guang's rugged appearance and sharp demeanor would not resonate with that essence. Zhao Yi is a more fitting choice." After hearing Chen Dong's explanation, Wang Xin nodded in agreement, ceasing further objections. The trio unanimously decided that Zhao Yi would portray the lead role of Chen Xuanzong in Journey to the West, The Demons Strike Back. The next audition was for the film's second lead, Miss Duan, a character of great significance. An exorcist of formidable power wielding the magical artifact. She plays an indispensable role in aiding Chen Xuanzong in subduing the fish demon, pig demon, and monkey demon, ultimately sacrificing herself at the hands of Wukong, thus enlightening Chen Xuanzong about the true essence of love and solidifying his grand aspiration to seek scriptures in the West. Such a captivating role, if portrayed well, could elevate the actress's popularity significantly, attracting numerous female performers to audition, including several renowned actresses and stars. Outside the audition room, Chen Lin said, "I will play Chen Xuanzong, and you will portray Miss Duan. Let us rehearse our lines." Dressed in a spirited heroine's attire, Yang Jia awaited her audition for the role of Miss Duan. "All right, Sister Yang," Chen San remarked, "you've prepared extensively for this role, delving deeply into her character and frequently rehearsing with others. You've even hired a professional stylist for your look. I am confident you will outshine the competition and secure the role." "Enough, Chen Lin. Let us not be overly confident. Just because I've prepared doesn't mean others haven't. Plus, Channing's popularity far exceeds mine. She is already one of the 4 great flowers while I am merely among the 4 little flowers." Yang Jia responded humbly. "Sister, do not underestimate yourself. Your popularity is not much less than Channing's. If not for her earlier debut, the title of the 4 great flowers could very well belong to you," Chen San reassured her. On the other side, Chan Ying, also dressed as a heroine, meticulously studied her script while mentally embodying the character of Miss Duan. That moment, a middle-aged woman entered, carrying a basket. She placed the basket on the table, revealing several steaming buns and a bowl of hot lotus seed and pig heart soup. "You've been working hard rehearsing. You haven't even had breakfast," the woman remarked, handing a bun to Chan Ying. "Here, have some buns I made myself, and drink this lotus seed soup to nourish your mind. You've been deeply immersed in preparing for Miss Duan's character, which requires great mental effort." The woman distributed the remaining buns to the nearby crew members. "Thank you, Mom," Chuning said, taking a bun and savoring it, expressing her gratitude. Since her daughter entered the entertainment industry, Chuning's mother had assumed the dual roles of manager and caretaker. Watching her daughter enjoy the buns she made brought her immense satisfaction. "Little Ing, do you feel confident about the role of Miss Duan?" her mother inquired. With her mouth full, Chuning replied, "I have some confidence. After several days of immersing myself in the character, I believe I can portray her well." Her mother, with concern, advised, "This film is a major investment of 45 million, directed by the visionary Wang San. With the talented Chen Dong as the screenwriter, he is highly regarded in the industry, and actors from his previous film Crazy Stone have all seen significant career boosts. The role of Miss Duan is pivotal, second only to Chen Xuanzong, and if you secure it and perform well, it could greatly expand your career and elevate your popularity." "I understand, Mom," Chuning replied. The audition panel consists of 3 members: the producer, the supervising producer and screenwriter Chen Dong, and director Wang Senator. I have some prior acquaintance with Li Bin, the casting assistant director, but for major roles like this, the final decision lies with Chen Dong. Thus, pay close attention to him during your performance. If you can impress him, you'll be on the right track. "All right. Understood, Mom." Today, 27-year-old Tang Ning was the oldest among the actresses waiting for auditions, eagerly looking forward to this opportunity as she sought to transition from television to film. Seeing it as a significant chance, "If I were to assume the role of Miss Duan, it would undoubtedly mark a significant breakthrough in my cinematic career. Although my fame does not rival that of one of the 4 great flowers, such as Chen Ying or Yang Jia, I possess an advantage. I have been acting for over a decade, and I am considered a seasoned performer, while previous portrayals of heroic female characters in television dramas have set a standard. My embodiment of such roles has captivated countless young admirers." Regarding the audition for the leading lady, Chen Dong's evaluation criteria were notably stringent and meticulous. 3 candidates advanced to the final round: Chan Ying, Yang Jia, and Tang Ning. The first to enter the audition room was Tang Ning. After delivering her performance, she exited the room with a sense of trepidation. While her appearance was commendable, her portrayal of a heroic woman was too pronounced. She might excel as a heroine but falter as Miss Duan, as the character is not merely a simplistic interpretation of a warrior. Wang San, resting his chin on his hand, concurred, "I share the same sentiment." Li Bin nodded in agreement. "Let's move on to the next." Chen Dong gestured for the staff to usher in the next candidate. Yang Jia was the second to audition. "Miss Yang, how do you interpret the character of Miss Duan?" Chen Dong inquired. Yang Jia had invested considerable effort into understanding Miss Duan, and her response flowed effortlessly. "Miss Duan is an exorcist. When Chen Xuanzong sings 300 nursery rhymes and the fish spirit is provoked, she fiercely subdues it. This illustrates her philosophy of using violence to counter violence, and her feelings for Chen Xuanzong are steadfast and passionate. Despite his evident affection for her, he ultimately prioritizes a greater love, leaving her unfulfilled until his dying breath, when he tenderly utters love, granting her the solace she sought." Upon hearing Yang Jia's insights, Wang San nodded thoughtfully. "Perform the scene where Miss Duan meets her demise." Chen Dong instructed. This time, there was no one to act alongside her, Yang Jie performed a solo piece. After completing her rendition, she exited the audition room. What do you think? Wang Xin asked Li Bin. It was quite good. Her performance encapsulated the essence of Miss Duan beautifully, Li Bin affirmed. And what of Xiao Dong? What is your perspective? Wang Sun turned to Chen Dong. Let us wait until we see the final candidate. Chen Dong replied, withholding his judgment. Finally, it was Chen Ying's turn. Hello, Director Chen, Director Wang, Director Li. Upon entering, she greeted everyone and introduced herself. I am Chen Ying, and I hope to secure the role of Miss Duan in Journey to the West, The Demons Strike Back. I trust my audition will meet your expectations. Thank you. The moment Chen Ying stepped in, adorned in a striking heroic costume, Chen Dong was captivated. Her radiant appearance and expressive, dark eyes compelled him to exclaim, Excellent. This is precisely the Miss Duan I seek. There is no need for further auditions. She is the one. Dressed as a heroine, Chen Ying embodied the character's essence, seamlessly merging her attire and persona, leaving an indelible impression that she was Miss Duan incarnate. This reminded Chen Dong of the similar fate of Wang Meiling from the 1983 adaptation of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, who, in the final selection, donned a costume and performed an impressive introduction, immediately capturing the attention of Jin Yong, who decisively cast her as Huang Rong. Chen Dong's enthusiastic approval delighted Chen Ying. Her striking entrance not only garnered praise from Chen Dong, but also earned enthusiastic nods from Wang Xin and Li Bin, who were thoroughly impressed. The audition process was extensive, spanning several days, but ultimately, the principal and significant supporting roles for Journey to the West, The Demons Strike Back were confirmed. Although some minor roles remained unfilled, the production team would utilize the interim period before filming commenced to finalize the cast. The casting for Journey to the West, The Demons Strike Back attracted numerous well-known actors and celebrities, resulting in a competitive atmosphere where even prominent stars faced rejection. Following the confirmation of the cast, media outlets closely monitored the new film helmed by the dynamic duo of Chen Dong and Wang Xin, generating extensive coverage. Tabloids indulged in speculation, reporting that the emerging star Yang Guang could not compete with Zhao Yi for the role of Chen Xuanzong. The announcement that Chen Ying had been chosen for the role of Miss Duan sparked amusement in Chen Dong. Despite a budding interest in her, the notion of love at first sight seemed exaggerated. Aware of the media's penchant for sensationalism, he could only chuckle at the rumors. However, Starlight Entertainment, the film's distributing company, seized upon the gossip to generate publicity, amplifying the buzz surrounding the pairing of the talented Chen Dong and the illustrious Chen Ying. The ensuing media frenzy was akin to a depth charge in the murky waters of the entertainment industry, creating ripples of excitement. The headlines were dominated by their rumored romance, further amplifying interest in Journey to the West, The Demons Strike Back. Entertainment magazines consistently featured updates about the film, and speculation about the nature of Chen Dong and Chen Ying's relationship intensified. When journalists approached them for comments, both remained tight-lipped, allowing the intrigue to flourish, prompting the press to offer substantial sums for exclusive photographs of the two together. At the CAF, Chen Dong stirred sugar into his coffee, addressing the elegant woman seated across from him. I apologize for any trouble the audition may have caused you yesterday. The woman, Chen Ying, radiated charm in her rose-patterned dress, perfectly accentuating her figure. With a gentle smile, she replied, It's quite all right. I'm accustomed to the antics of the paparazzi. Such rumors are commonplace in the industry, often fueled by a desire for sensationalism. Curiously, she continued, what prompted you to select me for Miss Duan after only a brief glance during the audition? Chen Dong explained, Your attire and demeanor resonated perfectly with the character's essence. It wasn't a matter of infatuation, as the tabloids suggest, leading to a misunderstanding. After hearing his explanation, Chen Ying smiled and shifted the conversation, expressing her admiration for his debut film, Crazy Stone, which he found immensely entertaining. Chen Dong took a sip of coffee and expressed his peculiar thoughts about wanting to turn them into a film to share with everyone. Coincidentally, after the success of The Things of the Ming Dynasty, which had garnered some profit, he approached the head of their department, Professor Zhou Jifu, to share his cinematic aspirations. Professor Zhou was quite supportive and introduced him to Professor Qian Changchun from the Denhai Academy of Drama, who suggested his student, Wang Xin, as a potential director. Through Wang Xin, they assembled the cast, leading to the eventual creation of Crazy Stone. Chen Ying inquired if he ever imagined that his unconventional ideas would evolve into the highest-grossing low-budget film in box office history. Chen Dong chuckled, admitting that he had never anticipated such monumental success. His sole intention was to manifest his whimsical thoughts without incurring losses. The conversation shifted as Chen Dong asked Chen Ying about her entry into the entertainment industry and whether she had ever envisioned herself becoming a star. She smiled, recounting a serendipitous encounter during her university days, where an advertiser, captivated by her beauty and demeanor, cast her in a beverage commercial. This led to her being noticed by renowned director Zhang Chongqing, who invited her to act in a supporting role in his film, thus marking her entry into the entertainment realm. She expressed that she never aspired to be a star and often wondered what path she might have taken had she not appeared in that commercial, perhaps as a painter. "Why a painter?" Chen Dong inquired. Chuning explained that painting was her passion, and she had always desired to become an accomplished artist. She then presented a painting to him, remarking that it was one of her best works. A piece she cherished dearly. Chen Dong graciously accepted, apologizing for not bringing a gift for her in return. Chuning reassured him that it was not a problem and that he could make it up to her next time. As Chen Dong examined the painting, he was struck by its lifelike depiction of a rural old house, complete with a swallow's nest and blooming lotus flowers in a nearby pond. The artwork vividly captured the essence of spring's vitality. Chen Dong praised the painting's beauty, noting that it evoked a refreshing sense of spring upon viewing it. Chuning jokingly remarked that if she ever left the entertainment industry and found herself in need, she could sell her paintings on the street, to which Chen Dong responded that her talent would easily fetch a good price. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Chuning observed that Chen Dong was an intriguing person, seemingly knowledgeable about everything, and the media often lauded his multifaceted talents. Chen Dong stirred his coffee, acknowledging his lack of painting skills but revealing his appreciation for art, having studied it with an esteemed predecessor. After their coffee, Chen Dong drove Chuning home and returned to his villa. Upon logging into his author account, he was delighted to find that his collection had surged by 3,000 within just one day, surpassing 30,000 in total, an impressive feat compared to many new authors. He uploaded the latest chapters of his work The Legend of the Ming Dynasty, celebrating the milestone with an additional 5 chapters as a token of gratitude for his readers' support. Later, as Chen Dong browsed a forum, he noticed a significant shift in discussions, focusing on the topic of what it takes for a great nation to rise, a depth of conversation that was a departure from the usual celebrity gossip. It dawned on him that he had been disconnected from current events for over a week. Randomly opening several posts, it quickly became evident that recent tensions had emerged with neighboring countries over territorial and sovereignty issues. The incidents involving South Vietnam and China incited outrage among netizens, leading to widespread condemnation of South Vietnam. Following this wave of anger and denunciation, online users began to reflect on what is required for a great nation to rise. These posts were quite intriguing, and Chen Dong delved into some of the responses from other users. One user, Wandering Fish, articulated that a stable political environment, a robust economic foundation, formidable national defense, and a flourishing cultural sector are essential. He asserted that only with a stable political landscape can a nation provide a strong basis for development. By leveraging economic and military strength, a nation can enhance its hard power, effectively utilize diplomatic negotiations, actively engage in international affairs, and export its culture to bolster its global influence, thus paving the way for becoming a great power. After reading this response, Chen Dong found it very insightful, that moment. Another user countered this viewpoint, arguing that it is opportunity that matters. For instance, Portugal and Spain lacked stable political situations before the age of exploration. Portugal was in turmoil, while Spain had just completed its unification. They did not possess a strong economic foundation, a vast military, or a developed cultural sector. Rather, it was the opportunity presented by maritime exploration and the subsequent trade and plundering of colonial resources that propelled them to greatness. Another user named Huang He provided his perspective, which also held merit. Soon, yet another user, Shang Shan Ruoshui, emerged to refute the previous claims, asserting that geographical factors are paramount. He cited the establishment of the United States, which began with a group of individuals fleeing Europe, including criminals, who sought wealth in the Americas. Eventually, British and French colonial companies joined in establishing the nation. The geographical position of the United States, isolated on the North American continent, played a crucial role in its development into a global superpower, as it remained unscathed during World War II, which primarily affected the Pacific and Japan. Gratitude was expressed for a generous donation during that night, which contributed significantly to the discourse on national character and spirit. It can be said that while everyone made valid points, their perspectives were not exhaustive. Suddenly, Chen Dong recalled a book from his original timeline that comprehensively discussed how various world powers emerged during the Age of Exploration. Titled The Rise of Great Nations, inspired by this thought, he decided to write his own book. Chen Dong activated his light brain, navigated to the entertainment list, selected the book category, and entered The Rise of Great Nations in the search directory. He quickly found 2 books, one titled The Rise of Great Nations and another with a similar title but a slight variation. The former was authored by British historian, sociologist, and novelist Herbert George Wells, covering the rise of great nations from Sumer and ancient Egypt up to the pre-World War II era. The latter, edited by Tang Jin and composed by several senior professors, focused on the sequential emergence of 9 world powers beginning from the Age of Exploration, including Portugal and Spain. Chen Dong chose to exchange for the rise of great nations, as it provided a more comprehensive overview from Sumer and ancient Egypt to primitive nomadic tribes, which many readers may not be familiar with. However, the stories of Portugal, Spain, and Britain, which rose to prominence in more modern times, are well known and pique public curiosity regarding their paths to greatness and the trials they endured along the way. Chen Dong expended 6 points to redeem the rise of great nations from the light brain. The book's content was evidently too profound for publication on the primary platform, primarily targeting online and printed avenues. The reader demographic on the platform was relatively homogeneous, mostly consisting of younger individuals, while middle-aged and elderly readers were scarce, limiting its overall influence. In contrast, physical books attract a broader audience, including young, middle-aged, and elderly readers. When notable figures read a meaningful book, they often share their thoughts, generating considerable buzz in the real world. Consequently, Chen Dong opted for physical publication. He placed a call to Du Wenhai, the chief editor of Yangtze River Publishing House. As the phone rang, Du Wenhai was in high spirits. Having previously been stern, he had become amiable since the overwhelming success of Those Things About the Ming Dynasty. Noticing the caller ID, Du Wenhai felt a surge of anticipation. Could it be that Tasting the Three Kingdoms had finally been completed? He had eagerly awaited this book, especially after the acclaim for Those Things About the Ming Dynasty, which had heightened reader expectations for Chen Dong's next work, also written in a humorous and engaging style. Hello, Editor Du, I have just completed a manuscript. Are you interested in publishing it? Chen Dong inquired. Du Wenhai's face lit up with excitement. Of course, how could I not be interested? Your reputation in the publishing industry guarantees a bestseller. Is it Tasting the Three Kingdoms? No, it's a narrative detailing the rise of various world powers from the Age of Exploration, Chen Dong clarified. Surprised, Du Wenhai furrowed his brow and asked, The rise of great nations? Not Tasting the Three Kingdoms? Let us meet at our usual spot to discuss this in detail. Sure, see you shortly. An hour later, they convened in a tea house, sequestered in a private room, sharing a meal while conversing. Chen Dong remarked, Recently, China has experienced tensions with several neighboring countries over territorial and sovereignty issues, sparking considerable discussion in society. I've seen netizens debating the conditions necessary for a great nation to rise. Yes, I've caught some of that in the news and on television. Is this the impetus for your book, The Rise of Great Nations? Du Wenhai queried. Chen Dong nodded. Indeed. Based on my perspective and historical research, I aim to elaborate on the stories of great nations that emerged from the Age of Exploration, starting with Portugal and Spain. These narratives can offer us insights and reflections, showcasing how through hard work and perseverance, we can realize our national dream of becoming a great power. I've brought the first draft, The Rise of Great Nations. The Portugal chapter, Chen Dong added, handing a printed manuscript to Du Wenhai. As for Tasting the Three Kingdoms, the first part will be released early next year, and I assure you it will not disappoint the eager readers. Du Wenhai accepted the manuscript, nodded in acknowledgement, and set his chopsticks down to begin reading. Chen Dong took a spoonful of soup and savored it. The Rise of Great Nations. The Portugal chapter began. Conquest commences with being conquered. From the 11th century BC to the 11th century AD, the Iberian Peninsula was ravaged by continuous warfare, having been successively conquered by Romans, Germans, and Moors. The inhabitants of this land fought relentlessly against the invaders. In 1143, a resilient monarchy, Portugal, emerged from the wars of territorial restoration. As he read, Du Wenhai became engrossed in the grand narrative of exploration, following Prince Henry and his diverse team of experts who improved the Chinese compass and transformed traditional European ships into multi-masted vessels equipped with triangular sails. They navigated along the western coast of Africa, resulting in a continuous influx of wealth into Lisbon. Excellent, Du Wenhai exclaimed, captivated by the profound analysis of Portugal's journey from a tumultuous state to the world's first great power. Momentarily sharing the globe with Spain. The text eschewed overly complex academic theories or dry historical accounts, instead presenting fluid, captivating stories rich with legend. They were engaging and insightful, allowing readers to draw lessons from the rise of great nations and reflect upon their own aspirations for national strength. Is that all? Du Wenhai asked, his voice tinged with eagerness. There are 8 more chapters, covering Spain, the Netherlands, Britain, France, Germany, Japan, Russia, and the United States, Chen Dong replied. Let us agree on a 15 royalty share, Du Wenhai proposed. After finishing The Rise of Great Nations, the Portugal chapter, One can almost foresee its potential for success akin to that of the affairs of the Ming Dynasty. The recent fervent discussions on social media regarding what is required for a great nation to rise have further drawn many readers to this book. While it does not explicitly outline the prerequisites for such a rise, it elaborates on how major world powers like Portugal, Spain, and the Netherlands emerged during the Age of Exploration. Although it does not provide a definitive answer to the conditions necessary for a great nation's ascension, readers can reflect on the rise and fall of these nations, drawing inspiration for their own nation's aspirations and endeavors. This indirect approach proves to be more effective than merely offering a precise answer. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. A 15 royalty share is a rate that only a select few best-selling authors in the publishing industry can command. Most authors receive 7, seasoned authors get 8, and those with a bit more acclaim earn between 8 and 10. Top-tier authors might obtain 12 to 14, but only writers like Chen Dong, whose every work is a guaranteed bestseller, can secure such a high percentage. A pleasant collaboration, he remarked. Following this, Du Wenhai summoned a lawyer to draft a contract with Chen Dong. The agreement stipulated that Chen Dong would transfer the publishing rights for The Rise of Great Nations in China to Changjiang Publishing House, in exchange for a 15 share of the sales profits. Once the contract was signed, Chen Dong handed over the remaining manuscript to Du Wenhai. After discussing business, the two enjoyed a meal together. Post-lunch, Du Wenhai hurried back to the publishing house, eager to expedite the release of The Rise of Great Nations before the current wave of national discourse dissipated, aiming to capitalize on it. Meanwhile, Chen Dong drove back to his villa to prepare for the annual finals of I Am a Singer, Sing If You Wish. The finals were set for January 10, with only 5 days left for preparation as it was currently January 5. The event would take place at the Mingyue Star Stadium in Dinghai City. 5 semifinals would yield a total of 15 contestants, with the champions from each region competing for the top spots. The competition would unfold in 2 rounds. The first round would feature the runners-up and third-place contestants, with 5 eliminated, while the remaining 5 would compete against the champions for the final ranking. Determined by audience votes, I Am a Singer, Sing If You Wish is heralded as the most popular talent show of the year, with media outlets predicting that over 100 million viewers would tune in for the live broadcast. The 15 contestants would capture the attention of an audience exceeding 100 million, with the ultimate champion poised to become a dazzling star remembered by countless viewers. Even before the competition began, entertainment newspapers, websites, and television programs were fervently speculating about the likely winners. Chen Dong and Hina emerged as the frontrunners, with the media sifting through their lives for captivating stories. For instance, Hina had portrayed the innocent and charming little dragon girl in the TV adaptation of Journey to the West, and Chen Dong was set to begin filming a new project titled Journey, the Demon Slayer after the new year, for which he had invested 45 million. Any headline featuring Chen Dong or Hina guaranteed a surge in sales, and videos of them online saw a significant spike in views. As media hype escalated, their topics permeated everyday conversations. School children argued on buses over who would win, office workers debated the same, factory workers discussed Chen Dong, and market-goers clustered to chat about both stars. In this month, the imminent finals of I Am a Singer, Sing If You Wish commanded the spotlight, and it was undeniable that Chen Dong and Hina were the most talked-about figures, overshadowing even major celebrities. Sitting at his computer, Chen Dong examined information about his primary rival, Hina. Suddenly, the name Li Yuchen surfaced in his mind, an individual endowed with musical talent, passionate about music, and driven by her dreams. During her middle school years, she consistently won singing competitions and even held concerts in her school auditorium during her senior year. Li Yuchen possessed a unique charm, exuding simplicity in her t-shirt and jeans, and her natural, unpretentious demeanor, coupled with confident dance moves, endeared her to many. Despite her unremarkable appearance and somewhat quirky personality, she triumphed in Supergirl, captivating a diverse fan base that included office workers, business owners, and students. Hina's character and experiences closely mirrored those of Li Yuchen. Gifted in music, unpretentious, and naturally appealing, she had undergone rigorous vocal training from a young age, excelling in ways that even Li Yuchen did not, such as her sweet, captivating voice, reminiscent of the soft tones of the Wu dialect. Having played significant roles in television and film, she left a lasting impression on audiences. These factors contributed to her immense popularity both in reality and online, where she secured victory in the Shudu semifinals by a margin of over 100,000 votes, earning her the title of the frontrunner. For Chen Dong to claim victory, he must confront the formidable challenge posed by Hina, necessitating his utmost effort in the impending finals. As the next step, he contemplated the song he would perform on stage. Opting for an original composition in the finals was a daring choice since the audience, who ultimately determined the outcome, might not favor it. Many contestants typically select well-known, classic songs that align with their vocal strengths. However, Chen Dong chose to present an original piece for two reasons. First, he had always championed originality, and his reputation was built on his exceptional talent for creating classics. Second, unlike other contestants who feared audience rejection of their original works, he had confidence that any song from his repertoire would resonate with the audience. He accessed his light brain and navigated to the music directory, selecting a song titled Fireworks Are Easily Cold. This classic Chinese song by Jay Chou has resonated deeply throughout the nation, evoking tears from countless listeners with its poignant tale of love and sorrow. The song narrates a tragic romance between a general and his beloved, whose lives are torn apart by war, leading to a heart-wrenching conclusion. The lyrics, rich with imagery and emotion, amplify the song's melancholic essence, compelling listeners to reflect on the fleeting nature of life and love. In the rehearsal room, Chen Dong inhaled deeply and began to sing, his voice conveying the profound yearning and solitude encapsulated in the lyrics. Chen Dong sang the song repeatedly, and a poignant love story began to unfold in his mind. It was a tale of a devoted woman who endured the torment of waiting for her beloved, only to ultimately renounce the world and become a nun after her unrequited love. Following the end of the war, the general returned to the place where they had once parted ways, only to learn from passers-by that a woman had awaited her lover's return in that very spot, alone until her dying day. An old man in the desolate city recounted her unwavering vigil. In the end, the general found solace in the ancient temple, sitting quietly on the meditation mat, rhythmically striking the wooden fish as the rain fell from the heavens, landing softly on the stone outside the Zen room. At this juncture, Chen Dong found himself lost in thought. On January 10th, the grand finale of I Am a Singer, Sing As You Wish officially commenced on this day. Nearly all media reporters and television viewers turned their attention to the singing competition. Chen Dong arrived at the venue early, only to be greeted by an unexpected shout from behind. Turning around, he spotted a charming girl standing a short distance away, clad in shorts and a white t-shirt, topped with a pink jacket, radiating youthful energy. In her hands, she held a fan sign that read, "Forever support Chen Dong." "Oh my gosh, is that really you, Chen Dong?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yellen, having only seen Chen Dong's silhouette before, found it familiar, reminiscent of his presence on stage, and called out tentatively. Upon hearing her voice, he turned to face her, and indeed, it was Chen Dong. "Hello," he greeted her with a warm smile. "Hi, Chen Dong. I can't believe I ran into you here," Yellen replied excitedly, before waving to her friends nearby, exclaiming, "Xiaoxi, Jiajia, come here quickly. Look who I'm standing in front of." Hearing Yellen's call, her companions turned their gaze towards her, and upon recognizing the familiar figure, they gasped in excitement. "Wow, it's Chen Dong." They rushed over, surrounding him with animated chatter. "Chen Dong, I'm your die-hard fan. Can I have your autograph?" "Me too." Chen Dong looked at the group of fans before him, most of whom were young girls, many in middle and high school, brimming with vitality. "Sure," he replied, glancing at the time and seeing that he had a moment to spare. He accepted the papers and pins from them and signed each one diligently. "What song will you be performing later? Can you give us a hint?" Yellen asked, her excitement palpable as she tucked the signed paper into her bag. The other fans echoed her curiosity. Chen Dong chuckled and responded. The song is titled Fireworks Fade, adapted from a classic. It incorporates many Chinese elements and embodies a traditional Chinese style. The song narrates a sorrowful love story, but I won't reveal too much. Otherwise, it will spoil the surprises later. Fireworks Fade. What a poetic title. Is it similar to Blue and White Porcelain? I adore your song Blue and White Porcelain. It's simply beautiful, and listening to it is a delightful experience, one fan named Xiaoxi remarked. Chen Dong, with a steady hand, signed his name in neat calligraphy on a fan's autograph book and added, "Fireworks Fade carries a slightly less literary flavor than Blue and White Porcelain, yet it imbues a sense of Zen enlightenment and melancholy, offering a distinct aesthetic experience." After signing, a fan requested, "Can we take a photo together?" "Of course, no problem," Chen Dong nodded, smiling. "Really? That's fantastic." The fans cheered joyfully. They lined up, faces aglow with happiness, flashing peace signs. "Cheese. 1, 2, 3. The flash of the camera illuminated the moment. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic fans, Chen Dong was escorted by the program staff to the backstage area. There, all the contestants were making final preparations for the upcoming competition. Some were quietly humming their songs while others closed their eyes to center themselves for a strong performance. As one of the leading contenders for the championship, many contestants recognized Chen Dong and greeted him with friendly nods, which he reciprocated. "Hello, Chen Dong." A young contestant greeted him with a bright smile. Chen Dong turned to see a cheerful young man. Hi, Li Wenxin, I've seen you sing on television. You're fantastic, Chen Dong complimented. During his leisure time, Chen Dong had followed other contestants from different regions, including Li Wenxin, who exhibited remarkable musical talent and songwriting prowess. Li Wenxin sighed. In this singing competition, singing well is just one aspect. The most crucial factor is popularity. Without sufficient support, even talent may fall short. In the Shudu region, Li Wenxin was an exceptionally talented singer, his skills rivaling those of Hina. However, due to a lack of popularity, he fell short by over 1 million votes, settling for second place. Chen Dong nodded in agreement, reflecting on the nature of talent shows, where true artistry is often overshadowed by public favor. The atmosphere grew quiet as both men sat in contemplation, waiting for the competition to commence. After several minutes, a staff member entered to announce that the first round of the annual finale was about to begin. The first round would feature the runners-up and second runners-up from each regional competition, with the audience's votes determining the 5 contestants to be eliminated. The remaining 5 would advance to the second round to compete for the championship title. The staff brought in a draw box for the contestants to select their performance order. Unfortunately, Li Wenxin drew the first number, making him the first to perform. Good luck, Chen Dong encouraged, extending his left hand. Thank you, Li Wenxin replied, tapping his right palm against Chen Dong's. With his guitar in hand, Li Wenxin stepped onto the stage, bowed to the audience, and introduced himself. Hello, everyone. My name is Li Wenxin, a university student from Shudu. Today, I will perform a song I wrote titled I Have a Dream. Many people have dreams as children, dreams of becoming teachers, scientists, journalists. But as we grow older, do we still remember those dreams? Are we striving to fulfill them? I hope you enjoy I Have a Dream. The audience erupted in applause as the accompaniment began. Everyone has a dream. In my heart a dream is budding, that is to be a painter when I grow up. Though this dream feels distant, I shall not cease my pursuit, even as I strive to realize my dream. His voice was clear and pure, the melody gentle, weaving a narrative that resonated with the audience and those watching at home. Many found themselves smiling, recalling their own childhood dreams of becoming pilots or scientists, innocent aspirations that had faded with time. Chen Dong, seated backstage, listened intently, nodding in approval. The performance concluded, and Li Wenxin bowed deeply once more, exiting the stage to thunderous applause. For the next hour, the remaining 9 contestants took the stage, each showcasing their unique vocal styles and strengths. The audience cast their votes, and the 5 contestants with the lowest scores were eliminated, while the remaining 5, including Li Wenxin, advanced to the next round. Thus, the first round of the grand finale came to a close. The most exhilarating second round of the competition is about to commence, and everyone is eagerly anticipating who will emerge as the ultimate champion. The production team has brought forth a drawing box, allowing the remaining 10 contestants to draw their respective numbers. Chen Dong draws his number and discovers it to be 2 on stage. The hosts make their entrance, 2 individuals, 1 male and 1 female. Both impeccably dressed. The male host, Yi Minghua, is known for his humorous and engaging style, adept at energizing the audience. Today, he is clad in a sharp suit, adorned with a striking bow tie, and his hair is styled in an exuberant manner. Exuding vitality, the female host, Xiao Lan, may be somewhat unfamiliar to Chen Dong, yet is a well-known figure to regular viewers of the Mingzhu TV entertainment channel. Dressed in a pink chiffon gown and a purple jacket, with her hair tied in a neat bow, she radiates charm, her lovely face lighting up with sweet dimples when she smiles. Good evening, dear audience. The hosts greet, bowing towards the audience. We are thrilled to stand on this stage for the grand finale of I Am a Singer. Sing if you wish, Yi Minghua expresses with a smile. Indeed, I share in this excitement, Xiao Lan adds, her voice sweetly resonant. After an intense series of preliminary rounds, semi-finals, and the first round of the finale, we have finally determined the 10 most outstanding contestants: Hina, Li Wenxin, Chen Dong, Zhao Yiba, and Hu Bin, among others. The second round of the grand finale begins. Yi Minghua holds a card in hand, glances at it, and announces, next, please welcome contestant number 1, Hina. Please welcome contestant number 1, Hina. Xiao Lan echoes, as their words resonate. Hina steps onto the stage. Hina, we will always support you. The audience erupts in a wave of enthusiastic cheers. Thank you, everyone, Hina waves to the audience. What song do you wish to share with us today? Xiao Lan inquires. Hina raises the microphone to her lips and replies, today, I would like to present Jiang'an Watertown, and I hope you all enjoy it. The accompaniment begins. The gentle swaying of a small boat breaks the tranquility of the river point. One of the representative works of the country music queen, Zhao Xia, Jiang'an Watertown, has been expertly adapted by professional musicians. perfectly complementing Hina's vocal timbre. Her voice is sweet and clear, imbued with a hint of Wu dialect, soft and lingering, evoking boundless imagination. As Hina performs Jiangnan Watertown, it flows through the hearts of the audience, captivating them with its melodious charm. Both those present at the venue and those watching at home are moved by the song, transported to the picturesque Jiangnan Watertown, gliding along the waterways and admiring the enchanting scenery. Instilling a profound yearning as Hina concludes her performance, the audience bursts into a fervent round of applause. After she bows and steps off the stage, Yi Minghua reflects, having just listened to Jiangnan Watertown, I feel as though I am immersed in the beautiful Jiangnan landscape. Xiao Lan nods in agreement, not only you, but I share the same sentiment. The lingering echoes of the melody still resonate within me. It was truly a magnificent performance. Next, let us see who will be the next contestant to take the stage. Yi Minghua flips open the card and loudly announces, please welcome contestant number 2, Chen Dong. At the back of the stage, Chen Dong rises, takes a deep breath, and walks towards the spotlight. Go for it. Go for it. Some contestants and backstage staff cheer him on. Thank you, Chen Dong responds as he steps onto the stage, waving to the audience. Hello, everyone. Instantly, the audience erupts in thunderous applause and cheers. Chen Dong's fans are ecstatic, waving their glow sticks and holding up light boards emblazoned with phrases like forever support Chen Dong and Chen Dong, champion, while chanting, Chen Dong, go. The cheers and screams blend into a cacophony of excitement. Thank you all, Chen Dong bows to the audience. Suddenly, he spots a familiar figure in the front row. Chen Ying, wearing a baseball cap that obscures her face, quietly waving a glow stick. Chen Dong gestures in her direction, and she looks over, offering him a sweet smile. Chen Dong, I am so glad to see you on this stage again. Yi Minghua remarks. Thank you, Chen Dong replies. When one thinks of Chen Dong, his remarkable talent immediately comes to mind. Each of his songs is deeply moving. I still recall being brought to tears by Old Boy. Beyond his musical prowess, Chen Dong has also achieved remarkable success in film and literature. Crazy Stone, known for its uproarious humor, has kept audiences laughing throughout the winter, and its multi-narrative style has left a significant mark in the screenwriting world, serving as a reference for many scriptwriters. Those Affairs of the Ming Dynasty is another well-known work, humorously recounting history in a captivating manner. Why, Yi Minghua praises. You flatter me, Chen Dong humbly replies. Xiao Lan then asks, I have heard that you released an album that sold over 3 million copies. A remarkable achievement that has placed it on the annual sales chart. Its app downloads surpassed 4 million, breaking historical records, and the 10 ringtones from the album have been downloaded over 24 million times. With several songs ranking among the top 10 in download history, the audience has lauded it immensely. Chen Dong, did you ever foresee such success for your debut album? Could you share with us the secret to your success? Chen Dong nods thoughtfully. I have been asked this before. I believe the success of my first album, Letting Dreams Soar, can be attributed to 2 key factors. Firstly, it is a heartfelt creation. Each song is a labor of love. And during the half-month recording period, I meticulously refined the quality of every track, immersing myself deeply in each song, pouring my emotions into the performances, which resonated with the audience. Secondly, the success of Letting Dreams Soar is also due to the unwavering support of my fans. I remember one particular fan, a high school student, who saved up for a week by working part-time to buy my album. I know there are many such fans who silently support me, and I want to express my gratitude to them. With a bow to the audience, he concludes, Thank you for your support, dear fans. The audience responds with another thunderous round of applause. Yi Minghua and Xiao Lan also join in the clapping. As the applause subsides, Yi Minghua asks Chen Dong, what song do you plan to share with us today? Chen Dong replies, this is a song rich in Chinese style, titled The Fireworks Fade. It will offer a unique experience. So please listen closely and immerse yourselves in it. Thank you. The accompaniment begins, Thank you for the bitter coffee, as fate drifts with the wind. Chen Dong's deep and powerful voice resonates, his poignant notes weaving a narrative that captivates the audience, drawing them into a profound story. The crowd is hushed, all ears attuned to the unfolding tale. In the temple, a monk rhythmically strikes a wooden fish while chanting scriptures, as the rain begins to fall. He picks up the wooden fish and steps outside the meditation room, gazing at the misty rain beyond the door, his thoughts drifting far away. On stage, Chen Dong suddenly closes his eyes and passionately sings, pouring all his emotions into the performance. Rain falls softly, the old hometown's vegetation is lush. I have heard that you remain alone. The mottled city gate is entwined with ancient tree roots, and the echoes on the stone slabs resonate with waiting. Rain falls softly, The old hometown's vegetation is lush. I hear you still guard the lonely city. The pastoral flute's melody wafts over the wild village. Our fateful roots have taken hold. The song is poignant, the melody haunting, and the imagery evokes a sense of melancholy. The entire stadium is enveloped in a somber atmosphere, with lyrics frequently alluding to the lush greenery of the hometown, the lonely city, and the weathered city gate, further enhancing the sorrowful mood. Many sensitive individuals find it hard to endure this melancholic ambience, gripping the armrests of their seats tightly, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere. The mournful melody lingers in the minds of all present, their gaze is vacant as they become ensnared in the tragic love story depicted in the song, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Chen Dong continues to narrate the tale of the general, who returns for the first time to the place he has longed for. Standing before the dilapidated, weathered city gate, he walks to the spot where they parted. Beside the long-dead tree, touching the stone on which he waited for his return, the elegant sounds of the pastoral flute drift in from the city, and passers-by tell the general of a woman who has always awaited her beloved's return. An elder in the lonely city reveals that she was alone until her dying day. Listening to youth brings laughter that envious many, the history books too gentle to pin the tale. Fireworks fade, human affairs easily part, and you ask me if I still care. The rain falls softly, the old hometown's vegetation is lush, I hear you still guard the lonely city. The pastoral flute's melody wafts over the wild village. Our fateful roots have taken hold I in the temple, the sound of rain yearns for eternity. The story continues, as the shaven-headed general listens to the rain falling outside the temple, reminiscing about the years that elicited envy. Lamenting that human affairs are but fleeting fireworks, as the last note fades and the story concludes, Chen Dong opens his eyes, traces of tears at the corners. Silence envelopes the audience, all moved by this heartrending love story. Lost in their thoughts, suddenly, a single clap breaks the stillness, awakening those who were still entranced by the poignant tale. In an instant, a wave of applause erupts, tears glistening in many eyes, as they applaud fervently. Chen Dong, encore. Encore. Below, his fans wave glowing sticks and shout. Rain falls softly, the old hometown's vegetation is lush, I hear you still guard the lonely city, a tale of life and death's arduous wait, a segment of tragic love. Combined with Chen Dong's heartfelt rendition, truly marks him as a creator capable of touching the soul. Emotion, nothing but emotion. This song is the most beautiful I have ever heard, without exception, truly captivating. Chen Dong is remarkable, deserving of the title of pioneer and promoter of Chinese style. This song allows me to feel the allure of Chinese style. The melody is beautiful, the lyrics even more so. It is a delight to listen to. Backstage, Tina gazes at the solitary yet talented youth on stage, feeling a mix of emotions. She observes the audience's reactions. Some are entranced, lost in the tragic love story, while others clutch their seats tightly, and some excitedly applaud, unable to contain their inner emotions. Others cheer loudly in admiration for the gifted youth on stage. Seeing this, Tina gently shakes her head. Compared to her cover of Zhao Lia's Yangnan Watertown, Fireworks Fade is on another level. The latter can make people weep. Its melody possesses a magical quality that immerses the audience in the narrative, allowing them to deeply feel the tragic love story. Such a powerful song undoubtedly qualifies as a classic. Conversely, Jiangnan Watertown may be considered classic if sung by its original artist Zhao Lia, but when performed by her, it pales in comparison, merely reaching the level of excellence. The distinction between classic and excellent is fundamentally profound, making them incomparable. If the competition's outcome were to be determined by judges, with their professional insight, she would likely lose. However, this time, the outcome is decided by audience votes, which are subjective and based solely on personal preference. Here, factors such as skill, vocal ability, and musical talent take a backseat to who possesses more fans. In this regard, she feels confident. Her fan base surely surpasses that of her opponent, who has only debuted for a little over 6 months. No matter how extraordinary their performance, they cannot quickly amass a larger following than her. She has acted in numerous significant roles in various television dramas since childhood and has appeared on many entertainment programs, boasting a substantial viewer base. This accumulated audience support has transformed into a formidable popularity. Below, Chen watches the talented youth on stage, who stands quietly, radiating like a dazzling pearl, receiving the adoration of the audience through applause, cheers, and various accolades. Voting begins. Before the television, the screen displays Chen Dong standing quietly on stage, the audience erupting in applause and cheers. Li Wanfeng, a music professor from Dinghai University, closely follows Chen Dong, having listened to every song he has produced. The more he listens, the more he praises Chen Dong's musical talent. Upon finishing Fireworks Fade, Li Wanfeng sincerely exclaims that the woman's life and death's arduous weight has touched countless hearts, moving many to tears. An absolute classic. A touching work. Li Mingji, a renowned musician in the country and a legendary figure in the music industry, has influenced generations with his widely sung compositions. His innovative contributions to music have left an indelible mark on many artists within the industry, and his influence extends globally. Upon hearing Fireworks Fade, Li Mingji can't help but express his envy for the young man's musical talent, noting that he has not only pioneered a new musical style, Chinese style, but has also elevated it to new heights, promoting it widely. With the popularity of Blue and White Porcelain and A Thousand Miles Away, more listeners have embraced this new musical style characterized by beautiful melodies, splendid lyrics, and enchanting imagery that captivates the heart. Within the music scene, Chinese style has gained recognition from many musicians who endeavor to incorporate elements of traditional Chinese culture into their own compositions. Let me give you a boost, Li Mingji comments on Weibo. Chen Dong's musical talent is astonishing. Classics such as I Believe, The Vast Sea and the Sky, Blue and White Porcelain, and Old Boy have all emerged from his pen. His musical prowess is evident in the creation of a new musical style, Chinese style, which he has elevated to new heights and promoted widely. No one can deny Chen Dong's immense contribution to the music industry. With the rise of Chinese style, our traditional culture flourishes. I believe, if there were to be an annual award for best contribution in the music industry, it should undoubtedly be awarded to Chen Dong this year. Li Mingji's Weibo comment garnered widespread attention within the music circle, sparking significant reverberations. Each song by Chen Dong evokes a distinct emotional response, profoundly moving the listener. After experiencing Fireworks Fade, one feels transported to a Buddhist temple from 1,000 years ago, perceiving the tragic love story through the monk's perspective. Why? Minghua inquires, Chen Dong, could you share with us how Fireworks Fade was created? Chen Dong lifts the microphone to his lips and responds, the inspiration for this song comes from a timeless classic. Perhaps some in the audience or watching at home are familiar with Chinese literary masterpieces. The story in the song is adapted from the record of the Kailan Temple by Yang Xian from the Northern Wei Dynasty. I have blended modern pop elements into the song to make it more accessible to listeners, incorporating innovative elements such as Buddhist themes to give the piece a sense of Zen. Chen Dong steps off the stage. Next, please welcome contestant number 3, Hu Bin, Yi Minghua announces loudly. After more than an hour, all 10 contestants have taken the stage to perform. Aside from Chen Dong and Li Wenxin, who continue to persevere in performing original songs, the other 8 contestants opted for renditions of classic tunes. Regardless of whether it was an original piece or a cover, each participant delivered an exceptional performance, showcasing their full talents. Once the final contestant, Hu Yiba, concluded his song, Yi Minghua, accompanied by Xiao Lan, took to the stage with a warm smile, addressing the audience both present and at home. Hello, dear viewers. With that, all 10 remarkable contestants have finished their performances. It can be said that each contestant has brought us a splendid song. Now, let us invite all 10 contestants to the stage. Backstage, the first contestant, Hina, led the way, followed closely by Chen Dong, as they ascended the stage in an orderly fashion according to their assigned numbers. Xiao Lan announced, we are about to enter the most exhilarating voting segment, where you will select the ultimate champion. If you wish to cast your vote for a contestant, please edit 00 followed by the contestant's number and send it to 106 1006. Online voting will commence once the voting portal opens, displaying the portrait of each contestant. Simply mark your choice in front of the contestant's image and click to confirm. Do you understand? Yi Minghua proclaimed loudly. Is everyone ready? I now declare the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Together, they shouted, voting starts. According to the rules of the I Am a Singer, Sing As You Wish competition, at the moment the host announced the start of voting, the voting channel on the official website of Mingzhu Television was activated, revealing the portraits of all 10 contestants. Simultaneously, other voting channels, including SMS, Weibo, mobile websites, and various partner websites, were also opened. Every 2 minutes, the computer would tally the votes for each contestant, displaying the results on the big screen. In Chen Dong's QQ fan group and other online communities, administrators rallied supporters to vote. Voting has begun. Everyone, quickly cast your vote for Chen Dong. Let's support him in winning the championship. In the QQ group, the administrator, Yezi, sent a message urging everyone to vote for Chen Dong. As they all joined the group out of admiration for him, they sprang into action to cast their votes. Another administrator, MOU, echoed this call, garnering significant responses as fans took to their phones and computers to vote for Chen Dong. They also spread the message. Support Chen Dong, vote for him, across various platforms like QQ groups, forums, and Weibo.in universities, where Chen Dong's fanbase was most prominent. Fans eagerly took out their phones and opened their computers to vote for him. In the New Century Internet CAF, the owner, Wu Bo, sent a mass message to all customers online. Click this link, it's safe and secure, vote for Chen Dong, and receive 1 hour of free internet with a screenshot. On a bustling street, at an ice cream shop, the owner, Hu Jia, instructed the staff to hang a banner that read, vote for Chen Dong and receive a complimentary drink. In a renowned gaming guild, the president of the urged all members to support Chen Dong with their votes in a popular online game. The guild leader, Su Ji, encouraged members to vote for Chen Dong, offering 1 gold coin as a reward for each vote cast. Similarly, Hina's fans began to mobilize, using her QQ fan group and Weibo as platforms to rally support for her. The fervor among Hina's fans rivaled that of Chen Dong's supporters. The big screen on stage began displaying the vote counts for the 10 contestants. Hina, 878,218 votes. Chen Dong, 8,788,151 votes. Hu Bin, 5,715,141 votes. Hello, dear viewers at home. You can clearly see the vote counts displayed behind me, reflecting the tallies from the backstage computer.at this moment. Hina and Chen Dong are leading with significant margins, with Hina at 8,878,218 votes and Chen Dong at 8,788,151 votes. Yi Minghua explained to the audience.at Dinghai University. Lili focused intently on the big screen displaying each contestant's vote count. Hina, 8,878,218 votes. Chen Dong, 8,788,151 votes. Hu Bin, 5,715,141 votes. The figure for Hina stood out glaringly. Damn, Lili exclaimed, turning to Zhao Yang and Guozhen, bring out those signed albums by Chen Dong. I am going to take a chance. Many classmates had signed albums from Chen Dong as a little perk. All right, Zhao Yang and Guozhen responded, retrieving their cherished signed albums from their boxes. These 2 albums bore unique signatures. Unlike others that only had a name, these included short blessings. Wishing you wealth soon. Wishing you success soon. Wishing you happiness soon. These heartfelt messages reflected the deep bond between Chen Dong and his friends, making them highly collectible. Upon receiving the 3 signed albums from Guozhen and Zhao Yang, Lili scanned them with his phone and posted on a fan site with the title, Chen Dong's hand-signed blessing album. 1 lucky winner will receive it. The post featured 3 high-definition images of the signed albums, emphasizing their collectible value. Dio, you want to own one? Just vote for Chen Dong. Screenshot your vote and post it here for a chance to win. The system will randomly select 3 lucky voters by the end of the voting period to receive these signed albums. What are you waiting for? Grab your phones and vote for Chen Dong. This post quickly captured the attention of fans across the site. Notably, Chen Dong had never held a signing event, so only a select few possessed signed albums, classmates, and a handful of fortunate fans. Media reports suggested there were only about 100 signed albums in existence, making them a coveted item among Chen Dong's supporters. Some even offered substantial sums, with one signed with a black pin priced at 500 yuan, and one with a blue pin at 1,000 yuan. The signed albums with blessings were exceedingly rare, typically held by close friends and fans. Seeing 3 signed blessing albums suddenly become available sent Chen Dong's fans into a frenzy, eagerly eyeing the images on the webpage, hoping to be among the 3 fortunate winners to possess a signed album, which they could proudly showcase in the QQ fan group or on social media. Other users, though not fans of Chen Dong, recognized the potential to sell these signed albums to fans at several times their original value. With voting just a text message away, they too joined the fray, casting their votes for Chen Dong and posting screenshots in hopes of being among the lucky 3. Just minutes ago, I voted for Chen Dong but didn't take a screenshot. This time, I borrowed my mom's phone to cast my vote. Hoping my sincerity would earn me one of those signed albums, I risked my girlfriend's wrath by using her phone to vote for Chen Dong, knowing she is a supporter of Hina. I just hope she doesn't find out before the voting portal closes. Suddenly, one fan posted a voting screenshot, refreshing the page to find replies flooding in, leaving them astonished at the overwhelming response. At Letian Entertainment Company, Yang Ying observed the big screen displaying the vote counts. Hina, 8,878,218 votes. Chen Dong, 8,788,151 votes. Hu Bin, 5,715,141 votes. A smile crept across her face. As Hina's manager, she was well-connected and capable within the industry. Having invested considerable effort for Hina's victory, she initially contemplated securing the win through underhanded means, but something had changed. Rumor had it that the higher-ups at the television station had prohibited such actions, leaving her with no alternative but to play by the rules. Utilizing her connections within the media is the only recourse left. Firstly, it is essential for Hina's promotional efforts to shape her image into that of a gentle and refined woman, reminiscent of the soft-spoken and alluring figures from the southern waters of Jiangnan. This approach has garnered her a significant following among fans who appreciate a delicate persona. Secondly, it is imperative that the stars under the auspices of Lu Tian Entertainment rally in support of Hina on social media platforms. The first strategy serves as a gentle influence, gradually endearing her to the audience, transforming their admiration into genuine fandom. The latter, however, is the decisive blow. The simultaneous endorsement of Hina by numerous celebrities will create a sensational impact. A swift and decisive strike against Chen Dong. On the large screen of the stage, the vote counts for the 10 contestants are updated once more. Chen Dong, 10,415,452 votes. Hina, 10,318,784 votes. Yang Lu, 6,444,574 votes. The fan groups for Chen Dong erupt in jubilation, celebrating his temporary lead over Hina, widening the gap by over 100,000 votes. Chen Dong's supporters are urged to maintain their efforts, ensuring that those who have yet to vote do so, striving to increase the margin between him and Hina.at Dinghai University, as they observe Chen Dong's vote count surpassing Hina's on the television screen. Li, Guozhan, and Zhao Yang exchange high-fives in celebration. Chen Dong may only be temporarily ahead, but Guozhan is encouraged to continue promoting his post. He diligently sits at his computer, repeatedly copying and pasting messages that advocate for Chen Dong across various active forums and music websites. Zhao Yang takes charge of the QQ groups, sending out messages every few minutes, urging support for Chen Dong with links to the voting site. Meanwhile, Li steps out of the dormitory to gather signed records from others, explaining that these will be used as prizes to entice fans to vote for Chen Dong, promising to return the favor later. Enthusiastic classmates readily hand over their signed albums, joining the campaign to rally support for Chen Dong. Ingjie, there are only 10 minutes left before the voting portal closes, and Chen Dong is currently leading Hina. Shall we begin now? Assistant Xiao Wen enters the office and addresses Yang Ying. Yes, let's start. Have Zhang Yuxing and Yang Lina publicly support Hina on Weibo. Yang Ying responds while glancing at the screen displaying Chen Dong's 11,485,452 votes and Hina's 11,375,784 votes, widening the gap to over 110,000 votes. With only 10 minutes remaining until the voting portal closes, Yang Ying smiles at the sight of the young contestant in the second position. Despite his musical talent and charismatic presence that could easily attract fans, he is fated not to win. The world of talent shows has never been fair, as success often hinges not merely on ability but also on a series of behind-the-scenes machinations that can overshadow all efforts made on stage. Meanwhile, the large screen displays a fresh wave of data. Chen Dong, 11,485,452 votes. Hina, 11,375,784 votes. Yang Lu, 784,574 votes. The fan groups for Chen Dong erupt in celebration once again. Across Dinghai University, Li, Guozhan, Zhao Yang, and several other enthusiastic supporters join in the cheers. Chen Dong's fans nationwide are equally exhilarated. At the filming site in Fushandao, emerging idol Zhang Yuxing receives a phone call. Smiling as he opens Weibo to post a comment praising Hina's brilliant performance, declaring her the most talented and soulful singer he has encountered, he encourages his fans and friends to support Hina with their votes. Backstage, Yang Lina sits in a chair while a makeup artist tends to her, when suddenly an assistant brings her a phone call, her personal number known only to a select few. Answering with a smile, she acknowledges that the arrangements have already been made to support Hina across the company. She logs into Weibo and posts a message expressing her support for Hina, emphasizing her talent and hard work. Simultaneously, the stars from Lu Tian Entertainment mobilize, utilizing their influence to bolster Hina's campaign. The large screen updates once more. Hina, 14,154,818 votes. Chen Dong, 13,045,875 votes. Yang Lu, 8,521,251 votes. The wave of disbelief washes over the audience. Many viewers are taken aback, feeling the situation is profoundly unfair to Chen Dong, as numerous stars from Lu Tian Entertainment have actively campaigned for Hina. Zhang Yuxing's endorsement of Hina as the most talented and soulful singer is met with disdain, as he has been preoccupied with filming and likely has not even watched the competition. The audience perceives a stark contrast between Chen Dong's genuine musical talent and Hina's perceived lack thereof. leading to widespread outrage against Luteon Entertainment's tactics. Soon, viewers expressed their indignation, criticizing the unfair advantages afforded to Hina. These sentiments resonate deeply, prompting even those who are not fans of Chen Dong to cast their votes in opposition to the manipulative tactics employed by Luteon Entertainment. The repercussions for Zhang Yuxing are swift, as he faces a crisis of trust among his fanbase. Despite his clarifications on Weibo, the damage is done. Evidence emerges that proves he was filming during Hina's performance, leading his supporters to feel betrayed. Ultimately, a celebrity's most valuable asset is their popularity, and the erosion of that popularity can spell disaster, especially for idol stars like Zhang Yuxing, whose status is precariously reliant on their public image. The high praise that Li Mingji bestowed upon Chen Dong in a comment on Weibo has begun to resonate within the music industry. Numerous celebrities and musicians, upon encountering Li Mingji's comment, revisited all of Chen Dong's songs, listening intently. Afterward, they were unanimous in their admiration, particularly upon discovering that Chen Dong had composed all of these songs independently within a mere 6 months. Many musicians found themselves utterly captivated by his talent. Following their listening experience, a plethora of individuals took to their own Weibo accounts to express their high regard for Chen Dong. If one were to evaluate a musical prodigy within the industry, it would undoubtedly be Chen Dong. I have been closely following his journey in original music composition, and the achievements he has garnered evoke a sense of humility among us seasoned artists. His song, I Believe, brimming with youth and passion, has stirred countless young hearts, becoming a motivational anthem among university students. Meanwhile, Old Boy resonates deeply with those who have entered their 30s, evoking memories of lost youth and faded dreams in many a middle-aged listener, myself included, who may find solace in the quiet of night while reflecting on the passage of time. Li Mingji's commendation of Chen Dong is by no means an exaggeration. His talent is indeed formidable, and we must support this exceptionally gifted young man. Renowned musician Zhang Kuan commented on Weibo, stating, "I have listened to every one of Chen Dong's songs. They are magnificent and profoundly moving. His music seems to possess a magical quality that strikes directly at the heart's most vulnerable points, evoking a deep resonance that can bring one to tears or ignite a fervor within. I am genuinely impressed by Chen Dong's musical prowess. My album is set to release in April next year, and I hope Chen Dong can assist me in writing a song. Lastly, I wish for fans and netizens alike to rally behind Chen Dong and cast their votes for him." The illustrious pop star Zhou Hua also expressed his endorsement on Weibo, stating, "I seldom listen to music online, as the mainstream love songs lack substance and fail to inspire. However, upon serendipitously hearing a few of Chen Dong's songs, I found myself quite taken with them. I discovered more of his music online, and it is not only beautiful but also meaningful. This is true music. Listening to Blue and White Porcelain and Fireworks, Easy to Cool cultivates one's emotions and promotes traditional Chinese culture. While I Believe in My Future is not a dream, inspire the youth to pursue their dreams. Old Boy evokes nostalgia for many regarding their youth and aspirations. Everyone, please extend your support to Chen Dong. He is a genuine musician of China." If the support from the stars of Luteon Entertainment for Hina was akin to a deep-sea bomb, then Zhou Hua's endorsement of Chen Dong on Weibo, inviting him to collaborate, represents a nuclear explosion at sea. Many have come to recognize the astonishing talent of this young man through Weibo, and upon revisiting Chen Dong's repertoire, they have realized that the familiar melodies of Blue and White Porcelain, Fireworks, Easy to Cool, Old Boy, and I Believe are indeed the creations of Chen Dong. Is he really a newcomer? Can a debut artist achieve sales of over 3 million copies of their first album? Can a newcomer independently compose over a dozen classic songs, each capable of moving vast audiences across the nation? Chen Dong, who is not a professional singer and has not undergone formal vocal training, has accomplished this. To describe him as exceptionally gifted would not be an exaggeration. Comparatively, Hina pales in comparison. No matter how well she covers the classics of other artists, she cannot attain the same level of significance. How can she be compared to Chen Dong? With the backing of Zhou Hua, Chen Dong's previously precarious situation has been dramatically transformed. While celebrity endorsements may only reach their own fan bases, Zhou Hua's influence spans the mainland, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and the Chinese diaspora in Southeast Asia, with fan numbers exceeding 100 million, far surpassing the combined totals of Hina supporters. Moreover, Li Mingji and Li Wanfu are titans within the music realm. Although they do not possess a fan base, their impact on the industry is unparalleled. Li Mingji is the figure most closely associated with musical mastery in the Chinese music scene. And the mere mention of Master commands universal respect. Li Wanfu, having dedicated his life to music education, has produced a multitude of students who populate the industry, and his reputation for nurturing talent is well known, earning him deep admiration from his pupils. With such formidable support behind him, Chen Dong has decisively outshone Hina on stage. The big screen flashed a new wave of results. Chen Dong, 16, 414,544 votes. Hina, 14,475,454 votes. Yang Lu, 7,887,154 votes. A countdown was visible, and the audience clearly saw that only 6 minutes remained until the voting channels would close. Following Hina's sudden surge of 2.67 million votes, the audience felt a mix of surprise and skepticism. Many began checking their phones or computers for an explanation, quickly uncovering the source of Chen Dong's remarkable vote increase, and they were left astounded. It turned out that the esteemed Zhou Hua had publicly endorsed Chen Dong on Weibo, even inviting him to collaborate. Alongside Zhou Hua support, numerous seasoned musicians and domestic scholars were also voicing their backing for Chen Dong on Weibo. What a remarkable situation. I recall that Chen Dong has not signed with any entertainment company. How does he possess such an extensive network of influential figures, including Zhou Hua and the giants of the music industry? As many scrutinized the details, their doubts about Chen Dong's sudden vote surge dissipated. It became evident that Zhou Hua, Li Mingji, Li Wanfu, and others supported Chen Dong purely out of admiration for his extraordinary talent, which, rather than alienating the audience, garnered the interest of those previously unfamiliar with him, leading them to appreciate this remarkable young artist. In contrast, the support for Hina came from a collective of artists bound by company interests, which generated resentment among viewers who perceived their endorsements as insincere. Though both sides expressed support on Weibo, the impact was markedly different. Yang Ying from Letian Entertainment stared incredulously at the television screen, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Chen Dong, 16,414,544 votes. Hina, 14,475,454 votes. Yang Ying exclaimed, "How can this be possible?" She had invested considerable effort and resources into ensuring Hina's victory. Initially, it appeared as though her hopes would materialize, as Hina's vote count had surged ahead of Chen Dong's by over 1.1 million votes with only 8 minutes remaining before the voting closed. Yang Ying was convinced that Hina would clinch the championship and had even begun contemplating the details of a celebratory event for the following day, inviting media representatives to amplify Hina's fame. However, within the next 2 minutes, a shocking turn of events unfolded. The 1.1 million vote gap was reversed, and Chen Dong surged ahead by over 2 million votes. What on earth was happening? Hina had the backing of numerous stars from her agency, which had facilitated a rapid increase of 2.67 million votes, allowing her to surpass Chen Dong. Yet, Chen Dong had no ties to any entertainment company, and his background was rather ordinary. This piqued her curiosity. Xiao Wan, investigate this matter. Yang Ying instructed her assistant. Understood. The sudden rise in Chen Dong's votes could only be attributed to 2 factors. First, he had celebrity support. Second, he possessed the means to orchestrate behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wan entered with a laptop. Xiao Wan, have you found out what happened? Yang Ying queried. Yes, Sister Ying, take a look for yourself. Xiao Wan handed the laptop to Yang Ying. Upon receiving the laptop, Yang Ying saw multiple pop-up windows displayed on the screen. She clicked on one, revealing a renowned musician's endorsement of Chen Dong. Yet, the influence of a single musician was far from sufficient. She clicked on another pop-up and was taken aback to see the name Zhou Hua. In the entertainment industry, Zhou Hua is a superstar, and his fame in the Chinese music scene is immense. The combined influence of her agency's numerous stars could not compete with him. Continuing to click through the pop-ups, she encountered the names of familiar figures. Li Mingji, regarded as the closest person to a musical master. Li Wanfu, whom everyone in the music industry respectfully addresses as Teacher Li. He Runtong, a powerful singer in the industry. Hua Xiaodong. The sheer weight of these illustrious names left her stunned, as each one held considerable sway in the entertainment world. In that moment, Yang Ying felt as if her confidence had deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing into her chair. It was clear. To enable Hina to surpass Chen Dong in votes, they would need someone with even greater influence to champion her cause, which seemed impossible. Although she was a well-connected agent in the industry, persuading such prominent figures was an unattainable feat. The outcome was indeed as everyone had anticipated. When the voting closed, Chen Dong led with an impressive 19,141,545 votes, securing the championship. Ultimately, the results revealed that Chen Dong claimed first place, Hina took second, and Yang Lu finished third. That moment, the stadium erupted with fervor as tens of thousands of fans celebrated. Chen Dong's supporters cheered ecstatically, waving glow sticks amidst a chorus of applause. Not only was the atmosphere electric on site, but fans watching from their televisions also erupted into cheers. All the hard work put into campaigning for votes was vindicated in this moment, as Chen Dong's victory symbolized triumph. What a splendid achievement for Chen Dong. In Chen Dong's fan groups on various platforms, enthusiastic messages of congratulations flooded the chat. Meanwhile, in his former dormitory, a group of students, including Li Li, Guozhan, and Zhao Yang, gathered around a laptop, eagerly watching the competition unfold. A collective cheer arose as they witnessed the closing of the voting portal and Chen Dong's remarkable lead. While Hina's fans expressed their disappointment, no one begrudged Chen Dong his victory, for his talent had won their respect. Chen Dong's success was a testament to his genuine ability and popularity, free from any suspicion of foul play. Although a few of Hina's more zealous supporters voiced their grievances, the audience, including her fans, chose to disregard such negativity, understanding that true fandom should not lose its essence. The host, Yi Minghua, seized the moment to announce to the audience, both present and at home, that the most thrilling moment had finally arrived. Congratulations to Chen Dong for winning the championship, Hina for securing second place, and Yang Lu for claiming third. He encouraged those who did not place to hold their heads high, for merely standing on that stage was a victory in itself. The audience responded with generous applause, while the unranked contestants forced smiles, clapping despite their bitter disappointment. It would be disingenuous to claim they were not disheartened. In reality, only 1 or 2 of the 7 would likely sign with entertainment companies. And even then, these would be smaller firms with stringent contracts, limiting their potential for stardom. The disparity in treatment compared to Hina and Yang Lu, who signed with top-tier entertainment firms, was stark. The fortunate few who managed to enter the entertainment industry might still find themselves overshadowed, while others faded into obscurity, perhaps resorting to performing on the streets or settling for mundane jobs. Forgotten within a few years, the 7 contestants exchanged bittersweet congratulatory words with Chen Dong, Hina, and Yang Lu. They turned to leave the stage, many knowing they might never return. After bidding farewell to these departing figures, Xiao Lan turned to announce the arrival of Zhao Guangwei, the director of Mingzhu Television, to present the trophy. Dressed in a sharp suit, Zhao Guangwei approached the stage with a smile, delivering a brief yet engaging speech before commencing the award presentation. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause as 3 presenters, each bearing the trophies for champion, runner-up, and third place, ascended the stage. Zhao Guangwei accepted the champion's trophy from the presenter, handing it to Chen Dong while shaking his hand and encouraging him to continue striving for excellence. Thank you all, Chen Dong said, bowing to the audience as he held the trophy, which was remarkably heavy, not just in weight but in significance. The live broadcast by Mingzhu Television garnered a remarkable average rating of 11,100, peaking at 38.1100, with viewership exceeding 100 million. The discussion surrounding this event had become a national sensation, making the championship trophy immensely meaningful. Zhao Guangwei then presented the trophies for second and third places to Hina and Yang Lu, respectively. After expressing their gratitude to the audience, the lengthy competition that had spanned over 6 months finally concluded. Chen Dong emerged as the champion, fulfilling expectations, while Hina and Yang Lu secured second and third places, respectively. In the days that followed, the trio became the focal point of media attention, especially Chen Dong, whose story was extensively covered by newspapers, news websites, and television programs. The Denhai Entertainment Report remarked on the finale of the popular music competition, "I am a singer, sing if you wish," where Chen Dong emerged victorious. Interestingly, both Chen Dong and Hina, hailing from different institutions, attracted significant attention and support. However, an unexpected twist occurred when the renowned singer Zhou Huan publicly endorsed Chen Dong, ultimately leading to his victory. Curiosity abounds regarding whether Chen Dong would accept an invitation from Zhou Huan to collaborate on a song, as many anticipate that such a partnership would yield extraordinary results. The Urban Entertainment Report highlighted the exhilarating finale of the singing competition, where Chen Dong clinched the championship. Each of his performances, from the story of time to the fireworks are cold, resonated deeply with audiences. The story of time evoked memories of youthful innocence, while Old Boy struck a chord with those reflecting on lost dreams and fading youth. The vast sky radiated positivity, encouraging perseverance in the face of adversity. The ethereal beauty of blue and white porcelain captivated listeners, transporting them to the enchanting Jiangnan region, and the fireworks are cold evoked a poignant sense of melancholy. We all believe that Chen Dong's musical journey is merely beginning, and he has much more to offer in the future. After the competition concluded, Chen Dong finally enjoyed a few days of tranquility, with a sunshade, a lounge chair, and a small table adorned with beverages and fruits. He relaxed in the gentle breeze, dozing off. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his repose. "Hello, sorry to bother you, boss," came the voice of Gao Ming on the line. There's something you need? Chen Dong inquired. Gao Ming cheerfully replied. The sales report for the mobile game Plants vs. Zombies is out. Having just returned from a trip, he casually addressed Chen Dong as boss. Oh, how did it go? Chen Dong asked, sitting up in his chair. The mobile game had been completed and tested a week prior, with its release in the App Store coinciding with Chen Dong's busy schedule preparing for the competition. He had entrusted Gao Ming to promote the game vigorously. Due to its captivating graphics, engaging gameplay, and challenging nature, the game had garnered immense popularity among players, leading to 760,000 downloads in the United States alone, placing it within the top 21 most popular mobile games. Gao Ming expressed optimism that it would soon break into the top 10. Thank you all for your hard work. Now that we have some leisure time, I propose that each of you take turns traveling abroad. The destination is yours to choose, and the company will cover the expenses. Additionally, there will be a bonus for everyone. Chen Dong smiled and spoke. He is not a stingy person. The game Plants vs. Zombies has earned him over $60 million. Although he obtained the game design documents, art resources, music and sound files, and engine files through his own efforts, the core programming was accomplished by diligent programmers. And the various sales channels were developed by the sales team, so everyone's contributions were significant. With everyone now having some free time, Chen Dong intends to allow them to travel abroad to relax. And of course, the bonuses will be substantial, based on their contributions, ranging from 3 months to half a year's worth. As the head of the game development team, Gao Ming will receive a bonus of 300,000, which is considerable. Evenly Li, an intern from a rural background, will receive 10,000, which is a significant amount for him. All right, boss, I believe everyone will be immensely grateful for your generosity, Gao Ming joyfully remarked. Chen Dong took a sip of coconut juice from the table and said, everyone should take the time to relax. In a week, the company will initiate a new game development project, and we will undoubtedly need to increase our workforce several-fold. You will still be the head of the game development team, and I will entrust the recruitment of the deputy leaders and staff to a headhunting agency. As a game production company with a notable reputation worldwide. Merely having one successful game is insufficient to ascend to the ranks of premier gaming companies. One must have several classic series, such as Blizzard's Warcraft, StarCraft, and Diablo, or EA's The Sims, Command Conquer, and Red Alert. Thank you, boss, for your trust. Upon hearing about the new game development project, Gao Ming eagerly inquired if the boss could divulge the type of game it would be. Following the success of Plants vs. Zombies, he had developed great faith in his much younger boss, recognizing that the triumph of Plants vs. Zombies was primarily due to its creativity, featuring an impressive 50 adventure levels, 49 distinct plants, and 26 unique zombies, along with diverse scenes that made the game highly engaging. The achievements and mini-games provided challenges that captivated players, all stemming from the visionary ideas of his young boss. It will be a large-scale multiplayer online role-playing game with a medieval fantasy theme. I have named this envisioned game World of Warcraft. Due to the extreme shortage of staff, I will also outsource some materials to other companies, Chen Dong stated. World of Warcraft, in the original timeline, was the first online game produced by the renowned company Blizzard Entertainment. Based on the storyline of the single-player game Warcraft, it relied on the historical events and heroic figures of Warcraft, providing a comprehensive timeline for players to embark on adventures, complete quests, explore unknown worlds, and conquer monsters. World of Warcraft underwent testing in North America in 2004 and was officially released on November 23 of the same year in the United States, New Zealand, Canada, Australia, and Mexico, receiving widespread acclaim and achieving tremendous success. By April 2008, World of Warcraft held a market share of 62 in the MMORPG sector, and by the end of 2008, the number of paying users globally had surpassed 11.5 million, setting a Guinness World Record. By January 2014, the total number of accounts created worldwide exceeded 100 million, including trial accounts, with character roles reaching 500 million, encompassing players from 244 countries and regions, including Antarctica, the Bahamas, and Christmas Island. In the year Chen Dong traversed, 2014, World of Warcraft had already been in operation for 10 years. Many fans, despite being unable to play due to work and family obligations, still reminisced about their adventures with teams and dungeons, recalling moments of camaraderie when calling for help in the chat during battles, or the thrill of obtaining a level 10 green item. The emotional connection this game fostered among a generation of players is undeniable, showcasing its iconic status. Chen Dong aspired to recreate this globally popular game, with players spread across 244 countries and regions. After concluding his conversation with Gao Ming, Chen Dong activated his holographic computer, navigated to the entertainment list, selected the game options, and then chose World of Warcraft from the network game section. Upon opening the directory for World of Warcraft, 5 main game file archives and numerous smaller game file archives appeared. The 5 principal game file archives comprise the game design documents, art resources, music and sound files, engine files, and programming files. Together, these constituted all the materials necessary for the creation of World of Warcraft. Chen Dong checked his points balance, which stood at 212 points, earned from completing tasks in a recent talent competition. After evaluating the points required for each game file package of World of Warcraft, Chen Dong estimated that acquiring all the files would necessitate over 300 points, well beyond his current total. He understood the necessity of making choices. The game design document required 51 points, which he deemed essential, as it represents the soul of a game. The art resource file, requiring 72 points, was also a necessity. The original World of Warcraft featured rich color palettes and distinctive characters and items, contributing significantly to its success. The music and sound file package, needing 70 points, could be sacrificed, as he could hire a top-tier music studio to create similar effects. The engine file, requiring 60 points, was likewise expendable. The original engine was outdated, and he could opt for a more advanced 3D engine available for free online. The programming file package demanded 121 points, which was excessive, especially considering the talented programmers within the company. As for the smaller game packages, each requiring between 1 to 5 points, he decided to exchange for those deemed essential, while opting for alternatives when necessary. Ultimately, he spent 198 points, leaving him with 14 points remaining. After acquiring the necessary game file packages, he extracted them on his holographic computer, generating dozens of folders containing the various materials for World of Warcraft. Chen Dong chose not to rush in sending the file packages to the company's email, deciding to wait until the employees returned from their travels. After completing the exchanges, he glanced at the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and he felt a pang of hunger. Just then, Aunt Du, the housekeeper introduced by the agency, arrived to call him for dinner. Noticing her kind demeanor and the fact that she hailed from the same county, he had decided to hire her at a high salary. As her home-cooked meals were light and flavorful, just to his liking, the dining table. A bowl of garlic stir-fried beef filled the air with its enticing aroma, accompanied by a plate of golden fried river fish, representing authentic home cuisine with a light and delectable flavor. After finishing his meal, Chen Dong drove out for a leisurely ride. On the road, he received a call, and upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was from Du Wenhai. Chen Dong slowed down the car, pressed the answer button, and said, "Director Du, is there something you need?" On the other end, Du Wenhai informed him, "The first volume of The Rise of Great Powers, the Portugal edition, is being released tomorrow. Have you seen the news or read the newspapers lately?" "No, I haven't." "What is going on?" Chen Dong inquired. "Some experts have emerged to criticize you, claiming that you are not a historian specializing in foreign history, and that your book The Rise of Great Powers will severely distort historical facts." Chen Dong chuckled and replied, "Clearly, these are pseudo-experts. How can they assert that The Rise of Great Powers distorts history without even reading the book?" "That expert is Zhang Liangyu, whom you may know. He was the one who instigated the debate over the matters of the Ming Dynasty. Let it be. Whether he criticizes or not, his online rants serve as indirect publicity, far more effective than a few advertisements. We should actually be grateful to him." After hanging up, having learned through Du Wenhai that Guo Liangyu was attacking his new book on Weibo, Chen Dong lost interest in his drive and turned the car around to head back. Upon returning to his villa, he powered on his computer, opened Baidu, and entered the words "The Rise of Great Powers." Clicking confirm.in seconds, a list of entries related to The Rise of Great Powers appeared. At the top was a Weibo post regarding Chen Dong's new book and the controversy it sparked, featuring Guo Liangyu's critiques. Upon opening the post, Chen Dong found Guo Liangyu lamenting on Weibo, expressing his deep concern that Chen Dong, not being a historian specializing in foreign history, would mislead readers with The Rise of Great Powers rather than provide them with credible references. A multitude of individuals, not just Guo Liangyu, had leaped into the fray, including many envious figures like Zhang Liangyu from Huanghe Publishing, who, despite the book not even being released yet, had already begun to malign Chen Dong's new work online, disseminating negative information and portraying the book as a dire threat. In this whirlwind of criticism, the true motives of these detractors were far from pure. Guo Liangyu, harboring a grudge from the previous work The Matters of the Ming Dynasty, was frustrated that his own critiques had not hindered its sales. Instead, the book had gained popularity and acclaim. In his eyes, Chen Dong's success was a personal affront, and he was determined to criticize anything associated with Chen Dong, regardless of its merit. Hearing about the impending release of The Rise of Great Powers, Guo Liangyu rushed to condemn the book without even having read it, fixating on the point that Chen Dong was not a specialist in foreign history, and thus his work would misrepresent historical facts. Zhang Liangyu's criticisms were equally insidious. He refused to acknowledge that a potential bestseller, capable of generating millions in profits for the publisher, had slipped through his fingers. Consumed by jealousy, he sought psychological consolation by disparaging Chen Dong and his new book, much like a thief who covers his ears to block out the sound of his own wrongdoing. While the matters of the Ming Dynasty could be dismissed as mere entertainment, the author had mistakenly believed himself competent to critique the rise and fall of great powers, a task that demands extensive knowledge of foreign historical data and political affairs. Without such knowledge or experience, any work produced would invite ridicule. Wang Kuang commented on Weibo, highlighting that many of those criticizing Chen Dong, including Guo Yangyu and Zhang Liangyu, were either competitors from the Jiangsu publishing house or individuals intent on undermining the rise of great powers, driven by envy or ill intentions. Among these critics were also some well-read intellectuals concerned that Chen Dong lacked sufficient knowledge of foreign historical facts, fearing that his writing might mislead readers. Overall, these experts were well-meaning, unlike Guo Yangyu and Zhang Liangyu, who rushed to denounce Chen Dong, driven by self-interest rather than genuine concern. In the midst of this heated controversy, many rallied in support of Chen Dong, particularly fans of the matters of the Ming Dynasty and several public figures like Wu Zhouzi and He Jinshui, who also criticized Chen Dong. Faced with such relentless bullying, Chen Dong felt compelled to respond. He logged onto Weibo and posted a comment expressing his curiosity about whether those criticizing him had actually read The Rise of Great Powers. Once you've read it, then feel free to critique it. Is it reasonable to hurl unfounded insults while claiming to be an expert? Within half an hour, his Weibo post garnered over 1,000 comments, most of which supported Chen Dong. Indeed, to dismiss a book solely on the basis that Chen Dong is not a historian specializing in foreign history is fundamentally flawed. The most vociferous critics, including Guo Yangyu and Zhang Liangyu, suddenly appeared as foolish as those who had swallowed a fly. Guo Yangyu, now seething with anger, vowed to purchase a copy of the book to find any faults, determined to tear Chen Dong apart piece by piece. Convinced that there must be some oversight, had Chen Dong known of Guo Yangyu's intentions, he might have laughed. Let him search for flaws at his leisure. In reality, The Rise of Great Powers was crafted under the guidance of numerous historical experts, with many views aligning with those of mainstream historians. Unless new historical discoveries emerged, it was an authoritative text. Unless Guo Yangyu shamelessly seized upon trivial matters to attack Chen Dong, he would find no significant errors.